Once upon a time, there lived a famous blacksmith who sold his products in a shop. One day, this craftsman was lucky enough to collaborate with the Kingdom of Cairo. There was a war going on at the time, and for a blacksmith, this was an incredible chance to improve his status. After the end of the long war, this worker was given the title of Baron. Another gentleman listened attentively to the story of how the presented blacksmith took possession of this land. The old man finished his story, which was watched from the side by the nobleman's personal assistant. He couldn't understand why the guy was listening to a story that everyone around him already knew. A few hours earlier, this Roman had asked whether he really was the eldest son of the Dmitri family. The nobleman clarified whether he was really in the Kingdom of Cairo, while Murim did not exist. A worried Hans confirmed the master's words, wondering what had suddenly come over him. The first time he saw him like this, the servant assumed that the boy was under the influence of drugs, which was popular among rich kids. The gentleman's assistant reported that his fiancée from the Lawrence family was supposed to arrive today. Roman has been sitting in his room for the last 25 years, which is why he received the nickname of the eccentric of the Dmitri family. But for him, meeting Lady Lawrence was less important than learning to live in this world, which is why he asked to be taken to the elder. The servant was unable to understand why the master, who had lived in these parts his entire life, needed to know the history of these places. The elder finished his story and told the young master everything he knew. Roman thanked the old man for his help and promised to reward him generously, but for the elder it was an honor even to just talk to the guy. Repeating his new name to himself, Roman Dmitri actually bore the name Baek Young-hyuk. A follower of the Murim martial arts, the man lived a turbulent life, which is why he accepted his death peacefully. Peck's thoughts about why he woke up in this young man's body were interrupted by sounds coming from the street. Someone was shouting very loudly, making rude remarks towards one of the city's residents. The young man received a kick to the face with all his might, continuing to listen to insults. The people around were stunned as they watched what was happening, but they did not dare to do anything. A boy from a grocery store was accosted by a group of 4 armed men. The young man was so exhausted that he could not utter a word, let alone fight back against his offenders. The leader of the gang looked at the poor boy with disgust, showering him with dirty words. The next second, the men immediately pounced on the poor fellow, continuing their atrocities. The family servant Dmitri pushed his way through the crowd of onlookers to the scene of the incident. As soon as Hans arrived at the scene, something terrifying appeared before him. The main bandit had a tattoo of a row of red teeth on his shoulder. Romer's son's assistant heard a voice he knew well coming from behind him. Mr. Roman approached his servant, interested in the events taking place in the market. The servant explained that the group of bandits most likely belonged to the Bloody Fangs. This group operated not only on the lands of the Dmitri clan, but also in the adjacent territories. The servant wanted to suggest that they pretend they had not seen anything, but he was too late with his idea. In a clear and firm voice, the eldest son Dmitri ordered the scoundrels to stop. The Bloody Fangs froze in place in surprise, just like the young master's subject. The boy headed towards a usurious group that had committed atrocities on the lands of his clan. The head of the gang was surprised that of all of them, it was Roman Dmitri who dared to contradict them. The man insulted the boy, deciding that being a nobleman, he thought that he was allowed to do anything. The gang members told Roman to get lost and not to embarrass himself before he got into trouble. The servant tried his best to persuade the young master to leave, emphasizing the danger of the Bloody Fangs. Roman said that he had not yet been aware of the laws of this world and asked Hans to explain them. Dmitri's eldest son asked who exactly broke the law and what punishment followed. His assistant never ceased to be surprised by the strange behavior of the owner, who seemed to have lost his memory and forgotten what he had previously known. Having failed to repay the debt on time, the boy himself was to blame for this situation. But this also did not give the Blood Fangs the right to decide this issue on their own. And on top of everything else, the gang of scoundrels showed disrespect to the eldest son of the clan, Dmitri, which will cost them their lives. By the laws of this land, it would not be strange if members of the Blood Fangs received the death penalty. Catching the disapproving glances of their representatives, Hans felt slightly embarrassed. While the servant was afraid of the gang members hearing his words, Roman addressed them directly, stating that they had broken the law of these lands. Picking up a branch from the ground, the boy declared that as the son of Lord Romero, he was ready to carry out justice. The gang leader understood that being a nobleman, the gentleman did not know how this world worked, which put the bandits in a difficult position, getting into a situation with them that he couldn't even imagine. But instead of being scared, Roman Dmitri said that the criminal's words confirmed everything. The gang representative was confused and did not understand what the stupid nobleman was chattering about. Roman stated that he didn't care what they did, since they allowed themselves to talk like that to the ruler of this land. The Bloodfangs were stunned by the boy attacking them and decided to attack him back. Their leader threw a sharp knife in front of him, hoping to hit the guy, but missed. Suddenly, the man felt a terrible, sharp pain that unexpectedly pierced his entire body. Clutching the branch tightly in his hand, Roman pierced the attacker's throat with it and silenced him. Leaving the man alone with his wound, the gentleman was ready to move on to the next members of the group. The men decided to seize the initiative and were the first to attack the nobleman. Hans, who was watching the fight, called out to his master, worried, preparing for the worst. One of the bandits furiously attacked Romero's son with a huge sword, but his sharp blade flew past Roman's head, who easily dodged the blow. Having let the attacker go first, the young gentleman found himself behind, which was only to his advantage. With a quick and sharp movement, he used his weapon again, piercing the criminal with it. The servant could not believe his own eyes, convinced that his master was not able to defeat such opponents. As Hans watched the boy deal with the Bloodfangs, he wondered if the man in front of him was really Mr. Roman. At the moment of battle, Baek Jung-hyuk indulged in his first memories in this world. He found himself here, seeing the will written by Roman and several pills on the floor. The boy was chosen by the kingdom to serve in the army, but he committed suicide out of fear. The life that this cowardly guy lived was very miserable and insignificant. But from now on, the owner of this body was the leader of the heavenly demon sect, known as Baek Jung-hyuk. And having taken over the body of this guy, the martial artist decided to live as he had lived before. After dealing with a group of criminals, the young gentleman heard someone behind his back calling him a monster. One of the townspeople, who awarded such a title to the nobleman, ran away from him in hysterics. But he didn't manage to run even a couple of meters before Roman's hand grabbed him by the hair. Almost sobbing and waving his arms chaotically, the man plaintively asked to be let go. Having put the resident on his knees, the eldest of the clan, Dmitri, began to talk about observing the laws. Despite the fact that he picked up the sword, the boy assured that he would not take the life of an innocent person. Well, be that as it may, he will still have to pay for his disrespect for the master. The man screamed in pain as the blade of the sword pierced the soft tissue of his tongue. Whole, he fell to the ground, as the citizen immediately covered his mouth, which was filled with blood. Roman Dmitri introduced himself to the public, who looked at him with genuine horror. The guy said that those who did not like this punishment could personally tell him about it. Baek Jung-hyuk reached all the heights of Marine with his stunning strength. The entire world recognized the dominance of the heavenly demon sect, and hundreds of masters shed their blood while fighting against Jung-hyuk. Baek recalled his former power, looking at the nobleman's pampered hands. He was amazed that it now took him so long to deal with some gang of bandits. The boy ordered his servant to call the guards and report what had happened, so that they could clean up the market. Trembling with fear, Hans obeyed the will of the young master, who frightened him to death. The mustachioed man ran like a bullet after the guards, leaving the eldest of Romero's sons among the corpses. Without taking his eyes off his hands, Jung-hyuk confirmed the uselessness of the body he had been given. The martial artist wanted to quickly gather the strength and information he had in order to strengthen this shell. A boy who was being beaten by bandits approached Roman and thanked his savior. But the nobleman immediately corrected the young man, assuring him that he had not done what he had done in order to help him. The heir of the clan, Dmitri, dealt with the bloody fangs as they had broken the law. The guy was no exception, and if he didn't want to part with his tongue, he had to tell about everything that happened. The boy's parents borrowed money from the group to buy land for farming and were able to pay it off by selling the harvest. But the Bloodfangs set up the boy's family, deliberately creating a situation in which they would not be able to repay the debt. One day, when the boy came home and checked the harvest, he came across a terrible picture. All the corn they had planted was destroyed, and boot marks were clearly visible on the ground. Shaking with anger, the boy said that the bandits did it because they wanted his little sister. Falling to his knees, the boy declared that he had no family that had ever harmed anyone. With tears in his eyes, the poor fellow begged the young master to save his younger sister. While listening attentively to the grocery store clerk, Peck's attention was drawn to his eyes. In the eyes of the unfortunate boy, the martial artist saw a mad demon, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Pondering, Baek Jung-hyuk noted that he had once also met a crazy demon in a similarly seedy place. He asked the name of this desperate young man, who introduced himself to the nobleman as Kevin. Roman promised to check the guy's words and take care of what happened today. Kevin generously thanked his family member, Dmitri, but his savior's thoughts were occupied with other thoughts. Roman's inner feelings told him that this was his last meeting with Kevin. The carriage of Lady Flora, Roman's future wife, clanked loudly along the paved road. The servant accompanying the lady announced that very soon they would arrive on the land of the Dmitri family. But the girl, to put it mildly, was not delighted with the upcoming engagement to Romero's eldest son. About a month ago, when Lady Flora learned about the marriage of convenience, she was beside herself with rage. The father tried to reassure his daughter that there was no other way out, since their lands were in a precarious state. As if ignoring everything said above, only one thought remained in the lady's head, that she would have to get married, and on top of everything else, she had to marry one of the Dmitri family, who were almost all minors. Poor Flora tried to object, but her father was unwavering in his decision. Mr. Lawrence sincerely sympathized with the fate he himself had prepared for his daughter. The girl's recollections were interrupted by her servant, who announced that they had finally arrived at the appointed place. Flora was to marry the second of her sons, who had a brilliant future ahead of him. But upon arriving at the estate, the lady realized that even this was not destined to come true. And all this only because the eldest son, Roman Dmitri, forced Mr. Lawrence to marry her to him. The guy had a bad reputation as an idiot who lived only for his own pleasure, nothing more. Despite the passive state in which their lands were, Flora could not take this step. The girl directly told her chosen one to forget about marriage between them. And completely unexpectedly, Roman Dmitri agreed to Mrs. Flora's proposal. Not believing her ears, the girl could not comprehend what she had heard, as she had expected a completely different reaction. The guy said that he had heard about this marriage and did not understand how an idiot like him dared to marry such a lady. Roman wanted to call off the wedding, which aroused a lot of suspicion in Miss Lawrence. The boy was about to inform his father of his decision when the girl immediately called out to him. Lady Flora said that she had heard that her future husband himself had expressed a desire to marry her. The girl was stunned by this news, and Roman asked her whether she wanted to marry him or not. Since the lady was not eager to marry him, the guy decided to end the conversation, promising that he would take full responsibility. He stated that Dmitri already bore the title of idiot of the family, so he did not see a problem if divorce was added to this title. Everything she heard from the nobleman gave the girl no peace, because she could not understand what had happened to the eldest of her sons. Watching Roman walk towards his father, Lady Flora wondered if he had really been called an idiot. Romero was furious when he learned that his son was going to call off the wedding. The father tried to prove the opposite, claiming that the rumors about his son were false, and that marriage into the Lawrence family was a good way to strengthen his position among the nobility. Mr. Dmitri claimed that all that was required of Roman was to marry this girl, but he was unable to cope with this task either. When his son apologized, Romero threw a glass that was on the table at him, which hit him in the head. Marriage to Lady Flora would have allowed the boy to avoid conscription, but now in 6 months, he will have to go to the battlefield. Roman had nothing to say to his father, who had also heard rumors about his problems with the blood fangs, and was sure that someone had clearly helped him. Even Mr. Dmitri could not do anything with this group, declaring that from now on, Roman himself would be responsible for his actions. The father added that from now on, his son will personally deal with everything that falls on his head. The man was sure that his son would start crying and asking for forgiveness, but the boy unexpectedly agreed, assuring him that he would deal with his problems himself. To the gentleman's surprise, Roman said that everything that happened was his fault and that he should be held responsible for it. The guy left, saying that he would sort everything out himself, leaving his father completely bewildered. Before Romero could stop his son and find out more about his actions, he slammed the door behind him. Realizing that there was no point in continuing the conversation, the young man simply decided to leave. Taking a snow-white handkerchief from his breast pocket, the nobleman applied it to the fresh wound. The Lawrence's daughter suddenly turned to the boy, asking if he had gone crazy. Wiping away the blood, Roman asked the girl why she was still here. Lady Flora claimed that the Bloodfangs were not afraid to terrorize even the nobility. The girl asked what Roman could do with this group without the help of his family. She was convinced that everything would work out as soon as the guy asked his father for forgiveness. Perplexed, Roman Dmitri asked again why he had to do this, driving the lady into a stupor. He turned to her and noted that the Lawrence's daughter really didn't know her place. In his chambers, the eldest of his sons, Dmitri, was tidied up by his faithful servant Hans. The man kept spraying the boy with perfume, trying to get rid of the smell of blood that had stuck to him. Roman asked why his suit was so tight, putting Hans in an awkward position. The servant asked to show respect to Lady Lawrence, as this was their first meeting before the wedding. The upcoming marriage only added to the troubles of Baek Jung-hyuk, who was just beginning to get used to this world. The servant asked to wait downstairs as the carriage with Madame Flora was due to arrive soon. In the end, Roman agreed with Hans's words, adding that he had to show respect, but also intended to refuse the engagement. The martial artist didn't mean to hurt the girl's feelings, but he noticed that Flora had no intention of showing him any respect. And that was precisely what gave Jung-hyuk even less reason to show respect to the young girl. Standing in front of Flora, he asked her directly if it was true that she was an arrogant person. Roman noted that she most likely did not take into account his circumstances when it came to breaking off the engagement. But as soon as the young gentleman said that he would take full responsibility, Lady Flora became worried. The guy said that from the moment the topic of breaking off the engagement arose, the girl had no right to interfere with his decisions. Having discouraged the young lady, Roman clarified that this was the end of their relationship. Romero's son suggested that they not interfere in each other's personal affairs, since he and Lady Lawrence were on diverging paths. The reason why Beck said he would take responsibility was because he didn't want to have any relationship with this girl. Leaving her alone in the palace corridor, Jung-hyuk was sure that this was their first and last meeting. That same evening, Liana caught her husband abusing alcohol and suggested that they stop for today. Romero, having had a fair amount to drink, repented, arguing that he had once again raised his hand against Roman. His father, being poor, often beat him, but as soon as they became nobles, he gave himself his word that this would not happen again. Liana tried to console her husband by saying that thanks to this promise, their other children grew up to be decent people. The man didn't know how to treat Roman. He was the only child who had gone through hard times with him. The wife asked her lover not to blame himself, insisting that they were the only ones who could influence the behavior of their children. Liana assured Romero that he had a chance to fix everything and not let his own son stray from the true path. The mother was sure that her son had spoken about the bloody fang in the heat of the moment, but they still had to take action. The wife finally suggested asking Captain Jonathan for vegetables, and the husband agreed with her. The servant summoned to the master's chambers was instructed to immediately call Captain Jonathan. Trying to follow the boy, Hans warned him that it was too dangerous to walk around outside. Not knowing about the next attack of the bloody fangs greatly tired the servant, who still wanted to return. The boy wondered when Bloodfang had gained the power he now had. Roman answered his own question by stating that the group gained notoriety when it began to mercilessly kill its enemies. Taking note of what the young gentleman had said, his assistant asked whether they were still safe. Roman confirmed that the fangs could still make him afraid at the moment. Together with his subject, the heir of the clan Dmitri visited a local restaurant. The tavern was filled with noisy conversations of customers and pretty waitresses. One of them served delicious dishes for the newly arrived guests, which were so inviting. Unlike Roman, his humble servant was pleasantly surprised by the delicacies offered by the establishment. Before Hans had time to sit down at the table, the young master announced that he was leaving the servant. The guy informed his assistant that he would continue the investigation alone, as it was too dangerous. The man jumped up from his seat and declared that he would not allow the young master to do this. Hans was not a god to send Roman alone, even if he himself might be in danger. At first surprised, the boy in turn asked if Hans was one of his men. This question surprised the servant, who sincerely assured that he was one of the master's men. Roman Dmitri told his assistant to remain in the tavern, assuring him that he had done more than enough by accompanying him outside. Having promised to return quickly, Romero's eldest son left the mustachioed man alone. The servant was surprised, not laughing, and thought that his master could once say something like that. From the closed door inside the tavern, indignant cries were heard, attracting the attention of the establishment's employees. Roman, aka Baek Jung-hyuk, was walking down the street, thinking about the information he had received about the bloody fang. Although the gang was not very strong, it was difficult to track them down, and perhaps they hid because of the possible consequences if they suddenly failed to kill Roman. The guy decided that if he couldn't find them personally, he would simply make them come to him themselves. Taking a special stroll through the streets with his servant, the eldest son Dmitri hoped that the bandits had guessed where he might be. Due to the regular training of the knights, the number of guards on the street was greatly reduced, which could only contribute to Roman's encounter with criminals. Thinking about the Blood Fang gang, the boy had no idea that his plan had finally worked. Roman Dmitri was followed by representatives of the group he was looking for. One of the bandits, drawing his blade, rushed at the nobleman with words of revenge. The criminal was already looking forward to getting even with a member of Dmitri's family for the death of his friends. At this time, the captain, who was walking down the street, was stopped by the excited voice of Hans, who was shouting his name. Out of breath, the man began running at full speed towards the knight, whom he had miraculously managed to find. When the guard asked him what had happened, the servant had difficulty pronouncing his master's name. The knight, seeing how hard it was for Roman's assistant, told him to calm down and tell what had happened. Demanded that Captain Jonathan find the young gentleman as he was in danger. At least that's what the man assumed when in fact help was needed with a participant in a legal claw. Roman Dmitri grabbed the attacker by the wrist and squeezed it tightly, forcing him to drop the knife. But before the weapon could fall, the young gentleman intercepted it, squeezing it in his palm. With a sharp and quick movement, the guy plunged the blade into the criminal who attacked him. As soon as Roman pulled out the blade, a fountain of blood gushed from the bandit's body. Keeping his cool, Romero's eldest son watched as the gang member choked on his own blood. As soon as he fell to the ground, his accomplices' jaws dropped, as they did not expect such resistance from the heir of the Dmitri clan. The men were shocked by what was happening, as what they saw did not match what they had heard earlier. Roman, on the other hand, who enjoyed the fight, was only amused by this reaction from his opponents. The nobleman asked the criminals why they stood rooted to the spot, ordered to come to him. Jonathan asked again if it was true that the young master had gone into the grotto without guards in order to fight the bloody Fang. The knights exchanged glances with their colleague and laughed, arguing that this simply could not be. The servant foamed at the mouth to prove that this was true, declaring that he would not lie about such a thing. Roman's assistant translated that they had to hurry as quickly as possible, since they had no time for empty talk. Remembering the words of the master who had told the same thing, the captain decided that the servant's word was indeed true. With annoyance, Jonathan nevertheless agreed to collect the nobleman, not understanding why he went to the gang if he could not even hold a weapon properly. Jonathan ordered all the men to arm themselves and set out to search for the young master. The captain ordered the servant to show the place where Roman could be, and if the knights were nearby, then Fang's men would not dare to touch the guy. The man believed that if the story Hans told was true, then Mr. Romero's son really was an idiot. In the same alley, the bandits simultaneously attacked the impudent and brazen guy. The criminals furiously shouted various insults at Roman, getting closer and closer to him. The eldest son, Dmitri, deftly dodged a blow from one of the gang members, and at that very moment he plunged a knife into the attacker, successfully exposing something in the way of the blow. The remaining one of the three enemies, full of anger and hatred, turned to Roman, cursing him in every way possible. The man attempted to stop the maddened nobleman who was cutting people left and right. The blade of the knife flew over Roman's head, who during the entire fight never once lost his composure. With firm and precise movements, the members of the Dmitri family managed to knock the weapon out of the hands of another robber. The man fell heavily to the ground, while the boys who had attacked him returned, stepping softly onto the surface. Only I, closer to the frightened criminal, Roman asked, was this really all that the representatives of the Bloody Fang were capable of? The man insisted that if the boy killed him, there would never be safety again, but the nobleman objected since he had already killed two of them. Instead of being tongue-tied, the guy asked to answer his questions clearly and quickly. But if he didn't answer, Roman demonstrated what would happen to him and thrust the blade into his leg with all his might. The veins on the man's face bulged, and he screamed from the hellish pain that spread throughout his body. Not wasting time, Roman Dmitri asked directly who was the leader of the Bloodfang. Passers-by on the street could hear shouts coming from a tavern located near the road. The establishment was filled with men drinking strong drinks in a noisy atmosphere. One of the patrons, holding a pint of lager, was animatedly telling a story to his neighbor. But suddenly the man interrupted his story as soon as he saw an even stranger picture. The young gentleman attracted the attention of all the visitors in the tavern. The bartender greeted the guest, but as soon as he turned around, he was immediately speechless. The man stuttered as he greeted the gentleman, who greeted him back in a blood-stained shirt. Those present began to whisper, wondering what Dmitri was doing in such a place. The bartender asked the guy what he was going to drink, and he replied that he would like to order a Tear of Dawn. The man apologized that their establishment did not have such a drink, and asked if he could recommend something else to the gentleman. Roman asked for something stronger, since he had to do something in the morning. The men in the room looked warily at the guy as they heard a familiar phrase that they had heard once in this tavern. Then the eldest of the sons, Dmitri, decided to find out if perhaps they had the Dew of Dawn. The pub the boy was in served as a place where the gang members received their orders. The bandit told the guy, in addition to the meeting place, also a special code that had to be pronounced to receive the task. But in order to get it, it was necessary to pronounce the code in a certain sequence and in no other way. Having heard the code spoken by the guy, Roman addressed everyone present in the tavern, while he himself climbed under the bar counter for some kind of surprise for the uninvited guest. As soon as the bartender called on the customers to attack, he himself received a punch in the nose from Roman. The thugs gaped, not expecting such audacity and determination from Romero's son. The bartender fell to the floor like a sack of potatoes, unable to stay upright after one blow. The thugs drew their blades and rushed at the nobleman in a crowd, wanting to chop him up properly. But within seconds, the criminals left the establishment, calling the guards for help. Anyone who dared to attack the guy received a good beating and was unable to continue the fight. The rest of the gang were stunned by this turn of events, watching the mayhem that Roman had committed. Like the bandits in the alley, the patrons of the establishment doubted that this was really Romero's son, since they had heard something completely different about him. Thanks to the great technique in Murim and through breathing, Baek Jung-hyuk was able to strengthen Roman's body, also not without the help of martial arts. Having pulled themselves together, the thugs cast aside their doubts and pounced on the guy, since he was only one, and there were many more of them. After some time, the bartender's fingers grabbed the bar counter, and he finally came to his senses. The man stood up and asked what had happened while he was unconscious. Roman Dmitri was glad that the bartender woke up because he was just about to finish. When asked what the guy had done here, the nobleman did not answer, emphasizing only that he and the bartender were left alone in the tavern. Romero's eldest son admitted that he was interested in chatting with the man one-on-one. The knights who arrived at the scene were amazed by what they saw. Here and there, regulars and thugs were scattered throughout the pub and were in a very sorry state. One of the commander's subordinates found a survivor on the second floor, who reported that the young gentleman was heading to the Lawrences. Jonathan was confused, as he did not understand why Roman was heading towards them. Even before the knights arrived, the young gentleman tried to make the innkeeper speak. The guy pointed out that his accomplice had lost 2 fingers, but he still didn't want to make contact. The Bloodfang's declaration of revenge only amused Roman, who believed that they should have done so immediately. From his experience in a past life, the nobleman stated that people who remain silent, even after terrible torture, had the most valuable information. The man ordered not to waste his time and just kill him, thereby surprising his cruel executioner. Having been known for his brutality in his past life, the martial artist was not about to give up so easily. Approaching the chest of drawers, the guy said that it was necessary to make sure whether the person would really not open his mouth until the very end. Picking up a framed photograph from the dresser, Roman asked what would happen if he found the innkeeper's son and killed him. As soon as the bartender heard about his son's death, his eyes widened in wild fear. The man tried to assure that there was another person in the photo, but Dmitri, who came from the family, did not fall for his lie. The innkeeper could not stand it and began to shower the nobleman with curses for threatening to kill his family. Roman shared an interesting fact that he learned about the Bloody Fang, namely that the relatives of this group were ready to sacrifice their lives. Also, the eldest son Dmitri realized that the guys weren't so bad. They just owed a lot to the gang. The truth was that Bloodfang was turning the debtor's family into his slaves. The nobleman asked the innkeeper if he had the impression that the members of the group had threatened to kill the family of their own members. The man said that even knowing the truth, nothing could change, since Bloodfang always got his way. Romero's eldest son advised him to think twice, as he was not sure of what he had said. Throwing the portrait on the floor, Roman clarified that he was not joking when he spoke about the murder of the bartender's son. The boy swore on his name that he would order the guards to find the boy and then execute him very slowly and painfully. But before doing this, Roman wanted to give the gang member a chance to influence the outcome. The guy offered the innkeeper to choose for himself. Either he would share the information and save his son, or he would kill him, proving his loyalty to the clan. And while the bartender was pondering the right choice, in a remote corner, his people were holding a meeting. Behind closed doors, dissatisfied cries from the leader of the Bloody Fang could be heard every now and then. One of the participants, who managed to escape from the pub, tried to warn the owner that if the knights from Dimitri's family were seen in action, then they should expect trouble. Sitting on his throne, the head of the group refused to believe that Roman Dmitri was capable of such a thing. The man with the scar could not accept the fact that the one who had evaded service to the Royal Academy had gone with an entire detachment of his men. The gang member also said that Roman left his native lands, apparently having learned information from the Morning Dew. The Bloodfang leader was outraged that the guy dared to attack their bases alone, crippling his people. The man ordered to gather all forces to kill Roman before the knights of the Dmitri family get to them. Bloodfang planned to take revenge on the arrogant nobleman by hanging his corpse in the town square. At the same time, equally important decisions were being made in the Lawrence family palace. The Barco family had taken out a large bank loan to prepare for war, and advisors tried to insist that Lawrence be the first to gather forces. The gentleman pondered what he had heard at the table, but as sad as it was for him to admit, the beginning of the war was only a matter of time. The man did not imagine that something like this could happen when he received documents from the Barco family. One of the advisors pointed out that if things continued like this, it would end with their lands being handed over to the Barco family. His colleague objected, saying that the Lawrence family, who lived solely off the fertile land, had to hold on to it at all costs. A discussion began around the table about whether it was true that the Lawrence family's ancestors owed the Barco family land. The argument between the advisors was interrupted by the gentleman himself, who ordered that everything be left as it was, without turning over the pile of documents once again. Whatever the case, they should not have given up the land because if that happened, other families would come running to grab a piece for themselves. Because the Barco family was unwilling to compromise, the Lawrences were forced to enter into an engagement with the Dmitri family. The advisors were inspired by the thought of the engagement to one of the richest families in the northeastern region. Because the Dmitri family was richer than Barco, the master sent his only daughter to the eldest of his sons, who had a bad reputation. The assistants tried to cheer up their master and insisted that what he had done was for the good of the family. While the future of the Lawrence family was being decided in the office of the head of the family, Lady Flora, standing at the door of the office, did not know what words to choose. The girl rushed from side to side, trying to decide whether she had done the right thing in this situation. The girl was ready to tell her father that she did not want to marry a man for whom she had no feelings. But the lady was overtaken by a guard running towards the office, who was calling her father at the top of his voice. Once at the very door, the man greeted the girl and continued calling for the owner. Bursting into the meeting, the guard announced that he had an urgent message for the gentleman. Outside the palace, an argument broke out between the guards of two families, some of whom were trying to get inside, while the others flatly refused to let in the uninvited guests. Captain Jonathan warned the guards that if anything happened to the young master Roman, those responsible would face severe punishment. The guard who ran to the caretaker reported the disturbances in the main square, and the captain already guessed whose doing it was. A little earlier, Roman Dmitri visited the lair of the Bloody Fang, whom his opponents rashly considered an eccentric who did not pose a threat. There were several members of the group in the room, led by their commander, so there shouldn't have been any problems. Ben Miles, who led this gang, was absolutely confident of his victory. The leader was sure that their loss was impossible until he personally met Roman. The man knelt down in front of his people, who lay like dead weight, drenching the basement floor with their blood. Having met the monster in the guise of a young man, the leader of the Bloodfang was convinced that his end had come. Left alone with the family's eldest son, Dmitri, the man could not accept his death until the very end. The people of the city were shocked to witness the horrific scene that suddenly unfolded on their streets. Watching the bloody feet drag across the cobblestones, passers-by were confused as to what was happening, wondering whether they should have intervened. The completely wounded man tearfully asked his executioner for mercy, begging him to save his life. But Roman, as if not hearing the pleas of his victim, continued to drag him along the ground, holding him tightly by the collar. But at one point, the guy threw the beaten gang leader onto the hard floor. Looking up, Roman discovered that a crowd of passers-by had gathered around him, whispering something among themselves, watching what was happening. The once formidable man with the scar ordered his life to be spared in exchange for becoming a dog for the boy, serving him until the end of his days. With a cold look, Roman stated that the poor guy should have been told about this before showing his fangs. Miles slammed his head into the ground with all his might, showing his devotion to his master. Romero's son told the people that before them was the leader of the Bloodfang, who crossed his family. The guy also said that the clan representatives were dirty, deceiving people and trying to kill him so that he could not stop them. Having summed up the crimes of the Bloody Fang, Roman decided to carry out justice on the main square. To do this, according to the nobleman himself, he needed to tear out evil by the roots. The inhabitants were terrified, and just at that moment, Commander Jonathan arrived on horseback. The knight tried to stop the young master, but it was too late. As one of the guards reported to Mr. Lorenz, they allowed Roman to cross the border of the lands, because he was Lady Flora's fiancé. The guy dragged a man into the main square and, claiming that he was the leader of the Bloodfang, publicly executed him. Like all the advisors present at the table, Viscount Lawrence was shocked that his daughter's future husband would do such a thing. The Baron's personal advisor drew the gentleman's attention to the fact that it was impossible to simply leave the murder of a man without permission to do so. Viscount disagreed with his assistant because permissions were not the most important issue in this situation. And then he demanded that Roman Dmitri be called here immediately, wanting to hear everything from him personally. Accompanied by Commander Jonathan, the hero of the occasion appeared before the high-ranking gentleman. Viscount Lawrence was quite surprised to discover that Romano's eldest son, Dmitri, was not alone. The presence of Captain Jonathan led the Baron to the idea that the knights of the family helped Roman deal with the villain. The guy greeted the owner of the house and behaved as one would if there was no time, despite his appearance. Putting aside formalities, the Baron asked Roman directly whether he had come all this way to commit atrocities on the land of the Lawrence family. The guy replied that a couple of days ago the group attacked an innocent citizen, and he had to execute the offenders on the spot. The door to the office was ajar, and Mrs. Flora was trying to eavesdrop on the conversation between her father and her fiancé. The girl carefully called over to the guard who was standing near the door, guarding the entrance. The lady began to ask whether Roman Dmitri had really come to her father's office. The guard suggested that when Flora asked such questions, she had no idea about the real reason the boy had come. Having summed up his story, Roman said that he did not want to leave all this so easily and went to the lair to kill the leader of the gang. Having finished his story, Dmitri's eldest son did not gain the friendliness of the owner of these lands. The Baron was outraged that the boy executed someone on the lands of the Lawrence family without having any right to do so. With a cold, impenetrable gaze, Roman replied that he knew about it, but doubted that the guards there would have been able to deal with the bloody Fang on their own. Roman continued that the identity he said was not a secret, and he was released on bail several times. The Baron's chief advisor exploded with indignation upon hearing such insolence from the rascal. But Dmitri's eldest son was disappointed because he expected gratitude, since he got his hands dirty and solved a problem that the Lawrence family did not pay attention to. The guy allowed himself to ask the gentleman if he had done anything wrong in that case. The Viscount asked his advisor if he knew of Ben Miles' deeds, to which the assistant replied that he had no idea that the criminal was their leader. Mr. Lawrence decided to close the subject, adding that if they had taken care of this earlier, this would not have happened. The owner decided to reward the guy over time, but for now he let him go with the night. The uninvited guest from the Dmitri family left Baron Lawrence's office, leaving him with his advisor. The assistant, hearing a sudden laugh from his master, began to worry about him. The man noted that the guy managed to do it, not fully believing that he was that same Roman Dmitri. The advisor asked not to leave things like this, but the Baron didn't want to hear anything, because he couldn't even imagine that Roman would be a suitable match for his Flora. As soon as the sun sank behind the slope, the representatives of the Dmitri family were on their way home. The knight asked the young gentleman whether he had to be insolent to the Baron. Roman tried to assure the guard that he had only shown the Lawrences that what had happened was due to their carelessness. The guy also noted that the gentleman had not heard about the cancellation of the engagement, as he did not want to punish his daughter's fiancé. Jonathan couldn't believe that Mr. Dmitri's clumsy and cowardly son could have planned all this. The man who stood before the knight was not at all the Roman Dmitri he had ever known. Unexpectedly for himself, Baek Chun-hyuk mentally returned to the time when he was placed in the pit. In order to prove to the master that he was indeed the son of a heavenly demon, the young man needed to escape from his trap. The boy's father also placed his 11 other children in the pit, and it meant nothing to him that any of them died. They all had to prove that only one among the crowd was the true heir. The only way to prove that the guy was worth anything was to seize power over everyone present. The word sounded like an order, and one of the man's sons pounced on young Peck. The boy, who was bigger than the son of the heavenly demon, laughed at him, also ridiculing his strength. Trying to prove otherwise, Chun-hyuk attacked the offender with eyes full of hatred. But at that very second, he received a rebuff, since he was not only weak, but also had inhibited reflexes. The other children, watching the restless boy, considered him to be a simpleton who tried to resist the strongest of them. The big guy pounced on Peck and started kicking him with all his might, showing who was the boss in the pit. And while other children were protected by their parents, he was thrown into a world where the strongest survives. After a hard and eventful day while in his castle, Roman was basking in a hot bath. The martial artist was quite exhausted, as he was very tired while in Roman's body. After awakening in this world, Chun-hyuk managed to experience many significant events, and most of which were connected with the bloody Fang, which from now on existed only in the memory of the townspeople. Peck didn't regret anything, because he still chopped up and tortured those who stopped in his path, because that was the life he led until he became Roman. But it was dangerous to act in this way, because the son of the heavenly demon had not yet fully understood how this world was arranged, and his strength was much less than it once was. Baek Chun-hyuk thought about what steps he should take next while playing the role of a nobleman. But the boy's thoughts were interrupted by a servant who informed him that his father was waiting for him in his chambers. Roman moved his fingers across the table with excitement, digesting the information about his son's actions. The guard confirmed that the young master had changed a lot recently. Captain Jonathan had the audacity to declare that the current Roman was not the man he and the master had once known. Dmitri stated that of all his sons, Roman never stood out in any way. And on top of everything else, he was the only child who remembered the times when his parents were still commoners. Romero recalled how, while working in the mine, his son brought him a candy right before he went to work. The man was unhappy that the boy had come all that way just to give it to her, as the mine was a very dangerous place. But the child did not understand all the nuances and just wanted to please his father, who had been working hard all day. Roman believed that if Dad ate the candy, he would be able to finish work faster and return home faster. Baron Dmitri wanted only one thing, for his son to be happy, so he treated him in a special way. The man allowed Roman a lot, so that he would not be laughed at because of his poverty, but he could not imagine where this could lead him. Romero descended into a spatial discourse about the upbringing of his son, but the captain decided to interrupt him. But the gentleman continued to declare that hope had returned to his heart as soon as he heard that Roman had destroyed the blood fang, and only the news of his son's arrival forced the man to interrupt his monologue. The Baron ordered the boy to be let in, hoping that if he had really done something of his own free will, then he would be the father he so lacked. The father didn't beat around the bush and asked his son directly if it was true that he had supposedly single-handedly dealt with Bloodfang. Baek Chun-hyuk could see that the Baron had high hopes for his answer, and that once he told the truth, he would appear before him in a new light. The master was wondering whether it was worth telling about his achievements, which could ultimately have bad consequences. He couldn't decide because if he kept silent now, he could gain a little time for self-development. And in his mind there arose again that very moment from his difficult childhood, from his past life. The big guy continued to pound the frail Peck, who was desperately trying to find salvation, which appeared to him in the form of a stone. Grabbing him as tightly as he could, he hit the boy who had attacked him on the head with all his might. The boy let out a heart-rending scream with tears in his eyes as blood began to pour out of the wound onto his face. The guy didn't calm down and cursed the little rascal who dared to raise his hand against him. And then Chun-hyuk swung at his offender once more, and at that moment his eyes were burning with a demonic flame. As soon as blood was spilled again, the young man continued to strike blow after blow, each time disfiguring the boy more and more. The other children watched in horror at the brutality of the young man, whom they had previously considered just another victim, just like themselves. Baek Chun-hyuk threw the stone only when the boy stopped making any sounds. The boy asked the children in the cave if the boy he had defeated was really the chief among them, after which he ordered to tell the others that it was he who had broken their leader's head. While in Roman's body, the heavenly demon still couldn't hide his superiority and confirmed that it was he who dealt with Bloodfang. The next day, wooden swords crossed within the walls of the Royal Academy. Boys of different ages honed their sword skills by fighting each other. But suddenly they were ordered to stop their training, and the students took the news with apprehension. The culprit was Baron Romero, who came to the academy with his son Roman and Commander Jonathan. The academy greeted the Baron, bowing before both him and Commander Jonathan. One of the students of the academy, bowing down, did not immediately notice Romero among the older sons. But as soon as he applied eyeliner, he wondered what Roman was doing in this place. Having lined up the students, the captain announced that a sword fight would be held for Mr. Roman. Those who wanted to were required to take a step forward, but everyone froze, not wanting to deal with the local idiot. The guy who was most outraged by this strange decision was the one who immediately noticed the young gentleman. He didn't understand why future soldiers would fight with such an ignoramus as Roman Dmitri. Once his son confessed to the crime, his father was shocked at how he managed to deal with the group on his own. In order not to arouse suspicion, he replied that he had been practicing all this time, improving his sword skills. The father was upset that Thurman hid his training from him, but he did not object that this difficult period for him did not live, but existed. Since the eldest son was nicknamed a weirdo, he wanted to show that he could cope with all the troubles on his own. Roman said that he managed to deal with an organization that issued dubious loans, tearing out the weed by the roots when he tricked their leader and attacked. Romero couldn't believe his son's words that he had lured the Bloodfang leader by becoming bait for him. Baron Dmitri was discouraged by Roman's statement because his plan was, to put it mildly, very dangerous, and the gang members could easily kill him. Roman countered, dying, that there was no point in the gang members risking their own lives, and that once they lost their leader, they could finally gain freedom. His son's words silenced Romero for a moment, sending him into a deep analysis. The man could not find the words to express his pride in Roman, because it took a lot of courage to pull off something like this. But to make sure that his words were true, the Baron ordered the young gentleman to fulfill one request. All the man wanted was to see with his own eyes how Roman wielded a sword. The man couldn't wait to see how much his eldest son had changed. But none of the students present wanted to take part in the duel with the Baron's son. The guy thought that if he wins, he will get a headache, and if he loses, he will be humiliated forever. Since there were no volunteers, Captain Jonathan himself decided to choose a partner for the young gentleman. Deputy Captain Chris himself would not have been averse to fighting the weirdo, but he believed that the captain would most likely choose just anyone. But to the boy's great surprise, the choice fell on him, because according to the elder's assurances, only he could cope with this task. The young knight had to step up and uphold the prestige of his colleagues. You met Roman last year when you received a report about a drunkard's rampage in one of the taverns. Rushing to the scene with his partner, he discovered a sickly, disgusting picture there. The rowdy man cursed the owners of the establishment like crazy, throwing food around and spilling alcohol. As soon as the owners apologized, the guy immediately ordered them to shut their mouths. The drunken nobleman ordered the man to come closer to him, but he refused while the visitor was in such a state. Not wanting to listen to excuses, Roman threw a bottle at the tavern owners, which smashed against the wall right next to them. At this point, the guards intervened in the conversation and gently ordered the young master to stop. But Romero's son Dmitri continued to rage, and Chris had to use force against him despite his status. The drunkard told the guards to get lost and gave them a good slap in the face, injuring the one who dared to stop him. The nobleman was beside himself with rage that someone like a guard dared to touch him. But as soon as the knight received a slap in the face, he realized that the young master had never trained his body in his entire life. The drunkard's physical fitness was several times less than that of any person his age. Despite the lack of any power, the baron's son continued to boast of his title. He thought he would rather die than become such a scumbag. But now he was forced to fight this scoundrel. Chris pointed out that he was not suitable for this task, but the captain insisted that the boy equalize his forces, since the young master managed to single-handedly deal with the bloody Fang. The deputy captain tried to find the right words to explain himself, but Jonathan flatly refused to listen to him. Chris realized that there was no point in arguing with the captain, and he nevertheless accepted his fate with discontent. He watched Roman and his opponent closely as they stood in the center of the training field. Just as Johnson was about to give the command to begin the fight, he was interrupted by one of its participants. Chris decided to point out that in addition to the usual swings, he had been training hard and did not want to be cautious with his opponent, whoever he was. Therefore, the boy asked to come out without limiting his strength in order to fight the young master with full force. Baron Dmitri exchanged glances with the captain, considering the young knight's proposals. The man looked at his son to see his reaction. Was he prepared for such a turn of events? To his surprise, Chris saw the young gentleman smiling, sensing something was wrong. Taking Roman's smile as consent, Captain Jonathan announced the start of the duel. The deputy captain, who wanted to entrust the ill-mannered nobleman, lost his former courage, while his opponent was relaxed and seemed not at all worried about the upcoming battle. In order to gain an advantage in the fight, the academy student was the first to rush at his opponent. The guy swung his sword with all his might, but Roman managed to block the blow instantly. Jonathan was surprised that Roman was able to react so quickly and repel the attack of his best student. Chris was as surprised as the captain that Roman somehow blocked his blow. The baron's son swung his sword, and his opponent immediately jumped aside, still under the impression. He became wary and noted the power he felt the moment he crossed swords with his opponent. The deputy captain clearly did not expect that the young master would also take a stable pose. He never expected anything like this. Chris was caught off guard, but in order to calm down, he had to grind Roman into dust. But this time, too, rushing at the idler, the knight missed, as the baron's son managed to dodge the attack. Without losing his composure, the young knight swung again, but once again Roman managed to block it. With a cold, impenetrable gaze, the nobleman looked at the wooden sword, which was quite close to his face. Taking advantage of the momentary pause, Chris tried to get around his opponent, striking from behind. This is how many times a member of Dimitri's family managed to dodge another blow from the young guard. The academy student could not believe that during the entire duel he had not managed to land a single blow on the master. While Chris was confused, Roman swung his sword in hopes of hitting his opponent. Even though the swords were wooden, several locks of the deputy captain's hair fell from his head. In order not to tempt fate, the young knight ran away from the nobleman to a safe distance. Almost tripping, the boy noted that this time the battle was really dangerous. Watching the fight unfold, Jonathan wondered if such a thing was really possible. But not only the captain, but his students were shocked, who also noticed how Roman almost deprived the best student of his head. Chris, now furious, couldn't believe the drunk he knew was capable of doing something like that. Watching the enemy, the guard could not help but notice his defense, dodge, and counterattack. All were performed without any flaws. Chris was ready to believe that the baron's son had defeated the bloody Fangs, but in this case, the same fate awaited him. The young guard realized that in front of him stood that same Dmitri the eccentric, and thoughts of such a thing seemed like nonsense. Roman asked his opponent if he had enough time to warm up. Without waiting for an answer, the nobleman quickly pounced on Chris, who was still pondering the question asked of him. Thanks to his reaction and honed skills, the young guard came to his senses in time and blocked the attack intended for him. The deputy commander, struggling with all his might, could not understand why the local weirdo was so fast. As if confirming his opponent's thoughts, Roman deftly jumped to the side to deliver a crushing blow. The eldest of Romero's sons furiously showered the academy student with heavy blows one after another. The young guards never ceased to be amazed by the techniques that Roman Dmitri demonstrated. As Chris fought off each attack, he felt his strength fading away. Watching every movement of the young gentleman, the deputy captain tried to find an opportunity to strike back. Returning after another swing of the sword, the guy wanted to retreat to create space for himself to maneuver. But as soon as Roman raised the sword above his head, Chris got his long-awaited opportunity. At that very moment, his opponent, feeling his superiority, made a fatal mistake. The academy student decided to take advantage of the moment and strike at his exposed opponent. But in reality, everything turned out to be exactly the opposite, and Chris himself made a mistake by underestimating his opponent. The guy realized that Roman had deliberately opened up to him in order to lure him into a trap. The mere thought that the young guard could lose to Roman Dmitri filled him with fierce hatred. But in order to avoid defeat, Chris went to extreme measures, and his sword instantly burst into flames with lightning. Captain Jonathan ordered the student to stop immediately, trying to prevent dire consequences. The guy chose Divine Aura as an attack so that it would be a very strong technique, capable of causing great harm to the enemy. Roman was fascinated by this technique because he had never seen anything like it before in this world. The training field disappeared behind a pillar of dust raised by the shockwave from the Divine Aura. The other students, seeing this technique for the first time, couldn't understand what had just happened. But the most worried of all was Romaro Dmitri, as his son would have been sorry if he had survived such an attack. As soon as the fog that had settled over the field cleared, Dmitri appeared to those around him to be safe and sound. He crouched down and watched Chris, who prematurely considered himself the winner. As soon as the deputy captain found his enemy without a single scratch, he immediately received a retaliatory blow. Confused, the young knight failed to block the attack this time and fell to the ground, dropping his sword. The Baron and the captain couldn't believe that Roman really had such skills that he was able to repel such a powerful technique. The students also did not believe that Romaro's son, who was known as an eccentric, was able to defeat the best of them. Roman Dmitri stood majestically over Chris, who, to his great regret, was humiliated in front of everyone. The guy, having come to his senses, was delirious and barely audibly tried to call the captain for help. Romaro asked Jonathan to explain how it happened that the two-star knight managed to lose to his son. But the captain himself did not suspect this because achieving such skills required years of diligent training. The guard asked the gentleman not to be surprised at what he was about to tell him. Even though it was impossible to reach such a level in such a short time, Mr. Roman was a true genius. Watching the test opponent, Roman noted his skills, thanks to which he could easily cut down all the bloody fangs single-handedly. He had good data by the standards of this world, but if you compare them with the capabilities of Baek Chun-hyuk, they were simply terrible. Any low-ranking dark warriors from his universe were an order of magnitude stronger than this knight. But despite this, the guy still managed to surprise the heavenly demon with his final move. The awkward silence was broken by the laughter of the winner's father, who was beaming with happiness. Everything around became awkward because the Baron burst into loud laughter, which he managed to suppress with difficulty. Still happy for his son, Romaro called him a true master of the sword. The gentleman turned to the knight to confirm his words, and he only replied that he was a fool for not having noticed Roman's talent earlier. The Baron called his eldest son to him, wanting to share his joy with him as soon as possible. The man shared that he hadn't been in such a great mood for a long time, continuing to shower the guy with compliments. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Mr. Dmitri allowed Roman to ask him for everything he could possibly want. The guy mentioned that he had successfully dissolved his marriage with Lady Lawrence, but earlier he was threatened with being drafted into the war. In connection with this, the gifted heir of Dimitri's family did not limit himself, wanting to choose the people who would go with him. The Baron thought that his son would ask him to settle the issue with the draft and would agree to participate in the war. The father tried to reason with the boy, insisting that the marriage matter could still be settled. Roman didn't want to hear anything about marriage and firmly stated that he was going to go to the battlefield. The father could not resist the will of his son and allowed him to personally regulate everything that concerned his service. The young gentleman wanted to ask his father for one more request, and seeing his son's true face, he could not refuse him. Chris's misfortunes after losing the battle with Roman did not end, and he had to teach the young master aura. Although this was the order of the Baron himself, the humiliated boy refused to carry it out because it was too much for him. The knight wanted to die after he passed out from using the aura, let alone teach the technique to the young master. Chris was ranting in front of the captain, ready to lose his head for his refusal, but the master interrupted his indignation. The man explained that if the two-star knight were to teach the master this technique, he would be able to learn more about his transformation. If he fails to cope with this, Captain Jonathan promised to share his secret skills with him. Chris couldn't believe his luck, so he asked again if the captain was telling the truth and received an affirmative answer. By completing the task, the boy could gain the skills that the 3-star Aura Knight Captain Jonathan possessed. With a heavy heart, the young knight agreed to the deal, but warned the master to keep his word. While preening in his chambers, Roman listened to the complimentary comments of his servant Hans about the events of the day. The servant was surprised at how the young master managed to defeat a 2-star Aura Knight, finding such an achievement incredible. Synchron asked his assistant if he knew what this aura was. Unfortunately, Hans didn't have the necessary information, assuming that it was a force that used mana. In Baek Jun-hyuk's world, the power that Chris displayed was called Ki Energy, which was used in a completely different way. The heavenly demon tried to understand why the people of this world use Ki Energy in such a way. Roman decided that it wouldn't hurt to learn about the power that was used in Murim. The very next day, the guy began studying the aura together with his former opponent in the duel. After exchanging glances, Chris had a hard time restraining himself from punching Roman in the satisfied face. Having calmed down before starting the training, the knight decided to tell the young master what the aura was. It was one of the parts of mana that was generally used by knights, while wizards stored mana in some special spheres that could contain it. Unlike mages, knights distributed this portion of mana throughout their entire body. The creator of the aura was Emperor Alexander, who was considered an innovator for being the first to find a way to strengthen it in the human body. It was the innovators who learned to distribute mana throughout the body, something that wizards could not do. The aura implied the power that was instantly released by this mana, spreading throughout the entire body and demonstrating incredible strength to those around. After finishing the lecture, the academy student admitted that it was not necessary to know the history of aura, but only a select few could use mana. 1 in 1,000 followed the path of a knight, and only 1 in 10,000 became a wizard. So it was important to know the inclinations of the student who wished to master this skill. The minimum skill a knight needed to have was the ability to sense mana, which took Chris half a year to master. Without wasting any time, Roman decided that he first needed to feel mana, and he asked his young teacher to describe this feeling. Even though the 2-star knight agreed, deep down he hated Roman Dmitri for becoming so proud after one victory. The guy convinced himself that this time everything was different, because mastering a sword and mastering mana were two completely different things. Roman realized that the training was initially wrong, because he had felt mana for a long time. Even if it was a little, it should have accumulated in the lower abdomen. Although it was difficult for a martial artist to understand the methods used in this world, the shortest path to learning a skill was to blindly follow the teachings. Chris told the Baron's son to concentrate on his breathing and, importantly, to feel how something was tickling slightly on his skin. The guy said that having succeeded in studying mana, the young master would be able to discover his aura, which was a point wandering throughout the body. Once Roman manifests the aura within himself, he will become a 1-star aura knight. The aura could be used to coat the sword to increase its destructive power, or applied to one's body. Deep in the explanation of the intricacies of the special skill, Chris did not immediately notice the changes in his student. The academy student couldn't believe that just after hearing about the aura, Roman was already able to apply this technique to himself. Watching her dress around the nobleman, the boy could not find words to describe what he saw. For the manifestation of his aura, Baek Jun-hyuk had not his teacher to thank, but only himself. The martial artist was disappointed with the way Kai energy was used in this world. In Murim, all the capable masters accumulated energy in their stomachs, getting rid of everything unnecessary. Hoping that mana would accumulate in the right place on its own was foolish, and it had nothing to do with the abundant, heavy energy of Ki. In his world, such training was for hardening, but here the method of training did not make the owner of mana stronger and, in addition, did not allow it to accumulate inside. After recovering from the shock, Chris asked Roman how he managed to master the aura, or if he had imagined it all. The Baron's son replied that the knight had seen everything with his own eyes, but he believed that the nobleman knew how to use the aura and simply decided to make fun of him. And then it seemed as if it dawned on the knight, for whom everything had looked suspicious, even since his defeat in the duel. Chris believed that the only reasonable explanation was that Roman was hiding his powers, since he himself had spent 10 years of his life obtaining the 2nd star. But the smug nobleman only laughed at all the guard's historical statements. The young knight was unhappy that his oddities brought a smirk to Roman's face. The young gentleman decided to ask just one question, asking if Chris had ever doubted the quality of these training sessions. The boy wanted to object, but Dimitri's eldest son continued, talking about how people were prone to error. While Roman was training with a 2-star knight, He came to the conclusion that the training method passed down from generation to generation was a misconception. He didn't understand why it was worth being so stubborn, because the disadvantages of this method were obvious. The nobleman asked whether the knights really did not know this, or whether they simply had complete faith in Captain Jonathan, from whom they studied. But seeing a grimace of surprise on the guy's face, he realized that it would have been easier for him to simply repeat after the others. Roman asked Chris not to deny the fact that during all his hard work he had never doubted this method, and this just made the nobleman laugh. Beck, in the body of the young master, believed that the path the guard was walking was just a branch of the path of someone's doubts. The guy believed that it was precisely these doubts that made the lives of the local people so miserable. He was convinced that having made many mistakes and achieved unsuccessful results, the locals had no choice but to cope with the condemnation of others. Remembering the path he had taken in Muriam, the boy returned to reality and decided to finish today's training. Chris did not let go of the Baron's son, immediately asking what he should do now. Once upon a time, the mighty master was asked the same question when he fought against another warrior who wanted to prove his strength. Having spared his enemy's life, Peck asked him if he would continue to behave in a convenient manner, but the warrior admitted his defeat. The boy also did not let go of the heavenly demon, as this was the first time he had seen such a powerful warrior and wanted to know how one could become as strong as him. The defeated one swore allegiance, trying to order that if he became stronger, it would be better for both of them. The warrior demanded the same answer from Chun Hyuk as Freeze, asking what he was supposed to do now. The knight waited for an answer, and Roman noted that he had put his pride aside. The nobleman was amused by the fact that Chris was willing to do anything to become stronger, reminding him of his old enemy. The blood demon was one of those who created and later led the evil of blood. As one of the dominant masters in Muriam, his feud with Baek Jun Hyuk over demonic power was inevitable. Having lost the battle and overcome his shame, the warrior asked to be taught the same way as the two-star knight had done. Unfortunately, Roman could not tell this to the academy student, putting him in a difficult position. However, the Baron's son did tell Chris something, namely, first, he needed to stop believing everything he was told. If he really wanted to learn anything, he had to stay close to Romero's eldest son from now on. After 6 months, Roman would go to the battlefield, and if the knight watched over him, Dmitri would become stronger, winning victories over his enemies. Anyone who remains close to the nobleman in 10 years will be able to get an answer to the question he asked. Returning to his room, Chris kept thinking about what Roman Dmitri told him during training. The boy was flooded with memories of the path he had taken to master mana. Unlike the other students, Chris sensed mana after only 6 months of training. Even Captain Jonathan noted that it took a genius to manifest his aura in just 3 years. And after much training, his master finally awarded him the status of a 2-star aura knight. But Roman's words, stuck in his head, devalued all his achievements over these long 10 years. The very next day, when he came to Captain Jonathan, the guy thought everything over carefully and made a firm decision. He stated that he was going to follow Mr. Roman to the battlefield, because if he stayed within the walls of the academy, he would never be able to become stronger. This unexpected statement alarmed the master, and he asked his student about the reasons that prompted him to take such a step. But the guy didn't answer, and the captain decided that there was a good reason for this, even if he didn't know what it was. Jonathan announced that from now on, Chris was no longer part of the Knights of the Dmitri family, and he had to stay by the young master's side to achieve what he wanted. The former deputy captain thanked him for his understanding, not expecting to be let off so easily. But it only looked that way at first glance, as the knight remembered their first meeting with the guy. At that time, he was still a very small boy who remained near the body of his deceased mother. The knight's kind heart could not allow the unfortunate boy to be left alone, crying and unable to let go of his parent. Having thanked him for his service, the commander noted that he had decided to follow Mr. Roman, and that now the Baron's son was no longer the eccentric he had seemed before. The knight ordered him to follow him, since from today on they needed to make proper preparations. When Jonathan sent Chris to the battlefield, he wanted his student to have at least one trick up his sleeve. As soon as the academy student heard this from his mentor, his eyes immediately lit up. At this time on the streets of the city, its residents were discussing rumors that were quickly spreading throughout the area. The men argued that Roman Dmitri, being an eccentric who could do nothing, could not punish the bloody fangs, as some claimed. A boy passing by heard the words of the men, from which it was not entirely clear whether Roman had done everything alone or whether the Knights of the Dmitri family had helped him. But the very fact that they started talking about it made the guy momentarily return to the events of that day. The memory of how the young master dealt with the gang using only a branch left no doubt that he could handle the entire gang single-handedly. Kevin couldn't believe that Roman had promised to deal with the villains that day and had kept his word. It was strange that such a person would do such a thing for the sake of some hard worker, but there really were no more problems with the moneylenders. The guy was brought to his senses by another worker, who asked him not to fall asleep while walking and to get down to work. The idea of becoming a strong warrior, capable of protecting anyone from harm, was firmly ingrained in the seller's head. The guy promised himself to become stronger in order to protect his family, because the world is still full of villains, like the Bloody Fangs. Kevin wondered how he could become as strong as Mr. Roman. As if hearing his pleas, the boy was called out by the voice of the very man who could help him. The boy dropped the box of potatoes from his hands in such a surprise, involuntarily remembering the Lord God. Roman Dmitri greeted the young man who, confused, asked what the gentleman was doing in these parts. Immediately, having come to his senses, the guy fell to his knees and began to thank the nobleman for saving his family. He reported that the bloody paths no longer pressed them, and he was able to get a decent job thanks to Mr. Hans. The merchant did not know how to express his gratitude to Roman, who had already prepared an offer for him. If Kevin agrees, he will no longer worry about lack of funds, and will also receive a warm home and delicious food. Instead of struggling for his existence, the young man will be able to enjoy life. All that was required of the boy was to swear allegiance to the young master, who in return would give him a new life. Without a second's hesitation, the boy bowed his head to Roman and promised to live for him. He swore that he was ready to die for Mr. Dmitri, and if necessary, he would be ready to kill someone, risking his life. That his family would be taken care of was enough. Having proven his loyalty with blood, by smashing his forehead on the ground, the guy looked like a mad demon. It only took one word from Baek Chun-hyuk for the mad demon to fight against 100 enemies. Kevin was like that warrior who also walked the line between life and death. Master Baek was convinced that his appearance in this world had been useful after all. Since Kevin now belonged to the young master, he took him to the castle and asked Hans to help the boy settle into his new place. Roman did not disturb the new servant for now, giving him the opportunity to rest a little, for which the young man was extremely grateful. Romero's eldest son informed his subordinates that he would be in the library, and if anything happened, they could find him there. Staying with the new worker, Hans decided to give him a tour, showing where and what was in the palace. Sitting at the candlelit table, the nobleman looked through several books in search of the information he needed. While leafing through another scripture, the young gentleman found information about the Aura Knight. To become an Aura Knight, one had to first manifest one's aura by becoming a one-star knight. To obtain a second star, a knight had to be able to cut steel with the help of aura. Stars were divided depending on the power and destructive force of the aura. It was not possible for an ordinary knight to obtain 3 or more stars, and those who did were especially respected throughout the kingdom. There were even 6-star knights on the Salamander continent, but there was no one who had reached 7 stars. Not every knight who was ranked among the strongest warriors had 6-star status. Looking at the second level of stars, Roman assumed that Jonathan's 3 stars were well below average. The book said that receiving 6 stars meant that a person's strength had gone beyond his capabilities. The size of the aura emitted through the sword reached several tens of meters, and its power was unimaginable. Only 12 people on the continent who had 6 stars could use this power. They were called the 12 Swords of the Continent. These people, despite using Chi energy during questionable training, managed to achieve the best result. But besides swordsmen, there were also wizards, some of whom, having reached the 7th circle, were called archmages. These blue ones, as they were called, were a walking disaster, and in their power could turn the earth upside down and bring down the sky. There was no such power in Murim, and the Lord realized what he had to do now. Roman reflected on the fact that the characters from the books he had read could one day become his enemies. But as a member of the family, Dmitri hardly had a chance to deal with them. Unpredictable factors that could not be foreseen posed a great threat to the heavenly demon. Baek Chun-hyuk was not a person who was born far from danger. His knowledge and skills were enough to survive in this world. Roman was expecting such a moment and now decided to begin full-fledged preparation. Hans threw the door wide open and let the sun's rays into the dark, deserted room. As soon as the assistant demonstrated this place, the young gentleman asked what it was used for before. The servant said that it was a workshop used by the Baron, and entry to outsiders was strictly prohibited. This place was closed from the outside space, so it was ideal for Roman's training. The boy assured the servant that he would stay there for a week and strictly ordered him not to dare let anyone in, not even the servants with food. Romero's son could only be disturbed if his people were in danger. Having listened attentively to every word of the owner, the assistant promised to handle everything and hurried away. Left alone in the building, Roman's attention was drawn to the straw scattered on the floor. The young gentleman was flattered by the caring efforts of Hans, but because of this straw, the flow of energy could become more scattered. Having gotten rid of the straw, Roman took off his shoes, assumed the required pose, and began to meditate. In order to regain his former power, he accumulated a minimum of mana in his stomach. In the martial arts of demons, the first step was a technique called human. First, it was necessary to move the mana, getting rid of the bad energy. The blocked mana was released from the body, giving way to bad energy that needed to be expelled. Compared to an ordinary person, Roman's body had accumulated significantly more bad energy, but in order to enter the first stage, only a small amount of mana was required. Since Roman was constantly making new acquaintances, he considered it his duty to protect each of them and achieve his goal. To achieve this result, he had to move on to the first stage, known as the human one. A week later, special guests visited the Dmitriev Palace, who were interested in Baron Dmitri himself. The attendant suggested that the guests wait a little in the office, specifying that tea and sweets should be brought any minute. Viscount Lawrence arrived at the Dmitrievs' house with his daughter, Lady Flora, who looked slightly depressed. The Baron was interested in whether Roman would join them, but the servant informed him that the master had unfinished business, because of which he would not be able to attend the meeting. Lawrence took the news of Romero's son's absence calmly, remaining alone with his daughter. The man was not angry because he understood that their visit was sudden, and he himself did not like such visits. Be that as it may, Viscount Lawrence was forced to wait patiently for the meeting and invited Flora to sit down next to him. Since the girl still looked depressed, her father tried his best to cheer her up. He insisted that it was not her fault that the engagement had been broken off, and assured her that they had a chance to fix everything if they chose the right words. On the day Roman visited the Lawrence lands, Flora told her father about her visit to her future husband. No matter how much he thought about it, the girl could not marry a man she did not even respect, and her words greatly angered Mr. Lawrence. The Viscount, who had always considered Flora wise and prudent, was stunned that she had created such a problem for their family. He insisted that the situation with their lands was so serious that calling off the marriage would mean inevitable war with the Barco family. A marriage of convenience with Roman Dmitri was a necessary decision that could lead the family out of the debt hole. But the girl protested, assuring that the Lawrences were not so weak and they might have a chance to get by without the help of the Dmitrievs. The Viscount agreed that there might have been a chance if the central government had not approved documents whose authenticity no one had verified. The bank had loaned Barco money without proper security, and now it was just a battle between two families. Lawrence bitterly stated that they could not win, and many were only waiting for excuses from them. Besides their lands and good name, the Lawrences were left with only sweet Flora, their flower, the embodiment of hope. Sometime later, being again in the Dmitriev palace, the girl tried to overcome her feelings. The young lady understood the seriousness of the situation with their possessions, but continued to pretend that she did not notice anything in order to at least calm herself down a little. She tried to come to terms with the fact that she couldn't be the Lawrence's flower forever. Meanwhile, Hans, pacing from side to side, was thinking about what to do in this situation. Viscount Lawrence and his daughter had been waiting for Roman since early morning, but the sun had already disappeared behind the horizon. Remembering the young master's words, Hans could not come to a decision. Was it worth interrupting his meditation? To the assistant's relief, the solution came by itself, and the workshop door suddenly opened. The servant wanted to clarify whether his master had finished his training, but upon seeing him, he froze in horror. The Lawrence family continued to wait for Roman to arrive, drinking more than 1 cup of tea throughout the day. Mr. Lawrence had thought of everything from the very beginning, but he did not take into account the fact that his daughter could ruin everything. The Viscount needed to arrange a marriage of convenience as soon as possible in order to save his lands. The Baron's hands were already shaking with excitement, because he had been sitting in the castle all day, and for him, every minute was worth its weight in gold. Suddenly, the father stood up from his seat and startled Flora, which made her worry about his behavior. The Viscount decided not to waste his time any longer, and to personally contact Roman Dmitri. While the Baron was filling out the register, there was an insistent knock on his door. Without waiting for an answer, Mr. Lawrence burst into the office accompanied by his daughter, which outraged the owners. The man explained that if they had arrived at the wrong time, they should have reported it, and they would not have made Dmitri's family bother with their presence. The Viscount was greatly disappointed, as he could not have imagined that this family could be so tactless. The owner of the house continued to write, expressing sympathy for his guests, but also noting that their visit had not been arranged in advance. Lawrence agreed that no one was expecting them, but he was forced to come, since his desire to meet with Dmitri had been rejected a week ago. If the Viscount had been refused from the very beginning, he would not have been so upset, and this led Roman to think that he had been rude to his guest. Baron Dmitri did not consider it necessary to waste his time on seeing the anger of his guests for such a long wait. The man said that he knew about the decision to end the marriage the day Flora first visited his house. Then Mr. Dmitri scolded his son because his actions were related to the decision to break off the engagement. Romano didn't want to interrogate him. He decided that Roman wanted to take care of everything himself and therefore didn't oppose his decision. The problem for the family was that both parties learned of the decision unilaterally, even though the idea of marriage was initially voiced by Lauren's family with V. It was they who reproached Dmitri for his hospitality, only because the nobles had to wait longer than usual for a meeting. If Braun could turn a blind eye to an uninvited visit, he could not let Lauren's impudence in forgetting her own mistakes go unpunished. And what irritated the owner of these lands even more were the people who came to him with these claims. Baron Dmitri told how the Barco family contacted him a month ago, offering to become allies. If Romaro had been smarter, he would have received part of the Lorenzo lands and direct connections with the top of the government. But the gentleman rejected the offer for a reason that Lauren and she had no idea about. The Viscount couldn't understand why Dmitri refused the offer, since he could have received much more benefit. Dmitri family had power and had the right to choose. The eldest son Roman adored Flora, and this was enough reason to reject the Barco family's offer. Baron Lawrence regretted his impatience and pride, having made a great mistake by appearing like this to the masters of these lands. Even though the flower Lorenz and the eccentric Dmitriev were completely different, the Lorenz should not have forgotten the place the Dmitriev family occupied. Since the value and importance of Roman's name changed due to the prefix Dmitri, the marriage they were talking about was needed only by one of the parties. It was precisely the Lorenz family, and to confirm his words, Romaro asked them about it personally. At that moment, when Baron Dmitri was counting Flora and her father, the girl remembered the time when she attended the academy. All the students in this place were children from prestigious families and later became real aristocrats. A nice boy from the Joel family also studied at the academy with the young lady. But charm alone was not enough because the young man's family had a dubious position in society. In a world where children believed that they were divided into noble ones, Joel felt like a mutant. One day, Joel made a small mistake, but unlike other aristocrats who got away with such actions, the guy couldn't get off that easily. He had to answer for his actions before the disciplinary committee, to which other students had successfully reported him. Among the screaming teachers, another figure appeared near the boy, who was most likely the father of the offending student. While the man begged for forgiveness for his son, the students who were watching what was happening made fun of Joel and his father. Flora, who was watching the man along with the other children, unlike them, felt sorry for him. And now thinking about this, the girl even found it funny that no one present was able to feel sorry for anyone. Viscount Lawrence had nothing to say in response to Roman Dmitri's accusation against him. The man justified himself by saying that such a huge mistake was made due to his daughter's immaturity. The Baron apologized for the fact that instead of forgiving, he had shown only his own rudeness, reminding his daughter of that same powerless Joel. Only the weakest had all that was left to do was to bow his head before the strongest. Before the girl had time to ask the owner of the house for forgiveness, she was interrupted by one of the servants who said that Mr. Roman had arrived. Having met him, the girl realized too late that in this situation she was the weakest, forced to bow her head before Dmitri's family. Entering his father's office, his eldest son, turning to him, declared that he had finally returned. Seeing Roman for the first time in several days, the Baron asked how his training had gone. Romaro was glad that the guy's preparation was going well and promised to return to this conversation. The real reason why Dmitri called his son to him was the issue of the failed wedding with the Lawrences. Since it all started with Roman's decision, the Baron was ready to follow his choice regardless of what consequences it might lead to. The nobleman was well aware of what the union of two families meant, especially one like Lawrence and Dmitri. The arriving guests wanted to secure the wealth of the Dmitri family, which, among other things, would guarantee them safety from the threatening Barco family. The gentleman asked if his son still knew these details and wanted to marry Lady Flora. While wiping ink off the table, Roman explained that before meeting the girl, he thought it was worth it. But after hearing her words about breaking off the engagement, he immediately changed his mind. The girl was ashamed that under the influence of rumors about the eccentric Dmitri family, she made such a decision. Flora wanted to become the kind of person who believed in what he saw or experienced, regardless of how others judged Roman Dmitri. Lawrence cast his cold gaze at him, and the boy came to a disappointing conclusion. Roman wanted to continue breaking off his engagement with the young lady without any changes. This decision came as a bolt from the blue, spelling the end of the Lawrence family. Marriage with Dmitri's family was his last hope, but after the falling out, no family line would want to tie the knot with an eccentric. To overcome the crisis, The Lawrences will have to rely only on their own strength. But if, by some lucky chance, Dmitri enters into an alliance with Barco, it will be tantamount to death for the Lawrence family. Bowing, the Viscount acknowledged that the blame for this mistake lay entirely with his family. To make amends, the Baron announced that he would temporarily waive taxes on Dmitri merchants passing through the land of Lawrence. He was flattered by the gesture, but was not interested in profits that could jeopardize his son's future. Dmitri demanded that the engagement be broken off for personal reasons, since this was the only way their family would not have to unite with Barco. The Lorenzians bowed, also sincerely thanking the nobles for the generosity shown towards their difficult situation. The Viscount was the last to leave the office, but he lingered briefly before stepping out the door. Turning around, the man took one last look at Dmitriev's eldest son. The Baron blamed himself for not being able to see Roman's true value earlier, that if he had done so, he would have done everything to prevent him from making a rash decision in time. Lawrence slammed the door behind him and left the meeting with the knowledge that he had made a huge mistake. Left alone with his son, the father could finally find out what could have happened in just a week. Even at the very beginning of his training, Roman cleansed his body of impurities in order to move to the stage of that is, a human. This stage was necessary to form the foundation for cultivating the spiritual power of the divine demon, which was not difficult for the warriors of Murim. However, the nature of this world was gushing with mana, and since Roman's body was filled with toxins, forming a foundation would be fatal for him. The changes in appearance during cultivation only proved that from now on, Roman Dmitri was a completely different person. Peck couldn't tell Romero the truth, so he lied and said he had an epiphany during training. As soon as the guy mentioned that there was mana circulating in his body, the gentleman's jaw immediately dropped. Only a few could cope with the circulation of natural mana inside the body, which made Roman's statement so stunning. The gentleman could not deny the metamorphoses that defied common sense, but he also could not deny the truth that his son was standing before him. Dmitri asked Roman to remember that no matter what difficulties his son might face, his father would never turn away from him. Romero was so moved he asked Roman not to forget who he really was. The words that the Baron would always be one step behind him to always support him brought back old memories for Jun Hyuk. He remembered that once, when he was at his wit's end, he tried to prove his superiority to his father. But even surpassing his own capabilities, he was not honored with his praise, which until the very end he considered him a pitiful non-entity. Romero was the complete opposite of his father, neither cruel nor cold-blooded, and would never abandon a child in a dangerous place. Not only Roman but the heavenly demon himself thanked Dmitri for such warm words. After leaving his father's office, Roman was surprised to meet Lady Flora, who had still not left the castle. The girl was ashamed to look into his eyes, so she asked for forgiveness, looking down at the floor. Raven's daughter Lawrence apologized for taking such an important event for her family. Roman brushed it off, explaining that there was no need for an apology, since this engagement was not part of his plans from the start. The girl continued to follow him closely, explaining that she understood the reason for Dmitri's anger. And even though it was a marriage without the right to choose, she still broke the promise she had made. But finally, before leaving, the young lady asked permission to say one thing. Lady Lawrence had a special reason for breaking off this engagement. It happened during a social event where all the aristocracy of the nearby region gathered. As soon as the news of the girl's engagement to Dmitri spread, her friends shared a threatening rumor. Flora was told that Roman abused illegal substances that destroyed his mind and sanity. This news greatly alarmed the lady, but she believed that Roman should know about it. The girl tried to convince the guy that at that moment she could not ignore such a fact about her future chosen one. But no matter how hard the lady tried to convince Roman, he remained adamant, declaring that this news could not in any way affect their relationship. The nobleman informed her that there was no longer any need for Lady Lawrence to interfere in his affairs. Left in his chambers with his servant, Roman was haunted by thoughts of what Flora had told him. The boy's previous addiction explained the lack of chi energy in his body. Taken by the nobleman before his death remained in small quantities, merging with the energy, but thanks to cultivation, Peck managed to remove all the toxins. Roman decided to ask Hans if he had seen the nobleman swallow any pills. He was also interested in situations that would prompt such thoughts, which horrified the servant. The young gentleman tried to assure that he was not looking for a reason to reprimand, but only wanted to look back on his past life. By insisting that he wanted to hear from the outside and not from his own memories, Roman managed to get his assistant to blab. Hans said that although not personally, he knew that some people had noticed some oddities in the gentleman's actions. About a month and a half ago, Dmitri's eldest son attended a social party. Upon returning, Hans did not notice anything special at first until he came closer to the gentleman. Then the Baron's son fell into a strange state, with a pale face and locked himself in his room. After this incident, Roman demanded large amounts of alcohol every night, which led the servant to believe that there might have been harmful potions at the party. But as soon as the assistant told him about it, he considered his thoughts to be insanely stupid. Remembering Lady Flora's words, the nobleman wanted to know who was the organizer of that party. Once Roman learned that Barco's eldest son Antony was behind everything, the whole picture began to emerge. Accepting an invitation to a social party from Barco on the eve of his marriage to the Lawrences, Roman Dmitri goes crazy after it. And later he even commits suicide. But now the death of his eldest son Romaru was surrounded by details and meaning. The suicide note only mentioned the call-up that he was going to the battlefield instead of his two younger brothers, which he was terribly afraid of. And along with this, a decision was also made to marry Lady Lawrence, with whom the guy was crazy. But despite all possible ways to avoid fulfilling his military duty, the Baron's son is so frightened that he decides to part with his life. After asking Hans about his relationship with Antony Barco, the young gentleman learned that they were very close, if one does not take into account the awkwardness between them that had arisen recently. And as if to confirm his theory, Roman heard that the disagreements began around the time rumors began to circulate about his wedding with Lady Flora. An alliance between Lawrence and Dmitri would be a huge hindrance to the Barcos, who wanted to take over the lands of the Baron Viscount. And the easiest way to solve the problem was to prevent the marriage from taking place in the first place. And to achieve this, one could resort to any tricks. Interrupting Roman's thoughts, Hans reported that while the boy was training, an invitation to another party arrived from the Barco estate. The young gentleman was surprised that the enemy, who had decided to get rid of Dimitri's son, invited him to his place. The servant acknowledged that he had received the invitation, waving it in his hand, and asked what he was to do with it. Such an act spoke either of Barco's excessive impudence or of their attitude towards Roman, whom they did not value at all. Be that as it may, this attitude irritated Roman, and he decided to find out when the event was planned. Having learned that Anthony expected to meet Roman in 2 weeks, he asked his assistant to tell the young gentleman that he accepted his request. The next day, Hans led Kevin's new assistant into the training room. Before sending the young man to the young master, the servant told him about the changes, so that the boy would not be too surprised. Timidly opening the door, Kevin greeted the owner, asking if he had called him. The changes the servant spoke of were reflected in his hair, which for some unknown reason became completely white. Roman learned that his new employee had a fairly easy life and was getting used to the new daily routine without any particular difficulties. But the only thing that initially confused the guy was that he could not understand what role was assigned to him in this place and how he could be useful to the master. The young man could not understand what he, an ordinary person, could ultimately do for such a special person as Roman Dmitri. All the nobleman wanted from Kevin, as crazy as it may sound, turn it into your sword. The guy was confused, not understanding whether the gentleman was joking or speaking seriously. Since no one had the right to decide for a person who he should be, Roman offered the rumors 3 paths, one of which he would choose himself. The first way was to refuse to take up the sword and shed blood, reserving the opportunity to become the hands and feet of the young master. Kevin was supposed to follow Hans, learn the trade, and carry out orders that were safe for him. The second path required the boy to always be close to the master, acting as his sword. The young man said that he had never even touched a sword with his finger in his life, and therefore was hardly suitable for such a position. Having foreseen this course of events, Roman promised that if the guy chose the second path, he would test his will by separating muscles and pulling apart bones. This method caused severe pain, twisting the bones along with the muscles of the person experiencing it. For a nobleman, verbal determination was unnecessary, and the only proof of his servant's will would be the result itself. But there was also a third way, which of all was the most insane and dangerous. Throwing the sword at Kevin's feet, the young gentleman offered to use this weapon to cut off his own hand. If a young man can endure the pain he has caused himself until the very end, he will gain strength faster than anyone else. Peck compared Kevin to a mad demon who also knew nothing about martial arts, but managed to rise to the 4 heavenly kings only through his unwavering will. The Baron's son declared that whatever choice the young man made, it would in any case bring him benefit. Therefore, the new assistant will have to find a use for himself within the walls of the Dmitri family fortress. Kevin was born far from this place, in a dilapidated shack that was ready to collapse at any moment. In order for Kevin's poor family to survive, the boy had to work from a very young age. Constantly following his parents, the young man took on almost any existing job. But no matter how hard Kevin's family worked, there was always someone who took away all the benefits they had earned by force. Having come to terms with the fact that he was a weakling, The boy lacked the courage to renounce such a life. This continued until the poor young man met Mr. Dmitri. Even though the guy didn't understand what the point of the third option was, he still raised his sword. Overcoming his fear, Kevin tried to decide to do this in order to become stronger. If that was the price to break the shackles of a life taken away, he was willing to pay it. With a trembling hand, he brought the blade to his hand, trying to measure the required distance. Once Kevin was ready, he clenched his fists tightly and swung his sword with all his might. His expression changed. He stood up and looked like some kind of demon, and the guy brought the blade down on his hand. At the same time, Chris, wandering through the corridors of the palace, wondered why it was worth it for him to follow the master, as he closed himself off from everyone for a whole week. On his way, he luckily came across the master's servant, Hans, who could perhaps shed light on the questions that interested him. The word replied that the young gentleman was currently talking to Kevin, which left Chris puzzled. And while the former deputy captain was wondering who it was, the young man's left hand fell to the floor. Following her, the guy also fell to the ground, kneeling and throwing away the bloody sword. Experiencing an unprecedented shock, Kevin lost consciousness, finally sprawling on the floor. Roman, watching the guy, only confirmed his theory that he was like two peas in a pod with the mad demon. As soon as Hans met his master, he rushed towards the bloody sword, assuming that the Baron's son had injured himself during training. Roman answered in a calm voice that it was all nonsense, and interrupted any objections from his servant. With a cold, even somewhat sinister look, the guy said that the blood outside did not belong to him. When Kevin decided to get rid of his hand, Romero's son plunged the young man into an illusion. Having experienced the technique of the demon of illusions, the young master wanted to test the boy's will. But before the young man was completely immersed in the illusion, he managed to cut his hand. Roman liked the zeal with which the boy carried out his orders, and if his technique had been a little weaker, the servant could have cut off his own hand completely. There was still about 6 months left before the upcoming war, and during this time the young master still had a lot to teach his people. The Scarecrow and the sons of the family Dmitri trained his subordinates behind closed doors, which were under guard. The next stage of Kevin's training was to learn about his own mana. Although Roman called it the mystery of mana, in reality this technique was used by the Mad Demon, which was an ancient martial art of his cult. The Phantom Demon's skill involved using the mind, which was being absorbed by demonic ki at that moment. This art was extremely dangerous, and during its use one had to endure unbearable pain, but even experiencing it one could not lose one's mind. Roman warned Kevin that in the future, as the load increased, he would have to endure more pain than he experienced in the last lesson. The reason why the master taught him this technique was because without knowing the basics of mana, this was the only way to become stronger. If the young man manages to master the training, he will be able to protect his loved ones without any problems. The servant could not express in words how happy and grateful he was to Roman Dmitri for teaching him. At the same time, the young man wanted to know why the master was so confident in his abilities. Kevin assumed that after completing the training, he could easily run away with the knowledge he gained, so he wanted to know the reason why they trusted him. But the answer was extremely unexpected. Roman told the guy that his trust was not accidental. After which the young master ordered to return to his place, and the start of training was planned for the following day. As he left the training hall, Baek Jun-hyuk thought about the Mad Demon, who asked him exactly the same questions. In order to gain faith from your opponent, you had to trust him first. And in Kevin's case, the martial artist was confident in his loyalty. Now the guy could not realize all the values of a trusting relationship, but as soon as his strength increases, the young man will immediately understand how dangerous it will be for him and the lives of those around him to choose to betray the heavenly demon. Having moved beyond the walls of the academy, Roman continued to teach the servant, insisting that in everything he studied, he had to adhere to the correct technique. The foundation was important in everything, and concentration should never be lost during training. And while the young man was learning the basics of martial arts, the two-star knight sat back, watching the training. I didn't understand why Roman needed to pick up a strange guy and teach him fencing, but Chris didn't understand more than that, why the master didn't teach him in turn. Having left the ranks of knights, the boy thought that by following the young master, he would be able to learn the secrets in the shortest possible time, but instead, he became as if invisible to him. Noting that one training session with the mentor was more useful than his current idleness, the guard decided to clarify all the points that were unclear to him. However, after thinking a little more, he decided not to warm up and just wait a little longer. But the next day, the situation did not change and continued to repeat itself day after day. The knight's patience was not limitless, and at one point, throwing off his gloves, he decided to put an end to this matter. Leaving his usual place in the corner of the room, Chris, with difficulty restraining himself, turned to Mr. Roman. The knight stated that 2 weeks had already passed since he had joined the Baron's son. Of these 2 weeks, the gentleman spent one in solitude, and the remaining time he assigned to Kevin, forcing the boy to only watch his training. Assuming that this attitude towards him was due to Chris's offensive behavior since they met, the guy offered his sincere apologies. The student asked to teach him at least something, promising to make every effort to do so, but Mr. Roman was not surprised by this promise. The young gentleman repeated that Chris should look at his surroundings and learn, but the boy didn't think that he should take those words literally. Roman explained that each student had his own special way of learning. Because Kevin was clueless from start to finish, someone had to be there to guide him on the right path. Chris was different, and whatever he was taught would not be of any use. Instead of calmly absorbing knowledge, he would forcefully force it into himself. Still not understanding what Roman was getting at, the knight asked again whether he should continue his observation. The young master protested Chris's suggestion and threw him the training sword. Chris was surprised to be given a wooden sword, and his teacher immediately replied that precise results were needed. And given the current state of affairs, Roman offered Chris a small duel with Kevin. Roman said that he would tell the young man a way to defeat the knight and that he would become something like his double. If after the sparring he still considers himself right, only then will Dmitri personally take charge of his training. While Kevin was shocked by the news, his rival did not see the boy as a real opponent. Having cooled his ardor, the two-star knight agreed to the fight and decided to show his new teacher that he was not the weakling he was considered to be. As soon as the young man stood before the two-star aura knight, he began to be overcome with doubts. Mr. Roman realized the disadvantage the boy was at and asked him what he would lose if he lost. The young gentleman replied that Kevin had nothing to lose, and Chris, who was glaring at him, was no different from Bloody Fangs. The teacher asked whether the boy would retreat every time he saw an opponent stronger than him. Roman's words inspired the young man, who was ready to try to fight back against one of them. And while one of the participants in the duel was gathering courage, the other was outraged by the determination of the opponent, who believed that he could defeat him. Watching Roman, the knight decided that the master was going to tame him with the help of this fight. Chris didn't care. This was how he would prove his superiority over his opponent, and as soon as the signal sounded, he immediately pounced on his opponent. The mere thought that he could lose to a newbie who had only been training for a week made the knight furious. Kevin did not expect such strength and pressure, and at some point he lost control of the situation. Was about to open up, when his opponent dealt him a powerful blow that took the young man's breath away. The young man's legs instantly gave way, and still holding his stomach, he flew to the ground. Despite the fact that he hit his back hard on the stone floor, he never let go of the sword. Unexpectedly for himself, Chris heard a voice in his head that told him to get up. It belonged to Roman Dmitri, but when he looked at it, he discovered that at that moment the gentleman was silent. With the help of mana, as the teacher explained to him, he would send him voice messages, guiding him during the duel. Kevin was impressed that something like this could be done with mana. While thinking about this, the young man forgot about his opponent, but the master informed him in time about the upcoming attack. Kevin jumped to the right, dodging the furious blow the knight had prepared for him. While Chris was at a loss, Roman told his double exactly where he should strike back. Swinging his sword, the boy almost hit the knight, who managed to return at the very last moment. Having put a lot of force into his attack, Kevin missed another blow, which also hit his torso. The guy admitted that he reacted too late and failed to hit the knight's weak spot. The Baron's son turned to the young man again and ordered him to block the coming blow from above. The next second, Chris pounced on Kevin but was unable to reach him. Kevin received the command to go to the right, but the young man was inferior in agility and reaction to his opponent, missing another blow. The knight, pleased with himself, watched as the puny boy fell to the ground once again. But even after maintaining the upper hand in the battle, Chris couldn't help but notice that his opponent held up better than he expected. Roman was a little disappointed, as the boy's body could not keep up with his instructions. And still, being many times weaker than his opponent, the guy got up again and again. The young gentleman noticed that his student was amused by this situation, as a smile never left his face. Even though Kevin's opponent was a knight with a 2-star aura, the guy still had an ace up his sleeve. By moving the brush as directed by Mr. Roman, the young man compensated for his lack of strength and dexterity. If the boy had been half as trained as his opponent, he would have defeated him long ago. Roman Dmitri played with Chris as if he were a controlled puppet. Dodging another attack from his opponent, Kevin rushed at the knight with a counterattack. But once again the newcomer, although he got hit in the face by his opponent, continued to stand on his own 2 feet. The deputy captain was ready to end the fight long ago, and wondered where the boy got the strength to continue the fight. Although Chris was a recognized warrior of the Dmitri family, according to Kevin, he was nowhere near the skills of Mr. Roman. If a nobleman gives an order, then his young servant, even if he is not able to fully comprehend the full value of the order, will still blindly obey him. Even a weakling like Kevin had a chance to become the master's sword. All it took was strength of spirit. Gathering his will into a fist, the devoted servant of Mr. Roman again attacked his opponent. After a few rounds, not wanting to lose to such an opponent, Chris, in order to remove any responsibility from himself, decided to clarify something. If Kevin continues to fight against him, he must be prepared to end up crippled. The guy, without a second's hesitation, agreed to continue and pleased his master with this decision. With a smile on his face, the badly battered young man declared that he wanted to go to the victorious end. The enemy's behavior, which did not know when to stop in time, greatly angered the Aura Knight. Chris was ready to fulfill his opponent's wish and rushed at him one last time. The young man's arm was in a serious condition, and if the guard managed to touch it, the consequences for the young student would be extremely grave. Kevin, under the careful guidance of his mentor, counterattacked the arrogant knight. Since there might not be another option, the guy gathered all his strength for this attack. Kevin raised his sword from underneath, and the blade flew a few centimeters from the two-star knight. Slightly swaying, the deputy captain could not even imagine that the boy would strike from such a position. Overcome with rage, the young man was not going to end it there, and had already turned around for another attack. And while Chris was coming to his senses, using Mr. Roman's advice, he repaired it and made a dash forward. The knight was surprised that the boy was trying to hit him with such a slow and sweeping attack. And while the guy was thinking about this, something happened that he could not have foreseen. Somehow Kevin dodged the blow from the Aura Knight, who had completely opened himself up to him. Chris realized that he had made a huge mistake, and there was practically no time to correct it. Mr. Roman was pleased with the work done by his young student, who, unfortunately, was never able to wound the knight. The deputy captain blocked Kevin's shot, which, it turned out, for the first time in the entire match, could have gained an advantage. Chris was so tired of the boy's stubbornness that he hit him with such fierce hatred that he knocked the sword out of his hands. Watching the battle between the two disciples with interest, the young master noted the Aura Knight's maneuvers. The boy deliberately leaned down, which managed to deceive both the young man and his teacher, who assumed that the second attack would be a feint. This time, a determined and at the same time desperate Kevin lay motionless on the ground. Watching his defeated opponent, Chris felt embarrassed at how much he had been hit by him. Leaving the training hall, Roman confirmed the knight's victory and, as he promised, would begin training him from tomorrow. Having picked up the beaten servant, the young master left it to the winner to decide whether he would train or not. Returning to his room, the Aura Knight wondered why he had gotten into a fight with that boy. There was no point in this victory, and the guy just wasted his time and almost lost. Kevin's final maneuver reminded the guy of the day he first went up against Roman. The knight wondered if he would have been able to defeat the youth if it had not been for the experience he had gained in the battle with the young master. The boy was amused by the thought that thanks to one battle, his skills had become better. The next day, Roman asked Chris the same question about individual training again. The two-star knight replied that he did not need training and was willing to find his own way to become stronger by following the young master. The guy noted that every step Kevin took in yesterday's fight was calculated, and at first it seemed to him that Roman did not give him any hints. If you think about it, most of the instructions the young master gave during Kevin's training were as if they were directed at a knight. Roman was no longer the eccentric Chris had known him to be. He could claim that the gentleman had risen to a level that even Captain Jonathan could not reach. What was to be observed and learned meant looking back at one's own actions and knowing oneself. Therefore, the Aura Knight decided to spy on the training and study until he could surpass his teacher. Roman Dmitri was pleased with this decision of his students, which he managed to predict in advance. While Roman was training his students, the city was in full swing discussing the latest news concerning his family. The townspeople were actively discussing how the young gentleman had broken off his marriage agreement with Lady Lawrence. According to one of the residents, the Viscount announced that this happened because of Flora's mistake, although perhaps the father simply did not want to give his daughter to the eccentric of the Dmitri family. People argued about whether the eldest son, Dmitri, was worse, with rumors floating around that he had broken up the marriage when Barco held a knife to the Lawrence family's throat. Even when discussing rumors about Roman, they argued whether the guy really killed the Bloody Fang or whether it was done to raise his reputation. When Anthony learned that Romaro's son had indeed broken his alliance with the Lawrences, he realized how easy it was to control him. The gentleman asked if Roman had accepted his invitation, and the servant confirmed this, having received a response from the Dmitri family itself. The eldest of Barco's sons was pleased that everything was going exactly as he had planned. Enjoying his drink, Anthony was looking forward to the upcoming reception, which was supposed to amuse him quite a bit. On the day of the social event, Roman Dmitri looked at the outfit that had been prepared for him. Turning to Hans, the young gentleman asked whether he had to wear this suit. The servant objected that this was the first official appearance in public after the divorce, and the eldest son of the family, Dmitri, could not go out in just anything. The assistant said that this indescribable masterpiece, which they admired, was acquired by the family with sweat and blood. Hans looked at his owner pitifully, asking if he was about to declare that he would not wear it. And yet, despite the gaudy appearance of the suit, Roman, at the servant's request, was going to try it on. While waiting by the carriage, Chris was outraged by his colleague's lack of punctuality, worried that the young gentleman would arrive before his servant. A late boy finally ran towards the two-star Aura Knight. Out of breath, the youth explained that he still had not gotten used to the armor, which was the reason for his delay. The knight was greatly depressed by the appearance, and Kevin hastened to explain that even in the forge there was no armor of the appropriate size. Watching the guy almost lose his helmet, Chris wondered how he almost lost to such a weirdo. The knight reminded that carelessness was unacceptable and that special attention should be paid to one's speech and behavior. The guards, being the face of the Dmitri family, had to watch their actions because the reputation of the young master also depended on them. Kevin, as if on cue, stood still, promising his colleague that he would remember his words throughout the trip. Seeing how inspired the boy was, Grey Aura agreed to help him if the boy had any questions. Sometime later, Mr. Roman and his guards arrived at the Barco estate. In the main hall where the celebration took place, the tables were laden with a huge number of different dishes. Aristocrats from all over the area attended the party, discussing the latest news, including hot gossip. One of the guests discussed the possible appearance of Roman Dmitri at this event. Despite breaking up with Lady Flora, the boy still planned to attend the reception, knowing that the Barcos were targeting the Lawrence family. His companion noted that this is why he was called an eccentric. If he had any brains, he would only adhere to one position. The nobles noted the position of the Dmitri family, which, despite its influence, wanted to maintain relations with Barco, and this looked like ordinary greed. The nobles laughed at the young gentleman who would be present at the event to correct his mistakes. One girl, who did not know Dmitri's son, found out that the guy made an extremely disgusting impression and that he himself looked rather unsightly. While the man laughed at his ostentatious self-importance, his friend remarked that if he were a woman, he would do anything to break off the arranged marriage. The gossips were interrupted by the butler, who loudly announced that the eldest son of the family, Dmitri, Mr. Roman, had arrived. Knowing that he was the cause of the discussion, the guy showed up to the party with a smirk on his face. Dressed in a chic outfit and with a confident gait, the nobleman headed toward the center of the hall, attracting the attention of those around him. The aristocrats immediately began to discuss the arriving guest, amazed by his external transformation. While everyone around was whispering about Roman, the girl who saw him for the first time could not take her eyes off the young gentleman. Having put down the glass, the lady left her companions and headed towards the member of the Dmitri family who had caused such a stir. Introducing herself as Sophia of the Grizel family, the young lady bowed before Roman, stating that it was a great honor for her to meet him. The girl added that her name might be unfamiliar to a person of such status, but her father had long dedicated himself to the kingdom of Cairo. To the young lady's surprise, Roman declared that he was well aware of the Grizel family line. The guy said that it was difficult not to know the name of a family whose history spanned more than 100 years. Hans got hold of books about the family lines neighboring the lands of Dmitri for his young master. When attending a reception, Roman should have shown minimal politeness and found out what family lines the people he would meet there belonged to. In order to demonstrate his knowledge, the young gentleman spoke about the timber of Grizel, which was famous for its quality throughout the kingdom. Sophia was surprised that Dmitri also learned about her younger brother, who had recently awakened the ability to sense mana. The boys were perplexed as they watched the eccentric Dmitri having a sweet conversation with Madame Grizel. The conversation between the nobles was interrupted by the eldest son of the Bolt-Magner family, who hastened to introduce himself to the newly arrived guest. While Roman was talking about Viscount Bolt, who had accomplished a great feat in the war, the other participants in the reception were also thinking about approaching Dmitri's son. When Lady Eris Garros greeted the young gentleman, she noted that he had changed beyond recognition, also receiving a compliment in her address. The nobleman inquired about the health of Mother Eris, who had been unwell lately. Continuing to tell details from the guests' lives, Roman managed to surprise them, causing delight from communicating with Dmitri. One of the aristocrats apologized for his first impression of the gentleman, admitting that his drunken state made it difficult to start a dialogue. Roman was just about to raise his glass when the butler stopped him, interrupting his rest. The clerk reported that Mr. Barco was inviting the young gentleman to visit a closed room. While the nobles were enjoying themselves at a social party, their guards had to stay outside the entire time. As Kevin watched the gathering, he noted that there were many nightly guards from other family lines around. Asking his colleague what the social event was like, the young man heard from Chris only advice to forget about it, since this world was closed to them. The other knights watching the couple were interested in the fact that Roman Dmitri had such protection. Chris tried to persuade the boy to take off his helmet, which kept sliding from side to side on his head. The guards of other families mocked the guards of Roman the eccentric because one of the warriors was more handsome than the other. Chris ordered that the statements that the master had decided to bring a young man who was unable to hold a sword as a guard be ignored. But the words that such a warrior was a match for the Dmitri family could not pass by Kevin. In the past, Roman was shy and awkward, and everyone talked to each other, forgetting about him. One evening, he fell in love with a girl who was so charming that there was no one more beautiful in the entire kingdom. The way the guy looked at the girl was noticed by his friend Anthony, who immediately decided to help his friend. Roman wanted to know who the mysterious blonde was, and Barco, who knew all the guests, could help him with this. The sweet girl turned out to be the Lawrence's flower, Lady Flora, the Baron's only daughter. Leaving the aristocrats to discuss his person, Roman found himself in a spacious room. He was met by Antoni Barco, sprawled on the sofa, who could not help but notice his transformation. Showered with compliments, the host of the house ordered his dear guest to sit down. Having quickly looked around, the young gentleman noticed traces of the presence of strangers, from which he concluded that a secret conversation was about to take place. Deciding to play along with his opponent so that he would not feel any embarrassment, Roman replied that he himself did not know how he came to look like this. The nobleman shared his observation that, having spent a lot of money, he could not bring his appearance into order, but now, without any effort, he changed day by day. Without breaking character, the guy said that he was glad to see his friend after such a long period of time. With some suspicion, Anthony still hoped that his comrade's words could be trusted. While pouring himself a drink, the host of the party asked what his friend had been guided by that time. Baron Dimitri's son clarified what particular case his interlocutor was talking about. The story was about the time when the young gentleman locked himself in a room with Barco's cousin. The aristocrat found it hard to believe that Roman could do something like that on the eve of his own wedding. Anthony wondered whether he could regard his friend's presence at this reception as an agreement to his proposal at that time. The guy assured that he would keep the incident with his sister a secret and intended to discuss the marriage with the Barco family. As soon as Roman heard this news, the memories of the previous owner of this body surfaced in his mind. By his act, he betrayed Antoni Barco and wanted to ask his father to conclude an alliance agreement with Lawrence. Roman wanted to use this chance to restore his former relationships with the Barco family members. Having come to Anthony then, Roman met his younger cousin Amelia. The aristocrat assumed that, being in such a place for the first time, the girl was wandering around the house alone. Anthony decided to drink to their acquaintance and ordered Amelia to fill his guest's glass as well. After mentioning Dimitri's marriage to Lawrence, Anthony stated that they were no longer interested in this union. Roman was happy to hear such news, and his friend suggested celebrating with a drink. But as soon as the young gentleman had drunk, he no longer remembered anything about what happened that evening. He woke up the next day with a headache in the same bed with his cousin Anthony. Having finally awakened, Roman did not understand how this could have happened. At that very moment, the girl's brother entered the room, which only further disturbed the already agitated nobleman. Anthony was so furious that he was ready to tear Roman apart on the spot. But the aristocrat did not act in this way, deciding to settle the problem peacefully. The boy insisted that his friend had touched the lady of the Barco family, and that could not be ignored. Barco's son gave Roman a choice. Either the truth about what he had done would come to light, and the alliance with the Lawrences would be dissolved, or he would become related to Barco through marriage. The owner of the house was ready to forgive his friend if he became part of his family. This was the very proposal to which Anthony wanted to hear an answer from Roman. If the marriage agreement had been broken because of a relationship with a relative of Barco, the Dmitriev's reputation would have been trampled. Because there was already a lot of talk about Roman's low birth, the young master was not sure that he could withstand his father's wrath. Since Roman truly loved Flora, he could not accept Anthony's proposal, as he did not want to tarnish the girl's name. Unable to decide when the moment of choice came, the young gentleman ended up committing suicide. Being a weak man, the former Roman hoped to solve all problems with his death. Barco urged his friend to make a choice, emphasizing that their union would raise the whole neighborhood to its ears. Anthony tried to bribe Roman with the unlimited power he could gain from their union. However, the young gentleman was not impressed that he had to agree to Barco's proposal just for this reason. Not used to being refused, the aristocrat announced that if there was no deal, the whole world would know what had happened in the closed room. Putting his feet on the table, Roman, with a displeased face, stated that Dmitriev had no need to accept Barco's offer. Lady Sophia was talking with her friend and did not notice the young gentleman returning. Having discovered Roman, the girl asked with genuine interest where he had disappeared to so suddenly. Due to sudden business, the eldest son Dmitriev had to return back, which greatly upset Madame Grisel. Having apologized once again for leaving so early, the guy emphasized that matters could not be delayed. Roman promised the other guests that he would certainly talk to them as soon as he had the opportunity and quickly left the estate. Once outside, the young gentleman discovered knights from other houses actively arguing among themselves. Looking closer, Roman saw how the knights were mocking Kevin, who was on the ground at that moment. Looking back, one could guess the reason for the conflict, which began with insults directed at the Dmitri family. Two guards scoffed at the decision to hire a child as a guard. Even his clothes looked awkward on him. Surrounding the young man, the knights continued to tease him for his appearance, simultaneously humiliating his dignity. Chris asked Barco's guards in a reserved tone if they had only been practicing barbs instead of sword training. One of the bullies replied that they didn't need to train to surpass the boy and placed his hand on his helmet. Summing up, the knight stated that this was why his master was nicknamed the Dragon, but Kevin demanded that he take his words back. The youth shouted that the young master did not deserve such words and removed the guard's hand from his head. Outraged by such impudence from the man hit him with his elbow, causing the guy's helmet to fly off. Chris immediately grabbed his sword, sensing that Barco's guards would not stop there. But because of the conflict between the two families, it was dangerous to make noise, as it could lead to serious problems not only for Roman, but for the entire Dmitriev family. Standing up, Kevin blurted out that he was his master's knight and had no intention of getting involved with slackers like Barco's guards. One of the offenders decided to test how long the young man could maintain his pride and loyalty to Mr. Roman. But it never came to blows as the knight was stopped in time. Everyone present was surprised when Roman personally stopped the impudent man, grabbing him by the arm. Before the knight could utter his master's name, he gave him a strong slap in the face. The man was shocked by what happened, not fully realizing that he had been slapped, and was unable to react to it in any way. Having come to his senses, the knight was seething with anger and was about to teach the nobleman a proper lesson, but immediately received another slap in the face. Trying to do something again, the guard again ran into the insolent nobleman. The knight's cheek was burning with such a searing pain that the man could not even touch it. Roman looked at the upstart with a cold, piercing gaze and ordered him to raise his head when he spoke to him. In his chambers, Antoni Barco tried to understand where he had gone wrong and why the once cowardly Roman had refused him. The aristocrat replayed his last meeting with Dmitriev's son in his head, hoping to find an answer. He stated that Roman should be held accountable for what he had done, and that marriage was a way to resolve everything, and that refusal would be a mistake with irreversible consequences. But Anthony's words did not influence Roman's decision at all, as everyone already called him an eccentric, and one new rumor would not have changed anything. Unexpectedly, the young gentleman declared that it was the arrogant nobleman who should watch his behavior, and not him. Roman explained that he broke the alliance by his own decision, not because of threats, and in any case, Barco's goal was achieved. But he warned that if Anthony put a spoke in his wheel, Roman could help the Lawrences thwart Barco's plans. Before the meeting, the young gentleman prepared carefully, conducting an investigation into the Barco family. The strength of this family lay in its connections with the central government, and this fact could not be ignored. However, if we take into account the wealth and military power, these resources were not in the hands of Barco, but of the Dmitrievs. Anthony asked his guest if he would interfere in their affairs with the Lawrences if they resolved their problems right now. Having reached an agreement with Roman, Barco thereby lost his only lever of pressure on him. The guy was no longer an eccentric, and his manners, speech, actions, and looks seemed to belong to a completely different person. A servant entered Anthony's chambers with an important statement for his master, but he did not want to see anyone at that moment. And yet, the subordinate reported an incident outside, in which Mr. Roman and the knights from his guard participated. Both the party guests and the knights guarding their peace were stunned by the scene unfolding at the entrance. On his knees, the knight begged the young master to forgive him, declaring that he would never dare to do such a thing again. Lord Roman's knights also stood up for the ignorant guard, arguing that this punishment was sufficient. Dmitri stated that he himself would decide when enough was enough, and even if the knight died, it would be payment for his words and actions. The familiar voice of the event's host was heard in the crowd, asking what kind of disturbances were taking place on his premises. Antony could not forgive this, so he demanded that he immediately apologize to the eldest son of the Dmitriev family for his rudeness. The gentleman, with his usual composure, replied that he had nothing to apologize for. Knight Barko dared to slander his master, not to mention raising his hand against a man from the Dmitriev family. And even after all the evidence, the aristocrat still considered Roman guilty because he dared to cross the line. The guy decided to remind that the relationship between them was based on hatred, which could have developed into feud between families. Based on this, Antony needed to be more careful about his behavior from now on. Mr. Roman's patience was not so strong, so he gave Barko the right to decide how he would behave. Never forgetting for a moment about Dmitri's opportunity to help the Lawrences, the nobleman publicly declared that he was wrong. Roman was pleased with the aristocrat's decision, being confident that they would understand each other. The young gentleman raised his hand over the guilty knight and advised him to clench his teeth tightly. Baron Dmitri's son, after completing the punishment, wiped the blood remaining on his palm with a handkerchief. Since Roman had no other business at the Barko estate, he ordered his guards to return home. Not only Anthony, but all the guests at the party were convinced that the former Roman, whom they looked down on and considered an eccentric, no longer existed. From now on, it no longer existed, and whether they liked it or not, they had to accept this truth. Most of the time, the road to the Dmitriev lands passed in silence, full of awkward silence. Unable to bear the tension in the air, Kevin asked Roman for forgiveness, since it was because of him that they began to insult the gentleman. Chris, who did nothing during the humiliation of the Dmitriev family, also joined in the apology. Instead of bowing, Bruno's son thanked his knights who were able to endure the humiliation and wait for his arrival. The choice made by the master's guards helped to avoid the worst outcome, but not everything was so smooth. Roman was dissatisfied with the answer he heard, as he assured that there was no one in the entire kingdom who would dare to touch the Dmitriev family line. The young gentleman insisted that if it was necessary to hold on, it was worth looking the opponent straight in the face, so that the look was filled with anger. The baron's son explained that he could not stand it when someone towered over him and was ready to throw everyone under his feet. And if the knights wanted to join Roman Dmitriev, they had to get used to his method. The next morning, information about the Barko family line was already waiting for the young gentleman. According to the information obtained by the Black Moon Guild, the house's position was a cause for serious concern. From the report, Roman learned that Barko had truly blossomed once a family member entered the service of the central government. Despite its status, Barko did not have as much military power as it might seem at first glance. Hans thought the same, right up until the moment he received information from Chernaya. Moons. The lack of military strength was more than compensated for by the strength of the central government. Because Cairo was a small state, there had been many attempts to capture it over the years. There were too many dangerous enemies outside the country, and the only way to survive was to concentrate forces in the central government. In particular, this is why the government received the power that gave it the right to conscript into service. Those who resisted the draft were labeled rebels, and troops were immediately sent to suppress them. The territory was then returned to the kingdom, and local lords who had taken part in the punitive operation were each given a piece of land. This system of power gave Barko an abstract power linked to the central government. Roman explained to his subject that thanks to this fact, this family managed to borrow a huge sum from the gold bank. Most likely, the loan was taken out on the basis of only one guarantee of creditworthiness, and the money received was invested in Berga's group of mercenaries. The main task of the organization, which included 100 people, was to suppress rebellions on the territory of the estates for a monetary reward. Based on the mass call, his master assumed that the Barkos were planning to attack the Lawrences within half a month, having completed their preparations. Even taking into account the beginning of the war, Hans noted that the Lawrences could hardly count on victory, that they would not be able to defend themselves for long. Even though Roman had promised not to interfere in the affairs of Barko and the Lawrences, he could not ignore the nobles who were threatening him. Whatever Antony and his family do, they will still not be able to resist the Dmitriev family. When considering borrowing the family line's strength for revenge, both he and the master noted that in that case the idea would lose its meaning. Since the Dmitriev family came from common people, the aristocracy did not see Roman as a particular threat. Rising from the table, the boy told the servants that he had to see his father immediately. Roman stated that the time had come to fulfill the promise he had once made. People on the city streets were both worried and very surprised. A stranger in bloody armor walked among the rows of food stalls and tents. Pulling his helmet off his head, Lucas was convinced that now, as then, Dmitri had not changed at all. The boy looked into the forge, where the master there asked him about his past battle. The mercenary complained that the brainless ones who decided to attack him almost lost their lives. While examining the equipment, the blacksmith noticed its poor quality and decided to find out where Lucas had acquired it. He bought the armor in a new shop and almost paid for it, which the blacksmith agreed with, noting that the best armor was sold in the Dmitriev territory. This was the reason Lucas visited the master, but it would take a long time to make a full outfit. This was not a problem for the mercenary, as he decided to stay in these lands for some time, healing his wounds. After leaving the forge, the boy suddenly discovered a crowd of people near the notice board. Having decided to leave the battlefield for a while, the warrior assumed that a war might have begun. His curiosity overcame his willpower, and Lucas began to push his way through the crowd. There was a notice on the board asking for soldiers who had to be healthy, have a strong body, and ambition. The number of places was limited. While the average family of 4 spent 5 pieces of silver per month, soldiers were already paid as much as 8, which was quite good. The only point that confused the mercenary was that the soldiers had to be subordinated specifically to Roman Dmitri. A man standing nearby tried to dissuade Lucas from signing up, claiming that the number of people wanting to sign up had already exceeded a couple of hundred. But the guy had no intention of signing up, ready to swear allegiance to the aristocracy for at least 50 pieces of silver a month. But the mercenary suddenly had an idea, and he asked the stranger again whether serving under Roman's leadership was really worth it, since there were so many people willing to do it. The guy wondered why people, despite the excellent conditions, ran to get hired by Roman Dmitri, who was a real weirdo. Lucas thought about the suffering that the soldiers would have to endure for the master, causing a look of sadness on their faces. The surrounding people are perplexed. The man understood what the mercenary said, since he had just returned and did not know all the circumstances. The stranger said that the young gentleman was no longer the eccentric he was usually considered to be. But that was not all. And in addition to defeating the Bloody Fangs, he also values and protects his people. Noticing how surprised his interlocutor was, the city dweller added that he also did not believe this news at first, before hearing Kevin's story. As soon as the young man became Roman's man, his poor life changed radically. He called the guy to him. Their master informed the knight that he was sending him on a 3-day leave. The nobleman wanted the young man to have a good rest and return to training full of strength and energy. Since the boy had been having a hard time lately, Roman ordered him to spend time with his family. But for Kevin, the weekend was unusual, because he was used to having to work every day in order to feed himself. Where once with relatives, it was very convenient, since the young man had not seen them since he entered the castle. In the corridor, the young man was met by Hans, who was holding clean clothes in his hands, just right for him. The gentleman's assistant handed it to the boy, declaring that he could not appear before his family in such a state. In addition to clothes, Roman Dmitri gave the boy a bag of money for gifts for his family. From now on, the boy will receive 30 pieces of silver a month, and he will be able to spend the money he earns on gifts for his family as well as on luxury items. Went out to buy fresh bread for his family. He still couldn't believe that such soft clothes as those his master had given him existed. The young man thought that Marie, his sister, would have liked the treat, since her desire was to spread whipped cream on fresh bread. The girl read everything about why their family had to eat only stale bread every day. Until today, I could not afford to buy fresh bread, as it cost twice as much as cold bread. But it wasn't the solid bread that really worried Kevin. It was the fact that, on the contrary, anyone could show up at their place. Remembering how he and his family trembled from fear and the sight of a bloody fang, the boy gave himself his word. He will definitely become stronger under the young master's leadership so that his relatives will not have to go through something like this again. But as soon as Kevin arrived at his home, an unusual picture appeared before his eyes. While his sister admired the well-kept flower bed, his mother and father enjoyed fresh baked goods, washing them down with hot tea. It seemed to the boy that he was sent not to the poor area in which he grew up, but to the outskirts of the castle. As soon as the family saw Kevin, they welcomed him with open arms. The father told his son that Mr. Roman had ordered a house to be built for them and had allocated land for cultivation. But that was not all, and the baron's son helped the knight's family settle in the city. Kevin was so grateful to his owner that he couldn't hold back the tears of joy that rolled down his face. But not everything was so rosy, and the father noticed a scratch on his son's face. Assuming that this was the work of Mr. Roman, the young man hastily assured that this was not the case at all. The mother, believing that Kevin was simply covering for the nobleman, asked him to confess everything. The young man stated that Mr. Roman was not that kind of person at all, but that did not explain what happened to his cheek. In order to remove all suspicion from the family member, Dmitri told everything that happened during the party at the Barco estate. Clark, the boy's father, proved to his friends that he had received the house and land for a reason, and that he shouldn't have believed the rumors. According to Kevin, Roman slapped Barco, being the only aristocrat in the world who did this for his man. Soon the story of the young man, as told by his father, began to spread among the rest of the townspeople. As he passed by the girls chatting, the man overheard them discussing the Clark family, which had begun to live after their son became a member of the Dmitri family. Later, the man himself told about what happened to his friend, who knew the boy when he was still struggling to make ends meet. Citizens began to argue about there were rumors about Roman himself that he used to be a rowdy and a drunkard. The children, on the contrary, wanted to become like Kevin and serve the young master. This is how the whole city learned about Dimitri's magnanimous son, who could give his people a completely new life. The man concluded his story by saying that it was these details that influenced local residents to decide to participate in the recruitment. Knowing about the temper of his eldest son, Romaro, Lucas did not believe that the defeat of the Bloody Fangs and the punishment of the night at a social reception was his doing. The mercenary personally saw how Roman lost money in a gambling house, after which he started a fight. The guy personally wanted to know what had happened over the past 2 years that Mr. Roman had changed so much. Meanwhile, preparations for the exam were going smoothly, and Romero was prepared to provide his son with minimal supervision during the exam. The young gentleman declared that he would handle everything concerning the exam himself, ending the conversation there. Captain Jonathan, worried about Roman's safety, suggested calling it off while there was still a chance. The knight pointed out the fact that hiring soldiers for personal use was a dangerous business, and it was worth knowing at least the reason for it. The gentleman explained to Jonathan that when he learned of Roman's presence at Barco's reception, he decided that he was planning to team up with him. However, later, in front of the entire aristocracy, he slapped the knight despite all of Antony's persuasion. Antony may side with his second son, who was filled with a sense of revenge. This is an irreversible threat to Roman's right of succession. An eccentric for decades, but now he has started living his own life. Romero, being first and foremost a father to Roman, only wanted to support him. The Baron asked Captain Jonathan if there were at least 50 volunteers given Roman's reputation. The gentleman was extremely surprised when he learned that the estimated number of people wishing to participate exceeded 500. The exam took place within the walls of the academy, from which came the hubbub of all those wishing to join the Dmitri family. Among the volunteers was also Lucas, who wanted to verify the truth of the rumors about the young master. The Knight of Aura came to Roman and reported that everything was ready for the exam. On the eve of the important day for those wishing to join the ranks of the young master, the mercenary was resting in the tavern. Enjoying his drink, the guy noted that only the dark beer that Dmitri makes wet his throat perfectly. It was still too early for Lucas to relax, since quite a lot of people had already gathered the day before the exam. Due to the fact that the place was packed to the brim, it was safe to say that there were many more participants than expected. Well, of all those present that evening, the mercenary took a closer look at a table with 3 guys sitting in the very corner of the room. Noticing the ID of one of the 3, Lucas noted that none of them were high-ranking mercenaries. But the guys drinking at the bar couldn't be described as looking like killers, and their gaze betrayed the rich experience gained in battle. Lucas could not understand why so many warriors, who earned their bread with a knife, needed to go into the service of an aristocrat. Lucas knew of no other reason that could have driven them except curiosity, which was why he was among them. As he rose from the table, the boy overheard a conversation between 2 visitors, one of whom was going to become a soldier of the Lawrence house. His interlocutor confirmed that he had planned to do so from the very beginning, since he himself was born on the lands of Lawrence. As soon as he saw Roman Dmitri defeat the Bloody Fangs, he changed his mind. The guy assumed that they might not believe him, but he saw everything with his own eyes, being on the square that day where everything happened. He was amazed by how Roman Dmitri, covered in blood, dragged the leader of this group by the hair. The young master arrived in foreign lands in order to single-handedly cover up a gang that was causing suffering to the Devon race by trampling the leader's head. The boy was overcome with awe by what he saw that day, and it could never disappear from his memories again. The volunteer stated that Roman Dmitri was a true leader, ready to fight for his people. This recruitment was a good chance to become one of Dmitri's people and get a residence permit on his territory. Lucas was convinced that for someone like Roman, people were willing to swear allegiance to him. And now, being among all those who wanted to, the mercenary wanted to see that such excitement among the soldiers was not an accident. The couple was tormented by doubts, not knowing what to choose if everything they heard turned out to be true. It was possible that they too could not make up their minds, questioning the veracity of the rumors. Still, Lucas decided not to rush to conclusions until Roman revealed his true nature. Accompanied by his first knights, Roman Dmitri appeared to the crowd of soldiers in all his glory. Everyone gathered in the training area bowed to the young master as soon as he came near them. Lucas, like everyone else, bowed his head before the Baron's son and noticed that everyone, as one, made way for him. Roman climbed the ladder to the podium to address all the candidates who had arrived. The young master ordered everyone to raise their heads and listen carefully to what he was about to tell them. He announced that, as stated in the advertisement, he was eager to select from among all 30 soldiers who would fight for him. Before the selection began, the nobleman declared that he did not intend to spend the rest of his life on the outskirts of the kingdom. Since Roman was going to climb to a higher place, it would be impossible to avoid deadly battles, and everyone who did not want to take risks could retreat right now. Romaro's eldest son said that those who gave their lives on the battlefield would regret it, but not because of hatred for him. The reasons for this will be the missed opportunity to be there and see Roman Dmitri rise to the top of the continent. All the candidates were shocked as they did not expect such a strong speech from the young master. Lucas was no exception, following the arrogant nobleman for his words that he had an extremely precarious position in his family. But somehow the mercenary felt that everything he heard was entirely possible. So strong was Roman's energy. Reincarnated told the audience about the method for conducting the first stage. During the first stage, the participants had to stand in a designated place, and the archer had to shoot 3 arrows at them. The arrows will be fired very close to the participants and can either stick into the boards behind their backs or pierce the body, causing a fatal wound. Only those volunteers who do not move during this entire time will be able to pass the first stage. The exam was conducted in a designated line, and while one participant was preparing, the other was waiting nearby. While waiting for his turn, the man wondered whether the master would select soldiers through their own deaths. Watching the archer, the candidate was sure that the shooter had incredible skills, and therefore he could not make a mistake that would cost an innocent life. The arrow that was fired hit a spot very close to the candidate's neck. The man convinced himself that this was a test of his spirit and mental endurance. The candidate did not have to endure this, believing that nothing terrible would happen. As if to disprove the volunteer's theory, the archer's next arrow hit the candidate's leg near the wall. The man fell to the ground with a wild cry, and the Reincarnated ordered that a military doctor be called immediately. Having assessed the condition of the wounded man, Chris demanded that a stretcher be brought for him, since the man himself was unable to walk. The assembled warriors did not expect that they had to be prepared for injuries not on the battlefield, but at the selection stage. As soon as the shot candidate was carried away, the Reincarnated called the next candidate to the wall. But the man remained standing, thinking that if the arrow had gone into his head, instead of a wound, there would have been instant death. The volunteer stated that what was happening was complete madness, and that he took part in the selection in order to become a knight, not to die. Chris announced to everyone that the second participant's behavior would be considered as a refusal to take the exam. For all those present who were afraid of catching the arrow, it was not too late to surrender. In Roman's opinion, only those who gritted their teeth and continued to endure the pain deserved the right to go to the next stage. The Reincarnated ordered all cowards who were unsure of themselves to leave the academy grounds immediately. Shortly before the exam itself, the young gentleman behind closed doors handed out rolls to dummy participants who were actually supposed to be hit by an arrow. The archer who was assigned to fire the shots was a professional, and his arrows would not cause fatal wounds. The participants of this performance will receive a worthy reward for their courage. The 2-star knight opened a box in front of the assembled group, which was filled to the brim with gold coins. Even though there will be a military doctor on duty nearby, the arrow will still have to enter the body for real. Even despite the possibility of injury, all candidates agreed to participate in this venture. As soon as the wards left, I asked the young gentleman why it was necessary to take such measures. Roman could not find the right people, assuring them of danger only in words. For greater effect, it was necessary to expose their lives to a real threat. Even if only 1 out of 100 arrows misses, there is a high probability that almost all volunteers will be overcome with fear. The ideal candidate to become the master's man had to have an unbending will and the heart of a wild beast. Such people quickly became stronger, even if they started their journey from the very bottom. Volunteers began to leave the training area en masse, not wanting to give their lives for such a madman. Chris watched closely as the participants, numbering about 100, left the exam. The young master hoped that the remaining candidates would have the heart of a wild beast, which was an innate talent. The first one who joined the Baron's son had the same skill as Kevin, that he was ready to cut off his own hand without hesitation. Even Chris, who after a shameful loss overcame himself and asked the winner about a way to become stronger. People without this ability had no chance in a fight with a creature that was different from them in its origin. The exam was supposed to select people of this category, so Roman Dmitri ordered the selection to continue. Watching from the crowd, Lucas saw a familiar face against the wooden wall. The guy from the tavern yesterday was firm in his decision, although he was shaking like an aspen leaf. The guy tried to cope with his fear because this was the only chance to swear allegiance to Roman. The candidate held his breath, and the next second an arrow was fired and hit the board near his ear. Looking straight into the eyes, he realized how far away the arrow was, and the guy's confidence diminished. As he watched the archer prepare for his second shot, he considered leaving the exam. While the candidate was thinking, a second arrow entered the wall behind him, narrowly missing his shoulder. The volunteer decided that with death, everything would lose its meaning, so at least now he had to prove himself, even if it was the last thing he did. The last arrow instantly landed between the legs of the guy who was ready to say goodbye to life. Chris announced that Mr. Henderson had passed the first stage, and unable to hold on any longer, the winner collapsed to the floor. Confident, Lucas noticed that the boy was ready to give up, and he was lucky that his thoughts and determination were not as fast as the archer's arrows. Gaining confidence, the remaining soldiers successfully passed the first stage of the exam. Of the remaining 400 participants, only 120 passed unhindered, and of those, not a single muscle twitched during the test. The first stage helped to identify the most worthy candidates at the moment. Some of them were shaking all over under the impression after the test. But there were also those whose faces showed composure and self-confidence. But for Roman, there was no great difference between them, since courage, capable of suppressing his own fear, played an important role. From all those who wanted it, the young gentleman had to choose an uncut diamond, which, when confronted with it, did not cause fear, but reverent awe. 30 people into his service. According to Romaro's eldest son, only those who pass the exam will be able to live the rest of their lives as predators. And while Lucas was pondering the young master's words, he moved on to the second stage. In front of the participants were wooden swords of various shapes, but their type and quantity were not of great importance. Each soldier must choose a sword that he liked and that suited him as a weapon. And after that, everyone had to prove their worth in a duel with Mr. Roman. The candidates were puzzled as to how the nobleman would be able to compete with so many participants. The family's eldest son, Dmitri, reassured some of the volunteers, stating that he did not expect a full-fledged victory from them. For the young gentleman, it was enough for his opponent to last at least a minute in the fight. Without waiting for the command to begin the stage, the first one to express a desire to fight was the man with the scar. All the candidates stepped aside, forming a circle in which Mr. Roman would conduct the first duel. The nobleman asked the man to introduce himself, and with a stony face he said his name was Vulcan. Looking at the sword the mercenary had chosen, the young master asked if he was sure of his choice. Even if the opponent actually managed to destroy the bloody fangs, the man was sure that the guy had no chance against him. Noting that everyone was ready, Chris started the countdown and turned over the hourglass. Vulcan did not deny the possibility that Roman could become his master in the future. But here and now the man was sure that he had to give a clear understanding of what he was. The mercenary charged straight at his opponent, swinging his sword with all his might, confident in every move. And Vulcan really did get there. But the only problem was that Roman wasn't in his previous place. The Baron's son, Dmitri, tripped him up and caused the arrogant warrior to fall to the ground with a crash. Before the challenger had time to come to his senses, a cold blade was presented to his throat. The loser was pierced by the same cold blade-like gaze of the master himself, who ordered him to call the next in line. Lucas was confused, not understanding how it was possible to move so easily and quickly. The first stage of the exam was not comparable in difficulty to the current task. Everyone had only one thought on their minds. Mr. Roman was unusually strong. However, the candidates felt that if the fights continued, over time the gentleman would begin to run out of steam. That is why everyone waited for their turn in the hope that it would become easier to resist him. But an hour later, the situation remained unchanged. Roman Dmitri, with the same ease as at the very beginning, overcame one soldier after another, calling out the next one. His words, spoken at the very beginning, that only those who passed the exams gain meaning. For everyone present, Mr. Dmitri was a predator who decided for himself how to live in this world. Many in the kingdom still considered Roman an eccentric of the Dmitri family, not knowing his true appearance. And only a small group of people were given the fateful opportunity to become close to Roman. There might not be another chance like this again. The problem was that no one who wanted to could stand against his power. The confidence of the remaining participants evaporated with each loss, and there were no longer any who wanted to enter into battle with Roman. Since everyone present could be expelled for their inaction, Lucas volunteered. The mercenary was the 61st contender, ready to stand his ground in a fight with the invincible predator. While standing next to Roman, Lucas felt a strong aura coming directly from his opponent. The guy noted that even without taking into account the young master's strength, his aura was enough to suppress his opponents. This Roman was not the man the mercenary remembered him as, who indeed said it himself will not rot on the outskirts. The mercenary didn't care which rivals he had to hand over. He gave himself only a year to check the veracity of his eldest son Dimitri's words. But in order to test this, Lucas first needed to pass the exam, which he was determined to do. Watching the fight closely, Chris noted the zeal with which the participant rushed at the master. The volunteer used a combination attack, aiming at both the heart and the head, but was unable to penetrate his opponent's defense. Lucas was impressed by his opponent's block and counterattack, but he did not relax, being determined to win. The guy immediately threw the blade straight into the opening Roman had for a strike. Following the thrown blade, Lucas tried to attack with his sword, but again ran into a block. Having fought off the attack, Roman remained standing in his place while his opponent ran to the side. While recuperating, the mercenary knew that his technique would not work, but he was sure that if he pressed on without stopping, a gap would definitely appear in the opponent's defense. The young gentleman was an exception to the rule, but the contender for the position of the family man, Dimitri, did not allow himself to stop for a second. And in order to hold out for that very minute, the armor had to be held, the primacy in the attack. The nobleman noted the skills of the assertive applicant, who had well-developed instincts. But in order not to leave Lucas alone, after a minute, both he and the gentleman also went on the offensive. The blades of both participants in the duel collided with such force that they immediately began to tremble. Roman easily dodged the blade prepared by Lucas, who still believed in his victory. While the purpose of this test was to prove to each of the warriors how great was the leader they would follow, Dimitri didn't want to mess around with the mercenary any longer, and decided to finish him off quickly with a strong blow, causing him to fall to the ground. The guy had a B rank, to obtain which he put his life on the line. Without mastering mana, he could not move on to the next level. Rank A was only awarded to those with great strength, and the main condition for achieving it was mana dawn. Lucas had reached his limit, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not transform himself. And despite this, he managed to survive on the battlefield, which took many lives time after time. The mercenary learned that in order to survive, one must use all methods and tricks without discrimination, one of which he pulled off in the current battle with Roman. The thrown bag contained sand which flew straight into the young master's face. Lucas consoled himself with the fact that, other than holding out for just a minute, there was nothing else mentioned in the rules of the fight. After falling, the candidate for the position rose again and attacked Roman with a dagger in his hand. As he approached his opponent, a chill ran down the mercenary's spine from the picture he saw. Roman's eyes, reddened from the sand that had gotten into them, looked straight at the volunteer. The guy suddenly stopped, and instead of attacking, he started laughing loudly. Throwing his weapon on the floor, Lucas was forced to announce his surrender with annoyance. The first thing taught in the Heavenly Demon sect before learning martial arts was how to keep your eyes open. If you blinked even once during a battle, you could say goodbye to your life. Just as the sequence of breathing was important during the circulation of ki, so too during combat, calculations down to the blink of an eye were important. Therefore, Baek Jun-hyuk underwent training in which he tried to keep his eyes open no matter the situation. When all the students failed, it was Baek's turn to test himself. In the hands of the master who trained the future heavenly demons, a knife sparkled, and with it he approached the young man. The man, aiming straight at the boy's head, swung his knife and stopped it right in front of the student's eye. Having announced his defeat, the mercenary shared water with Mr. Roman so that he could wash his eyes. Lucas, if he had known this would happen, would not have used dirty tricks with sand. The guy punished himself for his carelessness, but all he wanted was to hold out for a minute, using any means and methods. The participant in the fight believed that the young gentleman was disappointed and that he had not placed any hopes on him from the very beginning. The mercenary was ready for any punishment, but Roman instead asked the next candidate to come forward. Lucas was very surprised that Dimitri was not angry and did not even want to know why he decided to use a forbidden technique. And while everyone present, including the participant who was not playing by the rules, was deeply impressed, the Baron's son remained reserved. Roman knew in advance that Lucas would use sand during the fight. As the boy dodged the blow, the young gentleman noticed him reaching for the pouch on his belt. Knowing about the enemy's actions in the area, I still wanted to see what the candidate was capable of, and therefore did not shy away. As an experienced fighter, he had seen a lot of blood, but the blood that Baek Jun-hyuk shed was enough for an entire ocean. Not seeing any more volunteers on the training field, the eldest son Dimitri asked if this was really all who wanted to. The fights did not end with Lucas, and the contenders for a place among Roman's people seemed to have a second wind. One volunteer threw a stone at Mr. Roman, but as expected, missed. As Chris noted to himself, after the precedent with the mercenary, the other participants tried to use all means just to hold out for the time allotted to them. Dishonest methods were not grounds for exclusion from the exam, but one had to be careful not to cross the line. Mr. Roman did not stand on ceremony with such candidates, punishing them with physical force. After the 100th duel, the nobleman showed no signs of fatigue, and his breathing did not even become irregular. Whether he could become one of the mountains of corpses scattered on the ground depended on how correctly he breathed during battles. Roman Dmitri learned his own method of fighting, during which he took one breath and exhaled after a while. Natural mana obtained through breathing circulated throughout the body, removing fatigue from the body. By moderately controlling the physical body, the armor kept the body in its original state. During the capture of Murim, Chun Hyuk had to fight continuously for 4 days, so such fights could not exhaust his stamina. After a grueling selection process, Chris reported that not a single person had made it past the second stage. And yet, from among all the participants who took part in it, 30 people will be selected, whom the knights will announce a little later. That same evening, Roman Dmitri handed the 2-star knight a list of those who had completed the training, with whom he would work. Chris agreed to take on the training without any objections and quickly ran through the list. Among those selected were both the Wolf, who was the first to challenge, and the insecure Henderson, whose level was rather ordinary. While the choice of the others was clear, the presence of Lucas on the list raised questions in the night. The soldier stated that despite his rank and decent skills as a mercenary, he resorted to a dirty trick during the duel. Chris was also confused by the moment when Lucas realized his loss, who gave up without finishing the fight, and on the battlefield such a trick can backfire. The Aura Knight was convinced that such a person was capable of abandoning his honor and his comrades and going to any lengths to survive. The warrior wanted to add his own speech, but Roman interrupted him, saying that it was precisely because of these qualities that he chose him. The young gentleman explained that although Lucas was a cowardly guy, no one except him thought to resort to a trick and find a real way to resist the enemy. This type of person will either shine on the battlefield, able to always find a way to survive, and open it up for others. To convince Chris that he had made the right choice, he asked him if Lucas could have used a cowardly way to abandon his comrades. The guy remembered the captain's words about how those who survive on the battlefield always assess the situation calmly and can survive until the very end. Jonathan asked him to remember that no matter how strong a swordsman Chris became, those who acted behind his back were silently waiting for the moment to strike him down at any moment. The delivery words confirmed that the mercenary's decision during the fight was effective, because the knight, well, to put it too narrowly, asked his master to explain one thing that he could not understand. There were still 5 months left before the upcoming war, so the reason for such an early recruitment of soldiers remained unclear. Barco made a major announcement that the Lawrences had betrayed him, which undermined his credibility and forced him to draw his sword. The Lawrences' guilt was obvious, for they had failed to pay the debt and had also shown the utmost respect by not wanting to give up the lands left as collateral. And with this statement, Barco declared that if the debtors did not pay off the debt within the next week, then they would declare war with the approval of the central government. As soon as the knight heard the contents of the Barco family's announcement, he was overcome with horror. Mr. Roman confirmed the guesses, his services, and announced that they were preparing to intervene in the war between Barco and the Lawrences. Ever since the alliance between the Lawrences and Dmitri was broken, Flora blamed herself for the destruction of her family line. The girl was haunted by nightmares both in reality and in her dreams, not allowing her to relax for a minute. The young lady once again wondered what she had done, putting her entire family at risk. The maids were staggering among themselves, wondering what would happen to them now. Because of the mistress's mistake, the alliance with Dmitri's family had been dissolved. The maid's conversation somehow reached Flora through the closed doors, making her blame herself even more for what had happened. Since the young lady graduated from the Academy's advanced course with honors, she thought she had a bright head on her shoulders. And every time I saw my father's happy smile, I considered myself a good daughter. But the reality was that without the support of her family, Flora was a useless, incapable greenhouse plant. Remembering Roman Dmitri's nickname, the girl believed that it suited her better than him. Because of the situation that had happened, Mrs. Lawrence did not have the courage to look her father in the eye. Flora wondered what Roman, who was the complete opposite of her, would have done in her place. Although the guy wasn't expected to be very successful, he managed to single-handedly defeat the Bloody Fangs gang. The girl wanted to understand how the young master managed to do something like this. And since when he became so strong, it was as if it was impossible to pull this off in the first place. But the guy managed to do it thanks to sheer determination. The young lady regretted that she did not possess the same qualities, thanks to which she was able to stand up for her family line. Lady Lawrence's thoughts were interrupted by servants bringing her food, but they were unable to enter the room. To the surprise of the servants, the girl did leave her fortress, but not to let them in. Mrs. Flora told the servants that she was not hungry and that she needed to get to the library. The girl's father tried to enlist the support of other families, but in the current situation, there was no place where they could get help. Looking back at the feat accomplished by Dimitri's son, the Lawrences also had to find a way to solve the problem themselves. The Viscount continued to leaf through the books in search of an answer as to where the service had reported the Martel family's refusal. The Baron then asked to try to enlist the support of the Basta family, but the advisor immediately replied that they had rejected their offer. All this family could offer was support in the form of a meeting with the forgiveness channel, but nothing more. The servant insisted that one way or another, due to Barco's pressure, it would be difficult for their family to get outside help. Another of the advisors reported incoming rumors that anyone who wanted to interfere in their conflict would surely face Barco's vengeance. The good news also reached the point of a statement from the feuding family, which stated that if the debt was not paid, the Barco family would declare war. Flora's uncle spent several hours in the library, rummaging through books, hoping to find at least some useful information. But the girl was unable to find out anything useful, and there was only a week left before the war. The Lawrence family was in desperate straits, but they still had one last chance for salvation. The gentleman was beside himself with anger, since the families that had previously tried to curry favor with him now pretended that the Lawrences did not exist. One of the assistants said that the Gold Bank would consider the offer of land as collateral, but because of Barco's huge investment, it would be more profitable for the bank to help them than the Lawrences. The Viscount was saddened that everything his family had achieved with sweat and blood had no meaning in this situation. One of the advisors suggested the most insane, but quite logical option, to surrender to the enemy. The man stated that due to the lack of help and the obvious difference in strength, they would be able to protect the lion soldiers, while also preserving some of the land. The gentleman himself, with annoyance in his voice, had already agreed that there was meaning in the words that had been spoken. Despite the fact that the meeting was a closed event, Mrs. Flora allowed herself to enter the office. The father did not expect to see his daughter here, who had not left her room for several days. The young lady interrupted the meeting because she had a serious conversation with everyone present in the office. While in his father's office, Roman voiced his idea, which he had already shared with Chris. Roman asked again if his son understood what Dimitri's family's involvement in the war between the Barcos and the Lawrences would entail. The Baron was angry. Realizing all the risks, Roman tried to interfere in a legitimate war approved by the central government. Mr. Dimitri stated that after the dissolution of the marriage with the Lawrence's daughter, there was no trace left of their reputation. Aristocrats who did business with Dimitri could break agreements with them, so the Baron asked his son to abandon this idea. Unexpectedly, Roman asked his father what kind of life he would like to see for his eldest son, which angered him even more. The young gentleman explained that Anthony had tried to threaten him because the Barcos feared that Dimitri's alliance with the Lawrences could interfere with their plans. The guy had no evidence, but he assumed that while the others considered Dimitri to be the real power, the Barcos decided to subjugate him. And confident that Dimitri, with all his strength and power, will not do anything, I will consider that the family line is completely satisfied with the current situation. But Dimitri wanted to prove to the arrogant Barco that he was completely different, wanting power. Her master was not going to remain silent while anyone slandered Dimitri's name. The Barcos came up with a reason to declare war, because with the power in their hands, this reason was nothing more than a joke. Baek Chun-hyuk was sure that his essence had not changed at all, and that life should be filled with power. Roman did not ask his father for the power of the family line, and was going to decide everything himself, giving the Baron the opportunity to only watch. Roman reflected that no matter how much wealth he accumulated and what lands he owned, he still remained a commoner. His interlocutor suggested that the man collaborated with other aristocrats. Braun waved it off, stating that the looks directed at him were not looking at an equal nobleman. The woman was curious whether the gentleman was going to change this, but he objected. He was quite satisfied with his current life and did not want to go out of his way to get something more. Romaro hoped that his sons would be completely different and would transcend their status as Roman did. The father understood that his eldest son would not be able to be content with small holdings on the outskirts of the kingdom and would be ready to aim for a higher place. Such a firm and determined look from the nobleman, Gabriel indicated that his father would not be able to stop him. The man had always dreamed of this moment, but when it came, the Baron was not ready for it. Mr. Dimitri told his son to do as he saw fit, and if necessary, he could always turn to him for help. Dimitri's family line was distinguished from the others by its strong relationships within the family circle. Therefore, Romero stated that Roman would not have to bear responsibility for any action he took. Having secured the Baron's support, the young gentleman appeared at the forge the next day. Even at the entrance, Roman noticed that Dimitri's forge was indeed the largest in the kingdom. The workshops were so spacious that several blacksmiths could work in them at once. The forge included a huge number of workshops, of which there were as many as 30 on one street alone. Roman finally understood how Dimitri managed to accumulate such wealth once he found himself in this place. The iron mine on Dimitri's lands was considered the largest in terms of deposits in the entire kingdom. Thanks to this, blacksmiths had great skill, allowing them to sell the mined iron at a high price. This was one of the main reasons why the kingdom's aristocracy had no intention of spoiling relations with Dimitri. The situation was such that if Cairo stopped receiving weapons forged from Dimitri's ore, it would deal a devastating blow to the kingdom. Roman wanted to find the person who was the symbol of Dimitri's family line, namely the master blacksmith. That evening, the only thing the young master asked his father for was to provide combat weapons for his soldiers. Romero sent his son to Master Hendrik, who was responsible for all iron production in their house. No matter what question the boy came to the master with, it was enough to say that he came on the instructions of the Baron. Dimitri's blacksmiths had a strong loyalty, so they would not immediately swear allegiance to the master just because he was born in Dimitri's castle. Only those who understand iron and are able to control it can earn the trust of true blacksmiths. Bayek Chun Hyuk confirmed the truth of Romero's words, and given Roman's past behavior, was prepared for such treatment. Master Hendrik was clearly displeased with the visit of his eldest son Dimitri to him. The young master knew that his father would warn the blacksmiths in advance about the reason for his arrival. Therefore, the blacksmith quickly remembered that the armor was needed to equip 30 people. The man mockingly suggested that the Baron's son had once again run out of money for entertainment and had come to steal something to sell. The master pointed to a pile of armor, suggesting that Roman choose the necessary equipment from it and leave. Having learned that the blacksmith had offered to take this scrap metal, Roman asked if this was really the maximum that Hendrik was capable of. The man suggested that Roman get lost if he was not satisfied with the armor offered. Picking up a sword lying nearby, the boy asked if the blacksmith was making fun of him by handing out such trash as weapons to soldiers. The young gentleman was persistent and asked Hendrik again whether this work was the limit of his skill. The blacksmith replied that Dimitri's products were of better quality, and the boy did not dare to evaluate them without shedding a single drop of sweat in front of the hot brazier. The master said that if Baron Romero had not personally asked him, the man would not have given Roman even this. The master called the nobleman even more trash than the weapon he offered him, because while his younger brother was carrying out the blacksmith's orders, Roman was living his life in vain. The man called the Baron's son an incompetent piece of trash, since being the eldest of the sons, he was never able to comprehend anything. Chun Hyuk was tired of proving to those around him that he was not the same, claiming that he could understand the master's anger. After holding the sword out in the sun, the boy stated that during the forging process, the master had failed to distribute the force evenly, most likely due to his inexperience. Mr. Roman did not agree that this product should bear Dimitri's name, and with its help, the man decided to criticize the nobleman's past. The master was surprised when the guy told about the soldier's death, that he couldn't cut him with such a trash sword. Because the blade could not perfectly cut through the flesh, the soldier's sword became stuck in the enemy's muscles, and he subsequently lost his head. End of form. Boy wondered if the soldier's death was justified because he got trash instead of a weapon. The blacksmith did not have time to answer the nobleman, as the latter bombarded him with a new question, asking why they wear armor. Roman, without waiting for an answer, explained that the armor was needed to protect against an enemy attack, capable of withstanding its weight. The guy threw the chainmail on the ground, mentioning that the soldier wearing it was killed in his uniform. Hendrik asked the Baron's son directly what he was trying to tell him with all these examples. The boy realized that the master would be angry because the eldest son, who had never appeared in the forge, suddenly asked for help. Roman explained that his people, having trusted the blacksmith, did not even suspect that they had in fact received nothing but trash. The young gentleman asked whether the blacksmith could call himself a master, representing the Dimitri family line. Armor was not something that could be used to avenge unnecessary minor grievances, since it almost caused the death of innocent people. Hendrik tried to justify himself to Roman, but the nobleman did not care about the old man's intentions. The guy insisted that he asked on behalf of his father, but instead of weapons and armor, he received this trash. Roman wanted to make sure whether the blacksmith's actions could be regarded as disobedience to Baron Romero. Roman shifted a little because he knew that the master simply did not want to give him good equipment, but such a gesture could be regarded as disobedience. The young master insisted that this was not just a personal request, but an order from the owner of this land to equip him with armor and weapons. Regardless of the relationship between master and servant, the latter had to be punished if he crossed the permissible line. The other craftsmen left their work after hearing the argument between Hendrik and Roman. A rumor had spread about him as to why he had been given such equipment, and the people who decided to join the discussion noticed it out of the corner of their eye. The blacksmiths were outraged by such impudence on the part of Baron Dmitri that he had no right to find fault with the work of the master. As soon as the men noticed the weapon in Roman's hand, they panicked. The workers lost all control over themselves and decided to first grab the scoundrel and then decide what to do with him. But the rebellious blacksmiths were stopped by Hendrik himself, who ordered them not to touch the nobleman. Although the master was embarrassed to admit it, he asked Roman for forgiveness, confirming that what happened was his fault. When he was younger, the man received a good C from his master, which did not allow him to make swords, since he was not yet ready for such work. Then his products were also called trash, and they were ordered to take them away and leave the forge. As Hendrik finished his last words to the head of the forge, he wondered how long it would take him to become a real blacksmith. At that moment, the man heard the voice of his teacher, who was loudly arguing with the client. The man begged the blacksmith to sell him a sword cheaply, promising to repay his kindness in time. But despite the visitor's pleas, the blacksmith refused him, advising him to beg elsewhere. The good-for-nothing blacksmith felt sympathy for the boy, seeing himself in him, who was also constantly rejected. But before the beggar had gone far, Hendrik called out to him, holding a sword in his hands. The man gave the sword away without asking for a penny, as he had heard the story of the boy in the workshop. The blacksmith warned that this sword was far from ideal, but it was better than nothing. Hendrik refused to take the money. He was going to throw away the weapon anyway and was grateful that his work was useful to at least someone. The boy was very grateful to the blacksmith for such a gift and left him in a joyful mood. At that moment, the blacksmith was happy that he had helped the poor fellow, but over time he realized that he had made a fatal mistake. It was this mistake that became fatal for the guy, whom the locals found dead on the ground, with that very sword flaunting near him. The man could not bear such a sight, and seized with horror, he walked away as far as possible. Hendrik heard the townspeople's words, from which he learned that the boy had taken on the task of defending the merchant guild, but his sword had broken in the battle. At this time, the remaining participants in the battle laid siege as they had high-quality weapons and armor. On that terrible day, the man vowed that something like this would never happen again. But after so much time, people were dying again because of him, and all because of hostility towards some slacker. The master wanted to pay for his actions, ready to accept any punishment that would be in store for him. The young gentleman stated that if the blacksmith was upset about what he had done, then he was not going to ask him anything more. Roman wanted to ask the master to prepare uniforms for him for 30 people. As he'd previously stated, he did not think that the blacksmith disobeyed the order and did so out of disgust towards his person. The master wanted to bury the mistakes, both his own and Hendrik's, and all he demanded was that the lives of his soldiers be protected. The master, despite the rumors, still could not believe that Roman had changed so much. The blacksmith once again sincerely asked the young master for forgiveness, promising not to make mistakes in the future. The guy heard what he came to the forge for, namely that swords and armor would be made for him from the best iron in which the forge of Dmitri was born. The master ordered everyone to return to work, and the blacksmiths immediately began to forge with redoubled force. One of the workers told the young master how he had once stolen Hendrik's own sword. The man was not surprised that Roman did not remember anything, since alcohol had completely clouded the drunkard's mind. An incident occurred 3 years ago, when the Baron deprived the guy of his pocket money, and he secretly made his way into the forge, stole the sword, and eventually sold it for pennies. The stolen sword was the finest creation the master had ever made. It took half a year to make the drawings and about 3 months of non-stop work in the forge to finish it. The worker suggested that the boy did not know the feeling when the best creation, which could not gain the approval of the owner, is sold for a pittance. The nobleman left the forge with the thought that it was Roman's past incarnation who had crossed the line, and not Hendrik at all. The young gentleman had hardly left the worker's territory when the master called out to him. He said that because of his mistake, he would fulfill the boy's request, but he still could not allow his eldest son Dmitri to interfere in the affairs of the forge. The blacksmith said that on the day when at least one trash sword leaves Roman's hands, he will be able to look at it again. The nobleman said that he would return when the outfit was completed, and in the meantime he visited the workshop where his training took place. Baek Chun-hyuk was glad to touch the anvil again, as he hadn't seen it for a long time. And so it was ordered by the order of the young master. Complete order was restored inside the premises. Having all the necessary equipment, Roman Dmitri immediately got to work and lit the stove. During the time that Chun-hyuk lived in Murim, a bloody war broke out between the brothers for the right to become the successor of the demonic sect. In a duel with his 11th brother, Baek's sword could not withstand the attack and broke. The brother attacked him, intending to take the boy's life, since it was practically worthless compared to the power that a relative could receive. The outcome of the battle was obvious because the young man lost his weapon and therefore could not defend himself. But it seemed even in such a situation, Baek Chun-hyuk did not retreat and managed to smash his brother's head with a broken sword. This duel gave the guy the idea that he needed his own sword, which would not break during the battle and would transfer the current abilities of its owner. Unlike his brothers, Baek forged himself a sword every year that matched his current strength, and he named the 39th one the Heavenly Demon Sword. This sword became a real treasure that could not be bought for any money. In anticipation of the upcoming war, Roman needed to create his own sword for his new life. The nobleman, following a special rhythm and applying a certain amount of force, repeated the same movements. The boy worked in the forge day and night, tirelessly, to make a weapon that would suit his current skills. Fully immersed in creating the perfect sword, the young master began to reflect on his existence. Like his father, who became a famous demon, Baek also experienced many turning points after which he was recognized as the strongest master in the world. Roman's current level did not allow him to resist everyone and everything. He could only become stronger. This world was not fully explored by the heavenly demon, and there were also strong opponents in it whose capabilities he did not know. In order to avoid defeat, the guy had to resort to unconventional methods. Roman used the divine breath of flame, a special technique of the followers of the demonic sect. This skill helped accumulate mana in a short period of time using the power of scorching flames. This technique was the limit of Roman's current state, and its frequent use was harmful to his internal organs. At this moment, the Baron's son needed strength that would help him withstand all the twists of fate. And while Roman was preparing for the upcoming difficulties, Flora was trying to solve the problems that arose due to her fault. The young lady reported that the Lawrences were at an impasse, since there was no help to be expected, and the difference in strength was obvious. Most assured that if they surrendered to the enemy, they would have to keep the family land. But the girl insisted that the Lawrences should never have done this. The Viscount did not agree with his daughter's opinion that she wanted to get involved in the war. Then she could have chosen capitulation to save everyone else. Through their connections with the central government, the Barcos borrowed money from the Golden Bank. It is highly likely that they were given a loan without collateral, and as a rule, such agreements always had a high interest rate. Lady Flora stated that it was not only the Barcos who were seeking profit in this war, but also the Golden Bank, which had issued the loan. The girl assured that after the occupation of Lawrence, both sides would tear the land apart into pieces. The Baron asked his daughter what she wanted to propose in that case. The young lady replied that the only thing left was to fight to the death, because that was the only way that would allow them to survive. At some point, Mr. Lawrence was filled with hope, looking at Flora's bold statement. It seemed to him that his daughter, with her ability to see through the situation, would suggest an extraordinary solution. But in the end, the girl was too young and inexperienced, because the best she could offer was to lock the gates of the fortress. The gentleman drooped after such a statement, but the young lady continued to insist on her own. She didn't mean to just sit back and suggest abandoning the harvest by setting the fields on fire. Having collected the maximum amount of food supplies, they will be able to hold out for some time without farming. Baron Lawrence realized that all they needed to do was hold out until winter came. His daughter confirmed that despite the enormous power the Barcos possessed, the interest on the loan would continue to rise every minute. The Golden Bank had enormous power, and its influence extended across the continent. If the war does not end quickly, but drags on for a long time, then the Barco family will be asked to pay the debt along with interest. One of the advisors said that the Golden Bank could not be intimidated by close ties with the central government. The mercenaries operated for money, which in turn originated from the Gold Bank. The young lady continued her speech, sharing her opinion that winter would be a less favorable time for besieging the fortress, and the enemy would exhaust itself. All the Baron's assistants sitting at the table began to praise this solution, which they themselves could not have thought of. The Viscount, after the unfortunate incident with Dmitri, decided that he had spoiled his daughter too much. However, after hearing her plan to fight the Barco family, the gentleman was convinced that he was very wrong. The Baron announced that from now on, they would begin to prepare for desperate resistance, Flora's words turned out to be true, and the only thing they had to do was hold on until the end. To preserve Lawrence's legacy, the Baron was ready to throw all his available forces into it. Even when the fortress walls collapse and death awaits them, they will fight to the very end and will survive at any cost. Roman Dmitri, after many hours of continuous work, finally finished his creation. Several red-hot swords were cooling in the water, filling the entire workshop with steam. As soon as the nobleman went outside, he was hit by a cool wind, which was like fresh air after the hot workshop. Any event that happened for the first time was considered special for a person, and forging his first sword in this world was no exception for Baek Chun-hyuk. The blade that was made was the best fit for the young master's current strength. Roman Dmitri chose the name for his sword from this world, christening it Salamander. A man appeared at the gates of the Lawrence Palace carrying nothing but a scroll in his hands. The royal guards stationed on the walls of the fortress awaited a statement from the guest whose arrival they were preparing for. As a representative of Viscount Barco, the man gave 3 options on his behalf to choose from. The first demanded that they open the fortress gates and surrender, since capitulation was the only way to save their lives. The second option was to engage in a full-scale war against Barco, but another way to determine the winner was also possible. Under the supervision of a judge of the central government, it was possible to hold a duel between mighty warriors. Barco was content with any method of determining the winner, and they were also prepared to agree to the method proposed by their opponent. Baron Lawrence said he did not consider Barco's pretext for declaring war to be fair. The Viscount also mentioned evidence of their ancestors' debt, which was clearly forged. But the gentleman ended his speech with the words that he did not intend to sacrifice his people. The angry Baron ordered the messenger to return to Barco and convey his words. The man announced that the Lawrences had chosen the third option, to lock themselves within the walls of the fortress and defend themselves to the death. Having accepted the decision of the warring party, the envoy announced that his family line would await retribution for the bloodshed during the siege. Tell me, were you shaking with fear at the picture that unfolded before their eyes? The Barco family's large army was at the Lawrence gates as the war had already begun. The archers on the walls of the fortress were ordered to attack, which should hold off the enemy for some time. The Lawrences met Barco's army with a rain of arrows, some of which collided with the enemy's strong shields. Lord Barco was furious when the Lawrences rejected his offer and did not surrender as he had planned. The commander-in-chief reasoned that the army of his family line significantly outnumbered the Lawrence soldiers. But the enemy's decision ruined all plans that he had expected to achieve victory within an hour. Watching the losses of his men, the battle's progress was contrary to the captain's expectations. The man reluctantly admitted that the Lawrences had made thorough preparations for the upcoming siege. A canal dug at the very foot of the fortress prevented the soldiers from getting close to the wall. The defending side released a huge stream of arrows at the very beginning, which could not be ignored. To Baron Barco's great regret, the only reasonable explanation was that the enemy had obtained a decent amount of military supplies. Studying the brief battle, the gentleman wondered what could have happened in 1 week that the Lawrences chose to fight to the last. According to the aristocrat's calculations, the enemy had to capitulate if he wanted to keep his land. But the Lawrences, on the contrary, decided to take a risk, barricading themselves in the fortress, despite the mortal threat. The commander-in-chief, in order not to waste his men in vain, asked the Viscount's opinion on what he should do. Enraged, Mr. Barco ordered the secret weapon to be prepared immediately. The mere mention of this thing horrified the commander-in-chief, but he obediently carried out the order given to him. The aristocrat, certain that the Lawrences were not as resilient as he thought, knew that the Baron could not withstand such intense pressure. Trembling in the face of danger, as only a coward does in the face of danger, the Viscount immediately sold his precious flower to the Dmitri family. There was a lull. The master ordered the soldiers to gather their courage and prepare for the next attack. The father, looking at his daughter, reported that she was right, and their enemy was confused and withdrew his men. Baron Lawrence wondered how such an idea had come to his quiet and calm daughter. The girl simply realized that there was no point in waiting for everything to resolve itself, and that she had to become stronger herself. The girl said that this is how she intends to spend the rest of her life, no matter how long or short it may be. The father regretted that he had forced his daughter into marriage with Roman, because at that time it seemed like the only way to save their lands. From now on, Mr. Lawrence, no matter what happened, trusted any choice Flora made. The young lady was glad to hear her father's confession, but did not have time to say anything because of the impending threat. There was a sudden, huge explosion near the Lawrences, which only miraculously missed them. At the very top, part of the wall was shattered, leaving behind a huge hole. Uncle Flora immediately ran to the wall to see with her own eyes what exactly the enemy had used to inflict such severe damage on them. Barco used a catapult called the Flash, which had powerful destructive power. Seeing the weapons prepared by the enemy, the Lawrence soldiers were somewhat alarmed. Lady Flora had heard of the Flash, which was not an ordinary catapult, but a magical weapon. Just one charge of this weapon required 10 gold pieces, but it also could not be used without permission from the central government. The young lady could not even imagine that Barco, despite the huge loan taken from the bank, could afford to rent the Flash. The catapult could be stopped either by destroying it manually or by using a magical weapon of the same level against it. The girl was in complete despair when suddenly a maid appeared on the wall, notifying Flora of the magical message that had arrived. The maid reported that Roman Dmitri asked to convey that he had a way to help the mistress's family line. The maid asked the Viscount's daughter to accept the message, but the girl was too confused to do so. Upon reaching the castle, Flora asked Roman what exactly he could offer her family. Romaro's eldest son, Gabriel, reported a way to help the Lawrences in a time of danger. The young gentleman immediately said that he had decided to take revenge on the Barco family for personal reasons. Since Roman had already made his decision, the only thing that needed to be known was the moment when he would carry out his revenge. If Lady Lawrence agreed to follow Dimitri's plan, the guy promised to move up his deadlines and move out right now to defeat Barco. Without hesitation, Flora asked what was required of her family to carry out this plan. The Lawrences needed to sacrifice themselves first, clearing the battlefield so that Dmitri could bring his full powers to bear. The Viscount's daughter suggested that Roman must be aware of their situation, since he had made such a request. The lady said she would do anything if it would help protect her family. But the young gentleman also asked the Lawrences to give him a reason so that he could enter the war, since the marriage contract had already been dissolved. At that moment, the girl could not figure out how she could create a reason while in such a situation. Roman Dmitri suggested that Lady Lawrence announced that Anthony Barco had harassed her. Lady Flora was shocked by such a request, but her ally wanted to explain all the details of his plan. Even though the girl had not crossed paths with the aristocrat, such a statement could explain the break in the alliance with Dimitri's family. But it could also reduce its value in the eyes of the aristocracy and also deprive the Lawrences of its reputation as a beautiful flower. However, by refusing many benefits, the daughter of an aristocrat could have received a pretext that would allow Dmitri to intervene in the war. Roman suggested that Flora say that Anthony had pressured her to break off the engagement, since at that time she was still his person. And then the young gentleman added that he never forgives those who dare to touch his people, and these words firmly stuck in the girl's head. And while Lady Lawrence was deciding on a very desperate step, the enemy managed to destroy the fortress wall. The Viscount's daughter, at the moment when the plaster fell from the ceiling, repeated that she would accept any of Roman's conditions. So she asked him to immediately deal with all the damned scum of Barco. The enemy was already very close, ready to cross the fortress wall, attaching hooks and ladders to it. Mr. Lawrence demanded that the wall be defended, because they had to hold out at any cost. Taking advantage of the confusion that arose, one of the soldiers climbed onto the wall unnoticed by those around him. The warrior, with his sword held out in front of him, immediately attacked the unarmed baron. Viscount Lawrence, watching the blade approaching him at great speed, could not have imagined that he would leave the world in such a way. The soldier who suddenly attacked the gentleman was thrown back a distance by an arrow. The shooter who saved Baron Lawrence's precious life was his own daughter, Flora. The girl firmly stated that they had to open the fortress gates and confront Barco head-on. The father was shocked by such a proposal, and his daughter hastened to calm him down, mentioning that Roman Dmitri had promised to help them. If the gates open, it will distract the enemy, and then Roman will appear with his army and destroy the outbreak. The man did not understand why Roman needed this, but Mrs. Flora explained that there was no time to go into details. The girl believed that Roman Dmitri was one of those who did not throw words to the wind, which meant that he could be trusted. Roman Dmitri, talking with Lady Lawrence, was in the forest at that moment. His loyal assistant Chris asked his master if he was going to attack right now, to which he received a negative answer. The guy was worried because if they delayed their attack, the Lawrences could be destroyed. He reported that the Flash was a powerful weapon, capable of destroying an entire fortress wall. The Aura Knight insisted that if Roman really wanted to help the Lawrences, he should immediately attack the enemy from behind. Roman, looking coldly at the knight, asked why he had to do this. The young gentleman explained that the question was not whether the Lawrences would survive or not. It was more important to Dmitri that not a single one of his people shed blood in this war. Many would die in this battle, but the problem was that they followed an incapable leader. The young master had no intention of senselessly sacrificing those who had sworn allegiance to him. Chris did not expect such cruelty from his master, but on the other hand, he understood his decision perfectly. Meanwhile, Mr. Lawrence was going to attack with his men, opening the fortress gates. The Viscount's soldiers left their shelter and entered the battlefield through the main entrance. Lawrence's army rushed at the enemy, not even suspecting that behind the steel armor, there were also completely ordinary warriors. One of these knights took out 2 soldiers with just one swing of his axe. The fierce soldier who dyed the enemy's uniform scarlet was a mercenary from Burge's squad. But Lawrence's men who came out against Barco left this world in pieces, leaving their limbs on the battlefield. The monstrous atrocities committed by the mercenaries frightened the soldiers so much that not a trace remained of their determination. The warriors, forgetting about honor, threw down their weapons, because they only wanted to survive, returning to the castle, running as fast as they could. Lady Flora, watching what was happening from above, ordered the soldiers not to retreat and to fight to the last. The young lady was worried because if they couldn't act as bait, then Roman and his men would never show up. Suddenly, an unknown cavalry unit began to approach Barco's camp. The aristocrat heard that the diggings had been brought to nothing, as he had not expected reinforcements and had not expected any uninvited guests to appear. Roman Dmitri and his men were racing towards the camp at full speed on horseback. The loyal soldiers followed their master, not doubting his actions for a second. They had to put their lives on the line and experience anxiety and worry. If the soldiers managed to survive under the banner of House Dmitri, Roman will grant them the promised life as predators. The young gentleman informed the warriors that their primary objective was to attack the enemy from behind and destroy their assault weapons. Since the Lawrences would not be able to play the role of bait properly, Romano's son did not expect his men to contribute much to the battle strategy. That is why the master will go ahead, cutting down opponents and clearing the way for the rest. Dimitri's men, who followed behind, had to finish off the remnants of the defeated army of their master. But their main goal remained the destruction of the magic catapult. Baron Barco, watching the detachment approach the camp, wondered how they were going to resist his powerful army. The aristocrat ordered the soldiers to prepare properly for the arrival of the uninvited guests. Roman Dmitri rushed straight towards the soldiers, who had sharp spears stuck out in front of them behind the wheels. Raising his sword above his head, the young master called on his soldiers to attack the enemy. The horse of the leader of this resistance was brutally stabbed to death by the first hail of warriors. The people of Murium always said that at the forefront of the demonic section there was always a heavenly demon. And having reincarnated in the body of young Roman, the demon jumped into the crowd of enemies, skillfully wielding a blade. To face such a dangerous opponent face to face was tantamount to suicide. Both in his past life and now, the heavenly demon took on the most dangerous role. The reason for this was always the same. The strongest warrior had to undermine the enemy's fighting spirit. Roman Dmitri gave his enemy the right to either attack him himself, or he was forced to do so himself. Although the young master's speech was directed at Barco's soldiers, Kevin suddenly decided to attack. The rest of Lord Dimitri's warriors followed the young man's example and rushed after him. As they were ordered, the soldiers finished off the wounded, who somehow miraculously managed to escape from the salamander. One of Barco's warriors lunged at Kevin but missed, his spear hitting the horse's neck. Jumping off his wounded horse, the young man rushed at his enemy, noisily piercing his armor and causing a fountain of blood. Following his colleagues, the Star Knight also rushed into battle using aura against the enemy. None of the army's methods worked against Romero's son, and it seemed that no one could stop the boy except himself. Easily breaking through dozens of soldiers, Roman was very close to their main target. The young gentleman was very close to the outbreak, which Barco's men tried unsuccessfully to save. The captain of the mercenary squad, Berge, interrupted his brutal murders. He could not believe his eyes that Roman Dmitri himself had decided to attack them. Berge, together with his people, could receive a huge sum for the completed task. Therefore, the captain expressed a desire to personally deal with the problem that had arisen. Roman's sword clashed with the sword of a mercenary of the highest rank, recognized throughout the kingdom. Knights of this status had to be able to control aura in order to achieve their rank. The 2-star aura swordsman Berge, crossing swords with Roman, couldn't even move. The heir of the family, Dmitri, took the blade, shooting at the enemy with the power of aura. The mercenary was barely holding his own against the strongest of the strongest warriors he had ever encountered. And despite such a colossal difference in strength, the man did not give up hope of winning the fight. But just a few seconds after the fight began, Berge was already on his knees. The head fell to the ground, separating from the mercenary's body, while Roman stood unharmed. The people of Berge could not believe that their powerful captain had been defeated by Roman Dmitri. The young master's soldiers were shocked by his victory, which once again proved his skill. Baron Barco was not only furious, having ordered the insolent scoundrel to be killed, but was also shaking with fear, foreseeing his defeat. The aristocrat's subjects barely restrained the enraged master, who wanted to personally punish his eldest son, Dmitri. For Roman, the Viscount did not pose a threat, and he focused all his attention on the truly dangerous subject. The flash was a creation of magic that did not exist in Murim, so it required a special approach. And in order to definitely destroy the catapult, Roman turned to the heavenly demon sword technique. Using the first formation, Roman managed to cut the magic weapon in half. The men of Barco, along with their master, could not believe that such a powerful weapon could be destroyed with just one swing of a sword. The flash left only charred parts of the structure shattered into small pieces. Addressing the Lawrences, Roman Dmitri shouted that he had managed to destroy Barco's assault weapon. All the soldiers on the defending side were incredibly happy at this news, raising a huge noise with their shouts and applause. Lady Flora, watching Roman's accomplished feat from the wall, even shed tears of happiness. By destroying the catapult, the family's heir, Dmitri, managed to take away Barco's only trump card. Because of this, the enemy was forced to retreat, promising that he would still avenge his defeat. During the battle, Chris used aura in a different way than his previous technique. The guy managed to concentrate the aura, just like his master did, and as a result, even in a fierce battle, the mana consumption was small. Everyone around laughed at the knight who tried to imitate the young master, but Chris's technique progressed. War could only admit that Mr. Roman had used the right teaching method. All the soldiers of the Dmitri family, whom the Knight of Aura buried prematurely, turned out to be alive. He noted that despite fatigue, not one of the 30 soldiers received serious injuries. Due to his fortitude and endurance, the young master chose these people as his soldiers. Having informed the Lawrences that he had helped them as he had promised, Roman headed towards his unit. Romano's son was glad to see that all of his men had managed to survive, which meant that their role was over. The young master and his men headed to the Lawrence fortress. The city's residents greeted Roman Dmitri as a hero, and the Lorenzi tirelessly thanked him for saving them. Looking at his savior, Baron Lawrence regretted that he had never been able to form an alliance with his family. From their first meeting, the Viscount felt that the guy was not an ordinary nobleman. After all, in order to destroy the Flash with one's own hands, no small, overwhelming talent was required. The young gentleman was like a tiger, and if everything went as planned, this fierce predator would become the Baron's son-in-law. Putting aside his sad thoughts, Lawrence joyfully greeted Roman Dmitri. The man was glad to meet the young gentleman again and extended his hand to him. As soon as Roman shook the Viscount's hand, the entire people rejoiced, filling the fortress with the roar of applause. Before attending the meeting with the Baron and his advisors, Roman met with another person. Lady Flora sincerely thanked the young gentleman for his assistance in the battle. The girl admitted that her people were unable to adequately play the role of bait. Despite this, Dmitri did not turn away from the Lawrences in difficult times. The guy replied that he had simply played his role, nothing more. Although the young lady had a different opinion, Roman stated that her father's soldiers acted exactly according to his plan. Lady Lawrence still wanted to repay her savior, even though she believed that he had no need to accept her gratitude. The girl explained that Roman could wish for anything at the meeting, so as to receive support in her person. Flora promised to listen to the young master and certainly reward him, not ignoring his people. The guy didn't answer that there was no point in him refusing unless the lady was going to change her mind. But first, Roman suggested visiting the meeting room where they were both eagerly awaited. In Baron Lawrence's office, talk about the future of the family line continued. Roman considered the proposal of the counselors, who wanted to force Barco to end the feud between their houses. Since the enemy still had a formidable fighting force, it was necessary to bury the past and find peace without incurring any problems. Listening to the Viscount's assistance, the boy realized that the Lawrences, unlike the predator Dmitri, were herbivores. This was confirmed by the Baron, who agreed with the words of the advisors, believing that this time they miraculously managed to avoid a catastrophe. The gentleman wanted to continue his speech, but Roman interrupted him, also wanting to speak. Everyone present at the table fell silent, waiting for what the representative of the family Dmitri would say. Rising from the table, Roman announced that the Barcos were suffering from the oppression of the money issue, and in order to pay off the huge amount of debt, they had no choice but to destroy Lawrence by any means necessary. And even the destruction of the Flash, in the opinion of the young gentleman, would not change anything, and in response to the peace agreement, they would receive the bloody head of the messenger. The Baron wondered if Roman had felt anything at all as he watched the soldiers outside carrying the corpses of their comrades. That is why Romaro's son suggested showing the world how the Lawrences take revenge on the monsters who dared to touch them. The Viscount himself understood this perfectly well, but without the necessary strength, it was not possible to carry out such a thing. Roman completely disagreed with Mr. Lawrence's opinion, stating that such a method existed. While the Lawrences and Mr. Roman were looking for a solution to the problem, Baron Barco was furious. The aristocrat wondered under what pretext this scoundrel had decided to interfere with his plans. The only opportunity that could change the situation was a duel between great warriors. Dmitri also suggested this option, but Lawrence clarified that the duel of great warriors had long since been replaced by a battle of connections and wealth, and Barco possessed both of these traits that determined the winner of the battle. Taking advantage of his connections and wealth, the Baron was afraid to imagine what kind of master they would invite to the duel. The young gentleman understood the Viscount's anxiety perfectly well and wanted to give him confidence in victory. The man couldn't understand how confidence could help him win a deadly duel. The heir of the family, Dmitri, was sure that if they were confident of victory, then a duel of warriors would be the best way to solve the problem. The advisors clarified Roman's plan by stating that the enemy had a 3-star swordsman who would most likely step forward as the first warrior. Mr. Roman said that he would be participating in the first fight on behalf of the Lawrence family. He said that if his opponent was Knight Barco or their master, he would guarantee that he would bring the first victory. The whole idea would be pointless if the Lawrences had only 1 win and 2 losses. For the third duel, Roman chose the 2-star knight Chris, who was capable of standing up to any 3-star warrior. The guy wondered if 2 victories would be enough to consider the fight won, thereby restoring the lost reputation of this house. But instead of asking the Viscount for a decision, the young gentleman turned to his daughter. The young man turned to Lady Flora, leaving it to her to decide whether to agree to this venture. The young lady remembered that she had previously given Roman the opportunity to ask her for anything during the meeting. The Baron's daughter realized that this was exactly what Dmitri wanted, to participate in the warriors' duel. But if they lose, the Lawrences will be forced to bear responsibility, which could result in the collapse of their home. Roman Dmitri, whom everyone considered an eccentric, was in fact an extremely dangerous person. Flora, having once trusted Roman, firmly declared that she supported the warriors' duel. Both sides exchanged decisions and the fight was confirmed, scheduled for a week after the order was given. The venue for the fight included a judge, participants in the fight, stands with fans, and a field where the winner was to be determined. The chief judge, Count Ertes, declared that the duel was a sacred place, blessed by Valhalla itself. Whatever the results, both families were obliged to accept them without the right of appeal. But if one of the parties breaks the rules, they will be judged, with the honor of the Kingdom of Cairo at stake. The judge announced that both houses must present their 3 warriors and draw up a schedule of fights. Roman Dmitri carefully observed the behavior of his opponents, which gave him one thought. The guy immediately shared this thought with the Baron, suggesting changing the schedule. Over the past week, the interest rates that were pressing on Barco had increased significantly, and it seemed as if they were deliberately stalling for time. Looking at the way the Baron was chatting pleasantly with the judges, one could not say that they were in a hurry. The Viscount suggested that during this time the enemy might have managed to invite stronger masters. This conclusion could be made by observing how one of Barco's warriors was completely asleep on the eve of the duel. Mr. Lawrence, concerned about the situation, turned to Roman for advice, asking whether the schedule should be changed. According to the original plan, Roman was supposed to go out first, followed by the Lawrence Knight, and Chris was supposed to close out the series of fights. The Baron and his daughter were stunned to learn of the young master's decision to nominate Chris as the first warrior. During the second fight, Roman Dmitri himself was supposed to take part in order to fight the unexpected fighter that Barco was betting on. The first 2 knights entered the arena, their skill levels differing from each other. Opposing Chris was Jansen of the Barco family, who held the status of a 3-star aura swordsman. As soon as the family representative Dmitri was announced, the spectators in the stands began to whisper, doubting Chris's abilities. But the warrior did not pay attention to evil tongues, because the reason he followed his master was to gain strength. When the duel was announced, a banner was raised and waved from side to side. During his training with Roman, the 2-star aura knight learned an important lesson. No matter how strong the aura was, only a person who had mastered it could unlock its true potential. Chris had to wait for the right moment to demonstrate his skills. Jansen threw punch after punch, trying to hit his opponent, but he missed every time, angry at Chris's constant dodging. Tired of running around endlessly, the 3-star swordsman decided to use a technique that would put an end to it. With incredible strength, Jansen threw himself at his opponent from above, using a wide-range aura. Seeing the threat looming, Chris panicked, realizing he wouldn't be able to dodge it. An image of a mentor arose in his mind, who once told him to free himself from the primary laws of the world. Chris realized that a chaotic burst of mana would not be able to fully unleash the power of the aura. Just like his leader, he concentrated all of his aura power into one point using only a fraction of his mana. With this technique, Chris was able to break through the wide-range aura and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Having beheaded his opponent, the knight received a standing ovation from the crowd, who chanted his name. As he caught his breath, he still didn't fully realize that he had defeated a swordsman with a 3-star aura, despite being only a 2-star knight. After the unconditional victory of the House of Lawrence, the judge called the warriors for the next duel. While the next pair of knights prepared for battle, the crowd could not get enough of Chris's unexpected victory. The fans' mood was not shared by Baron Barco, who was shaking with anger over Jansen's defeat. The aristocrat planned to snatch victory in the second fight, but now the third round was becoming decisive for him. Barco tried to calm himself down, believing that the second fight would go without any complications. Having spent a fortune, the Baron secured the support of a warrior who could not be defeated. In order to summon the knight who spoke for Barco, he first had to be awakened. Unlike the previous warriors, this one, as he climbed into the arena, was still yawning, not fully awakened from sleep. The second warrior of the Barco family was Homer the swordsman, who possessed a 4-star aura. As soon as his opponents heard his name, they instantly turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost. The stands immediately began to whisper, because none of those present had ever seen a wandering swordsman. The warrior, who was ranked 49th in the overall ranking, agreed to participate in the duel only at the request of the guild leader. The rating originates from the Valhalla Empire of the Sacred Land, where all brave warriors who fell in battle were sent. All the results and defeats of brave warriors were immortalized in the chronicles, which became the source of the rating. Belonging only to the Valhallan culture, with the influence of the empire, it soon spread across the continent, with the temple's top leadership personally selecting the top 100. Baron Lawrence could never have imagined in his worst nightmares that Barco would be sent to duel the warrior Homer. There was no one in the kingdom who did not know about the reputation of the warrior who, wandering throughout the kingdom, received the nickname of the Wandering Swordsman. One of the viewers shared rumors that the knight was supposed to fight a 4-star swordsman who was ranked 30th. Another spectator confirmed that the warrior had only recently reached 4 stars and was certain that the Lawrences would refuse to participate. Having barely won the first match, they will never be able to defeat such a strong opponent. Unlike everyone else who was present during the event, Roman Dmitri was not scared, but rather felt wild curiosity. Also, while preparing for the duel, the young master monitored Barco's actions using the Information Guild. As it turned out, the swordsman was the secret card that Barco played. The guy was looking forward to the start of the fight to personally check what such a strong opponent was capable of. And although the enemy side carefully hid information about the warrior, they also failed to find out what Romero's son was like. Roman wanted to give the chance to witness a battle of strongmen that could only be read about in books, but they wanted to prevent him from doing so. Flora asked the young master to refuse the battle, since the opponent, being in the ranking of the strongest, posed a threat to the guy's life. The girl insisted on refusing to fight, and even if Dmitri slightly damaged his reputation, he would at least be able to save his life. The young lady said that she would pray that victory would be on their side in the next duel. Homer, waiting for his rival, watched as he came into disagreement with the Baron's daughter. The warrior was able to read absolute superiority in Roman's gaze, which made him dislike his opponent. Lady Lawrence offered to put up her knight to pay for his help during the siege of the castle. Flora believed that Mr. Dmitri had no reason to risk his life in a duel he was sure he would lose. Roman pulled away the hand of the young lady, who had been holding him tightly all this time, trying to prevent him from climbing into the arena. The guy said that he didn't have time to explain everything to the Baron's daughter, and he asked her to stay out of the way. Climbing onto the battlefield, Roman Dmitri announced that he was entering this duel on behalf of the Lawrences. Looking at his opponent, Homer guessed that he had at least 2 aura stars if he was able to destroy the Flash. The swordsman was dissatisfied that instead of fighting with every little thing, he could now challenge the knight ranked 30. Wanting to end this performance as quickly as possible, Homer rushed towards Roman with incredible speed. One of the young master's first students also noted the extraordinary speed with which the swordsman moved. But no matter how fast Homer moved, he still failed to pierce his opponent, who managed to dodge at the last moment. Noticing the dark aura emanating from the sword, Roman managed to repel the attack of the warrior Barco. Jumping back to a safe distance, the swordsman was pleasantly surprised by the young master's skills. Roman decided to take the initiative into his own hands and rushed at Homer with a burning salamander. The knight, who was observing the technique of the Dmitri family member, was curious about what method he used to release the aura. The young master had waited so long for a serious fight that he was disappointed when his opponent underestimated him by not fighting at full strength. As if reading Roman's mind, the swordsman used the 3-star aura to perform a technique called Summit. Roman Dmitri could not get closer to Homer, because a strong energy circle formed around him. The warrior Barco's aura was so overwhelming to the surroundings that it almost knocked the spectators off their seats. However, Roman Dmitri was not surprised by the strength of his opponent and, getting bored, decided not to drag out this fight. The young gentleman calmly stepped towards Homer, and the shock wave that formed around the swordsman was nothing to him. The boy offered to stand against his technique, which had no equal, better known as the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Entering the circle created by Homer, Roman absorbed the power of the aura into himself and colored it black. The 49th in the ranking was pleasantly surprised that such a seemingly nondescript fighter could control mana at such a level. Leaving his opponent behind, Romero's son made him feel the power of the third formation on his own skin. Long before the duel, Homer was asked to understand the guild's position and postpone the fight with Fernando. It was about a duel of great warriors between families of the borderlands, which for a master like him could be a light warm-up. The swordsman, ever since he had attained the highest rank, had rejected all orders and, wandering around the kingdom, fought with the strongest warriors. Since Homer had no compelling reason to refuse, he agreed to do the guild a favor. Lady Flora held her breath as she watched the outcome of the duel, where the honor of their family house was at stake. The audience was puzzled, not realizing until the very end what they had just seen. A talented warrior who had managed to reach the 4th star lay on the arena floor bleeding. The rising star, who was preparing to get the 30th place in the ranking of the strongest, died from one blow dealt by Roman Dmitri. The heavenly demon could not allow some boy who had failed to conquer the peak to show arrogance in front of him. Despite the fact that he lived on the Salamander continent, Roman judged everything by the standards of his past life. Muram was full of talented craftsmen, and if you were careless, you could meet your death. The mystery of the teachings of this world was ineffective and, in Roman's opinion, looked more like garbage. At the request of the young gentleman, the judge announced the results of the fight, naming the winner, who was Roman Dmitri from Lawrence. The soldiers of the Barco family were shocked by the death of such a great warrior as Homer, some of whom attributed what they saw to hallucinations. Chris was amazed by his master's true strength, which he so carefully hid from everyone. The knight wondered whether Lord Roman had this power during their duel, or whether he had managed to make an unimaginable leap in skills afterward. Analyzing the fight with the young gentleman, Chris was sure that at that time the nobleman did not possess abilities superior to Homer. Too little time has passed for such a leap in the development of new techniques to be consistent with common sense. Having defeated Jansen, the aura swordsman naively assumed that he would soon be able to surpass his master. But as it turned out, his conclusions were hasty. The judge made an exception to the rules, allowing the list of names in the warriors' fight to be changed before the 3rd round. This indulgence from the organizers did not play any role in the difficult case of the Barco family. The Baron was shaking all over as if in a fever, not accepting the fact that his secret weapon in the form of Homer had been destroyed. The warrior he chose was a 4-star swordsman, of which there were only a few in the entire kingdom. And suddenly the aristocrat was visited by a monstrous thought that the mercenary guild had sent him a double of Homer. The army captain asked his master to send a warrior, to which Barco replied that he did not dare to lose his fighting power any longer. The master ordered Benson to be sent, which was an unexpected decision for the commander. The knight was given the opportunity to pay back for daring to insult Barco's dignity at a social ball. The aristocrat subject obediently fulfilled his master's request, putting forward an unnamed knight in the 3rd round. When the soldier entered the arena, he could not believe until the very end that he was there, and announced to those assembled that he was Benson of Barco. The audience wondered who this warrior was, since not only had they never seen him, they had never heard his name. Chris and Kevin were among the few at the event who knew the knight performing by sight. Running to Roman, the boy asked the master to give him the opportunity to enter the arena. Roman, looking at the young man, could not help but think that in a world where the strong devoured the weak, the only thing that followed defeat was death. Despite the skills he had acquired, even the nameless knight was a difficult opponent for Kevin. The young gentleman gave the guy permission to participate in the duel, clearly wanting to prove his usefulness. Benson, who was puzzled as to how he had ended up in this situation, was shaking all over. Thanks to his father's knightly status, he was able to become a knight of the influential Barco family without any worries. The guy gave his all for the sake of his family line, but the price for his loyalty was death in a warrior duel. The soldier's anxious thoughts were interrupted when he saw his opponent in this duel. The nameless knight couldn't believe that he would have to fight this boy, almost crying from fear. Now the man Barco was all aglow with happiness, thanking the Lord for such a gift of fate. As soon as the warriors stood in front of each other in the arena, the superiority of one of them was obvious to the naked eye. The nameless knight decided that the boy wanted to get even with him for that incident during the social reception. Kevin cracked that all we had was not with the sword that protected Mr. Roman. Benson pounced on the young man with fierce hatred, wanting to teach the arrogant brat a lesson. Due to his opponent's uncontrollable anger, the guy was able to dodge his blow. Unexpectedly for the nameless knight himself, Kevin counterattacked, almost piercing his neck with his blade. Because of his carelessness, the warrior Barco became even more angry, throwing the bastard to the ground. The blow was so strong that the guy had to slide several meters around the arena on his back, leaning on his sword, spitting out the blood that had accumulated in his mouth. Kevin gave his opponent a furious look. Watching the fight, Chris was worried about the boy, who was inferior to the enemy not only in strength but also in terms of physique. Aura Knight wondered what Mr. Roman was thinking when he sent the boy to his certain death. Gathering his strength, the young man pulled himself up and showed all the spectators the dent from the blow on his armor. On the day Kevin supposedly got his arm swollen, the Phantom Demon's skill settled in his head. Since there might not be another chance, the guy awakened the ghost that was sleeping inside him. From the Phantom Demon's crazy gaze, not a single blow could go unnoticed. The knight's blade fell to the ground as the young man jumped aside in time. Moving like a predatory beast, Kevin was already preparing to attack, holding onto his sword. The voice in his head told him to tear the nameless knight to shreds, but he didn't belong to Mr. Roman. The boy wanted at all costs to become a sword that would be useful to his master. Feeling inferior, the young man wanted to be much more useful than Chris. Caught in a whirlpool of feelings, pierced or completely absorbed by the Phantom Demon, he couldn't stop. The boy, maddened by the anger raging inside him, rushed at Benson. The knight froze in place as he saw the enemy's blade become enveloped in an aura. It was thanks to her that Kevin was able to pierce the armor of the warrior Barco, whose surprise knew no bounds. Unfortunately for him, the nameless knight realized that his opponent had no intention of stopping. The guy was so mad that, driven by a sense of revenge, he continued to press on the warrior. And at some point, Kevin's blade, piercing Benson's armor, passed right through, sprinkling the arena with blood. The Aura Knight couldn't believe that the boy he had defeated in a duel not long ago had an aura. Kevin, towering over his fallen enemy with a wild look, admired the work done. As soon as he pulled out his blade, a fountain of blood gushed out of his body, splashing everything around. The Lawrences were horrified that such a young man, who seemed kind and sweet, was harboring a bloodthirsty predator inside himself. After leaving the arena, Kevin knelt down in front of Roman Dmitri and announced that, as he promised, he had returned to him. Roman praised his knight for being able to surpass himself and defeat an opponent who was many times stronger than him. The duel of great warriors between the Lawrences and Barcos ended with the Lawrences in clear leadership, winning 3 out of 3 victories. After this event, like the tales of heroes, people here and there began to praise Roman's exploits, mixing truth and fiction. In the tavern, over a glass of beer, the men discussed the duel in which Barco had a hard time. The situation that had raised a fuss had failed miserably. One of the interlocutors began to boast that all his relatives were residents of Lawrence. Roman was described as the savior of the Lawrences, who single-handedly killed hundreds of Barco's soldiers. And on top of everything else, the young master managed to destroy the magic catapult with one blow. Everyone without exception discussed the rescue of the Lawrences and Roman Dimitri's incredible victory over the 4-star swordsman Homer. Not only adults, but also children were crazy about Romero's eldest son, whose fame raised him to the skies. And from then on, one after another, heroic stories about the adventures of the young master began to accumulate. And while legends about the mighty Roman Dmitri were heard from all corners of Barco, bank accounts in turn were accumulating. Drowning in debt and hundreds of papers sent by the Gold Bank, the aristocrat looked through the last of them. On the one hand, the bank asked for the return of the debt along with interest, and on the other, they demanded payment for hiring Homer and compensation for his death. Barco recalled how people would flock to meet his family when the family house was a powerful influence. But as soon as Barco stumbled, all these people immediately turned away from him. Only Roman Dmitri was to blame for all the aristocrats' troubles, for he dared to disrupt his plans. After thinking for a while, the man had an epiphany that the guy had done something that he shouldn't have done in high society. The situation seemed hopeless, but Baron Barco still found one last chance to save himself and his name. Within a few days, Barco had summoned aristocrats from several other houses to his home. The gentleman showered his guests with compliments, being immensely grateful for their devotion to his family. One of the nobles got tired of listening to Barco talk nonsense, and therefore asked him to quickly get to the heart of the matter. The owner of the house happily revealed that he had good reason to attack the Lawrences. This reason could also play an extremely important role in high society for all participants involved. Barco explained that the war was intended to enforce the payment of the debt of the ancestors, and the central government supported this decision by assigning a judge to the case. However, Roman Dmitri decided to intervene in this war without any reason, as a result of which the aristocrat lost face. And on top of all this, even at the duel of warriors, there was not a single person from the Lawrences themselves. Barco was indignant. By what right did this impudent fellow from the Dmitri clan decide to help his debtors? The man continued that if the two families were related by family ties, the question would not have arisen. But everyone knew that the families had broken off the engagement, and Roman, being a stranger to the Lawrences, had no right to interfere. The gentleman stated that the guy had crossed the line, forcing his guests to think hard about his words. The next second, the aristocrats, the foam rubbers, began to speak out in favor of Barco, as he had expected. It was enough for a man to convince a few houses to come over to his side. The Baron needed to pin the blame on the Dmitri family, and having received a huge payment as compensation, resolved the issue with the loan. There was a lively conversation coming from the corridor, but Barco wasn't waiting for anyone else, since everyone he wanted to see was already at the meeting. Suddenly, Roman Dmitri opened the office door, pleased that he had finally managed to find the owner of the estate. The young gentleman had heard that the aristocrat had many complaints against him. Seeing the silent question frozen on the man's face, Roman answered it, stating that he wanted to hear everything from the Baron personally. And long before that, the Knight of Aura was stunned when he learned that his master was going to Viscount Barco. The guy wanted to dissuade the young gentleman, stating that his visit would be akin to suicide. Romero's eldest son responded by asking his servant how his relationship with Barco would develop. Chris replied that for the aristocrat, the young master was a sworn enemy, and therefore it was advisable to avoid each other. But Roman objected, confident that if you start something, you have to see it through to the end. And in order to finally dot all the I's, the guy climbed onto the horse. It was no secret that Barco harbored a grudge against Dmitri, and in particular against Roman himself. While the Baron was in a precarious position, it was necessary to nip his revenge in the bud right now. Arriving at the meeting, his master asked the Viscount why all those present had gathered. Roman's behavior, showing up so unceremoniously, greatly angered the owner of the house. Barco was furious that the boy, even without inheriting the title, dared to ignore the difference between their positions. The Baron asked whether his lowly origins had not taught his guest the laws of nobility, and decided to tell him about them himself. The man explained that in the kingdom of Cairo it was forbidden to interfere in a war without a good reason. Barco announced the pretext, in accordance with the laws, having received approval from the central government, and only then was war declared. All these manipulations were necessary to preserve each other's good name. The Baron slammed the table and shouted that ignorance of the law was no excuse. Foaming at the mouth, the aristocrat tried to convince the young gentleman how stupid he had been. Because of his curtailed actions, the Dmitri family will be forced to erase a strong insult, proving that because of the eldest son's misdeed, the family will not be able to avoid lessons for all the signs of the kingdom. Having finished his speech, the Baron, along with the others, waited to see what Roman would answer. After waiting for silence, the guy asked the owner of the house whether he had finished his speech. Roman asked this question only because he wanted to tell everyone gathered about his reason. The young gentleman started out by saying that Lawrence and Dmitri were bound by a marriage agreement, but now he had turned into a weirdo who had been rejected by his bride. Roman asked the aristocrats for their opinion on the reason for the dissolution of the union between the families, and while the guests were pondering the answer, he said that all the rumors about his reputation and his adventures with women were not true. The whole truth was that everything that happened was due to threats from the eldest son, Anthony. This statement was unexpected both for Barco and for the assembled aristocrats. Roman suggested returning to the moment of the social evening held at this estate. Since Roman was on friendly terms with Anthony, he attended the evening at his invitation and was also supposed to be with Lawrence. The guy was trapped, finding himself in the same room with Amelia Barco the next morning, and a relative threatened to break off the engagement. Anthony carefully planned a trap to separate Lawrence and Dmitri to suit his own plans. Statements like these made the nobility think about helping Barco. Roman was pleased with his performance, and as soon as he exposed his weakness, it immediately ceased to be one. Barco was beside himself with anger, trying to convince those gathered that there was no faith in what the boy said. Barco said that Romero's son lived like trash and tried to cover up the truth with his lies. This statement only amused the guy. Anticipating the Baron's words, he decided to name another reason for his intervention in the war between the families. The aristocrat tensed up when he heard from the young master that his eldest son had crossed the line. Anthony made advances towards Flora, with whom Romana had an arranged marriage, but the girl was so shocked that she eventually decided to break off the engagement. If those present did not believe him, the young gentleman suggested asking Flora Lawrence herself about the incident. Since Anthony had lured Roman into a trap with lies, Dmitri wanted to pay him back in the same coin. The nobleman stated that he had intervened in the war using only his own strength, and the only thing he could do for the sake of his bride was to take revenge. Addressing the Viscount as well as everyone present, Roman asked one question that interested him. After all that had been said, did Roman still have no reason to interfere in the war between the Barcos and the Lawrences? The Baron no longer had any reason to fight for the truth of the cause. If anything was left, it was to buy a little more time. The aristocrat doubted that Roman was telling the truth, but decided to check the veracity of his words a little later. But the guy was not so simple and suggested that Barco immediately make a choice between the options he had proposed. The young gentleman wanted Antony to be punished for insulting him, or he could cover up the incident by resolving the issue at the family level. The Viscount needed to make a decision immediately, otherwise Roman threatened to tell his father everything upon returning home. The man did not expect that his conflict with Roman could end in a war with Dimitri's family. The second option was unacceptable, since a clash with such a family in the current crisis situation would lead to the collapse of Barco. Holding back his indignation, the aristocrat considered that the matter between the young master and his eldest son was not worth the level of family feuds. He also hastened to add that Antony would kneel before him and ask for forgiveness. But Roman Dmitri was not happy with this outcome of the situation, specifying when he asked to put Antony on his knees. Mr. Barco could not understand what this arrogant nobleman demanded of him. The boy wondered why the instigator chose the method of punishment, stating that he himself would decide how to deal with the culprit. Having appeared to his son, the aristocrat now quickly informed him of the fate that Roman had chosen for him. Antony tearfully begged his father not to give his life into the hands of others, not realizing the true purpose of the refereeing duel. The aristocrat tearfully asked the Viscount to reject Roman's offer, declaring that the guy would never spare him. Barco shouted at his son, trying to bring him to his senses and finally pull himself together. As soon as the boy took the place of the successor, it became his duty to share his life with the fate of the family, and this meant that Antony had to face reality and not forget about the shame, ready to give his hand for it. Not wanting to hear any more excuses, the owner of the house quickly left the scarecrow of his son. The nobleman was left alone with his thoughts, firmly convinced that Roman would punish him in the most monstrous way. Both eldest sons of the families, Dmitri and Barco, were on the fighting ground. Even though Antony held the sword tightly with both hands, he still couldn't stop trembling. The guy tried to justify his actions by reminding his rival how much he liked Flora, and perhaps because of this, he briefly lost his mind. The aristocrat asked Roman for forgiveness, apologizing for all the inconvenience he had caused him. The offender continued to beg for forgiveness, but Romero's son still reached for his blade. The boy begged for his life to be spared, and in return, he would pay for his mercy for the rest of his days. Watching this pitiful spectacle, the nobility came to the unanimous opinion that the boy should not expect mercy. Roman asked how Antony was going to pay off his debt to the gold bank. The boy teased that even their connections with the government could not cover up the atrocities committed by Barco. The young gentleman stated that he had been humiliated in front of everyone thanks to the efforts of this difficult nobleman. The Viscount's heart sank when, coming close to his son, Roman declared that he had no reason to forgive him. The next second, Roman Dimitri's blade pierced Antony Barco's body, putting an end to their disagreements. With a cold gaze, the young master watched as his opponent choked on his own blood. One day, Baek Chun-hyuk, in order to survive, started a bloody showdown between relatives. He managed to withstand the attacks of the terrible brothers who tried to take his life every night. One of his brothers noted that Chun-hyuk's problem was his personality. According to Baek Ho-yeol, the guy never knew how to compromise, always using brute force. He explained this by saying that as soon as Baek Chun-hyuk saw an enemy in his opponent, he would dive headfirst into the situation. He has never shown generosity to his opponents, and this negative trait may one day become his Achilles heel. Baek Ho-yeol was a truly great man, and not just a warrior who fought his enemies one after another. Possessing generosity, he managed to gather his opponents under his command. Baek understood perfectly well what his brother was talking about, that he could simply destroy the creature that showed hostility towards him, which was his main method. Being at the very bottom of the demonic sect, he had to live like this, and nothing would change for him in the future. The only way to eradicate all variables for Dimitri's novel was death. Since no one had any idea about the nobleman's position in life, no one could have foreseen such an outcome of events. The Viscount rushed to his son, unable to accept the fact that he could no longer be helped. The man screamed in horror, finding the guy with an empty, detached look that meant only one thing. Turning to the Baron, Roman asked again if he had had any problems. With a frightening, sinister smile, the young gentleman said that the death of criminals in a judicial duel was a fairly common occurrence. Barco, his eyes full of horror, called on those present to quickly finish off the murderer of his eldest son. But no one, including the guards of the family home, dared to go against Roman Dmitri. The Viscount accused his son's murderer of appearing coldly without protection, pretending to intend to show generosity. The boy replied that the very day Anthony began to threaten him, he could no longer live under the same sky with Barco. As soon as the young master looked at the assembled aristocracy, they immediately froze in fear. Romero's son stated that if there are still people left who cannot break the broken connection with the Baron, sooner or later all of them will have to face the righteous anger of Roman Dmitri. A grief-stricken father told his son's killer that he would not get away with it. Ignoring the loud statements, Roman said that from now on he would watch the life of the Barco family until it suffered a complete collapse. All the witnesses to the execution of Antoni Barco did not think to make any attempt to stop the executioner, allowing him to leave the castle unhindered. All they were concerned about was that they had touched an enemy that was too dangerous and ruthless. A few days later, Viscount Barco tried to escape in the middle of the night and was eventually found dead on an unnamed hill. The family line, which once extended its influence to the neighboring territories of the kingdom, ended its existence in an extremely pitiful way. Within the walls of the palace, Dmitri, who had not slept that night, Hans noticed his master in the corridor. The servant asked his master where he had decided to go in the middle of the night. Coming out into the light, Mr. Roman appeared before his assistant in a blood-stained outfit. The guy noticed how brightly the moon shone that night, which is why he decided to take a walk for the first time in a long time. After changing the young gentleman's shirt, the assistant informed him that everyone had been very worried lately. Hans was extremely happy that Roman had received recognition, but at the same time, he also got involved in dangerous adventures, such as war. He cannot hide his worries and asked his son Romero to always be careful. The excessive excitement and concern of his assistant were not to the liking of the young master. The guy repeated what he had said earlier, that Hans was his man, and the man had to always remember this. The only rule that allowed Baek Jun-hyuk to become a heavenly demon was to protect his people. According to the novel, one person behind the fence was more important than hundreds, or even thousands of enemies. The gentleman reassured the servant, assuring him that he would do everything possible to protect both himself and his people. At the time when the Barco affair was about to flare up, the Mellork family organized a social gathering. Helena Mellork was surprised that even the wives of Barco's former supporters, being slow on their feet, also attended the event. The woman noted to herself that from now on, power in the region was concentrated in the hands of Dmitri, which was an exceptional opportunity for her family. Helena was delighted to see one of the guests, as she had been eagerly awaiting her arrival. Mrs. Mellork complimented Lena Dmitri, noting her wonderful appearance. Romero's wife attracted the attention of all the visitors, who were extremely honored to meet her. At such events, the Baron's wife Dmitri spent time with the wives of aristocrats to recruit supporters for her family. Since Mr. Romero was not inclined to win people over, his wife was involved in diplomacy and politics, for which she had a special talent. Helena was glad to have everyone present, but she wanted to get to know her neighbors better. The woman said that not every one of the wives who came was looking for the same thing. But as the world situation changed, everyone needed to find a new foothold. Mrs. Mellork took particular pleasure in dealing with people in distress. It was for this reason that she wanted to really tickle the nerves of everyone who had once supported Barco. But after the woman has played enough, she will show generosity and accept them all without exception. Moving to the table, the lady of the house asked Liana's opinion regarding Veronica. The mother suggested, to her daughter's surprise, that Veronica could be a great match for Roman. Pointing out the guy's age, the woman advised him to find a wife and start a family as soon as possible for the sake of his future. Helena Mellork insisted on her statement that Veronica would be very suitable for Roman, despite the fact that she was her daughter. The wives of the aristocrats, not so much out of spite, mentioned the offer from another family, which the young ladies had already accepted. Liana Dmitri agreed that Roman needed to approach marriage with a special choice, and suggested that the Mellork family drop by their estate sometime. And yet Helena continued to talk about her daughter, that she was in love with Roman at first sight. According to her mother, the girl was the best student at the academy, and, despite her age, would become a real beauty in the future. Mrs. Dmitri talked about Roman, who for the previous 6 years had been a fifth wheel in high society. Previously, the status of the well strongly did not allow him to inherit the headship of the family, tying the guy to the point by groups and legs. Romero's wife was grateful for the flattering reviews of her son, who in one moment turned from a fifth wheel into the man of his dreams. But to Helena Mellork's great regret, Liana stated that Roman had already been hurt very badly once. Therefore, the woman hoped that he was now with a girl who would be truly loved, and not one that his family was forcing on him. Based on this, any talk of marriage between the families made no sense. In this case, the girl who was the first to capture the heart of the unapproachable Roman will be the winner in the race for the wealth of the Dmitri family. Late in the evening, Flora Lawrence spent her time reading books in the family library. Recalling the siege of the castle, the girl noted the fact that Lawrence lost the battle against Barco. The young lady's words about victory coming with the onset of winter lost all meaning as soon as she was faced with the harsh reality. Flora kept thinking about how she could become like Roman, who was able to foresee absolutely everything, who rushed into battle, saving her family line. The girl suddenly blushed to herself as soon as she thought about the eldest son of the family, Dmitri. The girl actively began to drive away thoughts that she liked Roman Dmitri, who was an arrogant egoist, caring only about his own benefit. Well, be that as it may, both he and the lady wanted to get to know better the man who was so strong and held such a mystery within himself. Reading literature was impossible due to obsessive thoughts, and so Lady Lawrence decided to get some fresh air. With regret, despite the interest shown, she noted that the engagement was already broken off and there was nothing else connecting them. The girl had neither a way nor an effective reason to meet Roman again. Suddenly, the girl was called out by a familiar voice, which she clearly did not expect to hear. The ringing voice belonged to a pretty girl who addressed the young lady, calling her sister. The girl was the sister of Flora, who belonged to the collateral line of the family, and her name was Sylvia. Baron Lawrence's daughter wondered what her sister was doing within the walls of her home. The daughter burst into her father's chambers after hearing that the Lawrences were responsible for holding a ball on Dimitri's estate. Flora was angry that the Viscount had never bothered to tell her anything about it. The Baron replied to his daughter that the previous incident with Barco had opened his eyes to many things. When no one could make a decision, she was able to show her intelligence and show the family the right path. Thanks to Flora's ability to bring Roman and his men onto the battlefield, the Lawrences were able to win the war. The father had no intention of repeating past mistakes and no longer forced his daughter to do family business. Mr. Lawrence declared that from now on, Flora should begin to live for her own dream. The girl was touched by her father's touching speech, but her plans were to go to the ball. Since Sylvia had traveled a long way from the capital to get to the ball, Flora wanted to know another reason for her visit. With Sylvia's help, the Count wanted to restore the lost connection with Dmitri and break off the engagement. Although the girl was upset by this fact, she understood the decision made by her father. Since Flora felt sorry for Romana for his mercy, she decided to follow Sylvia, taking on the role of her escort. The Baron was confused. He deliberately made it so that the young lady would no longer have to deal with the Dmitri family. The girl made it clear that she was serious about accompanying her sister to the ball. The capital of the kingdom, called Kairos, was the Temple of Valhalla in the Cairo branch. Studying the letters he received, the monk could not believe that they were talking about the son of a provincial aristocrat. 25-year-old boy managed to kill a 4-star swordsman with one blow. But if everything written was really true, then according to the priest, a terrifying genius had come into the world. The rank keeper in Valhalla, Willers, wanted to see for himself if this boy was worthy of being included in the list of the best warriors. A girl who belonged to a stately family came out of the carriage. She was not alone in the place where she arrived. On this day, many daughters of aristocrats from all corners of the kingdom arrived to the lands of Dmitri in advance to prepare for the ball. The lovely girls whispered among themselves every now and then that they were eagerly awaiting a meeting with the enviable groom. Among those who arrived was also Sylvia Lawrence, who was amazed by the sights of the city. The girl was convinced that the rumors were not lying and Dmitri really was a sad place. Looking around, the aristocrats could not imagine how it was possible to live in such a place. The potential brides were embarrassed that they were on the land of blacksmiths without taking care to look favorable. Sylvia concluded that the head of the Romaro family, Dmitri, was far from art. Sylvia's father was with the younger brother of Viscount Lawrence, who settled in the capital as a merchant. Flora, knowing her sister's family, noted that, compared to the capital, both Lawrence and Dmitri were villages. A group of miners were walking towards the girls from their shift, loudly discussing something. One of the workers, a young guy, was surprised when he saw the beautiful aristocrats. The daughters of noble families were outraged that the mine workers were walking boldly in the streets, worrying about the cleanliness of their clothes. One young lady pointed out that this was precisely the problem with the Dmitri family lands. Listening to the ridicule of the other girls, Flora did not agree with them because she knew Dmitri's true face. Suddenly, Lady Lawrence stopped as something unusual caught her eye. The girl turned around to look at the miner who passed by, who seemed painfully familiar to her. Well, Flora was not mistaken, and among the workers, there really was that very eligible bachelor, Roman Dmitri. A worried Hans ran as fast as he could towards the young gentleman who was trying on a miner's helmet. The servant could not stop his master from going into the mine, but he should not have appeared in public in such a state. While wiping Roman's face, the assistant complained that as soon as he touched the towel, it immediately turned black with dirt. He complained that the young gentleman returned every day covered in dust, which was why he lost the attention of the aristocrats. As soon as the girls found out that the miner in front of them was that same Roman, their eyes immediately lit up. Sylvia, like other girls, was enchanted by the appearance of Romero's eldest son, who was more handsome than she imagined. But besides his pretty face, the young gentleman was also physically developed, having a toned body. According to rumors, there was a possibility that the second son would take the place of heir, but the girl could not understand which family would entrust their son with work in the mine. Flora's sister decided that these were definitely lessons on how to raise an heir. If this was indeed the case, then Roman's recent actions undoubtedly raised his prestige. Sylvia suggested approaching the distinguished groom and saying hello before the ball, considering it good form. The aristocrats, flirting, approached the guy and after greeting him, asked him whether he really was the eldest son of the Dmitri family. Sylvia introduced herself and thanked the young gentleman for his assistance to her family. Lady Lawrence, a little embarrassed, assured him that he was indeed the fine man he had been described as. But the young lady did not expect that Roman would react so dryly to her compliment, simply agreeing with her words. The boy ordered his servant to return to the castle, ignoring Sylvia, who was trying to shout to him. Flora was amused by Roman's answer, which was still the same as she remembered it, not at all changed. Hans meanwhile asked the young gentleman to be more friendly towards the lady, and he would be glad to try to make them seem of some value. The servant was interested in how long Roman was going to work in the mine, since the armor had not even given any orders regarding this work. The guy replied that the foundation of Dimitri's family was a forge, and if you dig a little deeper, it was iron ore mining. Iron ore was the most valuable resource, mined with the sweat and blood of miners, and then, melting in the flames of huge braziers, the ore turned into iron, which was Dimitri's essence. The young gentleman was sure that in order to understand people not only in words, he decided to gain experience with them. Watching Roman head towards the palace, Hans wondered when his master had grown so big. The man, almost in tears, declared that from now on he would perfectly erase any dirt for the sake of his master. Within the walls of the academy, 30 knights trained, honing their sword skills. Under the watchful guidance of Knight Aura, the soldiers repeated the memorized movements. Chris might not have noticed how the experience of the war with Barco had bred a reckless loyalty in the knights. To all the soldiers who went through the war after Roman, the master gave the basic teachings of the demonic sect, along with spiritual instructions and sword techniques. The knowledge they gained was a real treasure for the warriors, capable of unlocking the potential of the Aura swordsman. Thanks to this, Roman's people were able to master the basics of combat power, but it was still not enough. The gentleman needed a personal reconnaissance force capable of providing information about the enemy. But the main problem was the availability of money and talent to create a reconnaissance army. Despite his renewed reputation, Roman Dmitri still did not have the same freedom and resources to do so. The young master called Chris over to see how the training was going. The Aura swordsman reported a high learning speed, suggesting that progress should be expected in the near future. Satisfied with the pace of his men's training, Roman stated that their master also needed to learn new technology. The soldier's starting point was different from the others, and therefore required a special approach. The knight managed to build his own world, and in such a state it was not easy to accept new knowledge. And yet the young gentleman decided to give the knight something new, believing in his talent and capabilities. The technique that Roman Dmitri was going to teach Chris was called lightning. The swordsman had no idea that the lightning sword had once managed to repair all of Murim in its time. The 2-star Aura Knight was to master a murderous technique. Its owner was called one of the 10 greatest masters. That same evening, girls from noble families languished within the walls of the Dmitri Palace, awaiting the main guest of this celebration. Finally, the servants announced that the young master Roman Dmitri had arrived, drawing the girls' worried gazes to the entrance. The young gentleman arrived at the ball dressed in an expensive, stylish suit, radiating confidence and charming with his beauty. The daughters of the aristocrats were so impressed, blushing, that at first they were afraid to even talk to the guy. Having plucked up their courage, they began to question the young gentleman as to why he had left that day, since the girls were upset that they had not been able to talk to him before the ball. The eldest son, Dmitri, said that he had just finished work and wanted to appear before his guests in a more dignified form. One of the girls from the Lawrence family did not miss the opportunity to once again respond with compliments regarding his appearance. Sylvia was delighted that Roman worked on equal terms with the mine workers. The girl asked herself whether she could have changed in the same way if she had met a husband like Mr. Roman. The boy thanked the aristocrat for her compliment, and her cheeks instantly turned red. During the event, the girls did not give Romero's son a minute to rest, wanting to spend as much time with him as possible. By some unimaginable miracle, the young gentleman still managed to jump out onto the balcony to catch his breath. But even here, seemingly in a secluded place, far from everyone, they were still able to find him by calling his name. The voice belonged to Roman's old acquaintance, Lady Lawrence, who stood timidly behind him. Flora was surprised because she thought Roman didn't care about human connections. The boy said with annoyance that at another time everything would have been exactly as the young lady had said. But Roman's parents were also invited to the reception, and all the guests, together with their feigned solemnity, were different from everyday life. Nobleman did not consider this event a surprise since his meeting with Flora happened in exactly the same way. The girl agreed, confirming that it was true, but at that moment she dared to show tactlessness. Flora became curious about what kind of life it took to become so unwavering in her own principles. The girl asked why Roman was engaged in mining work, since it made no sense for the heir to engage in such training. The boy answered the question with a question, asking the young lady to tell him how the Lawrences had risen to their current position. Roman Dmitri said that everyone believed that the Lawrences were revived, thanks to fertile lands and agriculture. But in reality, the Lawrences succeeded in business, selling their own crops or bartering. This detail from the family's past explained why the Viscount's younger brother became a merchant in the capital. The speech of Romero's eldest son amazed the girl, who never ceased to be amazed at the boy's abilities. Lady Flora was only recently able to learn about the origins of her family line. Mrs. Lawrence asked directly what all this had to do with the nobleman's work in the mine. Roman explained that if there were no miners who worked in the dust to extract iron, Dmitri would not have been able to rise to his current level. The young gentleman was sure that time spent in the mines would greatly help him understand and share the feelings of ordinary workers. Roman Dmitri considered it the duty of the man inheriting the fortress Dmitri to work in the place where it stood. The nobleman turned away and, asking for forgiveness, returned to the ball, where they were already waiting for him, leaving Lady Flora alone with her thoughts. Viscount Lawrence's daughter decided that she had made the right choice by meeting Roman. A few days after the ball, Flora left her home and headed to the capital. The moment had finally arrived when the Lawrence flower left the greenhouse and came out into the real world. Meanwhile, on the lands, Dmitri Jacob, the chief of iron mining, was drinking alcohol in the company of a friend. Forgemaster Hendrik was interested in the affairs of the miner, for whom everything was as before, and there was no end in sight to the cursed ore. But there was one odd thing about this situation, which was that the workers had only mastered the foot of the mountain. Jacob was confident that even after several generations, the veins of the iron mountain would not dry up. The village became curious whether Roman, who had taken up work in the mine, had really become more meek. Just half a month ago, when it became known that the young gentleman was working in the mine, the workers could not understand why he needed it. The only logical explanation the miners found was that he was playing for the public, showing off in front of everyone, and the guy would leave immediately. Morkan, a veteran of the mine, claimed that Romero had completely lost his touch, as he should have been raising an heir much earlier. The man continued that until now, only blacksmiths had been held in high esteem, while miners had always been ignored. The worker was indignant that even the third heir, Dmitri, was taught blacksmithing from childhood. And not one of the sons was ever taught how to mine iron, which is what the entire Dmitri family line was built on. Morkan's colleagues were wary of whether he would be as harsh in his comments about the armor's neglect of them. The man firmly said that the Iron Mountain was the foundation of Dmitri, but for some reason the blacksmiths took all the credit. The mine workers did not want to bow at Roman's feet, ready to show how hard and responsible their work was. Having gathered all the workers, Jacob introduced them to the young master who would work with them from that day on. The miners looked at each other with a sly smile, as if they were going to mock the effeminate nobleman. Before letting the boys go, the head of the miners reminded them of the 3 rules of working underground, which included safety, safety, and more safety. After the briefing, the men began to disassemble the tools for work, also preparing everything necessary. Roman immediately noticed that his person was being completely ignored, but he didn't care about the opinions of others. In fact, the guy was concerned with other issues, interested in the lives of people and the powers they possessed. And in order to implement the future plan, the young gentleman had to explore the background of Dmitri's lands. Sparks from the miners' guns flew underground every now and then, but it was too early to relax, since the daily quota was still very far away. Observing how the work was organized, Roman noted that the miners had everything systematized. Apart from the clearly assigned duties, the chest shaft was quite safe. One of the experienced workers told the nobleman that the iron from the mountain was very suitable for processing in forges. The ore itself was of the highest grade, so people recognized its real value. While iron ore mining in other areas was costly, Dmitri could carry out all stages of the process on his own territory. This is where such a large profit came from, which is why Dmitri was called a billionaire. Due to the supply of materials and trade within the boundaries of the holdings, Dmitri made a markup, and the prices were higher compared to other iron points. Since this had been going on for about 10 years, it is possible that the wealth accumulated by Dmitri was many times greater than the miner had assumed. The worker finished his story and noted that this place was not suitable for idle chatter. Morkan intervened in the conversation and advised the young gentleman that if he didn't think about working, then he shouldn't interfere with others doing it. In addition to this, the miner also suggested that Roman Dmitri leave the mine altogether. But instead of returning to the palace, the boy asked for forgiveness and promised to focus on work. The nobleman, as he had promised, began to work hard, lifting heavy sacks of coal onto his shoulders. The miner was pleasantly surprised that the creation approached the work assigned to him with such diligence. A week later, Mr. Roman was still eating the same as an ordinary mine worker and continuing to mine iron ore. Despite the fact that the young gentleman had already spent so much time among the miners, they only spoke to him when he asked a question. He wondered whether this behavior was due to local hazing or personal hostility towards the Baron's son. Suddenly, Morkan sat down next to the guy, asking his permission to ask just one question. The man watched Roman throughout the week but could not understand one thing. Why would the heir of a family line need to work in such a place? Even Dmitri Rosen's heirs never showed their noses in the mine. Unexpectedly for everyone, the eldest son Roman, supposedly to teach the heir lessons, shows up in these parts, which initially confused the miner. Working close to the nobleman, Morkan watched him, and the boy turned out to be more diligent than the worker expected. But over time, Morkan noticed that Roman worked harder than the other miners, fulfilling his assigned quota. Some of the workers heard from the servants of the estate that Baron Dmitri did not order his son to work in the mine. Morkan was shocked by this news, which indicated that the young gentleman had made this decision on his own. I asked the miner in a normal way which of the answers was ideal or the truthful one he wanted to hear from him. The man was confused and unable to make a choice, wanted to hear both answers if possible. The nobleman happily told Morkan both options, first telling the ideal version. Dmitri was a mining town, and the mine fed all its inhabitants. Romero's eldest son wanted to understand the inhabitants, not from the scriptures, but to personally try to live their life. The worker did not understand whether this was really necessary, to which the heir to the throne responded positively. As the young gentleman assured, while his last name was Dmitri, he was obliged to do this. Morkan noted to himself that this was indeed the perfect answer, and these were the words that everyone wanted to hear about the man they all dreamed of. The real reason was that Roman was not actually Dmitri's master. Since all the wealth belonged to the father, his son came to the mine in order to find an opportunity to personally do something for Dmitri. The miners laughed at the way the boy worked underground, wanting to wrest from his father a fair share of his property. The man decided that Roman had come to the mine in order to compete for the place of heir. The boy came to the mine to lay the foundation, because he understood how important the miner's work was, and therefore Morkan, who was nearby, told him everything that interested the gentleman. The young gentleman managed to obtain amazing information from the experienced worker, which perfectly answered the endless stream of questions. Dmitri's mine could, without exaggeration, be called the largest on the continent. But also beyond the kingdom was an endless mountain range that, if developed, would give Dmitri's wealth no bounds. The miner reflected that, given the conditions that Dmitri provided, the volume of production was not that great. Because the workplace was too dangerous, the rate of ore extraction was reflected in a decrease in the volume of production itself. Even with the security in place, the entire mining industry remained very dangerous. The enemy suffered from earthquakes quite often, and ordinary people were unable to prevent natural disasters. As soon as the workers mentioned the danger, a deafening explosion emanated from the depths of the earth. Not only Roman, but also the other miners felt the ground tremble under their feet. Morkan and the young gentleman went to the scene of the incident to find out the cause of the earthquake. One of the miners said that one of the mine shafts collapsed, burying one laborer. The miners, observing the hole that had formed in the ground, were deciding what to do, since there was still a possibility of further collapse. The workers did not dare to take urgent measures, and then Mr. Roman expressed a desire to go down. Morkan flatly refused to let the young man in, explaining that if it collapsed again, he would be in danger, just like the buried mine employee. The laborer suggested that they first assess the situation, but the guy firmly stated that in that case, it would be too late. Roman repeated what he had said to Morkan earlier, that people with Dimitri's last name should be held responsible. Finding himself in front of the pit, the young gentleman ordered that they be ready to receive the wounded man, and he himself went down. With incredible speed and skill, the heir to the throne descended the steep slope to the very bottom of the tunnel. After some time, the guy's hand finally appeared, to the relief of everyone present. And while there was no need to worry about the fate of the heir to the throne, the question regarding the victim remained open. The miners rejoiced when Roman appeared with the wounded worker, and they immediately ordered a splint to be prepared for the victim. Watching the boy provide first aid, Morkan noted that treating injuries was not an easy task, but Dimitri succeeded in this too. Roman said that the wounded man needed a doctor, and if elixirs for treatment were needed, he would personally cover their cost. Soon the poor miner was carried away on a stretcher to the hospital, and despite the accident that had occurred, work could be resumed. Suddenly, the nobleman turned to his colleagues, confident that they would mistake today's accident for the miner's fate. Everyone listened attentively to the guy's speech, forgetting about their hostility towards him that arose during their first meeting. The young gentleman declared that even with due preparation, no one was immune from unexpected disasters. Roman Dimitri stated that the way to resist these disasters was, albeit very complex. The nobleman, as a representative of the Dimitri family, was obliged to use all methods and means in order to resolve the workers' difficulties, which will not take much time. Romero asked his son if he was injured and what he was thinking when he fell into the collapsed tunnel. Baron Dimitri assured that even a swordsman of the aura cannot be insured against natural disasters, and that this time Roman was very lucky. The man angrily slammed his fist on the table, declaring that Roman had almost lost his life because of his bravery. And even if it had been someone else in his son's place, Mr. Dimitri could not allow 2 lives to be lost in order to save one. Having listened to all the reproaches and arguments in his favor, the guy replied that he did what he had to. Romero shouted, outraged by such a statement, but the young gentleman continued that if he went back in time, he would not change his decision. Because there was an accident in the mine, the guy believed that as the person responsible for the family named Dimitri, he made the right decision. The Baron asked Roman to leave the mining business, since he had not given the order to do something like that, and also did not understand the choice he had made. If the boy had taken up blacksmithing, Mr. Dimitri would not have stopped him. The nobleman said that he worked in the mine to better understand the people who lived in Dimitri. The Roth family name became famous due to the technology of forge smelting, but most residents worked in the mines to support themselves. Therefore, according to the guy, Roman's only path was not the forge, but the mine. Not expecting such an insightful answer and deciding that he would not get the opposite from his son, he asked what he had realized during his time working underground. The nobleman had lunch and was able to understand the difficulties that people who work as miners endure. The young master saw how his father cared deeply about the workers' conditions and safety, and Romero was greatly respected for this. Well, even this was not enough to avoid danger, and it was impossible to predict when an earthquake would occur and the mine shaft would collapse. The guy was not aware of these nuances, but as the heir to the throne noted, it was impossible to prepare for or prevent something like this. The only way was to introduce magical innovations into the work of ore mining. Braun praised his son for his desire to secure the mines, and decided to find out how much he thought such an artifact was worth. To protect the mine shaft with artifacts required an astronomical sum. Roman was aware of this and that the air shield had a limited lifespan. The guy insisted that the installation of the artifact would increase the volume of iron ore production. Buying an air shield won't seem so expensive, because thanks to it, Dimitri will be able to earn good money. After introducing workers who will monitor safety, reducing risks, part of the increased profit can be used for the welfare of workers. Romero was ready to invest in his son's idea, but who should be prepared for his decision to be hasty? In Murim, there were 2 organizations that were all responsible for information, such as Kaban and the Hao clan, while Cabin collected conversations overheard by vagabonds all over the world. Lanhao used young men from entertainment establishments as his ears. Roman chose the workers of the mine who could receive information from them about everything in the region. Thanks to his father's books and the pressing matter, he was going to bring the Hao clan into this world. But to achieve their plans, information guilds working in one region were not enough. In order to gain control of the informants of the entire continent, the young master needed to filter the knowledge obtained from the workers. Then it was necessary to establish connections with the trading Dimitri and a certain person who would collect information from outside. And for such a matter today, a person was needed who was already in Roman sights. After the war with Barco ended, Chris told the soldiers that he was going to teach them a new technique. The young master gave a gift in the form of knowledge about mana cultivation and swordsmanship, and therefore, everyone without exception had to approach training with all passion and diligence. Mana cultivation was a way to systematize the properties and management of mana. This technique, due to its peculiarity, was not trash from the market, turning into an invaluable treasure. Lucas, knowing that even his father had never passed on such equipment to his son, was sure that the master was telling nonsense from books on the market. It had previously seemed strange that Roman, to whom the soldiers had sworn allegiance, would entrust such a treasure. The Aura Knight explained that the spiritual guidance of the Asura, according to the distant state, was a battlefield demon. After a few days of training, the soldiers' senses became so sharp that they could sense the currents of wind in space. The sword technique contained many methods of fighting the enemy, being ideal for spiritual instruction. Lucas wondered who his master was that possessed such incredible knowledge. If a mercenary had such equipment in his hands, he would keep it a secret even from his family. The warrior spent every day with the feeling that this was the biggest turning point in his life. Inspired by the training, Lucas asked Lord Roman for the right to be near him. Romaro's son analyzed the candidate's skills, abilities, and outlook on life. Lucas had no desire to take over the Information Guild, as he would have to leave his master. Listing the events they had experienced together, the mercenary swore allegiance to Roman and asked not to send him away. Having appreciated the soldier's worthy acting, the young gentleman told him one thing. Spiritual guidance of the Asura Roman opened to his people in response to their devotion. The Baron's son Dmitri asked the swordsman whether such a man could thank the soldiers for their loyalty. The young master had no need for unjustified loyalty, and knowledge was the price the warriors had paid for putting their lives on the line. Roman Dmitri asked the question, what in that case he would give to a person whose value would be higher than an ordinary soldier. No further words were needed, and Lucas followed his master's orders, promising to create the best information guild. Being calculating and realistic, the mercenary was the perfect fit for the position assigned to him. The laborers at the mine abandoned their work as soon as they noticed the uninvited guest. The crowd of miners joyfully greeted Roman, who had become one of them during his time working in the mine. The workers thanked the young master from the bottom of their hearts for taking care of their safety. One of the old miners told the boy that he could not help but worry about his only son. Bowing before the Baron's eldest son, the man was ready to risk his life for him. The young gentleman thanked the mine workers and stated that, on the contrary, he was indebted to them. From that very day on, the faith of the people of Dmitri was entirely riveted to the person of Roman. But such a situation led Baron Romero into deep and disturbing thoughts. At one of the regular family meetings, with the fall of Barco, the lack of a force capable of limiting the Dmitri family was discussed. Even former allies of the fallen house have expressed a desire to form an alliance with the powerful family. The advisor, as ordered, refused to speak to the authorities, who were showing excessive hostility towards them. Assistants asked what to do with people connected to Barco in the future. Romero said it was arrogant of them to mingle with those who had inflicted deep wounds on them, and therefore, by order of the Baron, no alliances should be made with them. This position should have made the authorities understand what it meant to make Dmitri an enemy. The next topic of discussion was the connections Barco had made during the war. If they had encountered Barco, the city would have been exposed to dangers such as the outbreak in Homer. Therefore, Jonathan wanted to acquire magical weapons to expand the army's fighting power. The Baron admitted that thanks to his son, he would be able to allow us to acquire this most reliable stabilizer of military power. A lot of money was spent on adopting artifacts at all dangerous points in the mine. But according to reports, such modernization led to an increase in production volumes in the shortest possible time. Mr. Dimitri's subjects expected the volume to almost double in the near future. The monetary costs of the artifacts were fully covered by the increased profits. Without following any orders, Roman's decision to work in the mine turned out to be a successful one. While mining iron, the guy personally encountered the problems that arose, and this became a rational decision. This case allowed Roman's reputation to undergo dramatic changes, bending both within and outside the kingdom. The commander-in-chief asked the Baron how he intended to resolve the issue of the future successor. The knight recalled that 3 years ago, Romero appointed Rodwell as the future head of the family. At that time, both brothers pointed to their inability to shoulder greater responsibility. Over the past time, Roman has transformed from a parasite into a brilliant swordsman, demonstrating his talent and extraordinary thinking. Even though everyone unanimously considered Roman a competent ruler, an official statement should have been made with fair competition. The rivalry between the heirs between Roman and Rodwell disturbed the peace of the Dmitri family. While Roman had proven his worth, having recently given birth to a child from an early age, he was called upon to assume the duties of successor. Baron Dmitri wondered whether it was appropriate to belatedly pit the brothers against each other. Romero said he wanted to observe the situation first and then make a decision. To decide the issue of inheritance, personal officials, the owner of the mine and the owner of the forge had to be present. Despite the opportunity to create a hype about the rivalry, all three sides had to agree. Having summoned Hans, Romaro asked him a question, which the servant unfortunately did not fully understand. Mr. Dmitri repeated it, wanting to know whether Roman was suitable for the role of successor to the family. The assistant replied that if he had received this question 3 months ago, he would have answered negatively. Hans could confidently say that the current Roman was different and worthy of being called a successor. And then the servant told the reason why the young master went to work in the mine. While working at the mine, the guy also worked on par with others, so as not to disgrace the honor of the Dmitri family. The man stated that the current gentleman was thinking about the responsibility that the surname Dmitri placed on him. As a kindness, he ordered the owner of the huge mine to be called in order to find out the details of the collapse, and someone else came with him. Jacob said that the man next to him was personally present at the moment of the collapse. Having introduced himself to Mr. Morkin, he immediately began to tell the story of an accident that occurred a week after Roman appeared in the mine. Then the hairy ones fell out of danger of a collapse. The workers wanted to choose a safer way to call one of their own. Then the young gentleman declared that he could save the worker with his own efforts. And then, despite the miners' entreaties, he went to the site of the collapse and rescued the victim. The man admitted that he initially did not like the Baron's son, but now he realized how stupid he had been. Morkin also added that at the time of the incident, Roman said that he was responsible for solving the people's problems. The rescue of one of the workers was entirely the young master's decision. The laborer said that he considered Roman to be Dmitri's true successor, whom he wanted to follow faithfully. Even though everyone was saying that Roman was the right man to be the successor, the Baron still couldn't make a final decision. But for this, it was necessary to listen to the most important opinion from the forge master. One of Hendrik's subordinates reported that the young master's uniform had been sent. The blacksmith ordered the armor to be taken and shouted for the assistant to get to work as quickly as possible. The master would have refused if it weren't for the stories from the mine that made him feel guilty. The forge workers were shocked by the condition in which the uniforms arrived. But among other junk, the master's eye fell on the salamander, which was glowing with a bright flame. Taking the sword in his hand, Hendrik noted the amazing workmanship, distinguished by the smooth blade and the chiseled handle. A blade of such workmanship was difficult to find even in Dmitri, which is why the blacksmith wanted to know where Roman got such a thing from. As soon as the man approached the stove, the sword's mana began to react to the fire in a special way. The master was confident that his processing technique was the best on the continent, but even he could not achieve high mana resonance. In order to personally learn about the origin of the weapon, the master finished the work as quickly as possible. Chris was surprised as he looked at the shiny armor, which should have taken at least 2 weeks to repair. The worker said that the master seemed to have gone mad and forced all the blacksmiths to work on the armor. But the Aura Knight was even more surprised when he saw Hendrik talking with Roman, with glassy eyes and bags under them. The master asked where the young master had gotten that very sword. The man demanded that the boy name the master who forged it, as well as everything he knew. The Baron's son expected such a reaction and replied that he did not have to get the blade anywhere. Savoring every word he spoke, Roman declared that he was that very blacksmith. This answer made Hendrik so angry that he refused to believe it. The blacksmith believed that the boy was mocking him, deciding that the rumors that he had changed were a lie. The young master continued to prove that he had created the only such sword, naming it after the continent. The master was about to entrust the impudent fellow, but Roman stopped him, making an effort to show him everything personally. Since Hendrik was the master of the Dmitri family, it was enough for him to look at how the boy wielded the hammer. The nobleman said that for the war with Barco, he needed a new sword to which he could trust his life. The boy, locked in with the flames of the brazier, pounded the iron tirelessly, and at some point this turned the forge into a sacred place. Roman decided that the master was well acquainted with this feeling and continued his story. Since the young master had to fulfill his duty of defending the country, he began to forge a new sword. The Baron's son wanted to show the forge master the process of forging his new blade. The first thing that confused Hendrik was that the nobleman was going to work without protective equipment. The man decided that there was nothing left to see here, since the boy didn't even know the basics of blacksmithing. But as soon as the hammer removed the red-hot plate, the master could not believe his eyes. Due to the differences between the worlds, Roman had to put a lot of effort into forging. In Murim, sword-making required mana manipulation to create a sword that could bring out the effectiveness of chi. Having spent his entire life on the battlefield, Baek Jun-hyuk forged many swords for himself. And being in this world in Roman's body, the heavenly demon had no intention of changing himself. Hendrik couldn't believe the way the nobleman handled the hammer, every detail of which was perfect. The blacksmith was captivated by the young master's skill. comparing him to the Baron at the peak of his powers. The master asked Roman for forgiveness for not immediately recognizing him as the owner of that sword. But the shock did not end there, because the young master decided to give the salamander to the blacksmith. The boy hoped that Hendrik would take the salamander as compensation for the fact that he had once sold his sword without permission. 3 years earlier, the family blacksmith Dmitri tried to bring his master to his senses. The forge master was against the Baron appointing Roman as the family's successor. Hendrik offered an alternative in the person of Rodwell, but the Baron remained adamant. The master insisted that the boy had been learning blacksmithing since childhood and had also achieved recognition of his talents in the capital. Recalling that incident, Romaro wondered if his eldest son would be able to convince Hendrik. And like everyone before him, the forge master agreed for Roman to become the successor, having every right to do so. Mr. Dmitri did not believe what the master said, but he insisted that he was not lying. The man assured that Roman worked hard where no one could see him. The master admitted that due to personal dislike for the guy, he gave him low-quality equipment last time. Then the young gentleman reproached the blacksmith for committing murder by threatening the soldiers with such rubbish. That night, after careful analysis, Hendrik came to the conclusion that Roman possessed the insight of the Dmitri family line. As soon as the man mentioned that he had personally seen the boy working in the forge, Romaro's eyes widened. The blacksmith, watching how Roman devoted himself to his work, could not help but fall in love with this image. And so that the master's words would not seem like an empty sound, he handed the Baron a sword made by his son. Hendrik asked Mr. Dmitri to reconsider the decision made 3 years earlier. The Baron took from the drawer of his desk a letter from Rodwell's son, who was at the Royal Academy. In his letter, the guy talked about his achievements and how he would move from theory to practice. Rodwell was preparing to gain experience in real combat, intending to graduate with the highest marks. Since both Roman and Rodwell possessed extraordinary abilities, choosing a successor was difficult. But if you compare the brothers, no matter how much of a genius Rodwell was, he was no match for the current Roman. After Rodwell graduates from the academy and his brother serves in the defense forces, a struggle for the legacy will begin. A few days later, Dmitri's fortress was visited by a priest from Valhalla Willis. The owner of the house, Dmitri, personally met the priest from the Cairo branch, who was distributing ranks. Willis wanted to meet Roman in person to see if he was up to the mark after he managed to take down Homer. A family, even one with low ranks, would be able to wage war and gain a reputation for fame thanks to high-ranking warriors. Since Roman was working in the forge, his father suggested that the guests take a rest from the journey and meet him tomorrow. Hans told the monks that the Dmitri family produced the highest quality iron products. While listening to the servant's story, Willis was suddenly distracted by the sound of men's screams coming from nearby. They belonged to soldiers who were training anyway, and the monk asked to watch them. A member of the Temple of Valhalla watched the soldiers training from afar, observing the duel between one of the pairs. Fuki wasn't sure if the boy continued to ignore the protection, the page would be intact. The young man ordered his rival to defeat him first, and then chat as much as he wanted. The man from the temple was shocked to discover that the soldiers were aura swordsmen. Roman's men possessed skills that not every royal knight could boast of. In the army of 30 people gathered by the young master, there was not a single aura swordsman. The Baron's son explained to the soldier that he had the build of a warrior, but no one could understand the meaning of the words spoken. And after only a couple of weeks, Fuki was able to successfully awaken the mana within himself. From that moment on, the soldiers' attitudes towards training changed dramatically, and they put their lives on the line to achieve their goals. It was precisely this kind of training where warriors risked themselves that a guest who had arrived from afar was observing. In order to defeat his opponent, Fuki, putting all his strength into the blow, pounced on him. But the young man was not as simple as people thought, and instead of defending himself, he went on the counterattack. Suddenly, the man saw an enemy blade in front of his nose, and he almost ran into it. The warrior immediately jumped back, asking if we really had to go that far. Focused on the fight, Kevin demanded that Fuka take him more seriously. The guy said that if they were on a battlefield, his opponent's head would have rolled on the ground long ago. The priest could not believe that all the soldiers used the same fencing style. Willis, having reviewed many warriors, had never seen a provincial army with such a level of skill. The monk guessed that before him was a knightly freak, raised by the blood and sweat of the Dmitri family. The representative of the Temple of Valhalla was more interested in the moment when Dmitri managed to obtain such power. Soldiers with such skills could not be called a backwater army. Willis's companion asked again whether Dmitri really only mined iron ore. If the priest had any doubts about this matter, it was clear to him that these soldiers were not ordinary. The man suggested that the warriors were part of the family's knightly order, but Hans dispelled such speculation. The satisfied servant declared that these men were the personal army of young Master Roman. Willis was at a loss as to how it was possible to treat aura swordsmen like ordinary soldiers. The monk assumed that Dmitri had hired them for a huge amount of money, or that they were new recruits joining the ranks of the knights. Roman's personal assistant did not know why the guests were interested in this question. Kevin came from a poor family and was personally taken in by the Baron's son, Dmitri. And Fuki, just like the young man, is not an aura swordsman but an ordinary mercenary. Both soldiers owed it to the young master that they had become stronger after his teaching. Hans continued to praise his master, emphasizing his talents and insight. But the more Willis learned about Roman, the more questions he had about his identity. The next day, the priest finally managed to meet the Baron's terrible son. When meeting the guy, the temple representative wondered who was in front of him, a fake player or a genius who didn't get a chance to prove himself. Having met the guy face to face, the monk noticed that this man was accustomed to the life of a warrior. The man asked if the boy had really defeated the 4-star Homer in battle. Willis, having received an affirmative answer, noted that Roman Dmitri did not realize what he had done. The priest called the young master the most talented warrior in the kingdom of Cairo. Roman understood that his actions did not make sense to those around him, and wanted to skip this part of the conversation as quickly as possible. The interlocutor, having re-established the truth, allowed himself to tell the candidate that he could get on the list about the rating procedures. The rating was awarded in 2 ways, the first of which was official and took place in front of observers. Victory in an unofficial duel did not give the winner the place of the defeated enemy. If a person proves his qualifications, he will be awarded the last place in the ranking. Roman didn't mind being ranked number 100, just to show his strength. To confirm the qualification, the Temple of Valhalla used an aura meter. Willis highlighted the point that, after passing the measurement test, a certificate of having a place in the ranking was not issued. The young master did not understand the reason for such a desire to get into the list of the best warriors. The priest asked him if fame was not enough of a reason to risk his life. Romano's son came to the conclusion that in this case, it would be easier for him to defeat a warrior who occupied a high place in an official fight. The monk was surprised by such a statement, believing that the guy did not have a proper understanding of such a duel. The man confirmed that this method was the most effective, but the fight was not so easy to organize. Since there were no ranked participants in the Cairo kingdom, such a duel was impossible. With annoyance, Roman Dmitri decided to return to the qualification through the aura meter. To do this, all you had to do was pour mana into the artifact and wait until it changed color. Each of the colors determined the number of stars assigned. Red 1, orange 2, yellow 3, and over 4, and lit up green. Since Homer had 4 stars, Roman had to prove that he had at least 3. Placing his hand on the ball, he accepted that in this world, magic was a progressive direction, unlike Marim. He was still amazed by the magicians who had an amazing way to measure a warrior's fighting strength. Whoever they were, Roman couldn't help but notice the magical power that was prevalent in this world. Willis was looking forward to seeing the rank of this talented nobleman. As soon as Dimitri's heir let mana into the ball, purple tongues emanating energy appeared from it. The priest of the Valhalla temple could not even imagine that the guy in front of him possessed such incredible power. Soon the sphere changed its color from purple to red, which also began to change. The monk had never seen the meter assign a warrior's rank by changing color so quickly before. The procedure, regardless of the number of stars the swordsman had, took several minutes, but not this time. Feeling that he had reached his limit, Roman decided to release his aura, as he did in his past life. Yellow changed to green, but that was not the limit of the young master's capabilities. Unable to contain such a flow of powerful energy, the aura meter cracked. Having witnessed the extraordinary spectacle, Willis refused to believe what was happening. The meter was the quintessence of knowledge, created with the help of all the highest minds of the continent. Even after scanning the mana of a 6-star swordsman, green was the limit. But if the strength exceeded the permissible values, there were no malfunctions in the meter. The guy suggested that perhaps the meter was defective, which is why it broke. The priest could not give a precise answer, since this was the first time something like this had happened. Willis no longer doubted that Roman Dmitri was a 4-star aura swordsman. The man was horrified by the thought that the owner of such monstrous power was hiding in the Dmitri family. He was confident that the young master had the potential to rise to 6 aura stars. The appearance of such a warrior in the arena will turn upside down not only the kingdom of Cairo, but also the entire continent of Salamander. Hiding his excitement, Willis asked Roman for forgiveness, since this was the first time something like this had happened to him. Since the priest could not make a decision on his own, it was necessary to transmit the results to the temple. Before leaving the apartment, the monk had to find out as much as possible about the Baron's eldest son. Willis, rummaging through the documents, tried to find an answer to whether a person could suddenly change so much. I still couldn't help but notice the clean execution of the work done, starting with the bloody fangs and up until the war with Barco. Time carried out its plans not only through fighting force, but also by having a cool head on its shoulders. The priest could find no other reason for the breakdown of the aura meter other than the influence of an incomparable force on it. The man reported to the temple that he had nominated Roman Dmitri for inclusion on the list. The Valhallan Empire was not a barbarian race that was obsessed with fighting. Her people knew how to properly gain status and lure foreign talent using the rating system. It was a matter of honor to be included in the ranking, which allowed the empire to find talent without having a large human resource. Willis was ordered by a superior to promote Roman to the highest rank if he was recruited in this way. Representatives of the Temple of Valhalla reminded about safety when hiring warriors from abroad. The priest had to make the young gentleman penetrate his whole soul to Valhalla. The man decided to tell Dmitri that the meter was out of order, and that their son was a 3-star swordsman, ranking number 100. Since there were no ranked warriors in the Cairo kingdom, such a precedent would definitely cause an uproar. The next day, everyone in the kingdom did nothing but discuss the youngest warrior in the ranking of the best. The capital of Cairo was no exception, and rumors of Roman's achievements reached it as well. The servants reported that Willis personally visited Dmitri and confirmed that the terrible son had 3 aura stars. Marquis Benedict, a man from the central government, heard how Homer was defeated. The man noted that a stunning nugget had appeared on the outskirts of the kingdom. The gentleman was interested in what the main forces of the continent had done about this. Benedict was in the sky and learned that the imperial authorities were trying to get to the talented guy before them. Cairo was divided into 4 factions, one of which ruled the country, another belonged to the aristocracy, and the remaining 2 remained with the empires of Valhalla and Kronos. The Marquis, who was the backbone of the aristocratic faction, sent people to Dmitri so that other authorities would not have time to take Roman away from them earlier. The nobleman did not want to allow the boy to fall into the hands of the royal family. Near the kingdom of Cairo, there were 2 large and influential empires, Kronos and Hector. Kronos owned 2 mountain ranges of the continent and demanded that the kingdom of Cairo become part of it, attacking its borders for several years. While soldiers were dying on the front lines inside the country, Kronos' supporters were urging everyone to surrender. One of the academy's students was outraged that, while fighting for their country, they did not have the right to a normal funeral. When asked by a friend if he was feeling well, Rodwell replied that he had gotten used to it during the time he had been there. The soldier did not expect the front to be so terrible. Every day he thought about abandoning his diploma and returning home. Dmitri's second son threw a torch into a mountain of corpses, and the dead turned into a huge fire. Rodwell reasoned that if Cairo had been so small, they wouldn't have pounced on him like that, because there wasn't a single day that passed peacefully. A classmate asked if he had heard the news that his older brother had made it into the ranking of the strongest warriors. Hearing his brother's name, the boy couldn't believe that the navigator had actually risen to the level of 3 stars. Absolutely confident in his words, Romero's son declared that these rumors were complete nonsense. The academy student stated that his brother was unable to defend himself, and although he did not know that his family had cleverly used him, he would soon find out. Meanwhile, Roman continued to be visited by people of the great estate, and one of them served King Cairo. The man was ordered to choose the young master as the king's knight. The guy was amused by the fact that 4 factions of Cairo were fighting for him, each of which wanted to lure him to their side. To be in the royal guard, protecting the king of the land, is the highest honor that could be offered to a knight. A government official noted that it was rare for anyone to be personally offered the chance to become a royal knight. Usually, knights had to undergo a rigorous selection process for such a position, but Mr. Roman was an exception among them. The baron's son was not impressed by the honor shown to him, thereby greatly surprising his interlocutor. The Aura swordsman was satisfied with his position and did not understand why he should move to the capital and make his life difficult. The king's representative tried to bribe the boy with a personal estate in the capital, and his family would be granted a higher title. Roman Dmitri wondered if this was the maximum that the royal family could offer him. The man became angry, declaring that the potential heir to the house was greatly mistaken. The king wanted to get Roman, considering his future potential, and in the boy's current situation, the reward offered to him was already an unaffordable luxury. With a cold, impenetrable look, the young gentleman replied that it was not he who was mistaken, but the king's subject. A few days earlier, Count Gregory's man had come to him, promising the same thing, and also a pile of jewels and land to boot. And besides this, people from the Kronos faction proposed to become related through marriage. Mr. Roman also spoke about the visits of other members of the factions, but only the Benedict family put forward the most interesting proposal. They offered exactly the same thing as the others, but they also pledged to make Dmitri a family of viscounts. His Highness's man, ignoring what was said, continued to ask the three Aura-Star swordsmen to choose their side. The man said that all the people mentioned were terrible traitors who only wanted to swallow the kingdom whole. And only the captain of the Royal Knights, nicknamed the First Sword of Cairo, managed to suppress the attempts at rebellion. The royal power was occupied and the laws were deaf and blind, which was difficult for the royal family to correct. The king's man could only promise the young master a place as a royal knight, and once again asked him to share his strength. For the 12th son of the heavenly demon, the situation of several forces opposing one person at once was extremely familiar. But despite the rewards offered to Roman, he had no intention of accepting any of them, serving anyone. As soon as he announced his plans, which did not include compromising moral principles, the king's man considered it a small hope. Not wanting to continue such conversations any longer, Romero's son said goodbye to his guest. Bowing in farewell, the negotiator continued to wait for the day when Roman Dmitri would swear allegiance to his majesty. This was the fourth proposal and the fourth refusal, as he, an Aura swordsman, did not plan to bend the knee to any authority. Not ruling out that all these people would become enemies in the future, Roman kept his distance because this was the only way to buy time. Mr. Roman's training was suddenly interrupted by another guest, from whom, just like from the others, he did not expect anything. The guy introduced himself as Mackin from the Valhalla Intelligence Agency. The young gentleman felt something was wrong because the new arrival was dressed as a servant of the Dmitri family, which was strange. The Baron's eldest son was starting to get angry because a couple of days ago, he had expressed his opinion about the Denver family. The man of the family mentioned asked for forgiveness for using such an unsightly method to meet. McKean explained that he had to abandon conventional methods, insisting that Valhalla was serious. He added that since it would be difficult for Roman to leave the Dmitri family, along with the title of Viscount, Valhalla also gave fertile lands with iron deposits. The young gentleman appreciated the opportunity to continue the family business, namely the blacksmith's craft. But the main trump card of the interested party was the opportunity for the swordsman to become stronger. Mr. Roman will be granted access to the first level of Valhalla's storage. The boy perked up as soon as he heard about spiritual teachings, sword techniques, and other legacies of past generations. The most valuable knowledge was kept in a special level repository, which was prior in importance to the first level repository. Mackin assured the Aura swordsman that Valhalla would conquer the entire continent, and staying in the kingdom of Cairo was a way to say goodbye to life. The man claimed that the empire had a bright future, and that Roman had the opportunity to join them. The reward was very significant, as was the appropriate threat, but the Baron's son Dmitri refused this offer as well. The man from the administration was shocked that such an incredibly generous offer could be refused. The young gentleman explained his refusal not because of the terms of the offer or loyalty to the country. The guy shared that he had recently received many offers from different factions. Roman had to not only pledge allegiance to one of the four powers, but also decide what his next steps would be. The Baron's son wanted to personally test the time whether it was worth risking his life. In Mackin's eyes, Roman was no longer a man who was difficult to get to bend the knee. The representative of Valhalla believed that if the Aura swordsman swore allegiance, he would be loyal until the end of his days. Still, no matter how Dmitri planned to test Valhalla's value, they couldn't wait too long. Mackin hoped that the young gentleman would be reasonable, and that they would not delay in answering. Before leaving, he announced that he had prepared a gift in the name of their future relationship. A man from the intelligence agency advised to beware of the front line, which could explode at any moment. Roman Dmitri was preparing to leave his native lands, forcing Hans to wipe away tears. The three-star Aura swordsman reassured his parents by promising to return safe and sound. Liana advised her husband not to worry, because their son was leaving for the front line, which bordered Hector, not Kronos. Mrs. Dmitri stated that their son was assigned to peaceful lands. The Baron, although he was confident in his son, still could not understand the excitement in his chest. Having set off with his men to the front line, no one knew how Roman's campaign would turn out. The young gentleman and his soldiers decided to spend the night at the stronghold and head to the barracks tomorrow. While the aristocrats were distributing other soldiers to camps, Roman Dmitri rented an inn for his own. In his room, Romero's eldest son was reading a letter to the Marquis, who was aware that the boy was performing military service. It was thanks to Benedict's connections, the strings of which he pulled, that Roman ended up on this part of the front line. The aristocrat concluded by saying that the Benedict family would always wait for the annexation. The head of the aristocratic faction had been bombarding the guy with letters with his proposals for several months. Such persistence was caused by the fact that apart from Roman, there was no one who could resist the royal knights. Well, while the Marquis was dying in the safety of these places, Mackin spoke of a bomb that would explode at any moment. The young gentleman's thoughts were interrupted by indignant cries coming from below. When he came down, the Baron's son Dmitri heard his two best soldiers being reprimanded. The guy introduced himself as the second son of the Elbert family, Mr. Henry Elbert. The nobleman claimed that he was a descendant of the famous Cairo family and decided to stay at the inn. Roman Dmitri intervened in the conversation, asking his people what was happening here. Chris explained that the gentleman in front of them had told them to get out, even though the entire building had been rented in advance. The Elbert family no longer had a reputation, and its representative talked too much, taking advantage of past merits. Roman Dmitri asked why he and his people had to give up their place. Having determined who the master of the soldiers was, Henry advised him to open his eyes to the situation. The arrogant aristocrat did not know what family his interlocutor belonged to, but he threatened, saying that angering him was a bad idea. Henry Elbert gave them exactly 10 minutes to get ready so that the owner and his men could get out of sight. The young gentleman had no intention of leaving the courtyard and suggested an easy way to solve the problem that had arisen. Drawing his blade, Roman said that only by defeating him would the master be able to settle in the permanent courtyard. Mr. Henry could not stand such impudence and became seriously angry. But one of the aristocrat's soldiers asked his master to stop immediately, since Roman Dmitri himself was in front of them. The soldier told the hot-tempered nobleman that this gentleman had entered the ranking of the best as the youngest warrior. The Elbert family member immediately calmed down as soon as he realized who was standing in front of him. Rumors about Vasily said that during the war with Barco, a young swordsman killed his eldest son in front of the Corner family. The Baron's son Dmitri asked his opponent why he had not yet drawn his sword. Henry, sweating profusely, said that he had completely forgotten about the scheduled meeting at that very time. Mr. Albert passed his words off as an apology and suggested that they end their discussion there. Having paid his respects to Roman, the boy still wanted to teach the Aura swordsman a lesson for neglecting his family. The young gentleman seemed to read the aristocrat's thoughts and suddenly found himself next to him. With a wild cry, Henry Elbert ran from the inn, refusing to let his men interfere. 3 more similar situations occurred that day, but as soon as the aristocrats heard Roman's name, they were immediately blown away by the wind. In the tavern, the young gentleman learned that this happened often, and unlike the other front line, it was not as dangerous here. Aristocrats who found themselves at the front were sent to this line of defense, which was nicknamed the resort line, where their lives were not in danger. The place where Romero's son ended up was the best for military service for nobles who could not avoid military service. Looking at the map, the Aura swordsman noted that Hector's reconnaissance team had crossed the national border more than a month ago. But as soon as they checked everything, they immediately returned. Although after that, reconnaissance was seen checking the front 3 times. It was impossible to say with certainty that Hector intended to start a war. But after analyzing the latest information, Roman noted that the front line was no longer so safe. Viscount Bale Frank was the commander of the soldiers who would be trained in military basics upon assignment from a handful of aristocrats within 3 weeks. The commander explained that within the walls of the barracks, everyone was equal, regardless of their title of nobility before service. All those who violate the fatigue will be sent to a more dangerous front as punishment. Going into battle for Roman was not a punishment, unlike for the pampered aristocrats. While everyone went to unpack their things, the 3 Aura Star swordsman was asked to meet with Viscount Frank. The commander greeted the guy with a smile, asking if the trip here had tired him out too much. Mr. Bale told Roman to sit down and tell him how excited he was to learn of his assignment. The commander was glad to receive the youngest warrior of the rating and called him to him in order to clarify one point. He wanted to know if Marcus Benedict had really helped the baths go to this part of the front. Roman Dmitri replied that he had heard about it, although he himself had not asked for such a favor. The fact that the aristocrat was trying to curry favor with the young master played into Bale Frank's hands. The man decided that if he could establish a relationship with his son Roman, he would have a chance to get into the central government. To avoid beating around the bush, the commander spoke of his intention to prove himself to the Marquis. The barracks here were not a bad place, but they did not compare with the luxurious life of the central government. The soldier was ready to provide the Baron's son with all the comforts, if only he would mention his name when meeting the Marquis later. The young gentleman was surprised by such a frank statement, but he had no particular reason to refuse. As soon as Roman left the office, he was called out by the guy with whom he had previously had disagreements. Henry again threatened his son Dmitri, boasting about his relatives on his mother's side, which was the Frank family line. The aristocrat whose uncle was Bale Frank wanted to point out the huge mistake that the Aura swordsman had made. Roman Dmitri was not impressed by Henry Elbert's connection with the barracks commander. The guy told me to wait until he visited his relative, and thus confirmed the seriousness of his words. The young gentleman listened as Henry, like a little child, complained that some scoundrel was bullying him. The commander was ready to level the ground of his nephew's offender, not realizing that he was standing right in front of his door. The man froze as soon as he saw Roman, who was supposedly the hooligan. The very next second, Mr. Frank hit Henry so hard that the boy lost a tooth. Henry recalled that from childhood he was very close to his uncle, who would understand any request he made. There was a time when the boy loved his uncle even more than his own parents, which is why his current behavior greatly surprised the nobleman. Because Henry's opponent was favored by Marquis Benedict himself, Mr. Bale apologized to Dmitri. The man asked for forgiveness instead of his nephew, and the young master only turned a blind eye to what happened out of respect for the commander. Frank scolded his nephew, asking him what benefit he hoped to gain from having such a man as his enemy. The offended son of the Albert family believed that the Marquis' patronage was not a reason to treat him like that. The uncle tried to reason with his nephew, explaining that he would not be able to protect him if he continued to behave like a child. Since the incident could leave a bad impression of them on Roman, Viscount Bale decided to introduce Henry to Romero's son. At all costs, the nephew had to establish friendship with the young master. In a sporting event, to the horror of the aristocrat, his uncle will send him to the western part of the front. Looking around his personal room, Braun's son Dmitri noted how easy it was to control people who did not hide their ambitions. McBurney could not believe that he was now engaged in preparing aristocrats for war. The man was a veteran warrior who had distinguished himself on the front lines, driven by his loyalty to the kingdom. Over the course of several years of service, the knight managed to survive dozens of battles, defending the kingdom of Cairo. From the bottom of the financial ladder, McBurney rose to the rank of commander, with 100 men under his command. During the fierce battle, the commander lost his right hand in which he held his sword. More than the physical pain, the soldier was tormented by the realization that his life as a warrior had certainly ended. In recognition of McBurney's exploits, he was assigned as an instructor at South Barracks. The commander-in-chief was confident that in his new position the soldier would continue to work for the good of the kingdom. The knight had no choice but to agree to accept the painful reality. Upon arrival at the barracks, the veteran found that the training system was in complete disarray. Unlike the places where he served, the aristocracy was completely exempt from training. The man planned a system that included a 3-week course of basic endurance training. But this system made no sense, since the aristocrats did not want to train, being accustomed only to commanding soldiers. McBurney didn't understand why all this was necessary, and he has already regretted the choice he made more than once. The chief instructor could not stand the empty chatter of the nobles, who constantly boasted about the achievements of their families. The former soldier was surprised at how it was possible to have such conversations while on the front lines. And suddenly, Roman Dmitri appeared in front of the instructor with his people behind him. McBurney was genuinely surprised that anyone here was lined up in perfectly neat rows. Deciding that the young gentleman simply did not yet know the local rules, the instructor explained that aristocrats were not forced to train. The man suggested sitting in the shade and watching while the regular soldiers honed their skills. The man said that this rule was in effect in the barracks because of the nobles who were sent there specifically. Roman stated that the enemy on the battlefield did not differentiate people by status, and the war did not only take place on the plains. In order to give orders, a commander must also undergo training to know the terrain, which consists of mountains, rivers, and swamps. According to Romero's eldest son, the training was supposed to help soldiers unlock their potential and gain experience. McBurney, unlike all the aristocrats serving in the barracks, singled out Roman for his perfect understanding of the purpose of training. The guy asked to leave friendly smiles and ready to discard status, go through any training. In the instructor's memory, this was the first aristocrat who expressed a willingness to follow instructions properly. McBurney promised himself that he would give it his all during these 3 weeks of warrior training. The first week of training in the barracks was designed to increase the soldiers' endurance. Full of determination, the instructor allowed himself to plunge the recruits into hellish trials. The purpose of the training was to prepare soldiers for a surprise war, capable of reacting quickly anytime, anywhere. McBurney announced that regardless of the weather, the soldiers would run into the mountains with full gear. The pampered nobles wondered who the soldiers were who were capable of covering such a difficult distance. All recruits without exception had to undergo training in swinging bladed weapons. The instructor assured that with an unlimited number of repetitions, the soldiers would push themselves beyond their limits. For anyone who decides to give up halfway, McBurney will extend their sleep time in favor of training. By evening, the nobles finished their training, outraged that they had been put under so much pressure from the very first day. One of the guys asked the soldiers not to forget about the others and to moderate their ardor. The aristocrat's friends supported him and told him that they had been called up for service, which meant they had no time to train. The nobleman turned to Roman's man, emphasizing the difference in the time spent on preparation. Henderson, who was from Lawrence, asked the boy how long he had been training. The recruit replied that it had only taken a year of training, and that if they had trained for several years, they would not have been inferior to Dimitri's men. The soldier explained that their training had started 3 months ago, and it was ridiculous to talk about a lack of time to prepare. Henderson demanded that they not make up excuses, and that they simply weren't giving it their all. As soon as the guy saw an advertisement for recruiting soldiers, he firmly decided to become Roman Dimitri's man. He was deeply mistaken in believing that personal security would require serious qualifications. Veterans among the mercenaries, like Lucas and Fuka, came running to the conditions proposed by the young master. Having had no experience anywhere near this level, Henderson felt like he was surrounded by predators at that moment. During the exam, he told Lucas that he did not consider himself worthy of accompanying Mr. Roman. The reason was the lack of experience, since the guy didn't really know how to hold a sword in his hands. The Lawrence native considered it arrogant to follow the Baron's son, since he had been engaged only in agriculture all his life. The Aura Knight found such a statement to be ridiculous, as the person decided to give up just because he was inferior to others in level. Chris said that when he first met Kevin, he saw nothing but anger in his eyes. At that moment, the knight did not understand why the master had picked up a boy from a poor family, but just closed the gap and Kevin turned into a dangerous warrior, and just like this guy, Chris himself was. As the knight recounted, during his first meeting with Roman, he blindly attacked him, almost losing his teeth. And he, like Kevin, also did not stand out for his special skills. But thanks to Roman's instructions, he was able to change. Chris said that accepting Henderson as a soldier was the master's decision, and he, like the others, was capable of growing up. Only Roman Dimitri could give the Lawrence native the opportunity to become stronger. The farmer could not imagine that he was chosen from a crowd of volunteers by order of the master himself. The knight managed to convince the boy to join Roman's personal army, thereby radically changing his life. Henderson has been training hard for the past few months, trying to catch up with his teammates. And eventually the boy became what he was now, asking a weak soldier what the war meant to him. Roman's man asked if a soldier would say that he could not fight when he was on the brink of life and death because he had spent too little time preparing. Henderson saw no reason to comply with the request, since the aristocrats did not try to improve themselves and dragged others down with them. The guy restrained himself from using force, and all because Mr. Dimitri's soldiers had already started a war within themselves. With each passing day, the difficulty of the brutal endurance training only increased. But the young master's soldiers, despite the difficulties, gritted their teeth and went on to the very end. The aristocrats did not understand why Roman's men worked so hard during training. One of the nobles suggested that the soldiers were wasting their energy, so that Dimitri's name could at least be recognized somewhere. And while some were mocking Roman, Henry Elbert was thinking about how to win his favor. Instead of resting in the shade of the trees, the young master trained alone. Albert thought it was fine to make friends with aristocrats, but he thought that a commoner would not understand this. Appearing before the king, the ranger commander reported that over the past year, the detachment had penetrated the frontline territory a couple dozen times, studying 5 lines of defense. Jackson stated that all forces were thrown into defending the front line bordering the Kronos Empire. Based on this, the commander guaranteed that the attack on the southern front, which had been left without attention, would proceed without difficulty. The kingdom of Hector was once comparable to the empire of Kronos and grew in size thanks to its enormous military might. But in a brutal war with Valhalla, the kingdom was defeated, falling to the level of Cairo. The king was approached by his son, Prince Edwin Hector, who wanted to speak out regarding the situation. The boy noted that over the past 5 years, the kingdom had been experiencing a crop failure unprecedented in history. The money borrowed from the gold bank did not solve the problem, but only made it worse, turning into huge interest. The king also understood that if the situation remained the same, some would lose the meaning of being called a kingdom. Because of the war unleashed by his ancestors, Hector distanced himself from further wars so as not to make the same mistakes again. But as the prince assured his father, the kingdom had managed to prepare over the past year. Edwin asked the king to make a decision for the sake of his desperate people and for the sake of the kingdom itself. The king, looking at his son, was surprised that he had not grown up to be such a weakling as his majesty had been. The prince was confident in himself. Otherwise, he would not have started such a conversation about war. The king did not have the rigid backbone that the only heir to the throne had, so he agreed. From that moment on, he handed over all power in the war to Prince Edwin Hector, for whom this was a great honor. And while Hector was preparing to start the war, the 3-week training session in the southern barracks came to an end. A delighted Bale Frank appointed Roman Dmitri to the reserve squad for the 5th line of defense. The Viscount noted that in order to place the guy in this place, he had to turn to his connections. At the end of the training, Instructor McBurney thanked the soldiers for their time. Saying goodbye to Roman and his men, the man said that from now on, he could train new cadets with greater zeal. And as a sign of his gratitude, the former soldier handed the young gentleman a bundle. McBurney collected information about the Southern Front and the local landscape that would be useful in the event of war. The instructor wished to be demobilized safe and sound, since Roman and his men would have to spend 2 years in the area. In just 3 weeks, the former warrior realized that the young master deserved to have his life dedicated to him. The instructor himself was also not averse to joining the talents with which Mr. Roman surrounded himself. The man doubted that there would be room among the soldiers for a cripple who couldn't even swing a sword. McBurney, considering himself a hindrance, decided not to interfere with Roman Dmitri in fulfilling his duty. In order to collect the data, Lucas had to suffer a lot. The young gentleman noted the instructor's sincere generosity, and for that alone he deserved respect. The guards on the wall of the first defensive line of the Southern Front noticed something. The enemy under the banner of Hector was advancing directly towards them in huge numbers. Viscount Bale Frank reminded his nephew that he had been brought into the same reserve detachment with Roman Dmitri. During his 2 years of service in the reserve camp, Henry had to find a way to win the young master's friendship. Elbert, dissatisfied with his uncle's order, consoled himself with the fact that he had ended up on the 5th line of defense. But until recently, being a quiet place in the camp, an alarm was raised, reporting that the kingdom of Hector had declared war. The aristocrat was confused and did not realize until the very end what had started and what he needed to do. As soon as Henry came to his senses, Roman and his men, who were walking ahead of him, had already disappeared without a trace. At the very beginning, the first line of defense came under attack, and its fortress gates were breached. The greatest threat was to the troops of the 5th line of defense, who desperately held back the enemy. But due to their numbers, the enemy soldiers penetrated into all possible places without much effort. Watching the enemy army gradually take over the territory, Baron Bruce resigned himself to defeat. The 5th line of defense had long since lost its appearance as a front line, filled with aristocrats who were not forced to fulfill military duty. The man responsible for this was Commander Bruce, who happily accepted bribes to line his own pockets. The man considered it suicide to defend the 5th line of defense to the very end. The commander-in-chief ordered to hold the line to the last, protecting the innocent people behind the walls of the fortress. After the order was given, Baron Bruce ran as fast as he could, but not after his army, but in the opposite direction. Under the guise of reporting the threat directly to the king, the commander wanted to escape from the battlefield while preserving his life. And while the commanders of the 5th line were running, Roman Dmitri and his men were heading towards it. The soldiers began to help as best they could, since of all the lines, it was the 5th line that had the lowest defensive capability. The young master was in a hurry to prevent the enemy from breaking into the territory of the Cairo kingdom. It was a maximum of an hour's journey to the defense line. Roman suddenly stopped and ordered his soldiers to do the same. A useless commander rushed towards the 3-star Aura swordsman, trying to attract attention in every possible way. Baron Bruce reported that his protection was the priority, not reinforcements for the 5th line. Having heard about the commander, Roman asked why he was here without soldiers. The man was unhappy that a man from the reserve army, which was created from the junior aristocracy, dared to give him orders. The young master had no intention of wasting time listening to the baron's lamentations. Grabbing the commander by the throat, Roman revealed that there was only one reason why he was here. The so-called commander of the 5th line of defense abandoned his soldiers and fled during the battle. According to military regulations, deserters, regardless of title, can be executed on the spot. Before Bruce could object, his head flew off his shoulders. But if he had retreated with his army, they would have died at the swordsman's hand. The soldiers of the kingdom of Cairo were losing the battle with Hector's army, suffering heavy losses. Stephen, one of the knights of the main army, foresaw that this day would come one day. The soldier cursed his commander, who had the audacity to abandon his men on the battlefield. Suddenly, the enemy's blade pierced the warrior's armor, sprinkling the ground with his blood. Exhausted, Stephen collapsed to the ground and, dropping his sword, prepared to say goodbye to life. But suddenly, a swift sword blade passed through the soldiers of the enemy army, not allowing them to finish what they started. Roman appeared in front of the guy who announced the death of Baron Bruce, and that from that moment on, he was responsible for the line of defense. The wounded soldier was the same man who was on the list that Lucas had given to the young master. The mercenary was convinced that Stephen was the only one of value on the fifth line of defense. Mr. Roman decided to trust the soldier's many years of experience and asked him if there was a way to protect this place. If there was no hope, the Aura swordsman in charge of the reserve force would order all soldiers to retreat. The soldier said that the current situation had worsened considerably and that the right decision would be to retreat. By allowing the enemy to occupy one of the 5 lines of defense, the war will then drag on for a long time. To prevent such a scenario from developing, Roman had only one way left. It was necessary to use an iron fence that would prevent the enemy from passing through the fortress gates. Mr. Dmitri will distract the enemy, giving the soldiers time to set up the fence. Today I couldn't believe that a warrior who was in the top 100 easily agreed to such a reckless plan. The soldier pointed out that if the fortress were isolated, then with the number inside it, there would be no guarantee that everyone would survive. Roman understood Stephen's fears perfectly well, and while he was talking to him, they decided to attack him from behind. Allowing war to strike the ground with its sword, the young master declared that he was not prepared to part with his life if he considered the plan impossible to implement. With one swift movement, Romaro's son Dmitri cut down the soldier who attempted to take his life. Stephen was amazed at how the swordsman managed to not see the attack, dodge it, let alone wield the sword. At that very moment, Roman's men arrived, with whose help he was ready to pave the way to the fortress gates. Hearing the young master's order, the soldiers began to carry it out without a drop of fear. The soldier of the 5th line of defense wondered whether such a strong relationship between a master and a subordinate was really possible. One of the top 100 warriors in the ranking ordered the wounded knight to also prepare for the offensive. Watching the warriors rush into battle with such dedication and devotion, Stephen realized that it was all out of respect. As he cut down his opponents, Roman wondered if he should have loved this country, putting himself in danger for it. Only now, when the kingdom recognized his worth, did the boy receive special privileges of power. The talented swordsman easily repelled the enemy attack, cutting through not only his opponents, but also their weapons. Roman Dmitri, knowing many ways to avoid war, did not resort to any of them, as he yearned for a lifelong war. Every step of the heir of the Dmitri family inevitably led to death, but if the enemy remained alive, loyal soldiers took him on. When the army of trained warriors killed a dozen fighters, Hector's soldiers went on the attack, trusting each other. But when the number of deaths exceeded 20, the soldiers realized that the enemy was much stronger than them. The great Roman Dmitri literally walked over the corpses of those who decided to go against him. And only when the number of brutally murdered comrades exceeded 50, the soldiers' faces distorted in horror. Having abandoned their equipment and weapons, the enemy army retreated, leaving the fortress territory. Commander McCleary did not understand what was happening and why his soldiers were returning from the battlefield. Until recently, as soon as they rammed the fortress gates, the commander-in-chief was confident of Hector's victory. The skill of the enemy army commander was astonishing, as he was able to hold his own against several soldiers at once in an incredible manner. At the moment of the battle, Mr. Roman's gaze fell directly on McCleary, who was watching him from a distance. Hector's army chief was horrified that a man could do such a thing. The Aura swordsman rushed towards the crowd of warriors without stopping, and they couldn't stop him for a second. McCleary was amazed at the arrogance of the mad warrior who was going to kill him single-handedly. The military leader ordered his men to immediately finish off the guy before he got even more angry. The man insisted that there was only one in the army, and it should not be difficult to stop him. Noting the enemy's carelessness, Roman applied the strategy of lightning war, which he had learned through many battles. Breaking through the crowd of soldiers, the 3-star Aura swordsman needed to get to the military leader. As soon as the enemy commander's head flies off his shoulders, the enemy line will immediately fall apart. Roman's path was blocked by 3 knights who suddenly appeared in front of him, ready to deal with him. In order to get rid of the annoying soldiers, the young master resorted to the second formation technique. With a swing of his sword, the guy managed to create a gap between him and the enemy soldiers. Hector's warriors were terrified by such incredible power that only one man possessed. Even McCleary was speechless. For the first time in his life, he had met such a powerful sword master. With one leap, Roman found himself right in front of the enemy commander, who instantly reached for his blade. The next second, the head of the Baron and Hector was in the hand of the heir to the throne of the Dmitri family. The swordsman addressed the kingdom's warriors, announcing that the enemy commander was dead. Showing this as a clear example, the guy ordered no one to sit, otherwise the survivors would become embittered and return again. Mr. Roman called for punishing his enemies for their actions at the cost of his own lives, even if it meant shedding his own blood. Henry Elbert, who arrived at the 5th line of defense, was shocked by the sight he saw. Now he understood why his uncle had ordered him to get closer to Roman Dmitri by any means necessary. Hector's soldiers scattered in all directions thanks to the courage of their master and his soldiers, among whom there was not a single casualty. The commander of the reserve detachment ordered the use of elixirs to heal the wounds received. Stephen was even more surprised when he learned that Roman Dmitri had supplied all the soldiers with medicine. The elixir was called a potion developed in a magic tower, costing a fabulous price, even for the lowest rank. The armor-lined soldier realized that the trust between Roman and his men was not a mere formality. Roman ordered Stephen to clear the battlefield and prepare for the second wave of attack. The swordsman also needed a soldier who was well-versed in the topography of the southern front. The young master had no intention of leaving, since the war was not over yet. As a guide, the knight introduced a young man with a bandaged head, whose name was Kobe. Having given the guy a map, the commander of the reserve detachment asked for the shortest route by which he could get behind their lines. The route Kobe had provided took 2.5 hours, and Roman needed a different route that would take less time. The young man was surprised that Mr. Dmitri knew the exact time to overcome the mountain path. The guide expressed his admiration for the swordsman, not realizing that he was well acquainted with the area. The young gentleman explained that Stephen had probably decided that he was not at all familiar with the southern front. Roman learned the basics of emergency procedures, but to really get the hang of it, he needed Kobe's help. The young man could not help but notice that the gentleman was different from the aristocrats who had come to the front for the sake of a carefree army life. Literally 10 minutes later, Roman finished the meeting and returned to his people. Chris informed the owner that the preparations were complete and all the soldiers had completed their treatment procedures. The young gentleman's attention was drawn to a man whom he had never expected to see in these parts. Henry Elbert stood in front of the reserve detachment commander, all sweaty and out of breath. The acting commander of the line of defense asked again what the aristocrat was doing here. Kneeling before Roman, Henry asked for forgiveness for the mistakes he had made in the past. The aristocrat stated that he wanted to follow the legendary swordsman, and as an aristocrat of the kingdom, he could not stand aside at such a moment. Casting a cold glance at the boy, the baron's eldest son realized that it would make no difference whether Elbert followed him or not. Roman clarified that if the nobleman interfered with his plan, he would not hesitate to abandon him to his fate. Roman Dmitri and his modest army followed Kobe along the shortest route. The reserve squad was moving in so fast that little Henry could hardly keep up with them. A wounded soldier from the southern barracks unexpectedly appeared on the intended route. The soldier said that the barracks had been attacked and that he had miraculously managed to escape with his life. The night passed away, leaving Roman wondering why the enemy attacked not the front line, but the barracks in the rear. There was a high probability that the soldiers had managed to escape and that the attack had occurred no more than half an hour ago. From this, it could be assumed that the enemy attacked 5 defensive lines using a rapid reaction army. One of the few survivors in the southern camp held a bloody sword in a trembling hand. The soldiers mocked him and asked the soldier to surrender, allowing him to die painlessly. Badly battered and covered in blood, McBurney sent his opponents packing. The instructor was ready to sacrifice his life just to take one of the enemies with him. I don't know why, but in the last minutes of his life, the veteran thought about Mr. Roman and his people. The guy was the only one at the front who never let his guard down for a second, and therefore had every chance of surviving. Indulging in such thoughts, McBurney decided that even though he had lost his arm, he still could not leave the battlefield. At some point, the wall behind the enemies began to gradually crack, as if something was trying to break through it. The warriors were seriously scared as soon as they heard a deafening roar behind them. Roman Dmitri arrived through the hole that had formed to help, leaving the enemy at a loss. The young master's stern gaze did not bode well for Hector's soldiers. Chris gave the command instructing the soldiers to rescue all survivors and destroy any enemy that came their way. The soldiers confidently rushed at the commander of the reserve detachment, not suspecting what awaited them. Mr. Roman pressed his fingers on specific points on each of the enemy soldiers. The soldiers were unconscious, but when they woke up, they would not be able to move for some time. One of the 3 still managed to escape in time, without falling into the hands of the aura swordsman. The soldier wanted to quickly report what had happened on horseback, but before he could leave, he was captured. An enraged McBurney grabbed the guy with his one hand, not giving his opponent a chance to free himself. Having dealt with the enemy and spent the rest of his strength on him, the instructor collapsed to the ground. Roman praised the man for the work he had done and told him to rest, leaving him to do the rest. Sometime later, Chris reported to the young master about the massacre of Hector's soldiers and a couple of survivors. According to the testimony, Viscount Bale was wounded during the battle by Hector's soldiers and fled to the mountains. The young commander was interested in the enemy soldiers, whose number could reach hundreds. The Baron's son ordered that no one should be allowed to see him until he himself gave such an order. Mr. Roman wanted to find out what was the reason for the deceptive tactics used by the enemy. After visiting the prisoners, the young master gave them only 3 minutes to think and answer. Provided that the soldiers answered the questions asked of them correctly, the heir of the family, Dmitri, promised to kill them painlessly. The prisoners were not afraid of the promised torture, and with a smile on their faces asked to be killed quickly. First of all, Roman wanted to know what the kingdom of Hector was really planning. With a grin, ignoring his questions, the soldier sent the young gentleman to hell. The second question of interest to the reserve detachment commander was the reason why the soldiers were in the South Barracks. 3 minutes of reflection. The guy, using mana, touched one of the captives. The young gentleman's touch made the soldier's whole body twist, causing him to cough up blood. Roman called this method of separating tissue and squeezing bones, in which a person felt pain from the twisting of muscles throughout the body. This method allowed for a very slow and painful death, but the torturer was sure that his captives were not ready for such torture. Watching his comrades suffer, one of the warriors declared that it would not change anything anyway. The soldier stated that even if the enemy heard Hector's plan, they would still not be able to stop them, but this was exactly the answer Roman was waiting for. The young master had not originally planned to hear the truthful answer from the captives, and simply wanted to see how they would react. The 3-star aura swordsman guessed that the soldier's true purpose stay in the rear. Having gotten everything he wanted from the captives, Roman Dmitri used a deadly technique on the remaining survivors. At the same time, the attack on several points of the front was only a distraction, and if the guesses of Cairo's soldiers were correct, then Hector's army made sure that the southern front fell. Arriving at McBurney's infirmary, the reserve detachment commander asked what had happened to the barracks. The instructor said that Hector's men attacked the camp 2 hours ago. While preparing for training, he was suddenly attacked by soldiers from the Hector kingdom. Because of the huge difference in strength, everyone was simply cut down, and McBurney also didn't know if the commander was Bale. Roman was interested in whether there was anything special about the opponent's appearance. The instructor claimed that the warriors were lightly armed and that their commander's face was covered in scars. The young gentleman pondered the survivors' words, trying to remember who might have led the soldiers. The only ones who fit the description of the attackers were a squad of rangers from the kingdom of Hector. According to rumors, the leader of the detachment valued the scars on his face no less than his orders and medals. It remained a mystery to McBurney why the unit had attacked the South Barracks. According to his logic, it would have been more advantageous to use the advantage gained to defeat the front line. But the soldiers were not aiming at the front, but at the rear, and for this reason alone they attacked the barracks. The enemy had no choice but to attack the barracks, which was located on the way to the rear of the defensive line. The instructor failed to anticipate that some would use a deceptive maneuver to attack. Roman Dmitri explained that the attack on the 5th line of defense was just a distraction, while the true purpose of Hector's kingdom was the teleportation gate. The magical gates allowed for a huge distance to be covered, and their capture was an important strategic move. With such a force, the enemy was left without reinforcements, and their owner could pave the way for a counteroffensive. But for such a case, self-exploding devices were installed at the teleport airports. Based on the plan, Roman was convinced that Hector's kingdom was filled with firm confidence in its decisions. Upon learning of a threat of such magnitude, McBurney wanted to immediately go to the rear to help. The young gentleman objected to the man, asking if he had received the request for help. The family heir, Dmitri, voiced the theory that the ranger squad had left the barracks an hour and a half ago, and during this time, they should have already conquered the teleport gates and were on the defensive line in the rear. Being completely isolated, the entire fighting force is forced to survive on its own without the help of the kingdom. While at the border, the prince received a report about the successful arrival of soldiers at the rear position. The messenger reported that the kingdom of Cairo, who was occupying a defensive line, was unable to figure out their strategy. But after hearing such good news, Edwin Vector was still in no hurry to relax. The enemy was still holding the line in some places and was not going to surrender, but he delayed the attack. The plan was not to destroy the fortress wall, and if successful, the army would be able to take over the entire southern front. The main key to a successful strategy, according to Edwin, was security. Having studied the structure of the frontier, Hector's army could crush everything in a couple of hours. The only thing that kept the enemy from causing massive destruction was the teleportation gate. But in case of failure, the prince ordered to destroy the gate and move on to an alternative scenario. The soldier admired the rationality of his master's judgment, who was not without reason called the Star of the Kingdom. Prince Edwin was the one who could once again restore the power of the kingdom of Hector. Once the ranger detachment had captured the rear of the front, it was now a battle for time. And before the enemy discovered their secret plan, they had to successfully establish communication. A year ago, while talking to Jackson, His Highness told him that they no longer had the strength to hold on. The loan from the Golden Bank threatened to wipe out the state's last savings, which is why Edwin wanted to make a deal with the Ranger. The king's son suggested that Jackson try to conquer the southern front of the Cairo kingdom. Hector spread the rumor that the crop failure was a curse from God, and only someone who was called the greatest genius in the history of the kingdom could become its hero. During the time when the Ranger detachment penetrated the front territory, an underground tunnel was dug. Thanks to him, the enemy was able to penetrate the teleportation gate and successfully establish communication. When the teleporter was activated, a bright flash appeared with multiple lightning bolts emanating from it. The soldiers bowed their heads in greeting to the prince, who had managed to move towards them through the open portal. King Hector's son demanded that the remnants of the defeated army be dealt with, and that the defense be strengthened in case reinforcements were sent. Having given out the instructions, Edwin turned to Jackson, who might have the information he needed. The boy asked if he knew anything about the defense of McCleary, with whom contact had been lost. The head of the detachment was still trying to figure out the reasons for the commander's disappearance, but he assured that there was no reason to worry. The fifth line of defense was known to be the most problematic on the entire front, and a small force should have been enough to crush it. The prince reminded that it was not worth attacking rashly, no matter what the situation. Regardless of the achievements in completing the plan, Edwin Baron McCleary will receive a separate punishment. No matter how well Mr. Hector worked out his plan, he still didn't notice the variables that had formed in it. At this very time, the first line of defense was busy repairing the fortress wall. Count Donald, who was the commander of the first line, was informed of the message received from the South Barracks. The Count was interested in the reason that made a soldier from the reserve army of the fifth line of defense get in touch. Roman Dmitri told about the possible capture of the teleport gates by means of a deceptive maneuver by Hector's soldiers. The swordsman advised abandoning the fortifications of the fortress and taking refuge in the mountains until the enemy had completely surrounded the front from all sides. The commander of the first line of defense wondered whether the guy was saying this as advice or giving a clear order. Without listening to the young gentleman to the end, the Count declared that he would sort everything out himself and ended the conversation. With smug idiots at the helm, Roman would have to abandon all but the fifth line of defense. The commander of the reserve detachment ordered his men to pack their things and immediately head to the mountains. Trying unsuccessfully to contact the base in the rear, Donald began to think that Roman's words were true. If the kingdom comes out for reinforcements, it will take them at least 2 weeks. The commander believed that if the fortress held out until reinforcements arrived, they would have a chance of victory. Within a couple of hours, the defensive line was completely isolated and Cairo's soldiers were trapped. The Count observed the countless enemy soldiers who had received additional combat power thanks to the teleportation. The commander did not believe in hope, confident that the fortress walls would be able to hold back the enemy's onslaught for some time. The chances of victory also increased with the weapons obtained for the defense of the fortress. The commander, confident that he could stand up to Hector's army, ordered his soldiers to get ready. Addressing the knights of the first line of defense, the man reported that the enemy had recaptured the teleportation gate. Because of this, the soldiers were surrounded on all sides, and they could not count on the arrival of reinforcements. Count Donald stated that as with the first battle, they would survive. They were then alarmed when they heard the sound of something massive approaching the fortress. The worried commander ordered an immediate investigation into what was making the noise they were hearing. At the sound of the trumpets, the troops of the Kingdom of Hector armed themselves with a magical catapult. As soon as the flash lit the circle, the next moment a fireball flew out of it. The shell hit the wall of the fortress straight away, rendering all the work of the soldiers who had so strangely tried to strengthen it worthless. Watching his men burn alive in the fire, the commander realized with regret that Roman had been right. Literally a few minutes later, Count Donald's head was already in the enemy's hand. Thanks to the outbreak, Prince Edwin managed to suppress the main line of defense without major losses. If Cairo's soldiers continue to give up their positions so easily, then very soon the southern front will be captured by Hector. His Highness ordered that all the capitulated soldiers be locked up in one place. Jackson was told to use the hostages as a bargaining chip, depending on the situation. Mr. Hector's plans turned out to be perfect, but the feeling of anxiety still did not leave him. As it turned out, the prince's concerns were not unfounded, and one of the soldiers brought news of the fifth line of defense. Stink reported that contact with Baron McCleary had been severed, and that he had died on the battlefield. Edwin demanded to be taken immediately to the man who had passed on this information. A survivor said that at first the defensive line looked as if it was completely unprepared for war. At the very beginning of the battle, the soldiers successfully rammed the gates, and the commanders ordered the destruction of the fortress. And, as the soldier recalled, after this they were attacked by a man who could only be compared to a monster. The survivor was amazed by the great power of the squad leader, thanks to which he single-handedly dealt with many of Hector's warriors. As soon as the poor guy blinked a couple of times, dozens of soldiers, including Aura swordsmen, fell under his blade. Horror froze on the survivor's face, and the word monster froze on his lips, which he began to repeat over and over again. The soldier's words and behavior greatly puzzled the prince because, given recent events, they could be true. Edwin recalled rumors about a young swordsman, one of the top 100 warriors, who was assigned to the southern front. His Majesty has made colossal preparations over the past year, but did not take into account that Roman Dmitri could stand in his way. Commander Jackson reported that after checking the 5th line of defense, they were still unable to find Cairo's soldiers. Assuming that the enemy had fled into the mountains, the ranger was ready to immediately form a detachment for pursuit. Mr. Hector gave up the pursuit, since they had accomplished their goal, captured the southern front, and were ready to negotiate. The king's subjects reported that it would take a long time for the faction representatives to arrive. Daniel Cairo was very angry because he could not do anything on his own. His Majesty could move his army only with the consent of the aristocrats who held powerful authority. To his surprise, Daniel finally heard Roman coming from the hallway. Marquis Benedict arrived and apologized for being late due to the carriage breaking down on the way here. Following the aristocrat, Valhalla's confidants, Counts Denver and Gregory, appeared. Sitting down at the table, Count Gregory asked again whether it was true that the kingdom of Hector had attacked the southern front. The king confirmed that the directors had crossed the state border and attacked the defensive fortresses. In order not to aggravate the situation at the front, the Marquis proposed sending a sufficient number of soldiers immediately. Taking the aristocrat's words as consent, Cairo was ready to send reinforcements to the southern front at that very moment. When Benedict learned that the teleportation gate had been captured, he was overcome with horror. The governance system, divided into 4 factions, only exacerbated the problem. The king expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that he could not make a decision on his own, since then the front would never have been exposed to such danger. Daniel, in turn, blamed the factions present, shifting the responsibility for what happened entirely onto them. A soldier rushed forward, declaring that Hector's kingdom had contacted them about sending aid. All Prince Edwin demanded from the high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of Cairo was retribution for the war. The king's son wanted the cost of the southern front to be assessed, which was then to be reimbursed in gold. The faction representatives were very outraged, stating that Hector had no right to demand such a thing, having started a war without a reason. The prince gave 3 days to think about it, and otherwise, if the demands were not met, the southern front would join Hector's dominions. But if Edwin feels that the Cairo authorities are stalling under the guise of consent, the hostages will not be able to return alive. The prolonged crop failure dried up the treasury of Hector's kingdom, and at the same time the interest from the gold bank grew. In order to save his suffering people, the prince was ready to become the most cruel ruler in history. King Daniel stated that they were left with no choice once the teleportation gate fell into enemy hands. By paying compensation, they would be able to reduce their losses, but the Marquis was worried about how much Hector might demand. Daniel, in a fit of anger, insisted that they had no other choice, and if anyone thought otherwise, they could offer their own option. The king's teeth were grinding with anger because just recently, the Grizzlies, who had gathered in one room, were at each other's throats for power in this country. But as soon as they were faced with a real threat, everyone immediately gave up. However, Count Denver expressed his unwillingness to give money to Hector's kingdom. The man stated that the southern front had a chance for salvation in the person of Roman Dmitri. According to a recently received report, Roman has won the 5th line of defense. Based on this fact, the Count did not lose hope that the guy would be able to change the current state of the war. King Daniel acknowledged that Roman Dmitri was an outstanding swordsman who had attained the 3 aura stars at such a young age. But even with such skills, it seemed unlikely to His Majesty that he would be able to influence the course of the war alone. The Marquis stood up for Romero's son, leaning towards minimizing the kingdom's losses instead of a dubious adventure. The representative of Valhalla, while listening to the proposals of his current allies, hid one detail from them. Unlike the king and the aristocrat, the Count knew of Roman's true strength, but was not given this information simply because he was one of his close associates. The swordsman's strength surpassed 4 stars, and he was the only one who could defeat the enemy. Not wanting to share the knowledge he had acquired with others, Count Gregory did not insist on his own, and yet the man asked to wait 3 days. And if during this time there were no changes at the front, then they could accept Hector's offer. King Cairo announced that the kingdom would prepare for both war with their enemy and reconciliation. Watching his first line of defense go up in flames, Henry came to terms with his country's complete defeat in the war. Young Master Albert announced a retreat, not wanting any honors for participating in the battles. The only thing the aristocrat and his people wanted was to survive, and then they would navigate according to the situation. Suddenly a warrior jumped out in front of the nobleman, his green eyes flashing. The cold blade of the sword touched his neck, and the guy was ready to say goodbye to life. To the aristocrat's surprise, the stranger who threatened him with a weapon turned out to be Chris, one of Roman's henchmen. Ordering them to be quiet, the Oronite ordered them to follow him without asking any questions. Following the soldier, Albert wondered what he was doing here, since his men were heading to the rear. The guy didn't understand what Roman and his men had forgotten in the mountains until he saw everything with his own eyes. To the aristocrat's great surprise, the reserve detachment had already managed to set up camp. Chris explained that the master considered the base in the rear to be fallen, so he set up a secret camp in case of emergency. The cowardly aristocrat flew into a rage, declaring that he should have fled instead of setting up camp in that place. The soldier explained that they remained to protect allies like Albert and his men, and to fight off enemies coming up the mountains. Chris convinced the nobleman that if he were a man of Hector's kingdom, he would also lose his life. The young gentleman asked where Mr. Roman had gone, whom he had not seen for a long time. The soldier, without a hint of irony, replied that his master was currently dealing with enemies on the front lines. Clenching his fists, Henry was once again convinced that these warriors were being commanded by a real monster. The soldiers of Hector's army rushed after the surviving warriors of Cairo, wanting to deal with each of them. But the survivors from the first line of defense fought desperately against the enemy until the very end. Adjutant Brant was one of the few who remained, cursing the commander for the decision he had made. Donald's recklessness doomed the soldiers of the first line of defense to death. Following his comrades, Brant also fell in battle, having spent his last strength on defense. Watching as the enemy soldier raised his blade over his head, the warrior believed that this was the end for him. The next moment, something like a beam flashed past the soldier, hitting his neck. This beam turned out to be the blade of Mr. Roman's sword, after which the enemy's head separated from his body. The warriors of the Hector kingdom pounced on the three-star swordsman in an attempt to detain him. With swings of his sword, the young master left nothing but bloody pieces of his enemies. Brant could only watch the blood spray, unable to move. The savior introduced himself as a member of the reserve squad of the fifth line of defense, Roman Dmitri. The soldier was amazed that in front of him was the very man who had advised his army to retreat, but he did not run away but returned to save them. The prince reported that the first line had been broken and that Hector's kingdom had moved towards the second line of defense. The wounded soldier suggested that the second line would not hold out for long, and Roman asked him if he really offered to surrender. Brant had no doubts about the strength of his master. He declared that the war between the kingdoms could not be resisted alone. The young master reflected that the actions of Hector's kingdom were quite in keeping with its current situation. He would say that they were going to take the southern front in one blow because Hector did not have the capacity to wage a long war. Hector wanted to use war to resolve the crisis that had arisen in the country, and only by winning the front could the Cairo government resort to cooperation. Mr. Roman could understand the enemy's actions if everything was exactly as he assumed. Hector had taken a great risk, putting the fate of the entire country on the line, and they could not afford to make any mistakes. The second line of defense of the southern front also encountered the destructive power of the outbreak. The fortress suffered colossal destruction from just one charge from the magic catapult. As he watched the second line defense fall, he found himself thinking that McCleary should have been on the front line instead of him. The death of the Baron was not in the prince's plans, just as Roman Dmitri, who recaptured the fifth line of defense, was not in his plans. The enemy soldiers were preparing to take the impregnable fortress, opening a passage inside for themselves. The king's son, given all the power of Roman, did not think that his strength would be enough to withstand the entire army of the kingdom. No matter how weak Hector's kingdom was, one man could not cut the ground from under their feet, and contrary to Edwin's thoughts, he was informed that contact had been lost with the company that had been sent to deal with the remnants of the enemy army. Well, that wasn't the end of the bad news for the gentleman, since two more companies had not yet made contact. The prince finally realized that the bad feeling was caused by the appearance of Roman Dmitri. Returning to camp, Edwin demanded that Jackson report on the situation at the front. The ranger commander reported that after the first line of defense fell, the battalion was ordered to deal with the survivors. Based on the fact that contact with the three companies was lost one after the other, it could be concluded that they were all dead. Unfortunately for Edwin, The estimated number of victims was around 300. Now His Highness's worries became reality, and he was completely sure that the death of people was the work of Roman. Dmitri did not run away at all, but remained on the southern front, choosing the path of resistance. The prince wanted Jonathan to deal with Roman, because he could cause even more problems later. The commander did not consider Dmitri to be so dangerous, stating that if they were defeated in the assault, they would not be able to guarantee the success of the plan. The warrior suggested concentrating not on capturing soldiers, but on destroying the remaining defensive fortresses. Edwin disagreed wholeheartedly and insisted that the first priority was to deal with the man who had ruined the plan. The commander obediently agreed, but the soldier from the second line of defense did not understand why the gentleman was so fixated on Roman's person. Only when evening came did Hector's soldiers find the place where the swordsman hated by the prince was hiding. Having spent so much time developing the plan, Edwin couldn't let Roman ruin it. Mr. Hector could guess what the soldiers of his army were thinking at that moment. The prince claimed that the unconquered lines of defense were the lesser of two evils, since only Roman Dmitri had managed to make changes to the original plan. Jackson, despite his dubious statements, decided to trust Edwin Hector, who was always guided by iron logic. All commanders obediently declared their intention to carry out the order given to them. In order not to miss the enemy, it was decided to place the army at the foot of the mountain, surrounding it on all sides. As soon as the company notices the presence of the enemy, it must give a signal and blow a whistle. In order to deal with all the enemies without major losses, Hector's soldiers decided to drive him into a dead end. While combing the area, the soldiers failed to find any traces of the enemy's presence. But at one point, the commander, asking his subordinates about the situation, did not hear an answer. Suddenly, the man was left completely alone, and the warriors walking next to him mysteriously disappeared. A premonition of something bad forced the commander-in-chief to take out a whistle to alert the others. But as soon as he filled his lungs with air, Roman was already behind him. The soldier fell to the ground with his neck broken, dropped his torch, but did not make a single sound. The young master underestimated the enemy's determination, planning to gain maximum benefit while he was busy with the defensive line. The heir of the family, Dmitri, continued to eliminate enemy soldiers one after another. Despite their loud words individually, the kingdom's warriors did not pose any threat. The commander of the reserve detachment, rushing past the soldiers like the wind, took their lives. Each of the sons of the heavenly demon had to constantly prove their abilities. Baek Chun-hyuk's first task was to exterminate the followers who were teaching demonic troubles to the sect. However, the missions became more and more difficult each time, and Baek had to find a way to win, one of which he found in the demonic sect's storage. The martial art he learned belonged to the King of Darkness, who was once a thief, but mastered the way to use darkness and became famous as a great robber. Although the King of Darkness met a terrible end, he managed to make his mark on the history of Murim. Baek Chun-hyuk, having studied all the methods of the Dark King, was unable to complete missions without resorting to other methods and means. In 1 year, he managed to kill more than 36 masters, earning the nickname the Phantom Shadow of the Demonic Sect. The Dark King's martial art was the embodiment of all-consuming darkness. Even the Aura Knights of the Kingdom of Hector were unable to find the annoying swordsman, ordering their men to retreat. Roman Dmitri wanted to make the soldiers regret having set foot on a mountain covered in darkness. The company commander, along with ordinary soldiers, abandoned their men one after another. The warriors went crazy because the forest, shrouded in darkness, resembled a labyrinth from which there was no exit. The only soldier left alive from the company, the boy informed the command that they would all soon die. The warrior tearfully asked for help, not even suspecting that an enemy was lurking in the shadows next to him. The soldier's message made Prince Hector more and more worried. Edwin tried to calm the soldier down, stating that the enemy was only using the darkness, nothing more. However, no matter how hard he tried, the soldier could not see the enemy, nor calculate where he would attack from. Even the knightly order went crazy, attributing to Roman Dmitri the status of a disembodied ghost. The king's son refused to believe that the swordsman of Aura was unable to detect even traces of the warrior's presence. The prince was so desperate that he decided that the commander of the reserve detachment was using magic. Well, there could be invisibility magic that makes the body transparent, hiding it, but the caveat was that magic took a long time to recover, and it couldn't be used for a long time. Tired of hearing the cries for help and the dying cries of the soldiers, Edwin prepared to head with his army to his people. The search party supported the master, believing that there was no point in being cowardly, and all that was required was to hold out and wait for the prince. Inspired, the commander of the first company ordered the soldiers to line up in a defensive formation and fight off enemy attacks. Using the power of his aura, the knight waited for his opponent to reveal himself in order to deliver the decisive blow. Catching movement among the trees, the commander immediately rushed at the swordsman hiding in the darkness. But the knight fell for the enemy's trick, who used his ally as bait. The commander who killed his soldier heard the voice of a ghost behind him, who insisted that in the darkness everyone, as one, thinks the same. The soldier turned around and made a sharp arc with his sword, but there was still no one in front of him. In the darkness, the company commander could hear the voices of ghosts mocking him. Roman left his hiding place and stated that it was a huge mistake to think that you could defeat the enemy once you found him. The Aura swordsman asked the soldier again if he really thought he could easily suppress him once he attacked. Even though Roman Dmitri was in front of the commander, he still took a risk, trying to snatch victory at the cost of his life. The warrior's blades clashed, giving the soldier hope that he would be able to gain the upper hand in the battle. However, the next second Roman Dmitri was already behind his opponent. The blade of his sword cut through the commander's armor, and blood gushed like a fountain onto the ground. Not wanting to lose and submit to the enemy, the soldier shouted with all his might that the enemy was near him. All the warrior's efforts were useless, as Roman blocked all sounds with mana, and the commander's voice did not reach his men. The young gentleman, having dealt with another soldier, noticed a transmitter on his belt. The commander of the reserve detachment addressed Hector's army, saying that he knew what they were thinking at that moment. The only true way for the people of Hector to solve their country's problem was this war. Dmitri reported that he had guessed about the plan to use the southern front as a hostage, having received a huge sum for it. The young gentleman pointed out the lack of time and provisions, which would not have been enough for a 3-month siege. Having declared that he would interfere with the kingdom's plan to the last, Vector Roman was confident that the enemy would no longer be able to ignore his existence. A smile appeared on the swordsman's face as soon as Prince Edwin contacted him. The prince did not deny that the kingdom was suffering from famine and that they could no longer borrow money from outside. The only solution to free themselves from their endless debts was war, which showed how desperate Hector's people were. Despite the lack of time, the enemy still could not retreat, since the fate of the kingdom depended on this battle. Edwin Hector was willing to walk over the corpses of his fallen comrades if necessary, just to achieve his goal. If they failed, they were ready to spray the necromancer's corpse poison, turning the lands of Cairo into a haven of death. The king's son declared that he was ready to commit any actions, even terrible ones, to save his people. His Highness asked whether Roman Dmitri would fall along with the kingdom of Hector, or would he agree to cooperate with him. Lord Edwin made an emphasis, pointing out that the life of his state would depend on the choice made by the swordsman. Remembering how he studied the southern front, the young gentleman came across this name many times. Unlike his useless father, the prince possessed outstanding abilities, gaining recognition within the country and beyond. It was also significant that Edwin Hector was entrusted with command in this war. Roman could not help but acknowledge his opponent's abilities, but he could not bear the threats directed at himself. The prince heard the shrill screams of the commander who owned the transmitter. The baron's son Dmitri replied that at that moment his sword pierced the company commander's thigh. The young master was touched by the prince's reaction, but he was not at all interested in the circumstances of the kingdom. Roman stated that the war had already begun, and Hector, having crossed the line, had no right to ask him to show humanity. The reserve detachment commander announced that he would do what he thought was right. He is ready to kill anyone who gets in his way, and even at the sight of a white flag, he will stab the enemy in the back. Having plunged the blade into the soldier, the guy asked in a raised voice to remember the name Roman Dmitri, after which he added that if the enemy decides to choose despair over resistance, in this case, he will soon have the opportunity to meet a 3-star Aura swordsman. After the alarming call, Mr. Roman asked how the prince planned to proceed. Edwin ordered the mobilization of all military forces, creating a tight encirclement around the place where the signal was coming from. Lord Hector, wanting to avenge the death of the soldier who died in agony, swore to personally cut Roman into pieces. At this time, the man who had brought down the prince's wrath upon himself was teaching his soldiers new skills. The young master explained that every natural element, be it a stone or a leaf, contained natural mana. If this mana were artificially redirected, it would be possible to distort space. The soldiers would be surprised to learn that the enemy, under the influence of the distortion, would feel as if all his senses were blocked. Roman suddenly disappeared, dissolving into space, and demonstrated the information technique to his people. Hector's search party of soldiers continued to roam the forest, trying to catch the killer. Using the information technique, Chris was able to behead one of the soldiers without any obstacles. The Aura Knight couldn't believe that the warriors didn't notice his presence, just as the master had predicted. Having convinced himself that the method worked, the soldier ordered the detachment to attack the enemy. Hector's army was taken by surprise, but tried to maintain its composure until the very end. After the warriors' duel, Swordsman Chris became a completely different person. To become stronger, the guy worked tirelessly and trained so hard that he dropped dead on his feet. In this world, the art of fencing of one of the strongest masters of Muram appeared, called Thunderbolt. By order of Lord Roman, all the enemies were killed by a small detachment of his warriors. The soldiers retreated, trying to reach the next point before even more of Hector's subjects came running to the scene of the robbery. At this time, in another part of the forest, a battle also unfolded with the participation of Roman soldiers. Kevin's comrades nicknamed him a real monster for his rapid development. Being at his master's side all the time, the boy observed how to deal with the enemy. The more the young man followed Roman's methods, the more madness overcame him. The young master's men were scattered throughout the forest, cutting off Hector's soldiers from their comrades. The newly appointed commander divided his men into 4 groups, which simultaneously launched a lightning attack. The lucky few who escaped the cruel fate reported that there was definitely a mage in Cairo's camp. One of the surviving warriors claimed that the soldiers suddenly attacked his unit, appearing out of the darkness. Jackson suggested that Roman Dmitri had set traps throughout the forest. Prince Edwin protested, claiming that there was no magic that could teleport large numbers of people. This possibility was only available through the use of a magical device that was under the strict control of the Magic Tower. Mr. Hector doubted that the meager budget of the Southern Front allowed them to own such luxury. However, there remained a high probability that there was a mage on the enemy side. This scenario was unlikely, since mages were valued higher than aura healers, and most of them remained neutral. The Magic Tower operated throughout the continent, and everyone with mana dreamed of joining its ranks. The king's son suggested that it was not magic at all, since each country had very few sorcerers. He was confident that he would uncover the enemy's trick if he personally went to search for it. Edwin was waiting for the moment when Roman Dmitri himself would fall into his traps, which is what eventually happened. Dying Soldier told the aura swordsman with a smile that he could not escape now. Suddenly, a mysterious artifact began to glow green in the hands of the wounded warrior. No matter how hard the young gentleman tried to hide, Hector's soldiers did not lose sight of him. The exploding artifact covered Roman's body in green light, revealing his location. The soldiers used magical devices to transmit the coordinates of a dangerous enemy. Groups of soldiers were already waiting for Roman's arrival, but the guy continued to fight with weapons in his hands. The warriors of Hector's kingdom, possessed by the spirit of battle, naively believed that they could win, seeing the enemy in front of them. In order to deal with a group of enemies at once, Dmitri had to use the second style of the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. The reserve squad leader felt his stamina being pushed to the limit by the artifact. The wounded soldier claimed that his killer had no chance of getting out of the forest alive, as the place was surrounded by thousands of soldiers. The swordsman, who was one of the best warriors, asked the soldier why he himself fell into this trap. The wounded soldier could not believe that thousands of soldiers pursuing the enemy had fallen into a trap. According to Roman, every single one of them, recklessly risking their lives, rushed after him, wanting to keep him at any cost. Because of this, the boy questioned the rationality of Hector's army's actions. Before the 3-star swordsman could finish off the soldier, he was ordered to stop. Roman turned around at the sound of the voice and saw a lightly armed soldier in front of him, whose face was covered with scars. The energy emanating from Ranger Commander Jackson was at least 4-star. Before Roman had time to come to his senses, the next second he was crossing swords with a strong opponent. Despite having 4 stars, Jackson's name was not listed in the Hector Kingdom rankings. All that was known was that he commanded a detachment of rangers, and no one could say how strong he was. Both swordsmen stood motionless, each of them radiated a powerful aura. Jackson guessed that Roman Dmitri was a strong opponent, but was surprised when he didn't even flinch from his attack. Piercing the ranger with a hard look, the boy made it clear that his opponents had greatly underestimated him. The commander realized that the stars awarded to Dmitri were false and understood why his soldiers were suffering defeat. Despite the artifact's effect, Jackson had a hard time resisting his opponent. At some point, the commander of the reserve squad imbued his blade with the power of an aura. The blow that fell on the ranger convinced him that it was not the enemy who was losing ground, but he himself. While Jackson recognized his opponent as an outstanding warrior, he remained convinced that Roman had no chance of escape. Taking out his whistle, the ranger commander called for reinforcements, summoning the entire army of the kingdom. Within seconds, a crowd of soldiers had come running at his call, and Jackson ordered Roman to lay down his arms. Roman tried to convince his opponent until the very end that he did not realize the situation he had found himself in. The young gentleman stated that it was impossible to capture him with fragments of some artifact. Having thrown off the fragments, he assured that he would be able to break through any encirclement. After he said those words, the swordsman suddenly appeared behind the commander. Roman assumed that with Jackson around, Edwin Hector was left unprotected. Alarmed by his adversary's words, Jackson returned to Edwin, but was horrified to discover that the prince was not there. The man ordered his men to immediately go in search of the enemy, as the prince was in danger. Roman Dmitri was of the opinion that the only way to end the war with minimal losses was to kill the enemy commander. He calculated Edwin's location by following the direction of the mana from the prince's communication device. The signal led him to a camp located at the foot of the mountain. When Roman suddenly jumped out of hiding, the guards were shocked and did not have time to do anything. By cutting down one soldier after another, the young master cleared his way to the main target. Having discovered Edwin Hector, the boy, without thinking, immediately attacked him. However, the prince was prepared to meet the enemy, using a special technique against him. Roman noticed that His Highness had used a different method of using mana. Edwin formed a magic circle in front of him and used the Inferno technique. The tongues of flame emanating from the circle surrounded Roman Dmitri from all sides. It was no trouble for the young master to dodge the fire that was fired. In a fit of anger, Edwin resorted to another magical technique, continuing to try to stop the enemy. Huge tree roots suddenly burst out from under the ground, writhing in all directions. However, Baron Dimitri's son and his sharp blade could not be stopped by such magic. Roman was almost hit by a beam fired by another minion of Hector's kingdom. The stranger cast a powerful spell to defeat the annoying swordsman. The commander of the reserve squad was pleasantly surprised by the powerful aura that the enemy possessed. The man who had hidden his face under a hood during the battle finally took it off. Hiding underneath was the captain of the royal troops, the 5-star swordsman Battler, who was ranked second in the kingdom. The young gentleman appreciated Edwin's serious preparation and did not give up trying to catch him. Having suffered a humiliating defeat, this time the prince was confident in his strength. The guy was sure that no matter how strong Roman Dmitri was, he would not be able to withstand the union of a 4th circle mage and a 5-star swordsman. To ensure that his threats were not empty, His Highness threw a wind blade at the enemy. At this moment, Battler also slashed with his sword using the power of his aura. The young master was pinned down from both sides, and it seemed impossible to dodge such strong attacks. But Roman Dmitri was not one of those who simply gave up, and he certainly did not like to lose in a fight. Using his full potential, the swordsman held off both attacks, managing to deflect each with just his sword. Suddenly, a powerful crystal was launched, another magical artifact that turned out to be too much for the great warrior. After the crystal collided with the blade, an incredibly powerful explosion was heard. Expecting a trap, the guy was still not prepared for such a force, after meeting with which he had to catch his breath. As smart as Roman was, he never thought that Edwin Hector would be a magician. And on top of everything else, he will bring a 5-star swordsman, disguised as an ordinary soldier. But only when he found himself on the brink of life and death did Roman Dmitri finally feel that he was alive. The swordsman of the Hector kingdom did not expect that such a young warrior would be at such a level that he could withstand his and the prince's attacks. The only thing that consoled Butler in this situation was that his opponent had not yet reached his level. Edwin ordered the knight to attack the enemy immediately while he was exhausted, but he himself did not waste time. Even though he used a dual spell of breaking and holding, the prince still failed to stop his opponent. Feeling a second wind, Roman decided to use more serious equipment. The 5-star swordsman immediately rushed to his master's aid, sensing something was wrong. Battler stopped the 3rd style of the heavenly demon sword in time, whose strong aura plunged everything around him into darkness. The attack, although powerful, did not last long, leaving behind charred earth. The knight inquired about the health of the prince, who had not been affected by the fatal attack. The reserve squad leader had already used the heavenly demon sword technique twice. Because of this, Roman's strength was at its limit, and all he could do was retreat before he turned to the prince. As he plunged into the darkness, the boy said that when he met His Highness again, he would not let him survive like he had today. After this sentence, the 3-star aura swordsman literally disappeared into thin air. Hector's army was routed by just one man and nearly lost its chief commander. Realizing that everything that happened was due to his self-confidence, the prince did not know how to throw out the accumulated anger. By underestimating Roman Dmitri, the king's son put not only the plan at risk, but also the lives of his people. In this difficult and brutal battle, Edwin Hector in particular suffered defeat. Having collected the bodies, the king's son, together with the commanders of his fallen comrades, saw the soldiers off on their final journey. The young gentleman sincerely asked for forgiveness from the soldiers who had given their lives for him in vain. The warriors disagreed with their master, claiming that the death of their comrades was not his fault. Jackson supported the soldiers, arguing that none of his subjects blamed the prince for what had happened. The army of Hector's kingdom was defeated only because the enemy was too strong. The ranger commanders tried to encourage Edwin and said they still believed in him. Prince Hector agreed with the warrior's words and asked his men to inform him if the new order would lead them astray. The guy returned to the original plan to throw all his forces into destroying the defensive fortress of the front. Having finished with them, the prince intended to use the rear as a stronghold, preparing for desperate resistance. Butler asked how the king's son thought Roman Dmitri would act in such a situation. Edwin acknowledged that they had a dangerous enemy, but unlike in the mountains, the advantage of fighting on the plain was with Hector's kingdom. Jackson wasn't sure he could get compensation from Cairo through sheer resistance. Edwin responded to this statement by saying that he was going to propose a deal to the Kronos Empire. Count Ayer assured that due to the huge amount of money invested in the front and the provocation from Kronos, they would not be able to accept all of Hector's conditions. If the demands were agreed to, the royal treasury would be completely empty. To this, the Count proposed increasing taxes. Only 6 months had passed since the last time, and another increase could lead to an outbreak of rebellion. The only way to solve the problem was to confiscate the property of the aristocracy, but in this case, Daniel Cairo would give a reason to weaken his power. Seeing no other way out, the king ordered immediate contact with the central government aristocracy, ran to Daniel, reporting the news that the attack on the front had been repelled. The king, as well as those present at the meeting, could not believe this news. Count Gregory stated that the army numbered about 10,000 soldiers and could not imagine how a small detachment managed to repel the attack. His colleague Denver hoped that the information was reliable, given Roman Dimitri's abilities. On the other hand, if the guy managed to resolve such a difficult situation, then he posed no less of a threat than Hector. The aristocrats decided to contact the southern front to find out the details personally. King Daniel, having made contact, demanded that the soldier state his status and affiliation. Suddenly, the person speaking to the authorities turned out to be the second son of the Elbert family, Henry. No one except the Marquis remembered this family line that had raised many outstanding talents in the past. Formalities aside, Benedict was interested in why he, and not Roman Dmitri, took the call. The guy said that he had recently joined the squad led by Roman. The leader of the squad needed some time alone, and he left Henry as his representative. The Marquis interrupted the soldier's story as soon as he realized that he had started it from the very beginning. The aristocrat demanded to get to the point immediately without wasting time. Elbert was sure that Roman would gain fame across the continent, so he had to get involved with him before he revealed his true worth. The soldier declared that the success of the plan lay entirely and completely with Mr. Roman. From Henry's story, it became known that Dmitri, having learned about the attack of Hector's kingdom, immediately guessed that their target was the teleportation gate. After climbing the mountains, he immediately set up a secret base to catch enemy soldiers. If the commanders of the southern lines of defense had listened to Mr. Roman then, the front would not have fallen so easily. By denigrating the frivolous commanders, Elbert thereby elevated the exploits of the talented swordsman to the pinnacle. Henry deliberately raised his voice, knowing that the young master's subordinates were listening to his words. The aristocrat counted himself among the soldiers who took part in unequal battles when the enemy outnumbered them. Elbert's son burst into tears, declaring that he and his comrades would fight to the last against the enemy in this war. After listening to the report of one of the soldiers, the king declared that they were all weak. Daniel Cairo was amazed by Roman Dmitri, who fought to victory despite the hellish conditions. Benedict agreed that from the moment Hector captured the teleportation gate, the kingdom had already mentally admitted defeat. The aristocrat suggested using the chance he had been given in the person of Roman Dmitri to counterattack. The Count, close to Valhalla, demanded that additional forces be sent to the front to teach Hector a lesson. The king announced that he intended to break the agreement with the enemy and direct all his forces to restore the pride of the kingdom. Daniel demanded that the servants of the other families be summoned and all available information about the southern front be collected. At first, it might have seemed that the aristocrats were seeking to defend the southern front. But after the meeting, their ultimate goal was to get the first-class warrior Roman Dmitri. A call from the front convinced the top brass that at the end of the war, Roman would certainly join the central government. Henry also thought that by securing the support of a strong leader, he could move up the career ladder. Young Master Elbert offered 3 chests of the highest quality dried beef, but the soldier refused it. The Aura swordsman stated outright that he was aware of what the aristocrat was planning. The senior warrior asked him to stop currying favor with the soldiers if the guy really wanted to gain recognition. A loyal servant of Lord Roman offered the nobleman to show his trust on the battlefield. Chris was surprised that the aristocrat began offering beef to Kevin as he passed by. The royal court gave orders for the defensive line to assist Roman and buy time until Cairo's main forces could be assembled. Baron Basil, commander of the third line of defense, stated that Hector's forces were weaker than they thought, since their army was defeated by an army of only 100 men. The adjutant agreed with the commander, telling him about rumors that Hector had suffered from prolonged hunger in recent years and had only gained in the war through sheer numbers. Vasily took the order he received as a chance sent from heaven to prove himself. The commander of the operational line of defense decided that he could also take command since the young swordsman had succeeded. Baron Basil ordered an army to be called out, ready to use guerrilla tactics to teach Hector a lesson. To deal with the remaining defensive fortresses, Hector divided the army into detachments of 3,000 men. Vasily hid and attacked the enemy from behind, but contrary to his expectations, he met a cruel opponent. The commander of the defensive line behaved carelessly, as he expected to see completely different soldiers on the battlefield. Hector's soldiers were cornered after their encounter with Roman, and the soldiers of the southern front, languid from comfort, were unable to resist them. Victory in the mountains could only be achieved by Roman Dmitri, and it took the commanders of the defensive fortresses a little time to realize this. The king was informed of the death of Baron Vasily, who fell during a fight with Hector in the mountains. Before Daniel could receive this news, another employee reported that the third and fourth lines of defense had fallen under the enemy onslaught. In a message from the second line of defense, soldiers begged for help. Cairo could not imagine that in just one day, the entire defensive fortress of the southern front had fallen. The king was mistaken in thinking that Hector's warriors would be weak against the soldiers of the kingdom. Shaking with anger, Daniel demanded to know where Roman Dmitri was now. Unlike Murim, which cultivated martial power, this world created a new realm called magic. During his meditation, the young master was haunted by the thought that if Edwin Hector had been a more outstanding magician, he would not have been able to avoid defeat. Roman's carelessness, who had not yet managed to reach such a level of magical power, could drive him to the edge of the cliff. The boy couldn't help but praise how the prince, having recalculated his attack, managed to counterattack so successfully. The swordsman began to analyze the fight with Edwin, who used a powerful pillar of flame at the very beginning. He wondered what would have happened if he had taken damage back then and attacked the enemy with a lightning bolt. But at that moment, Roman's blade met the giant sword of the five-star knight. The young master's current strength was not enough to defeat the alliance of a mage and a swordsman-like battler. Then Baron Dimitri's son had to retreat, but perhaps this was exactly the kind of opponent he had been waiting for all this time. Until this moment, everyone who fought Roman was no match for him, but now he had to put his life on the line for victory. Having met a new strong opponent, the guy was unable to be content with his previous comfortable life. Having taken the life of another soldier of the royal army, Hector's young master completed his training, and Henry kept asking Chris if Mr. Roman had said when he would be leaving. The aristocrat insisted that the knight arrange a meeting for them, as the royal palace was desperately searching for Dimitri's eldest son. The warrior cut him off briefly, saying that the gentleman was not going to come out and that until that moment no one should dare disturb him. Mr. Albert's feeble mind was unable to comprehend what exactly Roman could do alone. The nobleman was very lucky, as the swordsman had already left the cave in which he had been preparing. Henry didn't know why exactly, but the young gentleman was covered in blood, as if he had been in battle. At camp, Chris reported that the third and fourth lines of defense had been destroyed, while the second, although yielding to the enemy, still held out. The enemy also collected all the ammunition, settled in the rear, and took up residence in the fortress. As Hector prepared for a life-or-death battle, the royal court was on edge, waiting for Roman to make contact. Little Elbert still couldn't understand why they couldn't just leave the rest of the work to Cairo's troops. Leaving the sycophant's question unanswered, the Aura swordsman finally got in touch with the king. Daniel, having announced the fall of all the defensive fortresses of the southern front, asked what Roman Dmitri was doing at that time. To the claim made against him, which sounded more like an accusation, he replied that he had spent a week reorganizing the fighting force. The ruler of the kingdom did not want to condemn the warrior's decision, but hinted that during this time, the entire southern line of armor had fallen at the hands of the enemy. The king wondered why some talented soldier could not, together with his men, provide a little help. The baron's eldest son admitted that he had been lucky in the battle with Hector. Unlike the mountainous terrain, on the plains, the reserve detachment was unable to help the kingdom's soldiers in any way. Ready to stand to the last, Hector called for Battles of Battler, the second most powerful swordsman in Hector's ranking. And the commander-in-chief, Prince Edwin Hector, confirmed that he was in fact a magician. As soon as the king found out who he was on the enemy's side, his confidence in victory suddenly evaporated. The plain was where the magician's full potential was revealed, and Roman was just thinking about what battle tactics he should choose when the main troops arrived. Marquis Benedict agreed with the warrior's decision, because at the moment the southern front did not have the strength necessary for victory. Mr. Gregory was impressed that Hector was really serious about putting everything on the line. The aristocrat demanded that His Majesty stop the interrogation, as he no longer saw any point in it. Cairo stopped questioning Roman, then repeated that the main fighting force of the kingdom would soon arrive with him. Daniel demanded that the fighter join the main army when he attacked the enemy who had settled in the rear. The three-star Aura swordsman thought about the fact that Hector, having broken the agreement with Cairo, at the same time did not give up on the war. After thinking for a bit at the enemy's next step, the guy said that time was not on their side. The worried king demanded to know what the soldier meant by these words. If Cairo fails to destroy the fortress within 3 days, the enemy will try to enlist the help of the Kronos Empire, and the only working method proposed by Roman is to attack frontally, destroying Hector's army before this happens. Count Hadid found Hector's proposal of crossing the south of Cairo and the gate quite tempting. The representative of the Kronos Empire stated that while gaining the southern front was not a bad thing in itself, he saw no point in enduring Cairo's wrath. Hadid made a counteroffer. If Hector held out in the rear for a month and prevented the fortress from falling, Kronos would make a deal. With a sly grin, the aristocrat asked what Edwin thought about such an agreement. Prince Hector reluctantly realized that the Kronos intended to take advantage of the situation, but they had no alternative. Having made the deal, Commander-in-Chief William Jackson immediately contacted the royal family. Using teleportation gates, soldiers had to deliver men and ammunition to hold the position for a month. However, it took at least 3 days to establish a connection between the gates of the kingdoms. Prince Edwin was driven by the thought that if he could hold out for the time allotted to him, he could give his people hope of salvation. As soon as the main forces arrived in the rear, they discovered a flag hung on the fortress. Commander Fabius was outraged by such impudence that, being on enemy territory, the enemy behaved in such a way. Baron Thalers from Kronos and Baron Bragan from the Valhalla Empire were also present at the same table from the aristocrats. Count Fabius clearly understood that the personal presence of the central government proved how necessary it was to continue supporting Roman Dmitri. As soon as Roman arrived at the tent, the commander, on behalf of the aristocrats, greeted him with the title of Hero Cairo. The Aura swordsman seemed more noble to Fabius than the rumors said. Before sending his man to the front, Benedict reminded him that the primary task was to gain the position of Mr. Roman. If the war was lost, the blame could be placed on the royal family, but Romana could not be taken away by another faction. The Marquis's man was embarrassed by the fact that the Dmitri family came from commoners. But if Fabius manages to pull such a valuable asset over to the side of the aristocrats, the owner will begin to give him more serious business. Having introduced himself, the commander said that he had heard rumors that the Marquis had personally translated Guy in the South Barracks. The man relayed the words of Benedict, who felt guilty for how things turned out. The soldier asked not to worry about this, because no one could have predicted that this would happen. Baron Thalers watched closely as the rival faction's representative attempted to appease the talented warrior. Hearing that the conversation turned to a gift, the commander stated that Count Gregory was also waiting to meet Roman, having useful information for him. Then Bragan spoke up in turn, notifying that Denver had sent soldiers from the family's private property specifically for Roman. Suddenly he interrupted the hubbub that had formed inside the tent, asking what the commanders were doing now. The Aura swordsman announced to those present that he knew the purpose for which they sought a meeting with him. Romero's son considered it inappropriate to discuss his position while the enemy was stationed on their territory, with his flag and his head held high with the city. After the war ended, the boy intended to challenge the best warriors in the rankings to become the strongest sword in the kingdom of Cairo. But until then, Roman asked to be patient, and he would definitely prove his worth and dedicate his sword to one person. The young master suggested that the commanders from all factions focus on the current situation. The situation at the table was settled, after which a full-fledged meeting began. During the discussions, it became clear that the parties had very different opinions, since each of them wanted to personally destroy the castle. Fabius asked whether they could not, with 20,000 soldiers, win in a head-on clash against Hector's soldiers, who were half as many. Roman could not say with complete certainty that the advantage was on their side, since the enemy still had a mage in the person of Edwin Hector. But even with this balance of power, Cairo's soldiers still had a way to resist the enemy. Hector's soldiers rushed along the wall, alerting their comrades to the enemy's advance. The main forces of the Kingdom of Cairo were already prepared for the offensive, awaiting the command. Along with the ordinary soldiers, Commander Fabius also awaited the command of the man on whom the outcome of this war depended. Roman Dmitri turned to Hector's soldiers and ordered them to listen to him carefully. As a warrior representing the Kingdom of Cairo, the boy challenged the swordsman battler from the Kingdom of Hector to a duel. Prince Edwin was concerned about Roman's statement, expecting another trick from him. The young gentleman declared that he did not wish for any more senseless sacrifices on either side. If the guy loses, then Cairo will accept Hector's offer. But if he wins, the enemy will be forced to leave the kingdom's territory. The prince was sure that Roman had set a trap, because with his current strength, he would not be able to defeat Battler in a fair fight. In case of refusal, the warrior is ready to crush the rear fortress, even if he has to part with his life. 10 minutes to think, hoping that Hector would make a wise decision in the allotted time. 5-star Knight Battler agreed to duel without hesitation in the name of his people. However, Prince Edwin flatly refused to release the warrior for a single duel. Battler asked to believe in him and assured that he would be able to cut Roman's throat. Dmitri found a way to save Hector. The king's son was seething with anger, declaring that he trusted his warrior. But as soon as they fell for Roman's provocation, they lost 700 men in one night. The smell of burnt flesh of fallen soldiers still hung in front of Mr. Hector's nose. The prince believed in the 5-star swordsman, but he was sure that Roman was definitely up to something. But the knight did not calm down, declaring that he was ready for any surprises, confident that he would be able to knock his opponent into smithereens. The soldier dedicated his entire life to serving the young master, not wanting to appear like a coward who could not accept a challenge for fear of falling into a trap. Overcoming himself, Edwin decided to field Roman Butler, but made him promise. If the knight suddenly sensed a hint of strangeness, he would have to leave the battlefield immediately. Having obeyed the prince's order without question, the swordsman promised him that he would return soon. Having left the walls of the fortress, Hector's warrior declared that he had never met such psychos as his opponent. Glowing with mana bubbling within, the man will then put forth every effort, regardless of the trap set for him. Roman replied that there was no trap, and he only hoped for a demonstration of his true abilities. He wanted to see the outcome of their battle. With a wild look, the young master ordered his opponent to give it his all. To get what he wanted, Battler needed to kill the guy, which he was happy to do. The next second, just like the previous night, the swords of both warriors clashed. A swordmaster who reached the 5-star level could prove his strength to the entire continent. Hector's strongest warrior sent aura through his body at an insane speed, as the honor of the kingdom was at stake. The knight had not planned to drag out the fight from the very beginning, intending to finish off his enemy with one blow. For the first time in a long time, Roman was confronted with a force that he had difficulty containing. Butler's pressure was so strong that the ground beneath the warrior's feet sank significantly. Charging his sword with aura power, Hector's swordsman instantly pounced on his opponent. Suddenly, Roman stumbled, hitting his foot on a piece of raised earth, losing his balance for a split second. Such a miscalculation by the young master could cost him his life, as Battler's mighty blade was already hanging over his head. Thanks to his agility and body reaction, Roman blocked the blow, which could have been fatal for him. The attack intended for the warrior Cairo went into the ground, leaving a huge scorched line on it. Fabius watched with bated breath as the duel, which he had agreed to just to curry favor with the guy, took place. But if Roman loses, then the factions of aristocrats who had previously recruited him will lose all meaning. Watching the fierce battle, Baron Thalers also doubted the victory of their warriors. Butler delivered blow after blow with unwavering determination. The strength of the 5-star swordsman was beyond Roman's capabilities, and he felt himself starting to get tired. The soldiers watching the duel chanted the knight's name, asking him to avenge his fallen comrades. While the commander of the reserve detachment was gradually losing steam, his opponent, on the contrary, was becoming more and more dynamic. The guy saw how the enemy's sword not only parried, but completely repeated the path of his own blade. This could only mean that the 5-star swordsman was studying Roman Dimitri's technique and behavior. It took just one hit to defeat the 4-star Homer, but he didn't have the strength to deal with swordsmen of a higher rank. Roman recognized the strength of his opponent, but was determined to rise to a new level, surpassing himself. The soldier representing Hector's kingdom was determined to entrust the impudent fellow. Crossing swords once again, Battler used an aura blast directed at his blade. Roman knew that the knights did not know how to manage mana perfectly, releasing the power of such an explosion, which, covering the sword, was not balanced among itself. While the tip of the sword may have great power, the blunt part of it will be deprived of the power of the aura. By tracking and calculating the mana flows, Roman could figure out the weaknesses of his opponent's weapon. As Battler blocked the counterattack, he felt his blade miss some of the damage each time. And having waited for the right moment, the warrior Cairo used the 3rd style of the heavenly demon sword. An incredibly powerful stream of dark aura was approaching Battler, and it was difficult to resist. The soldiers were shocked when they saw the 5-star swordsman being pushed back. The soldiers, shaking with horror, could not understand how Roman, having 3 stars, could fight on equal terms with a warrior who was superior to him in strength. Hector's knight did not give up until the very end, trying to withstand the enemy's onslaught. Prince Edwin could not believe that Roman actually wanted a fair fight without any trickery. If Hector's kingdom loses, it will not only lose its strongest warrior, but will also be forced to abandon its rear fortress. The commander-in-chief could only believe in his warrior, who had not yet used his full strength. After surviving the blow from his opponent, Battler realized that this guy was a real psychopath. The swordsman believed that the duel was an excuse to lure him into a trap, but in reality, Roman was trying to crush him with his own strength. Hector's perfect plan began to crumble due to the appearance of this man on the southern front. Such an enemy could not be let go because then the kingdom of Hector could face a real monster against which it would not be able to withstand. It was for this reason that Battler decided to stop Roman at all costs, sparing no effort. The warrior gripped the sword tightly with his hands and imbued it with the power of his aura, causing it to glow brightly. At this point, only 2 people could have repelled this attack from Battler. The first one became the strongest sword of the Hector kingdom, and the second one entered the continental ranking. A huge fireball was flying towards Roman, summoned by Battler using the secret technique of the Sunstrike. Roman knew that he would definitely die if he encountered this technique, so he focused only on defense. Expecting it to be the swordsman's most powerful weapon, the warrior Cairo used a move from his own arsenal, Strong Shield. Summoning the heavenly demon sword technique, Roman's iron lump disappeared into the dark matter. A huge fireball was flying towards him inside a dark sphere, which really looked like a copy of the sun. And as soon as Battler's spear and Roman's shield collided, a huge explosion occurred. Prince Edwin held his breath, waiting for the table of dust raised by the explosion to settle. To the great surprise of everyone present, Roman Dmitri remained unharmed. The warrior of the Cairo kingdom confirmed that even a 5-star swordsman was unable to repel his defense. Confident of his victory, Battler used too much mana on the Sunstrike. The knight could not simply give up because not only his life was at stake, but also the fate of the entire kingdom. The warriors crossed blades once again, testing each other's endurance. And only now did Hector's knight fail the test of strength, having missed a blow from his opponent. Taking cover behind a broadsword, Battler was amazed that he had been pushed back by a guy who was already over 20. The swordsman could not simply give up, giving victory to Roman, and so he disobeyed Edwin's orders, ready to die right on the battlefield. But the knight's bravery played a cruel joke on him, and he literally fell into the hands of Roman. Having grabbed Butler, the reserve detachment commander threw him to the ground with all his might. Even in such a disadvantageous position, the 5-star swordsman could not help but think about taking his enemy to the next world. Towering over the knight, Roman was ready to finish him off with the final blow. But he never managed to do this, because Edwin prevented him by stopping the relief. While on the fortress wall, the mage cast the Rune of Flash spell on the enemy. Hero Cairo jumped away from Battler in time, and the fire blast fired at him flew past. On the orders of Lord Hector, the soldiers found themselves on the battlefield to save their commander. The warriors, with tears in their eyes, desperately rushed towards Roman, which was suicide. Hector was tearing himself away from his reputation in the world community, abandoning hope of winning the duel. The prince released soldiers to take the swordsman, thereby opening access to the fortress gates, which Roman could not help but take advantage of. A little earlier in the faction commander's tent, they discussed the plan with the son of the Dmitri family. The guy said that after the battle with Hector in the mountains, he watched them from afar. Even after sleepless nights of battle, soldiers came down from the mountain to care for the bodies of their fallen comrades. They wanted and needed to hurry, to destroy defensive fortresses. They scraped and ate the corpses of their comrades. Edwin was a sensitive commander-in-chief, giving the soldiers time to say goodbye to the dead. Roman Dmitri was going to use this character trait of the prince, which would turn out to be a weakness for him. The young gentleman stated that Battler would be the way to break the commander-in-chief's judgment. All Roman needed to do was defeat the warrior, which would allow his second plan to begin. Roman did not plan to kill the swordsman with one blow, but only to make him no longer able to fight. If Edwin decides to save his warrior, then the hero can begin to implement his plan. The soldiers tried unsuccessfully to attack the enemy, just to gain some time to save the commander. Roman considered Edwin Hector an excellent ruler, but he had no place in the war. The prince sacrificed dozens of soldiers for the sake of one more valuable to the kingdom. The archers on the wall could not attack the enemy as he was mixed with the allies. Count Fabius was surprised that everything really went as Roman had predicted. The guy managed to read the enemy with extreme accuracy and predict his further actions. The commander realized why Marquis Benedict and Mr. and you tried in every way to recruit Roman. The aristocrats only needed to get their hands on a talented swordsman to deal with the incompetent king and the puppets of the two empires. The Union gave orders to its army to attack the enemy so that the young master would have a chance to penetrate inside the fortress. Once again, Prince Edwin reproached himself for the rash decision that led to this situation. As commander-in-chief, he had to remain cool and clear-headed until the very end. But as soon as Hector saw Battler's defeat, he instantly lost his mind. The king's son did not give up hope of saving the situation because there would be a chance of victory if he managed to save the swordsman and close the gate. Using the flash rune again, the mage tried his best to hinder the enemy soldiers. The rest of the kingdom's magicians came to the prince's aid, using the same spell. The fiery flashes kept Fabius's soldiers from getting close to the fortress gates. The commander ordered them to disperse along the perimeter, since they would not have another chance to storm the rear fortress. Kellen, one of Hector's knights, watched the battle from atop the wall. Standing at the very gates with Commander Butler, the soldiers ordered them to be closed. Roman became furious when he heard that Hector's men were going to close the gates. The prince ordered a protective spell to be cast as soon as they closed, causing Roman to rush towards them as fast as he could. The soldiers gathered at the entrance to the fortress, trying with all their might to prevent the enemy from entering. However, Roman Dmitri used the power of his aura and destroyed the gate before it could close. Hero Cairo once again performed a feat. At the last second, he managed to seize the initiative in the battle. The commander of the reserve detachment shouted that the mouths of the army were open. Do not hesitate and attack the enemy. The main army, under the command of Commander Fabius, immediately rushed to the fortress. Cairo's soldiers attacked Hector's warriors with renewed vigor, sensing the taste of victory. The plan to open the fortress gates was successful, and now Roman had one more thing to complete. The commander-in-chief, Hector, had to be destroyed so that the rest of the army would surrender. The prince asked himself at what point in the battle everything went wrong. Edwin, having conquered the rear fortress, was convinced of the correctness of the decisions he had made. The plan was perfect until Roman Dmitri appeared on the horizon. Without admitting his mistakes, Hector decided that the Aura swordsman was the only one to blame for everything. Thanks to his efforts, Edwin failed to conquer the fifth line of defense. He also lost about 1,000 of the kingdom's soldiers while fighting against the native Dmitri in the mountains. Roman greeted his opponent, whom he wanted to meet again. The kingdom's mage Hector threatened that if he were destined to die, he would take the hero Cairo with him to the next world. In order to win the duel, Lord Edwin resorted to releasing the circle. Having absorbed the magical energy, the prince proceeded to create a windblade. Powerful streams of air, like the blades of a sharp sword, rushed straight at Roman. But the magic blade was no match for the sword that the young master had personally forged. The family's eldest son, Dmitri, was so angry that his anger would have been enough to deal with Hector's entire army. The Aura swordsmen rushed towards Roman with arrogance, wanting to protect their prince. Using the second style of the heavenly demon sword technique, the boy cut 3 soldiers into pieces with one swing. Suddenly, the commander of the reserve detachment was stopped by something summoned by the magician. Enormous, strong roots burst out from under the ground and enveloped the warrior, restricting his movements. Taking advantage of the moment while the enemy was immobilized, Prince Edwin used the Inferno spell. The giant roots that the Aura swordsman was inside were covered in bright flames. But even such magic was not able to restrain the heavenly demon, whose blade turned out to be made of a wall of fire. Lord Roman's aura-filled sword cut through the makeshift cage that was supposed to hold him. Edwin did not expect to defeat the enemy with such balls, so he resorted to the shining blade. Hector launched an electrical sphere at the warrior Cairo, which instantly engulfed him. The fourth circle mage, watching the spell work, hoped that he had finally dealt with the enemy. Suddenly, Roman appeared behind the prince and declared that he fully acknowledged his power. But the swordsman did not limit himself to just one confession, intending to strike Edwin with his blade. The sword pierced the enemy's flesh, but it turned out to be Kellen, a guard from the wall who gave his life to save the prince. The last words uttered by the soldier were a request that His Majesty flee. The commander-in-chief mourned yet another senseless death of one of his men. While the king was killing his people by starvation within the walls of the kingdom, his son was also killing them, but outside its borders. The sword, which had the blood of several hundred of Hector's soldiers on it, fell on Edwin's shoulder. The young gentleman advised not to shed tears for the soldier, because soon the prince himself would follow him. The swordsman was not allowed to finish what he started, and this time the Rangers decided to give their lives for the royal mage. After the battle with Battler, the Rangers' blows seemed easy to Roman. While the young master was busy with a detachment of Rangers, Jackson took Hector's heir from the battlefield. The commander could not come to terms with the loss of his master and ordered him to come to his senses. The warrior insisted that the prince continue to live, even if he would be given a reputation as a coward. According to Jackson, Edwin Hector had to live to the last, so as not to devalue all those who sacrificed themselves for him. The soldiers were given the order to stop Roman Dmitri and gain time to enter. The Rangers were very young soldiers who were consciously going to their deaths. No matter how many soldiers were sent to defeat the swordsman Cairo, they all met the same fate. With his shameful flight from the battlefield, Prince Edwin began to gradually come to his senses. The blade, like its owner, was merciless to anyone who stood in its path. One of the Rangers, having gathered the rest of his strength, asked the enemy why he did not want to retreat, since he had already won the battle. The young master only recalled his words that the next meeting with Hector's people would kill them all. The Rangers, like all of their brethren, were the ones who started this bloody war. Therefore, the soldier had no right to complain as if they were the victims in this situation. As soon as Hector's army retreated, the troops of the Kingdom of Cairo entered the rear fortress. The commanders of all the factions wanted to see the swordsman, but they didn't have to look for long. In the center of the fortress, Roman Dmitri sat on a mountain made from the corpses of his enemies, causing his value to skyrocket. The young gentleman, covered in enemy blood, was already waiting for the arrival of his allies. But the news of Cairo's grand victory had not yet reached the capital, and residents were still discussing the tense situation at the front. The friends argued about whether they could be called into service due to an attack by a neighboring kingdom. Then the conversation turned to raising taxes and, in general, to the hard life in the small kingdom. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy of Cairo, a demonstration of the students' strength was taking place. The sparring was between the middle-ranking warriors William Castro and Lawrence Dmitri. William was very assertive and showered his opponent with a series of powerful blows. Lawrence, although an educated student, was inferior to his peers in terms of strength. At some point, Dmitri counterattacked, but the enemy was already behind him. Castro brought the wooden sword down on the boy's back, pointing out his weaknesses. The teacher praised William for a great fight, also expecting nothing less from his opponent. The mentor scolded Lawrence for promising to learn fencing and enter the academy, but instead he squinted his eyes in fear. The master called the duel a pitiful spectacle, saying that the young man could not even keep track of his opponent's sword. The master stated that if the boy continued to behave like this during the exam, he should prepare to be transferred to a lower rank. Lawrence was depressed, and if he was transferred to 15, no one would take him seriously. The student's thoughts were interrupted by his classmates, who wanted to talk to him. As William approached his sparring partner, he found it funny how he had surprised his instructor during the training. Since childhood, the Castro family member thought that all the people of the Dmitri family were outstanding warriors. The guy only spoiled his origins, and it was a miracle that Mr. Rodwell was born into this family. But as a classmate noted, miracles could not happen twice to the same family. Lawrence Dmitri was saddened, for, as in this case, the name Rodwell constantly haunted him. Castro's friends began to tease the young man, wondering if it was true that Roman Dmitri had actually beaten Homer. William was sure that Dmitri's family had spread these rumors themselves in order to resolve the issue of the reputation of their wayward son. To verify his words, the bully suggested that his comrades take a look at the representative of the Dmitri family with their own eyes. Lawrence, who was the third son of Baron Romero, did not think that his brother could defeat Homer. No matter how the guy felt about Roman, anyone would say that such a statement was false. Suddenly, the guy discovered a crowd of people who were actively talking to each other. The young man saw a girl and a guy arguing about something, and the second one was zealously proving something to her. Another passerby said he had heard from relatives that Hector had almost taken over the southern front, which was miraculously recaptured. But what shocked the guy most about this story was that Roman Dmitri himself made a big contribution to the victory. People began to whisper that the warrior had not only forced a retreat with only 200 soldiers, but had also defeated the swordsman battler in a duel. Lawrence, listening to the locals, could not believe that they were talking about his own brother. Like his classmates, the young man considered such rumors to be utter nonsense. A knight suddenly appeared on the horizon and ordered the path to be parted, making way for the heroes of the southern lands. The people parted to the sides, letting through a warrior on horseback, followed by a detachment of soldiers. The city's residents, along with the academy student, were surprised to see the rider walking in front of the column. The youngest son, Dmitri, couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his brother Roman on horseback. Daniel Cairo, who had been looking forward to the meeting, was delighted to meet the war hero in person, just not on the knee before the king, and he and the master greeted his majesty. In the presence of the faction members, the king sincerely thanked the warrior for his valor and courage. Daniel was ready to fulfill any wish of the winner, if it was within his power. Before Roman could respond, the ruler announced that he was looking for a successor to Cairo's strongest sword and captain of the royal knights. The king offered the title of vice captain and the right to enter the royal family treasury as well as exemption from military service. Roman Dmitri immediately understood that the king had decided to show his position and bared his teeth in front of him. Daniel ascended the throne at an early age due to the imminent death of the previous king. His Highness needed Roman to become his man so that the aristocratic faction would no longer dare to oppress him. The king was constantly mocked, called a soft-hearted ruler behind his back. Marquis Benedict did not agree with the fact that, under the guise of a reward, a new debt was being placed on the boy's shoulders. The aristocrat asked for the order to be revoked, claiming that such a young talent was guaranteed a bright future. The man agreed to give Roman access to the royal family's treasury, but nothing more. But Daniel ignored the Marquis's remark, claiming that he had made his decision. The king had spoken, and now Roman Dmitri himself had to make his choice. All the representatives of the kingdom's factions held their breath, waiting to see what the warrior would say in response to King Cairo's proposal. Daniel couldn't help but notice that Roman still had royal blood in him. The boy stated that it was an honor for the swordsman to receive the title of Royal Knight, but he had to do something before deciding on his future. His Highness asked the hero Cairo what exactly he was required to do. The young gentleman said that he needed preparation in order to enter high society. His goal was to rise from second to last to first place in the ranking of great warriors in order to test the limits of his abilities. The announcement of an official battle of swordmasters somewhat surprised King Cairo. Participation in the battle meant an endless series of duels with each member of the list, and only when the opponent falls to his knees, his place in the ranking will go to the winner of the fight. Daniel admitted that the battle was extremely dangerous and could cost the life of its participant, but Roman was aware of all the risks. To the king's surprise, the warriors received great fame and wealth, but being confident in himself, Roman decided to throw down a new challenge. The Marquis appreciated his son Dimitri's intention to punish his own worth and saw no reason to prevent it. For those close to the Temple of Valhalla, the battle of the strongest will help to assess the true abilities of the swordsman. Roman stated that very soon he will be able to appear before everyone, demonstrating who he really is. But only after this will the young master be able to decide which path to take next. In fact, at the end of the battle of the best, the hero Cairo will not become someone's sword but the master of a new territory. Over a glass of wine, Benedict reflected on how funny a person's fate could be. The aristocrat said that he sent the boy to the southern front in order to protect him, but Hector decided to declare war at that very moment. The Marquis could not believe that by coincidence, it was the heir of the Dmitri family who managed to stop the enemy army. The war hero was grateful to the Marquis because he was able to gain good experience on the battlefield. The man did not fully understand what the soldier meant by the expression good experience. Through the war with Hector, Roman realized that the world was much larger than he had imagined. After the competition, the young master wanted to go out into the world and become the strongest on the continent. Marquis Benedict noted that he once had a similar dream to become the strongest. After the aristocrat learned how big the world was, he decided to be content with his current life. The nobleman told the boy that he had a daughter whom he raised with care, since the child lost her mother early. After which Benedict stunned Roman with the news that he was going to give his daughter to him. Mr. Fabius's assistant shared his opinion while observing the young gentleman at war. While talking to the aura swordsman, the aristocrat remembered how he had encountered monsters on the continent in his youth. Then the gentleman realized that he was not their equal, that they were born with outstanding talent. But he had the ability to recognize in Roman a man capable of reaching such a height that he could compete with them on equal terms. The Marquis knew about the boy's broken engagement, but he had no intention of forcing his daughter on him. However, he will organize a meeting for them, and if sympathy arises between them, then he will only be glad of their relationship. In order not to scare off the talented warrior, Benedict clarified that he was not insisting on an immediate meeting. The aristocrat wanted Roman to remember that Marquis Benedict was always ready to cover his back. The master was ready to provide everything he wanted that was in this kingdom if Romero's son was ready to connect his future with his family. Only the one who can take possession of Roman Dmitri will swallow up the entire kingdom of Cairo. Each of the four factions was eager to lure the swordsman to their side. Count Gregory and Count Denver also struck the imagination with their proposals. However, the heavenly demon Baekchun Hyuk, in the guise of Roman Dmitri, was unable to live under anyone's command. Hans, who had come to the capital especially to take care of the young master. Having learned the news from the southern front, the humble servant found a place for himself until he saw his master safe and sound. A few days later, Hans cautiously approached the young gentleman with a certain request. The aura swordsman's personal assistant asked him to meet with his younger brother Lauren. As soon as Roman entered the capital, young Lauren appeared at Dimitri's estate. The man had taken care of Romero's sons since they were little, and could tell at first glance that the boy had some problems. But Hans didn't want to put pressure on the guy, so he waited for him to talk about the problem with him first. He was interested in what had happened to his older brother, whom he had seen here, entering the capital surrounded by guards. People in the city were talking about nothing but Roman's success in defeating the swordsman Hector. The words explained that during the boy's absence, many events had happened in his family. The young master's assistant confirmed that the rumors circulating about him were absolutely true. Roman Dmitri managed to break off his engagement with the Lawrence family, entered into a war with the Barco family, and divided Homer in a warrior duel. And this time he managed to outdo himself, performing a brilliant feat on the southern front. Even the parents could not help but rejoice at the change in young Mr. Roman. The assistant suggested not to feed Lauren with talk, but to meet with his older brother in person. The young man was very upset by this offer and politely declined it. Of all three brothers, Dmitri was the youngest of them and had the most vulnerable soul. For some reason, Hans felt like the young master was being bullied within the walls of the academy. Having told the conversation with the youngest of Dmitri, the servant assumed that the boy wanted to ask for help, but never decided to. Roman thought about the smallest of the brothers, about whom he had heard little before. Whatever problems Lauren had, the young master saw no need to take care of him. However, the hero Cairo gave his faithful servant a positive answer, ready to meet the young man. For some reason, Roman decided to fulfill Hans's request, making his loyal assistant happy. Count Fabius, despite the delayed recruitment of the hero of the Southern Front, had a way to curry favor with the Marquis. While all attention was focused on the young master, his men were left unnoticed. The commanders were confident that if Dimitri's troops pleased Mr. Benedict, the senior soldier Chris deserved special attention. With such talent, any aristocrat in the capital would be accepted. Without having personally visited the Southern Front, Fabius would never have known that Roman's men were worthy of joining the ranks of the aristocratic army. The commander thought that having managed to lure away all of Roman's subordinates, he would instantly gain the master's trust. At their first meeting, the distance between Chris and the young gentleman was no more than an outstretched arm. Therefore, the Aura Knight believed that he would be able to surpass his mentor someday. But in such a short period of time, Roman managed to rise to an incomprehensible level, especially after the fight with Butler. The swordsman consoled himself with the fact that even in half a year, he had managed to achieve an unprecedented growth spurt. The guy was not going to stop there, wanting to one day surpass his master. Chris's training was interrupted by a subject of the aristocrat, who, upon seeing the warrior, immediately got down to business. As soon as the commander declared his desire to hire the soldier, he flatly refused. The count was amazed that the guy was ready to refuse him without even hearing the conditions that could radically change his life. The man insisted that Chris would not need either money or fame, and that Marquis Benedict would be able to provide him with all of it. Fabius stated that the aristocratic faction was capable of obtaining anything, but the swordsman was clearly not interested in such things. The subordinate assured that his actions would not be regarded as betrayal, since Mr. Roman would also become the Marquis's man. Such a bold statement outraged the knight, who asked where he was so sure that Roman would become Benedict's man. It became obvious to the troop commander that there was no one in Cairo who would reject the current government. From the words of his interlocutor, Chris understood that the man in front of him knew nothing about his mentor. The Roman Dmitri he knew would never bend the knee to another government. The Aura swordsman refused any offer, as he had no intention of leaving the young master. Fabius humbly accepted the refusal, and in addition to it, the knight informed him that his comrades would be of the same opinion as he. None of the soldiers would choose another master, so the Marquis's man had to surrender immediately. The commander did not take Chris's words seriously, confident that there would be someone who would not be able to refuse the unique chance offered by his master. Given the same offer, Kevin was willing to die rather than serve someone else. The man could not believe his ears that the warriors were so easily giving up potential riches. The rest of the soldiers, as one, refused the offer, calling it treason. The Marquis's subject insisted that his transfer to his master was not a betrayal at all. Having received a refusal from all of Roman's men, the commander of the aristocratic army could not understand what was the reason for their unwavering loyalty. And while the recruitment plan was failing, Lauren Dmitri was diligently practicing his sword technique. Hans's words about Roman not being able to get enough of the changes were firmly lodged in the young man's head. This sudden change in his older brother, which completely and entirely took away his parents' attention, made Lauren very angry. Roman, who was the black sheep of the Dmitri family, managed to become the youngest swordsman in the ranking of the best warriors, which made his younger brother furious. He couldn't understand why, if such a loser as Roman managed to change beyond recognition, while he himself still remained the same pathetic weakling that everyone laughed at. Putting all the anger he had into the blow, Lauren collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Unexpectedly, Roman himself approached him and asked what his younger brother was doing. Without wasting any time, the Baron's eldest son stated that, according to Hans, Laurent had been looking for a meeting with him. If the young man had something to say to Roman, he should have done it right now. The guy immediately felt awkward and said that nothing serious had actually happened. Giving Lauren his cold gaze, Roman called his little brother pathetic. After which the swordsman turned around, and watching his brother leave, the young man became very agitated. Realizing that there might not be another such opportunity, Lauren shouted that he would tell everything. The youngest of the children, Dmitri, said that at first he did not believe the rumors about his brother. The Roman he remembered not only couldn't hold a sword, but even asked Laurent to go into service in his place. According to the boy, the last time he saw the young gentleman was about a year ago. Still, just the thought of people calling his brother the hero Cairo made the young man shake with anger, wanting to know how he managed to do it. With tears in his eyes, the youngest of the Baron's sons declared that he wanted to be like the pride of the family, Dmitri. He also wanted his father to be proud of him and not have to force a happy smile every time they met. The young man was tired of pretending that he could cope at all, and he wanted to show what success he could achieve. Looking at Lauren, the swordsman saw in him a small child who was not strong enough to bear the heavy weight of reality. All the locals accepted the new novel without dwelling on the image that had already become established around him. The young master, be it Lauren or Rodwell, also had to rely not on memories from the past, but on personal experience. The Aura swordsman didn't want to watch as the man who bore the same surname as him was drawn towards ridicule and persecution. This damaged not only the authority of the Dmitri family, but also in particular, Roman himself. In order to get an answer to his question, Lauren had to prove his worthiness in a fencing exam. In his past life, Baek Jun-hyuk's brothers had no choice but to kill each other, but in this life, the swordmaster wanted to give the brothers a chance. Sometime later, the day of the fencing exam arrived at the academy. Watching other students give it their all during the exam, the youngest of the family, Dmitri, repeated the words spoken by his brother. And finally, it was Lauren's turn to prove whether he was worthy of bearing the name of the Dmitri family. His opponent, as during training, was William Castro, who was amused by this coincidence. Castro, who didn't like the guy, wanted his opponent to lie at his feet this time. The teacher reminded that the main evaluation criterion was the practical application of acquired knowledge. Before the exam had even begun, William immediately pounced on his opponent. During the fight, the student verbally intimidated Laurent in order to weaken his fighting spirit. The Castro family member wore down his opponent, choosing the moment to finish the fight with one punch. The younger Dmitri watched as the wooden sword inexorably approached his face. The boy's mind flashed back to his brother's words, which said that he needed to prove what happened when you look down on a man named Lauren Dmitri. Surprisingly, the novel's instruction gave the guy strength, and he laughed and counterattacked in time. William was beside himself with anger, not expecting such a trick from the weakling Dmitri. Wanting to prove his worth, Lauren intended to maintain his fighting spirit until the end of the exam. After all, if he succeeds, then in the future he will become as strong as his good brother Roman. This time, Castro was defending himself from a series of furious blows from his sparring partner. However, every blow the boy dealt only made the already irritated William even more angry. Intending to teach the impudent young man a proper lesson, Castro resorted to a forbidden technique. But Lauren had no intention of backing down, rushing at his opponent with such determination as if his life was at stake. At the moment of impact, the students separated, and the blade of each of them did not reach its target. Later, the teacher told Roman's younger brother that he was on the verge of death. When William's attack came down on him, the boy miraculously managed to avoid a direct hit. According to the teacher, if Lauren hadn't been able to return then, they wouldn't have talked to him. The master praised the youngest of the Dmitrievs, adding that, having observed him all this time, he always believed that he had hidden talent. Because the boy was always scared and began to express fear when he saw an opponent, he was unable to reveal his potential until today. It was not without reason that the master paired the young man with William, believing that he had to overcome himself. Lauren couldn't believe that what the teacher said was true, just like what happened on the exam. The mentor said that he would not deceive the student and advised him to believe in himself more. Listening attentively to every flattering word said to him, the young man almost burst into tears. The teacher's main instruction was not to let the spirit break, otherwise nothing will work out. Young Castro continued to snore angrily, and no matter what words his comrades chose, they could not calm him down. The bully blamed himself for being too soft with Lauren, which is why he became bold. But what irritated the guy most was the look he had on him during the fight. William declared that he would not let this go and that the boy should at least lose his arm. Friends tried in every way to dissuade him. Wasn't the guy to blame, who was the brother of his offender. It was Roman Dmitri, called by the hero Cairo. And if something goes wrong in the case of Lauren, it could develop into a family conflict. Having sent his older brother far away, William insisted that no one could do anything against him. And all because of his father's connections with Marquis Benedict, thanks to which, no matter what the guy does, they won't even dare touch him with a finger. Castro's eldest son didn't care about titles, being obsessed with the idea of proving his superiority. Dmitri to him, and in case of resistance, to knock him out. Previously mentioned, Roman unexpectedly intervened in the conversation and asked the offended students to repeat what had been said. The appearance of the swordsman caused the boys to stutter, asking what Castro was going to do with his little brother. Although such a meeting was unexpected for the student, he still intended to repeat his words. Before the boy could finish speaking about the true power he possessed, the young gentleman grabbed him by the neck. Squeezing his fingers tighter, Roman asked the guy if he understood what mistake he had just made. After lifting the bully up, the hero Cairo said that he didn't really care about his younger brother. What hurt the most in the novel were the words spoken about his family, who were dared to be humiliated. Having let go of the guy, who was greedily gasping for air, Roman Dmitri ordered him to be taken to the Castro family. The Baron's son wondered whether the responsibility for their child's behavior and the mistake he made was shifted onto the parents. Fabius shared that the people of the novel, despite the chance to make a career, refused without giving a clear reason. Count Castro laughed, claiming that the common people with their pitiful origins could not see what was right under their noses. The nobleman asked if Roman was an outstanding warrior, and the Marquis' servant confirmed this, mentioning that it was for this very reason that Benedict had tried to lure him away. The commander confided that his master was considering Roman as his son-in-law. Mr. Castro was intrigued by the person of the swordsman and asked to arrange a meeting with him when the opportunity presented itself. At that moment, his son William came into the office, clearly worried about something. Behind the guy, to the surprise of everyone present, was the very swordsman they had been talking about. William, as soon as he crossed the threshold, began to complain to his father that some commoner dared to threaten him. The count was worried that his hot-tempered son might ruin his relationship with a very useful man. The boy didn't have time to demand punishment from his father before Mr. Castro ordered him to shut his mouth. Grabbing his son by the lapels, the man asked him if he had any idea that he had touched the very hero who had saved their kingdom. The nobleman could not help but listen to the slander against the great man and threw William hard on the floor. The man asked Roman for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused by his offspring. He said that he would punish his son properly, asking the swordsman to show mercy, and also, if he had a minute, to drink a cup of tea. The aristocrat could only benefit from the novel's appearance, since the opportunity to establish a connection would not present itself so soon. But the Baron's eldest son was outraged that whether he would accept the apology or not was decided for him. The guy said that William had created a problem that affected the Dmitri family by bullying Lauren, and said in front of witnesses that he would break his arm. Roman couldn't close his eyes to the current situation because the words that came out of his mouth immediately gained power. Mr. Castro did not know what to do, assuming that one of the 100 best warriors was trying to break his son's arm. The man suggested thinking carefully ahead and trying to find a rational solution together. Roman demanded that William find his younger brother and, kneeling down, ask for his forgiveness in front of everyone. But besides this, the bully had to leave the Royal Academy so that Lauren would not breathe the same air as such trash. As an alternative, the young gentleman offered to go to war with his family, otherwise agree to his proposal. The nobleman believed that the commoner felt his value as soon as the Marquis paid attention to him, and offended Castro decided to show the power of an aristocrat belonging to the central government. Turning to Fabius, the Count ordered the Marquis to bear witness to everything that had happened. The aristocrat asked to convey that Roman was now all in the dark, and he had no choice but to deliver the appropriate punishment. The commander said absolutely calmly that William was obviously to blame in this situation. Among the aristocratic nobility, Count Fabius was nicknamed Kairos' raccoon. Although the world was full of people with extraordinary abilities, in reality, only those like Fabius survived to the end. His eyes were able to read the situation from all sides, thanks to which the family line was able to infiltrate the central government. Castro came from a distinguished clan and from a young age established friendly relations with the Marquis Benedict. The problem was that his opponent was Roman Dmitri, and for the sake of victory, the Marquis could abandon even a close friend. The only exception could be blood kinship, and Benedict had recently been trying his best to make Roman his son-in-law. Count Fabius suggested that Castro not hide his son's shame, but rather assign him an appropriate punishment. The aristocrat, hoping to enlist the support of his friend, did not expect such an answer. Raccoon Cairo had once again calculated everything, confident that he would benefit by staying on Dimitri's side. The Castro family was not allowed to start a war with the Dimitri under any circumstances. Otherwise, they would suffer the same fate as the Barco family. Mr. Castro, bowing before Roman, admitted that he had made a mistake so as not to aggravate the situation because of his pride. Hiding behind his son, the aristocrat asked him for forgiveness for having momentarily lost his sanity because of the child. William refused to believe that his father had suddenly sided with the other side, compromising his principles. According to Roman, aristocrats always mistakenly believed that they had superiority in everything. However, his family was also likely to suffer damage due to the jealousy of envious people, so the guy needed to sometimes show a clear example. And it would not be so bad for the young master if Count Castro became such an example. The aristocrat announced that the eldest son would apologize to Roman's younger brother and leave the Royal Academy. The Aura swordsman believed that the matter between the families had been settled, and he left the Castro domain, satisfied. As William listened to his father thank Roman for his mercy, he couldn't even imagine what kind of person he had dared to offend. Lauren Dimitri was found by one of Castro's son's comrades who told him the bad news. The student said that his older brother got into a conflict with William, who in a fit of anger said that he would break the boy's arm. And unfortunately for Castro, Roman Dimitri heard not only a threat, but also insults against the family home. And after that, as the student reported, William had a fight with Roman, and he in turn dragged the guy straight to the Count. Lauren ran as fast as he could to Count Castro because his brother might be in mortal danger. The guy is unable to forgive himself if Roman suffers, and turns to Father Baron Romero for help. The news that their eldest son had been taken to Castro's estate shocked the Dimitri couple. The father knew that his youngest son had been avoiding their calls for fear of causing inconvenience, but this time something serious was definitely going on. Romero asked Liana for advice on what to do. The medicine was part of the central government. The wife was perplexed that the Baron was only concerned about status at that moment when his son was in danger. She advised them to think about their relationship with the central government later, reminding them that their family was not that weak. Liana's words gave Romero a strong boost, and his spirits were revived. The Baron ordered an immediate convocation of the family's advisors to resolve this issue. Mr. Dimitri explained to the arriving servants the situation that Roman had gotten into due to disagreements with Castro. According to the information Lauren provided, the last thing he was seen doing was being taken to the estate. Romero had no intention of staying in the country, even though his opponent was a family from the central government. To act, the Baron needed the consent of his people, but the Lord could face serious resistance. Captain Jonathan of the family house's nightly order supported the owner's decision. The captain explained his consent by the fact that it was about the family's firstborn, Dimitri. Despite the fact that the enemy was a member of the central government, the soldiers were ready to give their lives for Roman. Master Hendrik was ready to immediately launch all the forges to produce the necessary weapons and armor. Regardless of titles and merits, the blacksmith will not forgive Castro for touching the young master. The rest of the workers, as well as ordinary residents, will not oppose Baron Dimitri's choice. Romero was touched by how determined everyone was to save Roman Dimitri. Word quickly spread to Iron Mountain, and Jacob, on behalf of all the miners, volunteered to help prepare for war. Morgan supported his colleague and was willing to give up sleep to increase production. The forge masters are working tirelessly to forge iron so that the young master can return home as soon as possible. Hendrik ordered his men to forget about rest until weapons and protection for the soldiers were ready. Everyone living under the Dimitri family threw all their strength into saving one, but significant person. No one from the capital could even imagine what the Dimitri family had in store for them. He had to be sure that after talking with his father, people would definitely arrive in the capital to help. Having cast aside bad thoughts, the young man first of all had to find his older brother. However, the boy came across a crowd of students who had gathered for an unknown reason. Among the students of the academy, the boy saw Roman, who was holding his offender, William Castro. By bringing the bully to his knees, the young gentleman showed him that he had to apologize. Otherwise, his family would do it for him. The Count himself ran out to the students, begging his son to apologize to Dimitri's younger brother. Overcoming himself, William asked Lauren for forgiveness for all the bullying he had done to him. The boy asked to accept his apology and promised that he would leave the academy and never meet him again. The young man was so shocked by the behavior of Castro's eldest son that he immediately understood what they wanted from him. The aristocrat joined his son, promising that such a thing would never happen again. Bowing before the Lord, William insisted that he accept his sincere apologies. That same evening, the younger Dimitri wanted to know how Roman managed to pull this off. The brother replied that he had intervened not only for Lauren's sake, but also to defend the family's honor, feeling the need to put the upstarts in their place. As the swordsman explained, if Castro had continued to mock the young man, people would have begun to belittle Dimitri's authority. The boy asked for forgiveness with a guilty look, feeling guilty for what had happened. The young master said that he did not want his younger brother to experience something like this in the future. If Castro had known how powerful the Dimitri family was, he would not have been able to treat him so frivolously. Lauren promised to remember his older brother's words, promising never to let anyone hurt him again. Roman was pleased that the younger Dimitri remembered the lesson, since he did not want to take the rap in the fight between the brothers. Suddenly, the young man remembered that he had never contacted his family, because his father had already begun to prepare something for revenge. Count Castro scolded his wayward son for the fatal mistake he had made today. Roman Dimitri was a valuable ally, and the strongest in the kingdom fought among themselves to lure him to their side. William allowed himself to harm the hero's younger brother, Cairo, without thinking about the consequences. As soon as Castro's eldest son bent the knee, his family's prestige sank to an all-time low. The aristocrat explained that from now on, in the eyes of the people, they would become frivolous, incapable of understanding the true state of affairs. Because of this situation, Castro could not even imagine how he would now appear before the Marquis Benedict. Suddenly, a servant burst into the nobleman's room with a message from the Dimitri family. The count was puzzled by this news because he believed that the conflict between his sons had been settled. The baron said that the aristocrats might not take them seriously, but they would dare to touch the blood of the Dimitri family. The aristocrat, already on edge, did not understand why Romero had again raised an already decided issue. Dimitri, tomorrow at dawn, were ready to submit a request to the central government for a feudal war. And at the same time, the trade guild will freeze all shipments related to Castro, thereby obtaining the bonds remaining in the Golden Bank. The baron also contacted all the forces hostile to the clan, securing financial assistance from them. Romero gave the go-ahead to use any means to destroy the Castro family. Mr. Dimitri was ready to pay any price to punish and destroy the Castro family. Father Roman's words sent a chill down the count's spine as he thought hard about how to prevent war. With undisguised hatred and disgust, Romero demanded that the aristocrat release his son. The man immediately rushed to explain that no one from the Dimitri family was kept in their possessions. The count did not understand what war they were talking about because his son William had already asked for forgiveness on his knees before Laurent. The baron felt awkward, but he tried not to show it, even after learning that Roman had already decided the issue. The father became convinced that his eldest son was a natural leader, capable of solving any problem single-handedly. Romero didn't even notice at what moment Roman managed to completely capture the hearts of people Dimitri. The gentleman announced the cancellation of the war and ordered everyone to immediately prepare for the banquet. The workers were told to eat until they were full and drink as if it were their last day. Over a mug of lager, the city's residents have already begun to discuss the conflict between Castro and Dimitri. Even if it was only for a few hours, all the merchants allied with Dimitri's guild broke off their deals with the Castro family. One of Roman's men deliberately spread rumors that Dimitri was planning to start a war with Castro. The tavern patrons, having overheard the conversation, were no less surprised that a provincial family had gone against the aristocrats. Lucas also said that investments poured into Dimitri's family because the traders believed that the provincials had a better chance of winning. Roman was pleasantly surprised that, for his sake, Dimitri's family, who denied the war, decided to take such an action. But this was not the baron's sole choice, since such a decision was only possible with the consent of key figures. A small society called Dimitri, which settled on the outskirts, was ready to start a war to save the firstborn. In a world where everything was permitted, Baek Jun-hyuk lived by the rule that only the strongest survived. Having participated in many battles and witnessed many deaths, the character of the heavenly demon had changed radically. However, Chun-hyuk's current life was different from the one that was prepared for him in Marim. Replaying the events of the past in his head, Edwin wondered if he would have been able to completely crush Roman Dimitri. The prince was forced to admit that this was beyond his power, because with his actions, he had led the kingdom into the abyss of despair. If he had not started the war, he would have been able to gain more time, thereby wasting Hector's existence. Edwin reproached himself for what had happened, ready at all costs to find a way to save the kingdom. The king's son could not simply give up while there were people whose eyes were turned only on him. Commanders Jackson and swordsman Battler finally waited for the prince to awaken. Edwin Hector, waking up in a cold sweat, asked how long he had been unconscious. Although all those involved in the war bit their tongues, the betrayed from Caire about the news plunged the entire kingdom of Hector into despair. The people lamented their hard fate and that beyond the walls of the kingdom there was a world they knew nothing about. The king, having met his son, inquired about his health. but then called him a stupid boy. The king stated that having handed over royal affairs to his son, he did not want to solve the problem at the cost of his life. Edwin asked his father for forgiveness, and then decided to find out if he had heard Jackson's report. In a village where crop failure began due to a strange anomaly, the earth turned black and all living things died out. Prince Hector suspected that a necromancer's curse was involved in this matter. It could not be ruled out that the harvest that was ravaging the kingdom had been sent to Hector's lands deliberately. And since the entire territory came under the influence, black magic could not be avoided, which spread over several years. The king summed up his son's words by saying that whatever force was responsible for the curse placed on Hector was waiting for his people to attack Cairo. Confirming the king's suspicions, the prince added that this force scientifically ignited a war between the two kingdoms for its own benefit. Hector's ruler was sad because only a great priest could dispel the curse. Edwin reminded his father how, as a child, the master of the Sky Tower offered to give him anything he wanted. But in return, the prince had to renounce his title and devote his life to the magic tower. Firmly and decisively declared his intention to sell his time to the heavenly magic tower. It took Edwin only a year to solve the problem. At this time in the local diner, McBurney kept thinking about dying on the battlefield. But to his great regret, it was unlikely that anyone would have room for a one-armed swordsman. As if he had been nearby all the time and eavesdropping on the instructor's speech, Roman Dmitri approached him. He asked McBurney if he had ever considered joining his men in the troop. The teacher bowed, thanking the young master for the offer, but declined due to the lack of his right hand. The man did not know how he could be of use to the master, insisting that he was completely useless as a swordsman. The nobleman regarded the instructor's answer as a refusal and asked again whether he had understood everything correctly. Roman asked if McBurney had ever heard of a left-handed sword. Swordsman Sun Baek served the imperial family and dedicated himself entirely to the country, losing his right arm in the war. Although the palace recognized the warrior's merits, rewarding him with wealth and glory, he was still unable to come to terms with a peaceful life. Sun Baek made the decision to leave the path of a soldier, even if it led to a miserable end. The warrior devoted years of sword training until his left hand adapted to the new living conditions. The swordsman began to challenge other warriors to duels using the left-handed sword he had created. Although his last opponent was Baek Chun-hyuk himself, he did not die at his hands. The young master was willing to teach him the technique of the left-handed sword if McBurney decided to follow him. And on top of everything else, Roman promised that the cripple would be able to bring him more benefit than anyone else. The veteran couldn't help but imagine that in the current situation, he could benefit someone. If McBurney is to live his life as a warrior rather than a cripple, he will do whatever it takes. The man knelt before Roman, declaring that the young master's words were enough for him. Wanting to be useful, the warrior decided to dedicate his life to Mr. Roman. The war managed to change the lives of many, even such a slob of the Elbert family as Henry. The aristocrat noted the cruelty of the commander of the reserve detachment with whom he went through the war. But the guy was upset that even this fact meant nothing to Roman, who did not take him along with the others. Elbert came to the conclusion that it was better to live among people who treated him with respect. It was not time to dismiss him from service, but upon entering the capital, he discovered something. At the entrance to the city, posters were posted praising Henry as a war hero. The locals who were on the wall greeted the guy with joyful cries. The mere fact that the guy was with Roman on the battlefield was enough to radically change his status. Soon after, Albert was approached by the Royal Academy with a request to give a lecture on the war that had broken out in the South. The boy's eyes lit up as he had a chance to increase his value by telling how great a man Roman was. Henry gave a lecture in praise of Roman, acting as a mouthpiece to spread the fame of the Dmitri family member throughout the world. This moment became a turning point in the life of the idle aristocrat who wanted to gain Roman's favor. A few days later, Roman and his people left the capital, and its residents saw off the war hero, wishing him a safe journey. The king was present at the young master's departure, looking forward to their next meeting. Besides His Majesty, there were people who were also waiting for the arrival of Roman Dmitri, which could become fateful for them. When the boy returns to the capital, he must be able to stand up to the central government. Returning to their native lands, the soldiers could not help but notice what was left of the harvest in the fields. The soldiers complained that they would not be able to feed their families because of the bad workers. Chris said that the idlers in the fields were the landowners of the Dmitri family. Because Dmitri did not have a large territory, the residents were quickly borrowed land from other cities to run their farms. Roman ordered the landowners to be transferred to him, as he wanted to personally hear about the state of affairs from the workers themselves. Residents of Dmitri said that they signed a contract with the Conrad family, leasing the land for 10 years. The man explained that the harvest would be collected in a week, but Conrad demanded that the land be vacated during this time. The people of Dmitri firmly declared that they could not leave, and then Conrad sent people away, turning the bare field into dirt. Somewhere the owner shed tears of injustice, asking how they should have lived on. Chris warned Roman that, despite the sadness of the situation, they had no right to interfere in this matter. The land that was borrowed belonged entirely to Conrad, and if anything happened, this could lead to a conflict between the families. Also, the Conrad family and other aristocrats formed their so-called alliance. A small alliance was created for their own benefit, where influential families covered for each other. Roman Dmitri believed that inaction only worsened the problem. The war hero said the roots of the problem needed to be addressed before those involved felt they could do anything. So that the soldiers would not think about the decisions made by the young master, the duty of the subordinate was to follow the will of the master. At home, Roman and his men were greeted no worse than in the capital, rejoicing at the swordsman's success as if it were their own. Commander of the reserve detachment happily accepted all the thanks addressed to them. Before the boy had time to jump off his horse, his parents were already waiting for him at the door of the estate. The father hugged his son tightly, praising him for the excellent work he had done on the southern front. The son asked how his relatives were doing, to which the Baron laughed, claiming that nothing special was happening on their lands. Mr. Dmitri prepared a grand banquet in honor of Roman, hoping that he would have a great time. As it turned out, the young gentleman was in no hurry to celebrate his achievements and asked the Baron to give him a minute of his time. After listening to his eldest son, Romero explained that they had no way to stop the Conrad family from reclaiming the lands. By intervening once, Dmitri made it so that it would be difficult for Christian to reclaim lands in Conrad's territory in the future. However, this answer did not suit Roman, so he decided to set an example for his father. He wondered if they were people of the Benedict family. Would Conrad start taking away the lands of their peasants, as they were doing now? The Marquis was the living embodiment of power, so no one would dare touch either the Marquis himself or his people. This raised a natural question. What place in the Baron's opinion did the Dmitri family occupy in this case? The young gentleman was convinced that after the destruction of Barco, there was not a single family in their region stronger than Dmitri. While supporting his son in most cases, now not denying his words, Romero still saw no need to interfere. By blowing up an insignificant issue, it was possible to turn the local union against Dmitri. But the guy disagreed, believing that there was a need, since the real power was in their hands. While the aristocracy, including the Conrad family, flaunted their idleness. Dmitri, unlike Barco, did not patronize the central government, so the nobility did not see them as a threat. The Conrad family made a rash decision, daring to touch the residents of Dmitri, leaving them without a piece of bread. This meant that for the aristocrats, the Dmitri family was the strongest only in words. With a mad gleam in his eyes, Roman was determined to sort out the hierarchy and show who was on top and who was on the bottom. The young master had no intention of silently watching his people being corrected when he had the reason and power to help his people. Roman demanded that his father transfer his powers to him, and then he himself would atone for the blood on his hands. Romero tried to ignore the fact that his son was growing up too fast, which was sometimes even frightening. From an early age, the boy had to experience the hardships of common people's lives together with his parents. People called Roman a half-breed because of his heritage, and Braun suggested that perhaps the pain he had experienced had made him that way. The Dmitri family, although having fighting power, was currently lacking in determination in its owner. Looking back on his past, Romero was ready to take matters into his own hands, ushering in a new era of governance. A few days later, a grand banquet was held in Dmitri to celebrate Roman's return, at which all the nobility of the local lands gathered. Many aristocrats introduced themselves, bowed to the hero Cairo, and showered him with congratulations. Although the nobility did not recognize Dmitri's family, they nevertheless did not deny its influence. One of the guests was Mrs. Sophia from the Grisel family, suggesting that Roman might have forgotten her. However, Roman Dmitri remembered Sophia, with whom he had spoken at the last banquet. The young lady was convinced that the guy was not what he used to be, and would gladly marry such a man. Viscount Conrad also came to the reception, and it was a great joy for him to greet the hero Cairo. Roman Dmitri greeted the guest with a cold look, but offered his services. The Viscount was greatly shocked by the news that Roman had defeated the five-star swordsman Butler. The man was surprised not only by the victory over the warrior, but also by the skills of his eldest son Dmitri at such a young age. Mr. Conrad emphasized that during all this time, no one from the neighboring lands had ever made it into the ranking of the best warriors. The guest's speech did not impress Roman, who had a personal question for him. The man noted that the conversation had a good tone, and his interlocutor, although he seemed to be a commoner, was quite savvy. Roman reported that he was aware that Conrad had broken the contract with Dimitri's tenants, taking away their arable land. The young gentleman was interested in the reason for the contract being broken, which created tension in the banquet hall. The Viscount explained that another merchant guild had offered a higher price for the land and immediately suggested that they stop talking pointlessly. Covered in sweat, Mr. Conrad asked to enjoy the celebration in his honor, postponing the discussion of such a delicate issue. The man came with good intentions to congratulate the gentleman and did not understand why he was trying to blacken his name in front of all these people. The Viscount said that he could no longer keep a smile on his face and turned away from Roman, after which the aristocrat bowed and hurried to leave the event. But the owner of the house stopped him. The young gentleman stated that if Conrad left now, the boy would regard it as hostility towards his family. Roman Dimitri repeated his request to the Viscount once more insistently. The man was outraged by the attitude of some noblemen who came from the common people. Conrad replied that he had driven the peasants off the land, but it belonged entirely to his family. The aristocrat shouted that he was simply returning what was his and should not have reported every little thing to Dimitri. The guests began to whisper that he was right, and that he himself should have resolved the conflict between the families and not brought this issue up for discussion. After listening to the indignation of those gathered, Roman asked himself whether the aristocrats would have reacted the same way if Barco had been in his place. The aristocrats who were at the bottom of the kingdom were ready to put the sword on the Dimitri family at any moment. There were only two options by which the nobility could be pacified: either put them under the knife or force them to submit with words. Roman asked directly since when in the kingdom of Cairo it was allowed to neglect the people of other aristocrats. Coming close to the Viscount, the young gentleman with a furious look declared that the nobleman had touched his peasants. Conrad offended the people who lived on the lands and paid taxes to one family, Dimitri. And after all this, the aristocrat had the audacity to accuse the hero Cairo of ignorance. Romero's son was not about to have a nice chat and smile with the man who had caused his people to suffer. The boy said that his father had given him absolute power regarding this issue, which Roman was not going to turn a blind eye to. The nobility whispered among themselves, listening attentively to every word of the nobleman. The young gentleman, addressing everyone, declared that he would demand 100 times more from the people of other estates who would equal Dimitri on earth. The guy decided to check who of those gathered, criticizing him, could say that it was an insignificant problem. The sons of barons from other families who did not favor Roman were worried that they would be the first on the list to suffer losses. Mr. Conrad noted not only Roman's skill with a sword, but also with words, comparing him to a cunning fox. Like a true predator, he set a trap, and pressing on the victim, who was weaker than him, did not allow it to escape. But the aristocrat was not going to retreat and decided that now was the most opportune moment to unite the forces of the alliance. But to his great surprise, one of the alliance members supported Dimitri's side. Viscount Lawrence said that consistency in the matter had to be maintained. The aristocrat noted that Dimitri had driven the people out. Conrad did not tell the family about this and offered to apologize and admit the mistake. Mr. Lawrence sided with Dimitri because his colleague showed no sympathy when he confronted Barco. The aristocrat, as well as his family, would be able to live if he followed Dimitri, so he asked those present if he was right. After Lawrence's statement, all the nobles, one after another, began to ask Conrad to apologize to Roman. The nobleman realized that the alliance would not help him, since now one of them was close to the Dimitri family. The Viscount decided to retreat now, and bowing to the owner of the house, promised to be more careful in the future. Romero was concerned that their family's dogmatic approach could cause problems later. As the Baron convinced his son, the alliance would never back down in such a matter and would support Conrad. But Roman continued to push his own line, and in order to put the hierarchy in order, he needed to force his opponent to exhaust all his strength. The aristocrats, only by uniting and opposing Dimitri, the second family, by means of destroying them, will feel absolute powerlessness. And only when the nobles accept the difference between themselves and Dimitri, the latter will be able to complete the plan. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, the alliance was in full swing discussing Roman Dimitri, who, despite having a bad reputation, had now received recognition from the capital. The aristocrats agreed that if they bowed their heads to Dimitri, people would stop taking the alliance seriously. Viscount Conrad was only interested in whether his ally had a way to solve this problem. As soon as they heard the question, everyone immediately fell silent, not knowing what to answer. The Viscount, not having received the desired solution, questioned the meaning of the alliance's existence. The Dimitri family had an incomparably powerful army, including the swordsman who defeated Battler. Based on this fact, Conrad decided that he could not deal with them using the usual methods. One of the aristocrats suggested filing a petition with the central government. The alliance has spent all its energy trying to establish contact with Dmitri after Barak's collapse, and now is the time to take advantage. All members of the alliance agreed to use their connections with the central government in order to create favorable conditions for their union. And after some time, Viscount Conrad turned to Count Fabius with a certain request. The aristocrat of the central government, ready to listen to the request, did not yet know that it would concern the Dmitri family. The nobleman, due to disagreements with Dmitri, asked to use the power of the central government to put pressure on them. But before the man could finish speaking, the connection was suddenly interrupted, taking the alliance by surprise. Conrad was angry that his colleagues couldn't even handle the connection, and Fabius might take it personally and be offended. As soon as the connection was established, the Viscount asked the Count for forgiveness. But the aristocrat interrupted his apology, calling him empty-headed. Fabius, raising his voice, asked if the aristocrats on the outskirts who dared to threaten Roman Dmitri had gone deaf. The Marquis's subordinate reported that his master cherished Roman like the apple of his eye, making every effort to make him his son-in-law. Fabius advised him to think about how to curry favor with the young master, and then he hung up. While Conrad was digesting the shocking news, his colleagues suggested that they first apologize to Dmitri's family. After contacting Marquis Benedict, the conflict between the Conrad and Dmitri families was quickly resolved. The Viscount apologized to the landowners and promised that he would not violate the terms of the contract, and Mr. Roman again received recognition from his people. The peasants who rented the land were so grateful to the young master that they were ready to do anything if it concerned him. The Baron's son insisted that he was merely fulfilling Dmitri's duty, thinking that the central government had no choice but to dance to his tune. However, despite the closed question, the alliance, despite its humility, could stab in the back once again. And if the first part of Dmitri's plan was a provocation, the second involved facing reality. The eldest son announced to the city's residents an upcoming sword tournament, the prize fund of which was 100 gold pieces. Roman reassured the people by saying that he and Captain Jonathan would not participate for the sake of fairness. In the tournament, participants will be divided into 6 groups with one winner determined in each. The young gentleman said that by participating in the war with Hector, he had experienced how big the world was, and the experience had only made them stronger. The tournament will be a way to prove Roman's words, that he will add one of his soldiers to each of the groups. If one of the residents manages to defeat his warrior and win, then in addition to the prize, he will also receive the opportunity to have his wish fulfilled. A young man from the crowd of villagers asked the Aura swordsman if people from other families could participate. The only condition for participation was confirmation that the swordsman was a representative of the district that included Dmitri's lands. The nobleman said that the tournament would take place in a month, hoping that this would be enough time for everyone who wanted to be able to prepare properly. Such big news could not but reach the alliance, for whom the sword tournament was an excellent opportunity to prove themselves. The members of the union only needed one of their swordsmen to win in order to gain the right to make a wish. The aristocrats, instead of fishing for apologies, could have suggested burying the hatchet and joining forces. One of the options considered the idea dubious, as he was sure that they would be able to eliminate all competitors. Among all of Roman's soldiers, 2 stood out, Chris and Kevin, who showed themselves quite well in the fight with Barco. Mr. Conrad insisted that there would be 6 groups taking part in the tournament, and they just needed to select one winner from each. If the nobles mobilize the forces of each family and put forward trial participants, then one of them will definitely win on his team. The members of the alliance supported the Viscount's idea, because unfortunately, they did not have a better plan. They were given a month to prepare, and the aristocrats could not miss this chance. Otherwise, they would be absorbed into the power of the Dmitri family. Mr. Conrad was ready to snatch victory by any means necessary, even by presenting a master from other lands as his own. Roman also had a conversation with his soldiers regarding the upcoming tournament. For a month, the warriors will compete with each other, and the young master will personally select 6 of them to represent the Dmitri family. All the soldiers' past achievements will not be taken into account, and only this month's ratings will report on the current skill of each of them. Roman Dmitri believed that having returned, even though they returned from the battlefield, but their war was not over yet. The Baron's son believed that in order for subordinates to strive to surpass themselves, it was necessary to provide them with an appropriate reason. Therefore, the squad leader prepared a worthy reward for the participant, which would raise the prestige of the Dmitri family. If any of the 6 selected swordsmen were to win, Mr. Roman promised to teach the winner a technique of the highest rank. Regardless of whether it was spiritual practice or sword technique, the young master was committed to helping the warrior rise to a higher level. The soldier's eyes lit up as even a small portion of the Baron's son's knowledge was able to ensure rapid progress in each of them. Every single person in Roman, without exception, was ready to take advantage of the chance to master the highest rank technique. With this tournament, the guy did not want to make the aristocrats understand their value and properly train their subordinates. From that moment on, the soldiers of the young master's personal detachment began their endless competition. Roman also decided to use the month allotted for training usefully to equip himself. The embodiment of his past life, Baek Chun-hyuk was born on the border between life and death, and in this world, he did not want to bring trouble upon himself. A guy accustomed to living in danger had to, like his people, move forward in mastering new knowledge. The heir of the family, Dmitri, informed the head of the Information Guild that he was going to go into closed training. Lucas was ordered not to disturb the master and to take care of selling the sword during his absence. The renewed Roman will require a corresponding blade, and this one, which will find a new owner, was given the name Flame. One of the conditions was not to reveal the previous owner of the weapon, and the subordinate could invest the money in the capital of the guild. Having appreciated the sword, the boy still did not understand why the master had to sell it. The head of the Information Guild had an idea to put the sword up for auction anonymously. Ultimately, Lucas decided to do just that, since people who knew the value of swords would definitely pay a pretty penny for it. Roman's man chose the city of Adelina, which, due to the teleport gates located on its territory, had the most developed trade. Before an item was accepted for auction, it was carefully checked with a magical artifact to determine its authenticity. The inspector was surprised because the artifact indicated that it was of the highest class and, in addition, emitted extraordinary energy. Without any hesitation, the sword was put up for sale, and Lucas himself chose to hold a free auction, hiding the seller's anonymity. The auction employee asked whether the guy was willing to pay a commission on the sale, to which he agreed without hesitation. The gentleman invited Lucas to come with him for a more detailed assessment of his goods. The guild leader was met by Maris, the auction house manager, who was happy to welcome the new client. The appraiser was delighted with the work on the blade, as he had rarely seen such masterpieces. The man noted that, having an optimal weight, it was forged by a master of his craft, and therefore the minimum price for it was 30 gold. Once the value was determined, the appraiser had to experience resonance with mana in order for the blade to receive the title of a true signature sword. During the resonance check, the auction employee could not believe his eyes. Maris was intrigued by what had surprised the master so much, and as it turned out, the sword's resonance level eventually reached its highest level. The administrators couldn't believe that the sword could not only accept the flow of mana, but also enhance its power. In the auction room, the host strongly recommended taking part, because in the entire history of the auction, nothing like this had ever appeared. Everyone, regardless of title or origin, was lured by rumors of an incredible product. The man proudly presented to the public the lot, which included the personalized flame sword. The mid-range weapon would not be exhibited as the main lot of the evening, confirming its authenticity. The true value of the flame was in the response of mana, which made this blade unique. The presenter said that the rapier in the 7th level of resonance was sold at auction for 300 gold pieces. However, the resonance with the flame mana was as much as 10 levels. But that was not all the surprises. As soon as the auction participants learned that the sword was capable of expanding the power of the aura infused into it, a whisper of excited spectators rang out throughout the hall. While raising the price of the product, the host stated that he had never seen a personalized sword like Flame. Having finished his speech, the man announced the opening of the auction, setting the starting bid at 10 gold pieces. Even though the next step was 50 gold, the auctioneer was unable to take bids, 150 gold pieces for it. But they managed to beat this bet, offering a whole 300 gold pieces for the personalized sword. The next step to raise the bid was 100 gold pieces, and gentleman number 12 was ready to give 600 coins for the lot. The auctioneer went crazy when one of the visitors doubled the bid to 1,200 gold. Gentleman number 12 was angry because he could not beat the last bid to make it the highest in the history of Adeliana's auction. The guest who offered such a colossal sum was the head of the trade guild, Marquis Valentino. At that moment, no one yet guessed how the purchase of the Marquis would affect the kingdom of Cairo. What surprised Mr. Valentino about the sword was not only the degree of resonance with mana, but also the fact that someone had managed to reach level 10. Every swordsman faced a dilemma, which sword to choose, a personalized one or a magical one. With simple weapons, one could reach the peak of one's abilities and release aura, while magical weapons were effective for an average swordsman. But for the swordsmen who were among the top 100 warriors in the kingdom, The only thing that was valuable was a signature sword that could use their aura. The Marquis was well aware that such a thing could be worth all the treasures he had. However, as long as this blade was a kind of first in history, the value of the flame could not help but rise in the future. The collection of a true master received recognition only from the rarity of the exhibits that were the very first. Those present were familiar with the personality of the greedy collector and did not dare to cross his path. The host announced that the lot had been sold for 1,200 gold pieces to guest number 53, who was the Marquis Valentino. The collector was ready to pay for the goods right on the spot in order to see the flame ahead of time. Valentino presented a chest filled to the brim with money, in which there was an extra 100 gold pieces. The Marquis explained that the extra coins were a gift from him as a thank you to a regular customer. Maris was immensely grateful to the client for such a generous gift, but the man did not give it without reason. The collector wanted to know who forged this sword and meet the master in person just once. The auction administrator explained that he would be unlikely to fulfill the client's request. Mr. Valentino entered into the auction situation, for which Maris expressed gratitude to him. And yet the Marquis asked to be informed if the same master sent him a new item for sale. The inhabitants of Adeliana immediately began to talk among themselves at the sight of the carriage in which the head of the trading line was riding. The gentleman could not be more pleased with his purchase, which he considered a true embodiment of art. Since the master's work was being put up for auction for the first time, Valentino ordered the head of the blacksmiths, Dmitri, to be checked first. Having many personalized swords in my collection, the Marquis had never seen such work before. While the young gentleman was busy with close training and selecting his people for the tournament, Chris himself was doing this. He easily managed to get around the soldier at the right moment, tripping him up. Before the guy had time to get up, his opponent's trained sword was already looming in front of him. The Aura Knight appreciated the boy's efforts, but noted that his attacks always lacked insight. The swordsman called for the next candidate. He believed that he and Kevin were worthy of taking their places in the tournament. Vulcan and Fuki could also join them, but the remaining 2 spots were in question. Suddenly, a strange anomaly caught Chris's attention, coming from somewhere above. The boy wasn't entirely sure what he heard, but it seemed to him that the air itself was humming. Not long before, while working on a new sword, Roman asked himself if he would have been able to stay alive if he had risked fighting Butler to the end. Before the fight with the swordsman Hector, the guy managed to win thanks to the time he had to prepare for the attack. Baekchun Hyuk has not yet fully accepted the fact that from now on, he, Roman Dmitri, and his strength is not the same as it was before. The sword master, unlike his current self, was confident of his victory, no matter who his enemy was. The boy had many battles ahead of him in the future, and even the strongest of his current level would not be enough to survive his battles. Even meeting with an opponent, transferring a rising butler, Roman should not have wasted his time on doubts, because this was what was called the top. Day after day, the swordsman continued to tirelessly chop at the iron, standing before the flame of the brazier. From the constant heat, the young gentleman's skin began to melt, leaving burns on his body. Roman's body was constantly sending signals indicating that he had reached his limit. Nothing could stop the Baron's son. He will be reborn as he makes a sword that will accept him as its master. By inhaling the flames, the swordsman absorbed mana, and acting as a conductor between the sword and the flames, rushed towards the ideal. At that moment, Roman once again set out on the path of change, experiencing a second bone restructuring. After several long days of training, the nobleman finally left his refuge. The young master has finally managed to lay the foundation for reaching a new level. In order to test his skills, the guy plunged into the astral world. Now Roman was ready to take a risk and fight 2 battlers at the same time. Having undergone changes in his body, the boy was determined to learn the new heavenly demon sword style. This technique was divided into 3 levels, each of which in turn was divided into 3 styles. Until this day, Roman Dmitri could only use the first level styles of sword techniques. But once the guy went through the second bone remodeling, everything changed dramatically. After only surviving the 3rd bone reorganization, an aura swordsman will be able to use all styles at all levels. Having held the title of undefeated master in the past, Roman promised himself that there would be no opponents left who could stop him. Using the 2nd level styles, a warrior could easily defeat 2 battlers in a duel. However, Roman continued to be tormented by thoughts about whether he had made mistakes using methods from his past life. The control of the aura, which was similar to an explosion, released by swordsmen, depended on the situation and the enemy. In order to defeat new enemies, it was necessary to adopt the methods of this world. All that Roman needed was to destroy the stereotypes about the uselessness of aura and find a golden mean between the techniques of this and past worlds. Having recreated the 3rd style of the 2nd level in the ghost world, the warrior activated the destructive power of the heavenly warrior sword. After such a powerful blow, not only the opponents but also all living things around received fatal injuries. The Baron's son, returning to the real world, thought that nothing special could happen. As Roman could judge, the sword technique, having acquired a new look, had a completely new direction. The proof of this was the crater left behind by his impact during training. As the young master had expected, this technique had a lot of room for development. He realized that there were many variables in this world that he didn't yet know about. Each of them constantly appeared and tested him, threatening his life every now and then. Trials will become the driving force for Roman, thanks to which he will rise from the very bottom to the top. And while the eldest son, Dmitri, was first channeled to new skills, his people were already rushing to help. But as soon as they arrived at the owner's place, they discovered traces of the blow inflicted on him. The boy convinced the soldiers that he was fine, and that the sound they heard was from an attack. The Lord's warriors could not believe that he had managed to transform a piece of land into something outwardly similar without the use of magic. Having made sure that their commander was okay, the soldiers left him without asking any unnecessary questions. People like Chris were weak, and when faced with an unbreakable wall, they did not dare to overcome it. The swordsman couldn't believe that while Roman Dmitri had risen another level, he still hadn't advanced, even though he had been training for a whole month. The boy couldn't accept the fact that his master was constantly abusing his body for the sake of developing his skills. Chris believed that winning the competition alone would not be enough, and intended to defeat his enemies with overwhelming odds. Seeing Lord Roman's achievements, the swordsman should have become even stronger. After a month of preparation, the eldest son, Dmitri, finished work on the new sword. Admiring his filigree work, the guy was thinking about a name for the new weapon. The blade of the heavenly demon that makes its opponents despair should be called Darkness. In the young master's chambers, Chris reported that he had held matches at intervals of every 3 days. As a result, he selected fencers with high scores and handed over the list of candidates to Roman. As Romero's son studied the list, he was surprised to see both McBurney and Henderson among the obvious warriors. The soldier asked if the selected fencers could continue their training and received an affirmative answer. Roman also insisted on the opinion that there was no significant defeat in the world. And since the competition was held under the name of Roman Dmitri, his people had to prove that they were worthy subordinates. The day before the competition, the streets of Dmitri were teeming with warriors who would not mind receiving 100 gold pieces. Among them were mercenaries who boasted of their sword, sharpened on the front lines. His comrade was afraid of the possibility of ending up in the same group with Kevin, who was a real devil in battle. He clarified that of all Roman's people, only 4 took part in the competition, which gave hope of winning the duel. The mercenary, although he hoped to get into a group without soldiers from the Dmitri family, was ready to fight for a generous prize of 100 gold. Soon after the candidates had gathered at the walls of the estate, 6 competition groups were announced. Baron Rollo, who was part of the alliance, fell into despair when he saw the published list of participants. His fellow aristocrats tried to cheer up the Baron, whose warrior was fighting on the same team as Chris. The overconfident Conrad believed that there was no need to give up and lose motivation so early. The Viscount stated that the survival of the alliance depended on this competition, but he was confident that his family would win the tournament. The aristocrat's word inspired his colleagues, who intended to destroy the Dmitri family. Rollo couldn't help but watch the competition, as he was very worried about his fighter. The Baron asked the warrior not to violate himself, but the soldier took part in the competition in order to win. Max was a 2-star swordsman like Chris, so he had no reason to retreat in fear. The knight's determination touched the master, who, fully understanding his position, ordered the duel to be fought without regrets. The Baron stated that, if necessary, he would be ready to come to the aid of his subordinate. For Max, the competition was first and foremost an opportunity to leave a deep impression on both the gentleman and the crowd of spectators. As soon as the knight met his opponent, he felt a strong aura emanating from him. The Rollo family warrior's determination quickly weakened as he faced the prospect of defeating such a force. A guy in the stands waving a flag suddenly announced the start of the first round of the competition. In order to gain an advantage in a difficult fight, Max was the first to rush into the attack. The warrior's blade was already at the enemy's face, but he still stood motionless. In an instant, Roman's man managed to knock the sword out of the hands of the Rollo family's star knight. Max was shocked by Chris's movements so fast that he was able to change the balance of power in a second. The next moment, without a weapon, the rival of the family representative Dmitri delivered an encircling blow. After just 3 seconds of the duel, Knight Max was lying on the ground, unable to rise. It was announced that at the end of the fight, the winner was Chris from the Dmitri family, who advanced to the next round. Baron Rollo's face was blank as he saw his man defeated by such a vast difference in strength. The next winner was Kevin, the same Dmitri who joined his colleague in going further. The remaining Fuki and Vulcan also passed the next stage without any problems, making the other participants tense up. The only hope of victory was the remaining of Roman's men, McBurney and Henderson. Even when the list of candidates was announced, people were surprised that Henderson from Lawrence, who did not particularly stand out from the rest, was included. An acquaintance of the boy said that the farmer did not even know how to swing a sword properly, let alone participate in a fencing tournament. Each of the 6 members of the Dmitri family had their own special reputation. The loyal warriors who were by Roman's side from the very beginning were nicknamed the Flash and the Ghost of Cairo. Since many of the contestants had seen the guy's strength in real life, they wanted to avoid competing with them. While Vulcan and Fuki were distinguished by their large physiques, which made the mercenaries surpass the other participants. Compared to these 4, the one-armed swordsman and the farmer looked much more modest. And Henderson, of all the people in the Dmitri family, had the reputation of being the weakest warrior. While the crowd was booing the next representative from Dmitri, the father decided to have a serious talk with his son. Romar wanted to know if there was any point in establishing himself by holding the competition in order to rise in the rankings among the families of the region. The Baron argued that the aristocrats would not follow them anyway, but Roman insisted that this process was necessary. The alliance was confident that it could deal with the Dmitri family on its own. The guy noted that if the nobles could not defeat each of the groups, then Dmitri would be able to subjugate them in one fell swoop. Roman stated that the takeover of the region that included their lands began from that moment. Henderson and Taylor were announced as the participants in the first round of Group 5. The spectators did not believe in the victory of the former farmer, believing that he would never be able to defeat his opponent, that he was a knight from the very beginning. The knight-errant from Lawrence greeted Henderson, whom he had not seen for a long time. He was pleasantly surprised that the guy he knew had traded his tools for a sword. The last time they met, the boy was working hard during the agricultural season. Due to their good relationship in the past, Taylor decided to give some advice to his rival. The Wanderer, who had received 2 Aura Stars, wanted to give Henderson a chance so that one side would not bleed in a meaningless battle. The knight suggested that the boy refuse to participate in the competition, which was a surprise for him. The guy asked to erase his past from his memory, because if the enemy shows mercy to him, he will not miss the opportunity to destroy him. The knight did not take the soldier's statements seriously, hoping that he would not regret his decision later. Before the round had even begun, Henderson was already at the wandering swordsman's side. Having blocked the attack with difficulty, Taylor noted that this was not an imitation and resembled a real fight. The former farmer used the Asura sword technique against his opponent, not giving him a chance to relax for a second. By any means necessary, the boy wanted to prove that he was worthy of his master. While everyone around him quickly began using aura, Henderson was having trouble manifesting it. Compared to the other warriors, he was the one who always followed someone resembling a turtle. However, despite all the difficulties on his way, slowly but surely Henderson will move forward. And his dominance in this battle was proof of his serious intentions. The wandering knight could not lose to such an opponent, so he released his aura. Roman's man jumped away from the enemy at the right moment, but the strength he showed did not bother the guy at all. Taylor was reluctant to resort to this method until the very end, but he did not want to endure humiliation any longer. The knight pounced on Henderson, but it might have seemed that this was the decisive attack in this duel. Henderson recalled Chris's words, praising him for the change after numerous training sessions. Unlike other warriors who admitted their defeat, the former farmer thirsted for victory until the very end. If Henderson had not tried his hand at the exam and given up, his life would never have changed. The Aura Knight guaranteed that the boy was worthy of being by Mr. Roman's side. Preparing to defend himself, the warrior of the Dmitri family, just like his opponent, filled his sword with aura. The blades of both participants clashed, and each, exuding incredible strength, did not give in to the other. But Taylor was the one who couldn't withstand the full force of his opponent's counterattack. The knight was confident of his victory, which is why such an incident only made him even more angry. The fighter didn't have time to rise before Henderson's blade was in his face, signifying the victory of the Dmitri family. The audience couldn't believe that the winner was a guy who was into farming and who also used aura. As some of them noted, it took more than a year to sense mana, making the guy's case exceptional. The crowd that had been throwing mud at the guy at the beginning of the fight now chanted his name. However, not all viewers were happy with the victory of another one of Roman's men, Dmitri. The aristocrats were indignant because they had been assured that Henderson was the weakest participant in the 5th group. The nobles reasoned that the event that had occurred was very sad for their future. Without exception, no matter who you ask, they will answer that Mr. Roman's main sword was Chris. because of which Kevin, who was the first of the people of the new army, Dmitri, was also ready to prove his worth. But not everyone was rooting for the young master's warriors, and there were people who supported the alliance. Knight Miles, who opposed Kevin, was wary of his opponent, having heard of his strength. Like Max, the warrior decided to give all his strength at the very beginning of the fight in order to take control of the situation. True, such tactics were a failure in the fight with the cruel ghost of Cairo. No matter what counterattacks Miles tried, he was unable to land a single one on his opponent. Kevin, as if he really was a ghost, jumped out from every swing of the enemy's sword. Finding an opportune moment, Roman's man struck his opponent, knocking out his tooth. With wild eyes, Kevin rushed at the knight, intending to knock the wind out of him. His next blow landed on the warrior's head, causing him to doubt that he could defeat such a monster. Miles's supporters were shocked by the picture they saw of him. The guy kneeling declared that he was giving up and begged Kevin to stop the fight. Family soldier Dmitri was pleased with his victory and the fact that he had managed to break the enemy's will. Even before the competition began, Captain Jonathan was giving his men a briefing. The captain ordered the soldiers to watch their comrades' performance in order to advance as knights of the family. Chris, who was once the deputy captain, was now one of the strongest warriors in the army of Dmitri. His comrades who studied with him at the academy were amazed by his swordsmanship. Jonathan, who was Chris's mentor, could not even imagine that his student would be able to surpass his teacher in such a short time. The guy was a sword that represented Mr. Roman, who was obliged to crush anyone, no matter who his opponent was. No matter what heights the other warriors reached, the swordsman was not going to give up his place next to his master. The two-star Aura Knight, even after winning the second round, was dissatisfied with his result. No matter who stood in front of the guy, each of them was crushed by Lord Roman's sword with extraordinary speed. Round after round, the candidates who stood with him in pairs were eliminated from the competition in a matter of seconds. The captain wondered what Roman Dmitri had done to his student to achieve such a level of skill. The other warriors who abstained from participating in the tournament believed that they had made the right choice. The next opponent, Farrell, was a powerful swordsman, who the audience assured was on a different level than Chris. The fighters debated whether the swordsman would be able to hold out for more than 30 seconds to get the silver. Farrell, unlike his other opponents, was massive, and there was no fear or doubt in his eyes. The knight initially knew that he would not be able to defeat the human Roman, but all he wanted was to last as long as possible in the arena. Farrell only had to last a minute to get his name remembered. As soon as the second announced the start of the final round, Chris pierced his enemy with his blade. None of the spectators present expected the Aura swordsman to make such a lightning-fast attack. The contestants from the other groups didn't even notice how the guy pulled the sword out of its sheath. Chris surpassed himself and became the winner of the fencing tournament in the first group. The stands cheer, chanting the name of the swordsman who spent less than a minute in the arena over 5 rounds. Roman's plan started off well with the two-star Aura Knight and his quick victories. In the second round, Kevin showed himself and his overwhelming strength, which helped him achieve victory. In the subsequent rounds, Vulcan and Fuki gained the upper hand over their opponents thanks to their powerful physical skills. In the fifth round, Henderson, in addition to his sword skills, snatched victory, in part because his enemy underestimated his abilities. Although the farmer was supposed to be the weakest among Roman's men, the alliance's last hope lay in the one-armed McBurney. Viscount Conrad was interested in the condition of the knight who represented his family line. Gabriel was full of strength and energy and was also the alliance's last chance for victory. The swordsman lived his entire life under the banner of the Conrad family and was its secret weapon. The aristocrat believed that McBurney was passing on, thanks to a stroke of luck that he, with the help of his warrior, intended to interrupt. Conrad reminded Gabriel that all alliance representatives except him had been eliminated. The master ordered not to show mercy to the opponent, taking into account his physical shortcomings. The swordsman, who possessed 3 Aura stars, was happy to trample the veteran's pride. Gabriel, meeting his opponent in the arena, could not help but notice that his body balance was disrupted. The representative of the Conrad family did not understand how even a simple warrior, having lost his arm, could think about becoming a knight. The warrior decided to teach the arrogant instructor a lesson, deciding that there was no need to use Aura against him. McBurney, despite the rumors that were coming in about him, stood firm against the blows of the 3-star swordsman. Gabriel mentally celebrated the victory, since the strategy chosen for the battle was extremely simple. Roman's man, using only one hand during a duel, left the other side of his body completely exposed. The knight, raising his sword, decided to finish off his opponent, who was constantly running around the arena, dodging his blows. To his surprise, Gabriel was unable to crush McBurney, who managed to block his attack. The man spun like a whirlwind, and his unusual movements puzzled his opponent. The one-armed swordsman, spinning like a tornado, moved towards his opponent and clashed with his swords. After his attack, McBurney rebounded away from his opponent to a safe distance. Gabriel, beside himself with anger, unleashed the full power of his aura, but his opponent was overwhelmed by it, deftly dodging it. Conrad's man was convinced that this warrior's advancement to the third round was no accident. The knight realized that the soldier had turned the imbalance in his body, caused by the absence of his right arm, into his advantage. As Roman had taught his instructor, the basis of fencing was based on the correct use of body balance. Losing an arm might be a weakness for a swordsman, but having a sword in his second hand transformed the lost balance into unique blade movement. McBurney was amazed by the swordsmanship that was created by a left-handed swordsman who, like him, was one-handed. Unlike the war veteran, the creator of the technology tirelessly sought a new path, which ultimately helped him create this direction. Although the warrior was quite tired after each training session, he was lucky enough to find hope for a new life. Roman Dmitri, for whose sake the warrior was going to win the tournament, provided him with this opportunity. The man was going to prove to everyone that his life as a swordsman was not over. The blow dealt by the one-armed man was so powerful that it pierced Gabriel's armor. The knight, falling to the ground along with himself, dragged the Alliance's last hope for victory. Towering over his fallen opponent, McBurney was grateful to Mr. Roman for the gift of new life. As a result, the tournament was won by the soldiers of the Dmitri family, who proved their superiority over the smug aristocrats. By canceling the association status, it will suddenly go down, and all the surrounding territory will belong to the Dmitri family. Viscount Conrad didn't have time to come to his senses when Dmitri became so strong, having the audacity to touch them. The union members asked their leader what they should do in the current situation. The gentleman replied that since all the participants representing the alliance had been eliminated, he saw no further reason to remain in that place. The knights who took part in the tournament but lost asked themselves whether Roman Dmitri had really made his soldiers so strong. The head of the trade guild joined in the discussion and explained that in every prestigious family of swordsmen, there was always the best swordsman. The man agreed that it took a truly incredible person to have sufficient strength and leadership ability. Mr. Valentino explained that Roman Dmitri received the title of the best of 100 warriors solely through his own efforts. And this meant that Roman was the first and strongest swordsman, which would make Dmitri a prestigious family. The collector also clarified that from now on, anyone who wants to succeed as a swordsman will have to swear allegiance to Dmitri. The young master was pleased with how his men performed during the sword competition. Some of them needed strength, some admired his talent, and a few had no other options at all. That is why all the young gentlemen who had gathered swore allegiance to Roman Dmitri. The guy believed that strong relationships could be built on emotions, but he himself preferred those in which people had something to offer each other. Baron Romero's son was confident that his relationship with the soldiers would remain unchanged, even over time. The Veronins valued their men's passion and reminded them not to doubt themselves. And all because Mr. Roman himself never once doubted the escape of any of them. The guy was so generous that he rewarded all the soldiers with 10 gold coins and 3 days of leave. Lucas reported that the aristocrats had abandoned their confrontation with the Dmitri family. This decision could be due to the fact that the alliance will wait for the right opportunity. Roman was not at all embarrassed by this news, since ideal governance in this world could not be achieved, because there would always be someone dissatisfied with the authorities. It was extremely difficult to predict when conflicts with the central government might arise. In this confrontation, casualties had to be kept to a minimum, which the alliance of nobles could prevent. The Aura swordsman revealed that he had forced the alliance to face reality, thereby defeating them. Meanwhile, Earl Douglas was raging in 2 parts of the kingdom, dissatisfied with the results of the search. The master's subject apologized that they were unable to locate the ingots, despite the fact that they had destroyed all the bandits in the area. On the eve of the war with Lawrence, Barco, in addition to the gold bank, used his connections to collect as much money as possible. The Baron borrowed money from the Earl of Douglas and against friendly forces to bring Homer. But in the end, Barco was defeated by Roman Dmitri during the warriors' duel. That same night, the Viscount died while escaping, taking with him information about the whereabouts of the money. In despair, Count Douglas remembered that the Barco family had never revealed their secret fund to the outside world. During a drinking bout with Barco, Mr. Douglas was able to find the secret fund, but during its transportation, he was robbed by a group of bandits. The aristocrat claimed that a bunch of thieves could not have stolen such a quantity of gold, so he demanded that his men find the scrolls. Blushing with anger, the man was adamant that Barco had paid a fair price and that no one but Douglas could take them. Another servant burst into the master's office, announcing that the Black Moon Guild had learned the location of the ingots. The aristocrat did not believe it at first when he heard about the discovery, but immediately ordered the guild members to be called. Donovan, the guild leader, told how he hid in the black market and discovered the identity of the criminal. To the Count's great surprise, the bandits who stole the ingots turned out to be the alliance of aristocrats. In truth, the bandits were the first to attack the Count's army, but the alliance soldiers they encountered on their way took the ingots from the bandits. The soldiers, having stolen the carriage with the ingots, must have known that the gold belonged to the Count. To back up his claims, Donovan produced a bar that had been sold on the black market, bearing the same serial number as the Barco Foundation. The guild discovered that the man who was trading the ingots was an employee of Alliance member Viscount Conrad. The spy thought that if he didn't tell what he had learned, the Alliance would be able to pull off the perfect crime. But the guild leader did not want to turn the master into an enemy, incurring his wrath. The Black Lagoon was actually an intelligence guild that had already been absorbed by the lower district sect, led by Lucas. The Count ordered to contact the alliance of his district so that the traitors who dared to steal his money would pay for their vile act. At this time, the members of the Cairo Noble Alliance were worried that they might ruin their relationship with Count Douglas. All the members of the Union, except for Conrad, knew the Count's personality well enough, and therefore were afraid of him. The Viscount assured that they, in addition to Douglas, also lent money to Barco and had the right to take back their share. The nobleman added that since the Count was going to secretly steal the money, it was not worth going to him with his head down. Conrad, asking whether the nobles could exchange the money they had earned back for ingots, tried to make them listen to him. The man declared that from now on the alliance must unanimously declare that Count Douglas was his first sovereign, which created a big problem. As often happened, the aristocrats did not insist too much on their position and agreed to follow the Viscount's idea. Bursting into the meeting, the servant reported that Count Douglas had sent a magical appeal. The aristocrat demanded that the alliance members explain why they stole his money. Conrad understood the Count perfectly well, but decided to clarify by explaining that they had also lent money to the Barco family. The Viscount insisted that the money belonged to no one and that Mr. Douglas himself had stolen it first. The alliance representative decided to hide the essence of the matter and point out the Count's mistake in order to justify his actions. But Earl Douglas would listen to no excuses, insisting that from the moment he discovered the Barco Fund, the bars belonged to his family. Conrad tried to bring the distraught aristocrat to his senses, for whom there was no justification for what he had done. The angry nobleman was eager to contact the central government to inform them of the start of the war with the alliance. Douglas wanted to show how pathetic the alliance was without the protection of the Barco family. The Viscount turned to his colleagues and stated that they were in big trouble. Lucas reported that, as Mr. Roman expected, Count Douglas had declared war on the alliance. The Baron's eldest son, confident that Douglas would not go back on his word, was pleased with the state of affairs, since everything was going according to plan. As the young gentleman reflected, Viscount Conrad was not a man to be attacked without looking back. The swordsman, remembering the ball, noted that Conrad, in case of loss, would be the first to raise the flag, even if he had to give up his pride. Roman Dmitri ordered the guild leader to spread the information right now so that there would be no way to avoid military action. When cornered, the Viscount will lower his pride before a strong opponent. The market traders successfully continued the work that Lucas had started, spreading rumors among the people. The people of Cairo were shocked to learn that Douglas intended to attack the Northeastern Alliance. Because of this, the merchant was forced to close his business for a while, and the words he spoke had already spread throughout the city. Even the tramps in the alleys were discussing the upcoming war between the Count and the Viscount. As one of his interlocutors recounted, Conrad was so mad that he was ready to crush the Count. The merchants and servants who spread the rumors, and all those who lived at the very bottom of the food chain, belonged to the lower district sect. Earl Douglas demanded that an order for conscription for military service be issued immediately. The Viscount continued to try to persuade the aristocrat not to start a war, considering the possibility of financial compensation for this incident. Conrad explained that the rumors that were spreading were in no way the alliance's intentions. Not trusting a single word of the alliance, the Count did not contact them in order to compromise. The Lord declared war to crush the people driven only by profit. The alliance members were confident that gravity would attract the northern aristocrats to this cause. The nobles asked Conrad to contact the central government since the alliance could not win alone. I appealed to Fabius. The Viscount was refused since the government could not interfere in such matters. Marquis Benedict's servant insisted that what happened was the alliance's own fault, which they could resolve themselves. The members of the Union, having received no support from anyone, were in complete despair that they would not be able to avoid war. Unexpectedly, Roman Dmitri himself contacted the Baron, which worried the aristocrats. Romero's son was aware of the alliance's problems, and they considered the young master's appeal a mockery of their position. As it turned out, the guy contacted the alliance in order to find out about the situation directly, avoiding various speculations. After listening to the aristocrat and hero Cairo, Roman asked how they planned to act in this situation. Roman couldn't just watch as the northern forces advanced northeast, giving the alliance hope for strong allies in the form of Dmitri. The young master, despite the relationship between him and the alliance, had no intention of remaining idle when it came to the northeast. Conrad suggested that if they fell out with Douglas, it would be Dmitri who would benefit the most. The nobleman was unable to read Roman's intentions but decided not to be reckless. Acting on his pride, the Viscount, despite disagreements in the past, asked for help from the Dmitri family. Conrad is ready to do anything in the future for Dmitri's family, if he can now enlist support to minimize the damage from the war. However, the young gentleman stated that he had no desire to help the alliance and simply did not want to lose sight of the big picture. As Roman explained, they all had to work together, given Cairo's situation, since they existed within a single region. The aristocrat could not believe that the Baron's son Dmitri decided to help out of pure motives. The guy asked to show, unfortunately, about what happened in the past and the willingness to work together in the future. Only after the apology will the young master stop ignoring the alliance's crisis. The Viscount could not shake the thought that the aristocrats, who looked down on the commoner, were forced to bow before him. The nobleman, although he recognized Roman's leadership qualities, announced that he would contact him after discussing with the alliance members. A few days later, Earl Douglas and his army headed to war with the alliance of aristocrats. The northeastern region, which had lost its integrity after the fall of Barco, was as weak as a sandcastle. Mr. Douglas believed that someone, even if it was not him, still had to seize this rich land. Douglas was like a beast of prey that did not attack his opponents blindly. The only way to survive when facing him in battle was to maximize your chances of winning. Douglas could not participate in the war while he was under the protection of the central government. Well, in the absence of Barco, the alliance was at a loss, which the Count could not help but take advantage of. The aristocrat announced his arrival and demanded that his opponent respond. The defending side asked to wait a little longer, since the appointed time had not yet arrived. The Count replied that since the majority had already arrived, there was no need to waste strength in a battle that was initially lost. Commander Douglas announced that alliance reinforcements had just appeared on the horizon. The gentleman was shocked when he saw Roman Dmitri with his personal army. The Count demanded an explanation of what the representatives of the Dmitri family were doing on the battlefield. Roman replied that, like Douglas, who had brought the northern lords, he had secured the support of the Union. The aristocrat could not have predicted that attracting the northern lords would become Dmitri's justification for going to war. Upon learning of such a strong ally of the enemy, the lords began to protest, stating that they would not have helped in the war if they had known of Dmitri's participation. Viscount Conrad, anticipating victory, announced to the enemy his readiness to begin the battle. Roman Dmitri announced that from now on, their region gave northerners the right to choose. The young master suggested close combat, or, alternatively, a battle of the strongest warriors. Earl Douglas could not call off the war once it had been declared, despite the participation of the Dmitri family in it. When fighting Roman, every warrior was obviously defeated, but this did not mean that Douglas could not choose close combat. Despite the size of his army, the Count could not ignore Dmitri's strong soldiers. Roman made an offer to arrange a battle of great warriors, but to have 3 knights fight against him at the same time. As if mockingly, he suggested increasing the number of warriors to 5 if the enemy felt uncomfortable. The aristocrat acknowledged the strength of the hero Cairo, but was shocked by such an absurd proposal. This decision was made by the guys out of a desire to end the war with minimal losses. The Viscount turned with the alliance members, doubting the success of the idea proposed by Roman. Negotiating with his allies, Douglas was determined to accept the enemy's offer. The aristocrat stated that no matter how strong Dmitri was, each member of the family could defeat at least one person. The lords considered the fight too dangerous, as there was a possibility that Roman, having defeated Butler, also had 5 stars of aura. The Count, being aware of this fact, still wanted to deal with this monster, seeing no other way out. The master told how his 2-star swordsman under his command defeated a 4-star swordsman. Although Roman Dmitri could be as strong as people said, he now made a reckless choice, perhaps overestimating his strength. While Romero's son remained arrogant because of his status, the aristocrats could take advantage of the moment and bring the boy down to earth. Mr. Douglas's words that he wanted to trample Roman made the proper impression on the allies. The observers from the central government declared a battle of great warriors, which was held according to the rule of 1 against 5. The twins Bentel and Benton volunteered to distract the enemy, while the rest would carry out the actual attack. Benton was sure that once the swordsman counterattacked, he would definitely expose his vulnerabilities. The final blow, as Bentel died, would be dealt by their comrades in arms, with whose support they would achieve glory and wealth. As soon as the start of the fight was announced, the brothers pounced on Roman Dmitri. While the young master was holding the hilt of his sword, the warriors had already surrounded him on both sides. The brothers attacked simultaneously, confident that the boy, no matter how skilled a swordsman he was, would not escape their blows. Roman Dmitri, on the contrary, was just waiting for the opportunity to test the darkness in action. The heavenly demon blade pierced through the twins' bodies in 1 second, destroying the enemy's plan. Mr. Douglas turned pale when he saw with his own eyes how the eldest son of the family, Dmitri, cut down his warriors with 1 blow. The swordsman said that as soon as he learned of the declared war, an idea came to his mind. When the Barco family was alive, people always tried to resolve issues through dialogue. This raised the logical question of why the Count did not try to talk to them. The young master came to the conclusion that the lords of the North, including the Earl, did not care about the existence of his family. This fact irritated Roman greatly, which was evident from his piercing gaze. But the guy was ready to give a chance to put an end to the battle of great warriors, offering to compete in close combat. As a rule, many soldiers die in close combat, which is not beneficial to either side. The Count believed that it would have been better to sacrifice 5 men instead of a huge number during close combat. Douglas refused Roman's offer, stating that rules were made to be followed. Since it was decided to fight in the battle of great warriors, the decision had to be made on this decision. The young gentleman agreed with the enemy's decision and was pleased that the battle was going strictly according to plan. The soldiers announced that the match was already over and made efforts to stop the battle of the great warriors. The swordsman with aura made the northern soldiers laugh as they raised the white flag like cowards. The boy thrust his blade into the ground and declared that from now on he would not use the sword in battle. The warrior asked his opponents if they liked fighting this way. The soldiers showed a fighting spirit, although in reality they wanted to retreat, but in such conditions it was very humiliating. One of the 3 allied soldiers also did not want to go into battle. However, the lack of a sword gave Roman added confidence. The Trinity matured and decided to work together to defeat the unarmed enemy. To the surprise of everyone present, Roman managed to stop the blade with his fist, after which the young gentleman quickly pounced on the owner of the broken weapon. The unarmed swordsman gave the remaining pair 1 strong slap in the face for both of them. The soldiers, after just 1 blow, fell to the ground and were unable to continue the fight. The warrior didn't have time to ask for help before Roman pounced on him from above and stomped him into the ground with his feet. A small depression formed under the swordsman from the young master's blow. With a wild look, the eldest son Dmitri asked his enemies if they had any objections to him. Earl Douglas and his allies bowed their heads before the great warrior. Picking up his cloak, Roman returned to his people as a victor, having single-handedly ended this war. Viscount Conrad thanked Roman for the excellent work he had done and asked him to find a common language in the future. The aristocrat, at the thought that they would have to fight with Dmitri, realized that it would not be the warriors of the North who would be killed, but them. At this moment, as the young master had intended, the hierarchy of the northeastern region was changed. A few days later, the nobility of that region gathered at the Dmitriev estate for a meeting. The boy announced that his father had handed over complete power to him and asked if anyone felt uncomfortable about it. The aristocrats, who were afraid of or disliked the guy, predictably remained silent. Having not heard a single objection, Roman decided to ask those present something. He was interested in whether the allies thought the kingdom of Cairo was moving in the right direction. When the swordsman was on the southern front during Hector's invasion, he experienced difficulties, but not because of the enemy kingdom. The soldier experienced inconvenience because the front commanders did not believe his words. And while the central government was struggling for power, the southern front fell. If it weren't for the tenacity and determination of Roman and his soldiers, Cairo would be at war with Hector. According to Dmitri, if a war breaks out in Cairo, the central government will recruit troops from the provinces, using them as cannon fodder. Unlike the nobles who lost their army, the aristocrats of the capital will retain their power. By citing this incident as an example, the young gentleman wanted to face the truth. The baron's son stated that the government in Cairo was unfair, so he decided to make changes. Roman suggested that everyone in the northeast join forces to protect each other, just as the capital uses power, calling it the central government. The young ruler understood that if his family adopted such methods, the central government would not give him much time to do so. One of the nobles at the table supported the idea of uniting the region's forces as soon as possible. If Dmitriev's supporters create such an alliance, the capital's authorities will not act hastily. His colleague confirmed that if the nobles united their forces, they too would be able to raise their voice against the central government. However, in many regions, including Lawrence, the environment was quite harsh. A possible conflict could cause the capital to block trade, which would impact families who bring much of their supplies from outside. Roman was aware of the trading system and therefore wanted to break the chain that was holding the local nobility back. The guy assured that if the nobles made a decision, he would have a way to solve the food issue. The head of the Information Guild presented the allies with a plan for further development. The region they lived in had a greater number of groups than others, most of which were outside of Dmitri's lands. At the junction of the mountain path, the young gentleman planned to build a large fortress where he could evacuate people. His plans also included clearing the area for growing crops. Kondrat doubted the idea proposed by Roman because the Russian euro was not an easy matter. In his past life, the heavenly demon lived in a fortress that had been resisting attacks from other sects for several years. The area where the palace was located was surrounded by huge ridges that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Baek Jun-hyuk, who lived in a mountain range, was reincarnated into a blacksmith's family, which was too perfect to be a coincidence. The allies were given records indicating lands that could already be cultivated, and some areas were already being cleared. It took some time to build a fortress and become agriculturally self-sufficient. Roman argued that if they did not retreat despite the threats of the central government, they would be able to gain strength. Looking at the lists, the aristocrats were pleasantly surprised by such a find from Dmitri's family. Instead of abstract ideas, the young gentleman proposed clear actions, having a carefully thought-out development plan. Having received agreement from all participants to follow the plan, Roman renamed the Northeastern Alliance into Dmitri's Alliance. Romero, observing the actions of his eldest son, was confident that Dmitri's family was moving in the right direction. Father felt sorry for Rodwell for his hard work, but Roman was a true leader and no one could change that. Last month, Marquis Valentino had a bad day when he received a letter from Hendrik, the master of Dmitri's forge. The collector was baffled by the blacksmith's response that he had never put the sword he had made up for auction. In the letter, Hendrik wrote very clearly that even if he searched the entire continent, the man would not be able to find his work, which was put up for sale. One of the Marquis's assistants ran up to him and reported that a sword similar in shape had been seen in the collection of the master blacksmith Dmitri. The head of the trade guild immediately asked to be taken to Dmitri to see for himself. Soon, when Hendrik received uninvited guests, the purpose of their visit was not entirely clear. Mr. Valentino explained that he had won the bid for the flaming sword at auction a month ago. The collector was sure that the master who created this sword, which accepted the mana of its owner, was the best in Cairo. To avoid being verbose, the Marquis showed the treasure of his collection to the blacksmith. Mr. Valentino learned that Hendrik had a sword similar to this one in his collection. The master asked the guest to wait a little while he brought the sword, the value of which not everyone could understand. Presenting a blade from his collection, Hendrik informed that his sword was named Salamander. As soon as the collector saw the sword, his heart sank as he realized that the weapon was created by the same person who created its flame. The guild leader's guesses were confirmed by the master himself, who stated that both blades were made by the same person. Hendrik made it clear that the salamander was made long before the flame. With a crazy look, looking at the first creation of a true sword master, the man wanted to get it. Valentino asked the blacksmith if he could sell him this sword, and Dmitri's worker, apologizing to the guest, stated that it was not for sale. The blacksmith said that he had received the sword as a gift. His interlocutor, also a collector, should have understood this. The Marquis could not believe his ears when he learned that the blacksmith had received such a sword as a gift. The fact that the sword was not made by Dmitri's blacksmith meant that the man must have known the identity of the master. Valentino speculated that the sword may have been created by the retired Baron Romero. Hendrik explained that in fact, the eldest son of Dmitri's family, Roman, made both of these blades. The news that a young swordsman had created the best sword in the kingdom shocked the collector. The man noted that if the sword had been made by an ordinary craftsman, he would have been judged by the result, not by his merits. Because the swords were extremely rare, people sold them for special meaning, which increased their value. Valentino was so shocked by what he heard that he wanted to meet Roman Dmitri right away. At that time, the young master was just conducting a joint training with Chris. Hans and the stranger appeared on the threshold and attracted the swordsman's attention. Finding Roman distracted, his student decided to take advantage of this rare chance. When the Baron's son returned from the duel, he found his opponent's sword near his chest. When the blade collided with the enemy, a huge explosion of energy was created. The soldiers watching the battle could barely breathe, thinking for a second that Chris had managed to surpass Mr. A. As soon as the dust cleared, the student found himself on the floor, because by throwing out his strength, he created a gap in the attack which Roman took advantage of. Marquis Valentino, who also observed the fight, was amazed by the level of skill of the current ruler Dmitri. Lately, the entire kingdom has been talking about nothing but the exploits of the young master. The collector was curious what place in the Cairo rating Roman Dmitri would be awarded when he defeated the swordsman butler from Hector. The Golden Guild, looking at the guy, understood that his abilities exceeded the rumors circulating around the world. Not limited to swordsmanship, being also a blacksmith, the Marquis believed that the kingdom of Cairo possessed the greatest talent on the entire continent. Roman's servant interrupted the young master's training, announcing that a guest had arrived. The family's eldest son, Dmitri, extended his hand to the guest, who froze like a statue upon meeting the master. Looking at Roman's hands, the Marquis could not believe that these hands had managed to forge two legendary swords, one of which he possessed. Having finally shaken hands with the ruler of Dmitri, the man introduced himself and stuttered slightly from the excitement that overwhelmed him. In the young gentleman's office, the guest demonstrated the purpose of his visit, the sword that the boy had entrusted to Lucas. The Marquis explained that he had mobilized all his forces and resources to find the master who forged the flame. The man asked Roman if he was really the master who created the blade he had purchased at auction. Romero's son was familiar with the identity of his guest, who, being the richest man in the kingdom, was nicknamed a greedy collector. The man holding the trading rights of Cairo lived in such wealth that the power was capable of shaking the balance of power. The owner of the house noted that the Marquis, not belonging to any of the four factions, remained neutral, which was a very interesting personality. Roman was curious to see the collector's reaction, so he admitted that he had forged the flame. Mr. Valentino, upon learning of this, was incredibly happy, as he had been eager to meet the swordmaster. I remember the auction where the man first saw the flame, and the sight of the weapon struck him like lightning. The collector suggested that Roman inherited his talent for forging from his father, Baron Romero. The Marquis asked Roman to look again at the sword he held during training. The head of the trading guild couldn't take his eyes off the skillfully crafted sword that bore the name Darkness. The young gentleman admitted that both Salamander and the Flames were outstanding named swords. Upon closer inspection of the Darkness, Valentino noticed how each sword showed a striking growth trend. The master could not even imagine what an incredible sword the master would forge in the future. The collector said that if Roman decided to sell the sword, then let him give him a chance to buy the blade back. The Marquis also asked to be the first to see the new sword the boy had made. The head of the guild claimed that regardless of time and place, be it a distant country or the wilderness, he would do everything to get to Roman. Upon completion of these 2 points, the Marquis promised that the Valentino family would support the Dmitrievs. The young gentleman was surprised that the collector was ready to abandon neutrality and take his side. The man voiced his interlocutor's thoughts that his family would abandon the neutrality they had maintained until that time. Since such a decision was very serious, the ruler of the Dmitri family wanted to hear a specific reason. As it turns out, all 4 factions have been putting a lot of pressure on Valentino lately. Because of this state of affairs, the Marquis thought for a long time about which of the authorities he should support. Just then, the news about the alliance approved by Roman and Dmitri reached the collector. And once the Marquis learned that the flame was forged by the young gentleman, the rich man had no reason not to feel sympathy for the guy. The head of the trade guild was well aware that Dmitri had no shortage of money, but he believed that the more money there was, the better, and he tried to convince Roman of this. The guy said that the aristocrats of the alliance swore allegiance to him and wanted to know if the Valentino family was ready to follow the Dmitri family. The Marquis was ready to sleep on straw and jump into a fiery pit if that was the order of the Dmitri family. Roman, when he accepted Valentino into the alliance, didn't even think about such connections. The collector wanted to clarify whether he could reveal the truth that it was the family's eldest son, Dmitri, who forged the flame. Broadus said that he couldn't stand it if he couldn't boast to his friend that such a magnificent sword had fallen into his hands. Dmitri, who initially wanted to hide his identity, nevertheless agreed, considering what he would receive in return from the Valentino family. At the first opportunity, the Marquis presented the sword to his acquaintances and told them that the weapon would allow a 1-star swordsman to repel an attack from an enemy of a higher rank. Valentino's friends doubted the weapon's capabilities, but the owner of the house asked if he had ever lied about the items in his collection. The gentleman proudly announced that the flame was forged by the hero Cairo and Roman Dmitri, who comes from a family of blacksmiths. The aristocrats could not believe that the sword belonged to Romero's eldest son, who had used this sword to kill Battler himself from Hector's kingdom. The Marquis continued his story and said that in his entire life, Roman forged 3 swords, and Flame was the second one. Due to the spread of rumors, the business of Dimitri's forge went uphill so much that it became difficult for the workers to withstand such a volume of work. While walking through the palace late in the evening, the young gentleman was called out by an unfamiliar voice. The man who had entered the estate listed the boy's accomplishments, including attacking Hector and defeating his swordsman. McKean from the Valhalla Information Bureau reported that they underestimated Roman Dimitri's abilities. More precisely, the master united the region into an alliance, creating a possible threat to Valhalla. And the hero Cairo was given a choice. Either he had to submit or become an enemy of the clan. Roman did not understand why he had to follow the choice, which Mackin took as a willingness to go against Valhalla. The family poisoner Dimitri corrected the uninvited guest who first threatened him. Roman had no intention of swearing allegiance to anyone if it meant going against his will. The kingdom of Cairo has always been of interest to the Kronos Empire, which has been trying to get its hands on it for many years. The young master asked the Valhalla representative to wait unless they were planning to be hostile to him. The guy assured that the power he would choose would definitely take Cairo to the top. The man from the Information Bureau did not ignore how the gentleman boldly resolved issues. Battler, who had been narrowly defeated by Roman, was nothing to Valhalla 4. Mackin agreed to give Roman more time, hoping that he would eventually make an informed decision. As soon as ruler Dimitri created an alliance, all 4 factions, one after another, contacted him, demanding that he make a decision. Marquis Benedict's servant asked his master if he was going to give up trying to attract Roman Dimitri. The aristocrat replied that he would not make a big deal out of what happened if the guy went over to his side. But if Dimitri chooses another direction, he will make him pay for his choice. Under the current conditions, Roman could no longer use the balance of power in the system. The young master needed to make good use of the last year to avoid casualties in the coming war. The task for him was to find a way to resist magic. 13 magic towers on the continent, and the very first one hosted a scientific conference. Demonstrating personal achievements, the Phoenix Magic Tower provided powerful fifth circle magic. However, the gazes of the magicians who watched the demonstration of such power received this spell coldly. This attitude towards Phoenix was due to the problem that had been plaguing the tower lately. Many have asked whether the Phoenix Tower has truly lost the magical teachings accumulated over generations. Felix, who had agreed to temporarily replace the head of the tower 3 years ago, was in a depressing state. He was tormented by the thought that he had failed to inherit the teachings that were the tower's secret weapon, but had disappeared along with the previous mentor. Because the Frank Kingdom had stopped sponsoring the mage, he could be expelled at any moment, which made his head spin. Among the pile of documents and letters, Felix noticed one that was sent by Roman Dimitri. After reviewing its contents, the head of the magic tower noted that the terms of the deal were simple. The magician needed to become the master's sparring partner for the next 6 months in order to receive 1,000 gold pieces every month. The young master was far from Felix, but the magician was in no position to sort through. Sometime later, Felix was already joining the carriage to the shrine of the blacksmiths of the kingdom of Cairo. Throughout the continent, most of the magic towers were located on the territory of Kronos, which is rightfully called the Sanctuary of Magicians. In contrast, Dimitri settled on the very edge, having land unsuitable for magic, Cairo. The main goal for the head of the Phoenix Tower was to obtain 6,000 gold to extend the existence of the tower for exactly half a year. Soon the magician was already at the gates of Dimitri, ready to spend a long 6 months in the city. The guard at the entrance did not immediately let the tourist through, demanding that he state the purpose of his visit. Felix introduced himself and said that he was from the magical Phoenix Tower and had come at the invitation of Mr. Roman. While the knights were checking the carriage and interrogating the guest, he noted the well-established security system. The guy was surprised that magical devices were installed on the fortress walls in case of war. Felix expected to see something different from a provincial town, but not the grandeur comparable to that of the famous families. Roman was overjoyed to welcome the guest who had arrived from the Kronos Empire. After exchanging pleasantries, the head of the Phoenix Tower went straight to the point and wanted to hear confirmation of the conditions stated in the letter. Having received an affirmative answer, Felix wondered why he chose him out of so many magicians. The reason was the rumor that the Phoenix Magic Tower's fire magic was the strongest due to its attack magic. Since things weren't going well for the fable, Roman decided that he could buy the time of such a magician for a reasonable fee. The unexpected news was that if the young master were to die or be killed during sparring, Felix would not have to answer for it. The only requirement was to pack in everything, which worried the head of the magic tower. As soon as the guys got down to the fight, Roman gave up the right to choose to his opponent. Felix decided that from the very beginning, in the very first fight, he wanted to wipe Roman Dimitri's nose. The mage's choice fell on the fire spear spell, which created many copies of this weapon from the sphere. As soon as the spears hit their target, they created a powerful, colossal-sized, fiery explosion. To his surprise, Felix found that his opponent had dodged the attack, ending up behind him. Having resorted to the release of the fourth circle, the head of the magic tower turned to Inferno, which was already familiar to his opponent. But unlike one big column of fire, as Daniel did, Hector's flames spread out to the sides. Suddenly she began to rise up, forming two walls of fire between Roman. Felix finally decided to finish off the nobleman by using the flash rune against him. In addition to the fiery walls between which the swordsman was located, the magician fired a fiery beam at him. The spell was weak in power, but it should have stopped the opponent from moving. Finding himself behind his sparring partner again, the boy asked if he was planning to use fifth circle magic. Felix couldn't believe that after the pillar of fire there wasn't a single burn on the young gentleman. The magician, which was supposed to cloud the enemy's vision, delayed him for a while. Rushing as fast as he could, Roman was already near the head of the magic tower, who did not expect such a reaction. Felix turned to a restraining spell to at least somehow limit the nimble opponent. Ruler Dimitri was bound hand and foot, which should have given his opponent a few seconds of advantage. Suddenly the boy bent in half, despite being under the influence of the spell. The next second he straightened up and threw off the restraint imposed by Felix. The head of the Phoenix Tower, after a series of unsuccessful attacks, decided to prove that such people are worth 1,000 gold. The guy affected Roman with unfinished combustion, one of the most powerful spells. Tongues of flame began to envelop the young master's hands, swirling into a whirlwind. Jumping back, Roman Dimitri freed himself from the tongues of fire without much effort. Felix couldn't believe his eyes that the swordsman managed to escape even from such an attack. Finding themselves face to face, the nobleman announced that at this point, he had decided to end today's sparring. Left alone in the training arena, the magician kept thinking about how Roman had predicted every spell he cast. There was no technology in the world that could retell the spell, so the boy wondered how he managed to do it. The Chronos native wondered if he could defeat the nobleman if he faced him in battle again. So without the speed and using the usual spells, Felix believed that he would not be able to defeat Romero's son. With the disappearance of the head of the Phoenix Tower, the burning that was passed down through generations was also lost. And then everyone thought that the tower was finished. Felix, throwing himself into research, restored part of the spell. Because of the mage's tenacity, people called him a possessed man, who proved his title by returning to the training arena the next day. In order for the opponent not to be able to predict the trajectory of the magic, it had to be made so absurd as to make it impossible to calculate. The new spell was known as Stone Edge, causing the paving stones of the area beneath their feet to collapse. The next moment, Felix towered over his opponent, standing on a huge rock. The main advantage of magic was that it was not necessary to aim at the opponent. Moving away from Roman, the magician, to be sure, sent a wave of fire around himself. As I expected, the representative of the magic tower, Roman, jumped up to avoid being hit by the wave. As soon as the nobleman was on the same level as Felix, he used a fire cannon. But even this was not enough, as the spell collided with the shield created from aura. While the magician was wondering whether the shield was created with the help of aura or with his own hands, the enemy reached him. With one powerful blow, Roman knocked his sparring partner out of his hiding place. The opponent came to his senses from the words of the young gentleman, who was dissatisfied with the duel. Roman Dimitri allowed Felix to use any effective means in the fight with him. The guy didn't mind if the magician brought his colleagues with him and fought against him as a crowd. Romero's son also changed the condition, and if his opponent managed to defeat him at least once, he would immediately pay 10,000 gold as a reward. As the head of the Phoenix Tower noted, this amount would be enough to provide food for the residents of a small town for a whole year. The boy realized that the nobleman did not initially consider him an equal rival. Clenching his fists, Felix promised himself that he would certainly empty the Dmitriev's treasury. During the first week, the mage studied Roman's combat strategy and began using immobilizing spells. However, the master of magic could not understand how the aristocrat managed to decipher all of his attacks. After his 30th defeat, Felix decided to admit that he shouldn't have been obsessing over his self-esteem. Since the guy couldn't defeat Roman on his own, he turned to his colleagues. But the magicians did not support the idea, advising that the tower's chief's confidant stop doing stupid things. The owner of the fifth circle, Knox, insisted that if Dimitri's eldest son was harmed, they would not be able to cope with the consequences. The guy understood his colleagues' concerns, but in contrast, he voiced what was at stake in the fight. Felix pledged to give half of the winnings to his allies, who would help him in this matter. Knox, being a strong master, asked again if it was really necessary to defeat Roman only once. Felix called the young master the worst enemy of the magicians and suggested developing a strategy. Confident in himself, the owner of the fifth circle of magic declared that he would solve this issue in no time. A few days later, the overconfident mages arrived to duel the hero Cairo. Two of the squad used the now familiar fire wave along with a fire explosion. Felix, looking at his colleagues, needed a month to erase the traces of his failure. The exhausted magicians who arrived to deal with Roman Dmitri lay near him, having been defeated in battle. The second bone remodeling helped the armor achieve a level of dominance over cold and heat. Nox, who had been so confident of his victory, was now lying on the ground drooling. The arriving masters regretted that they did not listen to their comrade, who warned them about the strength of the young master. Felix asked his brothers to stay for a while and recuperate after the fight, while the deputy head of the tower himself went to talk with the owner of this house. The magician admitted that he was not confident in his victory over Roman, but he could not contain his curiosity. The guy wanted to know how the nobleman managed to predict and neutralize all spells. Felix wanted to offer something in exchange for the knowledge he received from Roman, but he agreed to tell how he prepared for the duel for free. Finding himself in the library, the magician asked himself whether the nobleman had really read all the books that were on the shelves. Mana, originating from the magic cycle, was able to resonate with nature. At the moment of casting magic, a kind of signal and an approximate attack pattern appeared. Roman relied on the amount of mana used by the opponent to calculate what magic he would use. The young gentleman combined three conditions for a quick and high-quality determination of an attack, which left Felix speechless. Returning to his place, the head of the magic tower believed that it was not enough to call Roman a genius. While the magician took the disappearance of his mentor as an excuse to escape from reality, the eldest son, Dmitri, on the contrary, worked tirelessly on himself. Felix swore that he had put all his time and energy into preparing for a sparring match with the talented swordsman. Despite the fact that Dmitri's lands were located on the outskirts, their soldiers were much stronger than the others. The young gentleman aroused more and more curiosity in the guest, who decided to find out more about him by heading to the forge. A worker there said that the gentleman sometimes visited them, but forged exclusively in his personal forge. The boy shared in secret that he had heard from the chief blacksmith that the flames of the brazier enveloped the entire body of the young master while he was working. According to Hendrik, Roman Dmitri looked as if the god of fire himself had descended to earth. Felix remembered the words of his mentor, who told him to contact fire every day in order to find his own way of accepting it. To use combustion, one had to make friends with fire, but learning this would not be easy. One can be reborn as an embodiment of fire only when the body, enveloped in flames, does not feel any torment. The deputy head of the tower noted that the gentleman was not afraid of fire and did not react in any way to the scorching heat. The representative of the Phoenix Tower assumed that if a family line had been in a friendship with the flame of the brazier for generations, then one would know how to let the fire into oneself. Turning to the ruler Dmitri, the magician told about the rumors in which the young master absorbed the fire of the brazier. Felix wondered if the swordsman had some way of merging with the flames. The magician's assumption was confirmed, since Roman really did have his own unique style. Gathering his courage, the fire master approached the young master, wanting to gain the knowledge he needed. Bowing before the nobleman, the boy declared that the Phoenix Tower needed this technique. The past 3 years have been a protracted nightmare for Felix, and finally he managed to find a solution. Roman Dmitri asked why they had to show such generosity to the people of the Kronos Empire. The guy thought that his payment for the fights was a decent reward, and that the Phoenix Tower could give him something in return. The head of the magic tower gathered his colleagues to listen to their opinions regarding Mr. Roman's question. Nox believed that Roman was a natural enemy of the mages, and tried to convey the idea to his comrades. The man gave the example of the expression that if you cannot defeat the enemy, it is better to go over to his side. Because they were already despised in the kingdom, Frank Knox saw nothing wrong with presenting the Phoenix Tower to Dmitri. I never expected to hear such a statement from a strict magician. The tower's deputy was extremely surprised. Felix's colleagues claimed that they were not blind and clearly saw the potential and possibilities of the owner of these places. The guy decided to change the prejudices of the magicians that none of the 13 towers sought to personally establish ties with a foreign country. The magician announced that from this moment on he entrusted the future of the Phoenix Tower into the hands of the Dmitri family. After this, the magic tower began to move to the Dmitri fortress in earnest. Felix's assistant ran into the office wanting to show them the budget the Dmitri family had allocated to them. The guy assumed that the move would hit their budget, but the aristocrats increased it to 24,000 gold a year. It was common among the people to call magicians greedy monsters who devoured money. The large sums were explained by the need to buy expensive goods such as magical teachings or stones. The young magician himself could not believe his eyes and added that if they did not have enough of the approved budget, they could edit it. The head of the tower was stunned by this news, but that was not all that Mr. Roman was going to surprise him with. Felix observed two huge tower spires rising above the scaffolding. Chris decided that Phoenix Tower would want to expand its influence and would now be able to accommodate a staff of 1,000 workers. The fire master was a little confused, as he didn't think that the master would do so much for them. The Aura Knight replied that Roman Dmitri, like no one else, valued his people, and the mages would have to get used to this. Hans announced to his successor that he must not deviate for a second from the young master's daily routine. A guy named Mofi listened carefully to the instructions and wrote down every word that was spoken. Roman's assistant Dmitri was unnecessarily worried about the newcomer because he graduated from the Adelian Academy. The assistant was surprised when he was met at the entrance to the palace by the guy who had been waiting for his arrival. He offered to go to the carriage, which surprised Hans even more, not expecting that they were going to take him away. According to the worker, he was instructed by Mr. Roman to deliver his servant to his destination. Garrison, who was Hans's only son, did not understand what was going on in his house. Strangers were scurrying around the room, setting the tables with a variety of different foods. Mr. Garrison's wife was also concerned about the chaos in their home. As far as the husband understood, these people were sent by Mr. Dmitri, although he did not understand why. A guy approached the couple and introduced himself as Lucas O.M., explaining that Mr. Roman had sent him to repay Mr. Hans for his faithful service. The head of the Information Guild asked to entrust him and his people with the preparations for his daughter's birthday. Lucas explained to Garrison that Mr. Roman greatly valued his father's service and asked if he had been told about the young master. There was a time when Roman Dmitri abused alcohol and did not understand how selfless Mr. Hans was. The servant assured his son that the young gentleman had simply lost his way and was in fact very kind. Until that day, Mr. Harrison thought that his father had been trying in vain all these years. As soon as the guests arrived at the estate, they couldn't believe their eyes when they discovered a luxurious table. The common people wondered if they had come to the right place, not understanding where all this came from. Well, that wasn't all, as security ran into the house, demanding that they make way for the important guest. It turned out to be Hans himself with a gift for his granddaughter, who was shaking from the feelings that overwhelmed him. Seeing his father, whom he had not seen for so long, Harrison ran up to him and hugged him tightly. The granddaughter of Roman's personal assistant received many gifts for her birthday. Harrison opened the first of the gifts that his grandfather had prepared for his daughter. The girl received a doll, the very one that she asked her parents to buy her almost every day. When he saw the next gift for his daughter, the man was stunned, deciding that it was some kind of joke. In front of him was a ruby ring from Viscount Conrad and a letter next to it. The guests who came to the celebration were no less surprised, wondering why an aristocrat would congratulate a child in the families of commoners. But the gifts from the nobles did not end there, and Hans's granddaughter was also presented with a gift by Count Adeliana and Viscount Lawrence. While the assembled people wondered why the aristocrats had sent them gifts, in reality they simply wanted to prove themselves to Hans. The master's faithful assistant raised him from the cradle, not abandoning him even when the guy's reputation was going through hard times. For the aristocrats, the personal assistant became an important person who acted as a link between them and Roman. Harrison considered the gifts too serious for a small child, but he could not refuse them. The man found himself in a rather awkward situation, but still decided to open the gift from Roman Dmitri himself at the end. Even Hans, his faithful assistant, did not know that the young master had decided to congratulate his granddaughter. The gift turned out to be a letter of recommendation for admission to Glory Academy. The girl's father could not believe that Roman Dmitri wrote a letter to a prestigious institution for his daughter's sake. It was not so easy to get into this educational institution, even if you had money. Harrison was so happy for his daughter and grateful to his father and his owner that he couldn't hold back his emotions and burst into tears. Returning back to the estate, Dmitri heard from Hans that the gift was too expensive, and it was enough for him that the master simply remembered it. After listening attentively to the servant, the young master indulged in memories from his past life. One day, Baek Chun-hyuk asked his loyal assistant if he regretted following him. The bloody demon, always being by his master's side, never regretted anything. It was enough for the warrior that the master believed in him, and this made the demon follow him all his life. The boy explained that he spent more time with Hans than with his father, and despite his social status, he was a special person to him. Since the servant had shown his loyalty and sincerity, he had the right to receive something in return. Ruler Dmitri wanted to sincerely congratulate the man on his granddaughter's birthday. A year had passed since then, and melancholy still reigned for the workers in the Temple of Valhalla. As soon as Roman Dmitri mentioned the battle among the best warriors on the list, an unprecedented event occurred in the kingdom of Cairo. The greatest warriors stopped competing with each other and spent a year preparing for a duel with the swordsmen of the Dmitri family. After the fight with Homer, the guy was awarded the 100th place in the Cairo rating. However, after the swordsman defeated Butler, the second ranked, he showed his true abilities. Therefore, every participant on the list, from first to second to last place, could become Roman's prey. No matter what choice the warriors made, once the young master took action, huge changes would occur in Cairo's ranking. The Reverend's thoughts were interrupted by his assistant, who told him about the message he had received from Mr. Roman. The man couldn't believe that Dmitri was about to start an official battle between the best warriors. While reading a letter from Governor Dmitri, Benedict noticed that something strange had been happening on the border of Cairo lately. The strange thing started with the head of the Phoenix Magic Tower, after which important figures of the magic towers located in Kronos disappeared. The empire that suffered the most damage was sure that other states were behind it. In connection with this, she issued a statement that spoke of the conquest of the continent. Small states like Cairo, which bordered Kronos, suffered, and war was simply unavoidable. The Marquis was convinced that to confront such an empire, a firm system of separation of powers was required. But in order to settle it, the aristocratic factions needed to recruit Roman Dmitri to their side. However, the mere thought that the great swordsman would refuse them made Benedict furious, which affected his dishes. To calm himself and his disturbing thoughts, the nobleman ordered to find out where Roman was at the moment. The aristocrat's assistant said that the ruler Dmitri was now in the north. Benedict assumed that the guy wanted to rise from the bottom, since he went to the northerners. At that time, an official battle was declared in the Temple of Valhalla between the best warriors of Cairo's list. Swordsman Jaden, who was ranked second to last, didn't understand why Roman challenged him. He believed that if Dmitri was the incredible master everyone said he was, he would have immediately aimed for the very top of the list. The second to last on the list did not see his opponent as a serious adversary who looked like a simple soldier. The swordsman also heard rumors that the hero Cairo had already scheduled a fight with his next opponent. To protect himself, the warrior decided to fight at full strength from the very beginning of the duel. Before Jaden could come to his senses, the next second he received a blow from the hilt of a sword to the back of his neck. The fight ended so quickly, as if there was no point in holding it. The Reverend asked the candidate whether it was necessary to go from the very bottom, instead of starting straight from the 30th place. The swordsman reported that the people who called him a hero never stopped questioning his abilities. The guy wanted to prove that he had achieved victories over many great warriors solely thanks to his strength. Having heard the speech of the young gentleman, the temple member immediately wanted to get Roman Dmitri. There was a popular belief that Roman would not be able to rise to first place in the rankings with a series of victories, since it would take about 99 days. However, the talented swordsman decided to dispel the opinion of skeptical people. The priest announced Roman's victory and his move from 99th place in the ranking to 98th. Having dealt with the warrior named Dali, the guy ordered the next one on the list to be invited to the arena. The holder of 97th place needed only one hit from his eldest son, Dmitri. The spectators watching the fight could not believe that someone had managed to defeat 3 warriors from the ranking in one day. But besides this, it was also surprising that Roman spent no more than 10 seconds on all the owners of 3 aura stars. In just 2 days, the young master defeated all the warriors up to the 91st place. Wandering through a dark place, the swordsman did not notice how he fell into the trap of a predatory beast. As soon as the sharp fangs closed and swallowed the guy, he immediately woke up with a wild scream. But after a few seconds, the warrior realized that it was just a nightmare he had imagined. When the healer heard Jaden's scream, he was glad that he had finally come to his senses. The doctor explained that the guy threw himself at an opponent who was stronger than himself and went flat with one blow. A whole day had passed since the warrior lost consciousness, and the doctor believed that he would not wake up. According to him, the knight was the only one of all who came to his senses after the duel with Roman. Jaden wanted to know how many swordsmen Dmitri had fought, and it turned out that the young master had defeated 5 warriors in one day. The witch doctor said this meant that none of the opponents were ready to face Romero's eldest son. Suddenly, the defeated warrior felt severe pain throughout his body as soon as he moved. The doctor said that he would not be able to move fully for a whole month. The man didn't know what kind of magic Roman had used, but the warrior's muscles had turned into a complete mess. The swordsman sent out a warning to the rest of the Cairo rankings not to mess with Roman Dmitri. Reading the letter, the swordsmen on the list were shocked by Jaden's physical condition. The defeated warrior tried to convince his colleagues that after the duel, the young master would leave behind only fear. No matter what words the knight chose, Roman continued to crush the swordsmen on the list one after another. A week later, feeling an insurmountable difference in abilities, a dozen warriors from 30th to 40th place surrendered without a fight. It seemed as if everyone on the list had united in their defeat, but not the swordsman ranked 30th. Warriors who were an order of magnitude higher than Fernando tried to dissuade the knight from fighting Roman. The comrades tried to bring the warrior to his senses, assuring him that only those starting from 10th place in the rankings were their opponents worthy of Dmitri. After listening to his colleagues, Fernando still decided to fight, stating that it was his choice. The knights tried to dissuade the warrior, saying that he would ruin their reputation, but the interlocutor objected, clarifying that their reputation would be tarnished, but not his. The guy considered the list members to be cowards for surrendering without a fight, and asked not to force him to join them. After leaving the warrior, his comrades never knew that for Fernando, reputation had no meaning. The knight wanted to gain experience with a strong opponent that would compensate for his lack of ability. Spectators wondered if Fernando would last even a minute, despite his solid foundation in fencing. The knight reached 30th place thanks to his efforts, but that was his limit in the ranking due to his 3 aura stars. The warrior wanted his mighty opponent to show him his style so that he could move at least one step forward. Fernando had no original technique, and like many swordsmen before him, he went straight ahead. Roman Dmitri seemed to have never moved from his place, but his opponent's blade still passed him by. The 30th placeholder spun around, swinging his sword in front of him, but also missed his opponent. The young gentleman ducked during a series of blows from Fernando, who flew above him in a matter of seconds. The blade of the 30th ranked swordsman suddenly pierced the hero Cairo's head. Romero's eldest son rose to his feet with lightning speed, seemingly without any effort. Fernando decided that he seemed weak in Roman's eyes since he kept dodging. Suddenly, the swordsman heard his opponent's voice in his head, telling him to direct the flow of mana as he said. Through telepathy, the young master explained that even with 4 stars, the knight's weakness was revealed to be an unstable mana emission. All swordsmen on the continent used the same internal mana channels through which they received and released mana. In fact, as the opponent stated, there was more than one such mana channel. Fernando considered the words that sounded in his head about several mana channels to be the ravings of a madman. The nobleman explained that it was difficult to remaster an already formed channel, but the risk was worth it. The 30th person on the list decided to play along with his rival in the hope of gaining new knowledge. Having attacked, Roman advised suppressing the mana energy and holding it back so that it would itself show the exit path. The guy needed to feel the new path and then push the mana out. Fernando, following his opponent's instructions, was suddenly surprised to feel mana. Roman Dmitri decided that it was time to end this already protracted fight. The spectators began to boo the fighter, which only further confirmed their opinion of how incredible a swordsman Roman was. As soon as the knight recovered from the deafening blow, he was immediately let down. Upon learning of such a technique, Fernando called out to Roman, trying to stop him, but the swordsman had practically left the battlefield. Having caught up with his opponent, the warrior asked him how he managed to find out about his dilemma with the aura. Roman Dmitri explained that using the 4-star aura, he realized that the knight had already reached a high level. The guy's mana emission strength was very weak, and based on this, it could be assumed that the problem was in the aura channels. He admitted that he saw hope in Roman's words, but he believed that it would be difficult for him to achieve progress on his own. Fernando asked the young master to teach him how to break through the aura channels. For the ruler Dmitri, teaching this technique was not a problem, but he did not like to make deals without benefit. Without ceremony, the knight ordered to say what Roman wanted to receive from him in return. The answer was the same as for everyone else. Romero's son only asked to follow him. Fernando had no doubt that Mr. Roman would guide him on the right path, so he swore allegiance to him. The aristocratic faction discussed Roman Dmitri, who had been acting unpredictably lately. Benedict's colleagues claimed that at this rate, the native of Dmitri would be able to defeat Count Nicholas, who occupied the 80th place in the Cairo rating. Nicholas was a royal knight and Cairo's first sword, which no one could even come close to. But Roman's actions revealed his potential, which no one could have previously imagined. One of the nobles wondered what would happen if Roman did defeat Nicholas. The Marquis claimed that the strength of the royal faction existed solely due to the presence of this swordsman. If Roman manages to defeat Nicholas, it will create a stage for a new power in Cairo, and Benedict will be forced to eliminate him by any means necessary. Nargis ordered to secretly call up an army of every family in the capital to prevent Dmitri from escaping from his hands. Still in the same arena, the swordsman of the Dmitri family reached the 10th place in the ranking of Giron from the Kronos Empire faction. Looking at the fans in the stands, Roman said he was genuinely disappointed. The guy said that a year ago he declared the official start of the battle among the best warriors on the list, and he hoped that after this time the warriors would be properly prepared for battle with him, which puzzled those present. It took the young master defeating the 10th place competitor to realize one thing. There was no rival in the kingdom who was capable of receiving his sword except Count Nicholas. Roman announced that in 3 days, in the same arena, he would fight in turn with the warriors from 9th to 2nd place. The statement of the talented swordsman raised the whole kingdom of Cairo and the warriors of his ranking to their ears. Bruno, in 9th place, insisted that he was on par with Jaren, but Roman managed to beat him by a stunning margin. Oscar, who was second in line from the aristocratic faction, was not willing to back down. The swordsman believed that Romero's son had denigrated the pride and their comrade in front of the entire clan by claiming that his abilities did not justify his place on the list. Oscar gathered Cairo's warriors in order to bring them to their senses, because if they refused to participate, people would consider each of them a coward. Marquis Benedict promised to reward everyone who exhausts Roman Dmitri to the maximum. The knights of the noble faction swore to defeat their rival and defend the pride of Cairo's finest swordsmen. The warrior's speech had an effect on his comrades, who were ready to punish the maddened heir of the Dmitri family. 3 days later, as agreed, all the warriors from 9th to 2nd place in Cairo's rankings appeared in the arena. The people finally saw the knights who responded to the provocation of the invincible swordsman. Roman confirmed his suspicions that aristocrats, sensing a threat, always joined forces, becoming one whole. The kingdom of Cairo did not allow him to delay the fateful moment, leaving him with the option to absorb everyone or let others do it. From the very beginning, ruler Dmitri was aiming for a quick fight with each of the participants. Literally a second later, the swordsman found himself on the opposite side behind his opponent. The blow dealt by the hero Cairo was fatal for Bruno, and that was the end of the fight. The guy with an icy, goosebump-inducing look demanded that the next opponent be released into the arena. The knight, who was in 8th place in the rankings, suffered the same fate as his comrade Bruno. Thus, by dealing only one blow to each of the warriors, Roman Dmitri reached number 2 on the list of the knight Oscar. The aristocrat faction representative couldn't believe his eyes that the swordsman was actually that strong. Looking at the warrior with a mad look, the young master did not notice how the last of the crowd of applicants remained. The knights reported to King Cairo about the official battle, in which Roman Dmitri rose to 2nd place in the ranking in 1 day. Daniel realized with regret that there was nothing else stopping the swordsman from fighting for 1st place. His Majesty asked the first sword, Cairo, if there was a way to avoid the duel with Roman. The king feared that if Nicholas fell in battle, his influence would make him easy prey for the aristocratic faction. But the knight assured that this would not happen, asking the king to believe in his strength. The warrior wanted to prove once again why he was called the first sword of the kingdom of Cairo. After his statement, the royal knight quickly left His Highness's chambers. At the door, Ventnor from the king's faction was waiting for the man, who decided to check if everything would be okay with him. Nicholas stated that there was no reason to worry, wanting to know what kind of person Roman Dmitri was. From personal experience, the king's advisor could judge that the boy was confident in the path he had chosen even before he had achieved fame. Ventnor asked the royal knight to be careful because if he lost, the Cairo dynasty would come to an end. Nicholas ended his conversation with the king's advisor by declaring that he would defend the royal family to the end. The very next day, the final duel for the title of Best Swordsman of Cairo took place in Kairos. Drawing his sword, the royal knight wished to show the full power of the kingdom's first sword. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in Roman Dmitri's eyes, and he gladly accepted the challenge of his opponent. As soon as the second announced the start of the duel, the two warriors instantly flew towards each other, crossing their blades. The spectators who watched the battle, even while sitting in their seats, felt the strong energy of both participants. At the moment of the clash of swords, a powerful stream emanated from them, which spread throughout the entire arena. The Reverend, watching the fight, marveled at how the air shook every time the opponent's swords clashed. The representative of the Temple of Valhalla finally had the opportunity to see all the strength and power that Roman Dmitri was capable of. Nicholas was pleasantly impressed by the swordsman's abilities, calling him an interesting opponent. The young master also exchanged pleasantries, confirming that the knight did not bear the title of Cairo's first sword for nothing. The top-ranked player in the kingdom decided to strike his opponent down with a sword strike from above. The force of the impact was so great that spectators had to make an effort to stay in their seats. Roman was unable to break such blows, but for the first time in a long time, he felt that his opponent was equal to him. The young master put in a lot of effort in counterattacking the royal knight. The attack was powerful enough to send Nicholas flying back. Because the warrior had moved from his place, He wondered for a moment whether he had really become so weak over the past time. Roman's blood began to boil in his veins as he felt alive again. Having jumped from his place, the guy, thanks to a continuous series of blows, forced his opponent to suppress his confidence. Nicholas, feeling that he was starting to lose, decided that this could not go on any longer. The knight found the strength to counterattack, but Roman dodged the blow intended for him with extraordinary ease. The swordsman understood that in case of victory, there was no guarantee that Roman would side with the royal family. It was for this reason that the first sword of the Cairo kingdom could never be lost. The young gentleman was surprised by the technique used by his opponent as he saw it for the first time. Having released the aura outward, the swordsman, preparing to strike, filled the entire space around him with it. The royal knight used devastating destruction to finally defeat Roman Dmitri. The heir of the family Dmitri, although he was amazed by Nicholas's strength, he found something to respond with. The boy counterattacked with a medium instant technique that managed to absorb the explosion from the knight Cairo's strike. Once the dust settled, the #1 ranked swordsman in the kingdom appeared before the audience's eyes, kneeling. The warrior, shaking, leaned on his sword and intended to continue the duel. His opponent didn't understand why he had to go that far, which only made Nicholas laugh. The man stated that he was Cairo's first sword, and even if his body was broken, his will could not be broken. With the last of his strength, the knight, in a desperate attempt to wound Roman, attacked him. The next second, the strongest of the warriors lost both his sword and his rank. Nicholas's lifeless body, struck down by Roman, collapsed onto the ruined arena floor. The people of Kairos witnessed the end of an era when the royal knight took his place in the ranking of the strongest. A representative of Valhalla emerged from behind the birthstones, miraculously remaining alive while in the arena at the time of the battle. The man announced that Roman Dmitri officially becomes the first in the ranking of the royal Cairo. Leaving the winner to bask in the rays of glory, the Reverend noted that they had underestimated Roman in vain. The man made sure that the swordsman could not be accepted into the ranks of Valhalla, and under no circumstances should he be saved. When Roman and his men walked around the capital, people whispered about him every now and then. The heir of the family line, Dmitri, was the first in a long time to defeat Count Nicholas, officially becoming the Sword of Cairo. The winner of the tournament was unexpectedly stopped by his old acquaintance from the central government. Marquis Benedict expressed his admiration for the young gentleman and congratulated him on his rise to first place in the rankings. Suddenly, Roman Dmitri and his men were surrounded by a crowd of soldiers from the aristocratic faction. The Marquis began to wonder why it took Dmitri a whole year to make such a move. As the aristocrat assumed, this time was needed to reorganize and expand his power. But now Mr. Benedict insisted the time had come to make his choice. The nobleman asked which side Roman would go over to. If he refused the aristocratic faction, then who would have to pay a considerable price for his refusal? The young gentleman found himself in exactly the same situation as he had been in his past life. The heavenly demon sect's eldest master, Baek Hoyeol, stated that their relationship would depend on what decision Baek Jun-hyuk made. A warrior could follow his brother's example and join the heavenly demon sect, enjoying fame and wealth. But Jun-hyuk also had the opportunity to appear before Hoyeol as the heir to the sect. The swordsman had to choose between submitting or entering into conflict with his brothers. Climbing up to his brother on the podium, Baek Jun-hyuk sincerely asked him for forgiveness. And after his words, he suddenly drew his sword and raised the blade above his head. Then and now, the guy said that he was not one of those who could live for someone else. Having accepted the choice made by Roman, Benedict declared that in any case, power and reputation were in his hands. The aristocrat decided that the enemy would not be able to do anything in the current situation, so he gave the order. In the name of the head of the central government, the Marquis announced to the Dmitri family suspicion of inciting a rebellion due to unjustified attacks on neighboring lands. Mr. Benedict demanded that Roman Dmitri humbly surrender to arrest for the duration of the investigation. But instead of an answer, a splash of blood from one of his soldiers appeared on the man's face. The aristocrat interpreted the boy's behavior as a rebellion against the central government. The young gentleman objected to the accusation against him and clarified that he had not obeyed Marquis Benedict specifically. The swordsman made a bold statement that of the two, the aristocrat was the one most likely to plan the rebellion. The nobleman objected, arguing that the central government had acted in accordance with His Majesty's will. The Marquis insisted that with his frivolous choice, the guy had doomed Dimitri's family to death. Roman, as expected, did not agree and left the decision to King Cairo himself. The best swordsman in the kingdom ordered Chris and Kevin to clear the way for him. Without the slightest hesitation, Lord Roman's sword began to cut down the soldiers, one after another. While Kevin dealt with the enemy in the most brutal manner, the Marquis, like most, underestimated Roman, not expecting that the guy would dare to start a massacre right in the middle of Kairos. With just one movement, Romero's eldest son got rid of the survivors who blocked his path. The nobleman ordered all soldiers to go on the attack and promised a generous reward to anyone who brought Roman's head. One of the commanders tried to bring the maddened swordsman to his senses and assured him that he would not be able to get away with it after something like that. Having beheaded the soldier, Roman believed that they should have done what they were told to do and not chatter about trifles. The king's subjects had already reported that Roman Dmitri was exterminating the aristocratic faction in the very center of the capital. Daniel was shocked by such a statement, assuming that the Dmitri family had staged a mutiny. The deputy captain of the royal family ordered the knights and all the court guards to be summoned. While the king's soldiers were preparing to defend his majesty, Roman Dmitri unexpectedly asked for an audience. Soon the blood-stained soldier of the aristocracy appeared before the king. Daniel ordered to omit unnecessary formalities and immediately explain his actions. Roman laid it out as it was, that after the battle of the strongest warriors ended, the Marquis came to him with soldiers and demanded that he join the faction of aristocrats. Since the ruler Dmitri was subordinate to his majesty and not to Marquis Benedict, he rejected his proposal. The young master promised to destroy the entire aristocratic faction and eliminate the chaos that reigned among the authorities. Cairo was interested in the offer, so he decided to listen to the terms of the deal. Roman revealed that when Hector's kingdom crossed the border, he was on the southern front. Despite the opportunity to repel the enemy attack, the defensive line fell within minutes. Roman believed that the root of all the problems were the four factions, and if the system of power had been debugged, then the southern front would never have been taken away. The first sword Cameru asked if the kingdom had undergone any changes over the past year. The swordsman asked whether the king was still going to turn a blind eye to the ambiguous situation on the continent. He firmly believed that Cairo should be united not by Marquis Benedict, who had taken over the central government. According to Roman, the center of the kingdom should be its rightful king, Daniel Cairo. Listening to the conversation of Mr. Dmitri, His Highness's servant Ventnor wondered if the boy had really chosen the king's side. The young gentleman admitted the possibility that Daniel doubted his intentions, but his family had put their lives on the line in this matter. Roman was interested in the king's opinion, whether he was ready to take advantage of the chance given to him by Dimitri's family. Before making a final decision, His Majesty wanted to ask a question. He was interested in what the Dmitri family wanted to receive as payment for their service. Roman wanted to make the lands of Dmitri independent, declaring them a duchy, and in turn he would be ready to throw all his forces to help Cairo. The young master stated that if the troll couldn't have everything, then he should have chosen the best for Cairo. Yes, I didn't ask if the guy had any idea how the empire would react after the arrest of Count Denver and Gregory. Roman informed the king that Valhalla was too far away and that Kronos was busy with a conflict with an alliance of kingdoms in the south. His Highness emphasized that the ruler Dmitri wanted to fight off a large number of enemies in a short time. Their destruction was necessary for the kingdom of Cairo, but the empty spaces could create new problems. Roman didn't worry about this because he needed to eliminate the enemy, thereby reducing the risks. Daniel noted that the swordsman did not rely on luck, but fired a strategy, having thoroughly studied the situation on the continent. The heir of the family, Dmitri, in the opinion of King Cairo, was truly worthy of respect. The deputy captain tried to dissuade Daniel from the deal, insisting that Dmitri was using the aristocrats as a pretext for his own benefit. The royal knight was shocked to hear Roman's statement that they had no other choice. The boy continued that when everyone around him turned a blind eye to the faction's atrocities, he decided to draw his sword against them. The soldier noted that the young gentleman wanted to convince the allies that his actions were not a mutiny, and to his regret, Daniel couldn't argue with Roman, who noted that the king himself allowed Cairo to be torn to pieces. He understood that the royal family was no longer able to restrain Dmitri, thinking about what choice he should make. But he couldn't decide whether to live contentedly with what he had or to take a risk and create a new kingdom of Cairo. Daniel decided that it was better to join forces with Roman, who made no secret of his ambitions rather than obey people who perceived him as a scarecrow. With a wave of his hand, His Highness stopped Roman's story, making a final decision. The king declared the northeastern region, including Dmitri, a duchy, and granted Dmitri the title of duke. After which, Daniel allowed the swordsman to crush the rebel Benedict, who was sowing chaos and unrest in the country. Count Denver, having received the latest news from the kingdom of Cairo, never ceased to be amazed by Roman Dmitri. The Valhallan representative was confident that neither Dmitri nor the aristocratic faction would rest until one of them was destroyed. The count believed that Roman, by choosing the palace, decided to lend the king strength to resist the faction of aristocrats. Denver was pleased with the state of affairs, for when the two forces clashed, the Valhallans would be able to take advantage of it. The gentleman's thoughts were interrupted by an employee who brought him bad news. The guy reported that Roman Dmitri and his army broke into the estate. Before the employee could finish speaking, Roman grabbed him by the neck with a steel grip. The newly minted duke threw the boy with all his might, smashing his head onto the floor of the office. Stained with the blood of his enemies, Roman Dmitri demanded that Count Denver bow his head before the royal command. The master of the house was surprised why the young gentleman came to him, who was not involved with the aristocratic faction. Pulling himself together, the man demanded an explanation of what Roman meant by the royal decree. His Majesty has ordered the Count to be taken into custody for passing classified information to Cairo Valhalla. Duke Dmitri was ready to execute Denver on the spot for any move, considering his master's actions as the beginning of an uprising. The nobleman decided to hide behind a connection with Valhalla, declaring that it would not remain unanswered after the act committed by Roman. Revealing the darkness, the young gentleman advised the Count to watch what he said. As soon as Denver uttered another word, Duke Dmitri jumped onto the table with a sword in his hand. Pressing the blade to the nobleman's throat, the boy stated that he still did not understand the whole situation. Roman was ordered to root out all rebels who obeyed Valhalla and Kronos. The hour of reckoning has come for Count Gregory, who was under the control of the Kronos Empire. The guy tried to reason with the deputy commander, intimidating him with the possibility of leading Kronos' troops into the kingdom of Cairo. Knight Simon agreed with the Count, since Kronos was indeed trying to take over the entire continent. His Majesty had made his decision, and once Cairo had set out on this path, there was no turning back. Gregory decided that the royal knight had finally realized his situation and decided to apologize. But instead, Simon grabbed the Count by the head, declaring that he had no other choice. The deputy commander informed that if Kronos crossed the border of Cairo, he would cut off the nobleman's head. The only one Roman Dmitri had not yet managed to reach was Marquis Benedict. The aristocrat knew that Dmitri would one day join forces with the king, but he did not think that this moment would come so suddenly. He believed that if he gathered all the military power of the aristocratic faction, it would not be so difficult to suppress Cairo. A member of the central government believed that Roman, having become the strongest warrior, would not be able to subjugate everything in this world to his desires. Benedict ordered all the aristocrats to be gathered together so that they would send all their soldiers to the capital. But Fabius conveyed that he would not be able to come. Upon learning that his subject refused to attend the meeting and did not send soldiers, the Marquis was beside himself with rage. Fabius decided to be honest with his master and was of the opinion that Dmitri would win this fight. Because of this, the servant refused to obey the aristocrat, who was already beginning to shake with anger. When asked if Fabius had made a mistake, he replied that if he had made the wrong choice, then only death would await him. The gentleman decided to take the enemy's side, and from that moment on would do anything for him. One of the factors of betrayal was rumors about how the young master valued his people. The man told the former owner that the aristocratic factions had now practically fallen. At this time, Valentino swore allegiance to Dmitri's family, preparing to support her in everything. Using his power, the head of the merchant guild bribed all the mercenaries in Cairo. At the meeting, Duke Dmitri reported that several families subordinate to Count Paulos from the aristocrats had gone over to his side. At that moment, Daniel was thinking that the aristocrats would have successfully carried out the coup on their own. Roman explained that the aristocrats had failed to gather an army, and instead of moving on the capital, they had taken up defensive positions. The young master pointed out that only if the faction mobilized all their forces would they have the opportunity to deal with all the rebels at once. The king, supporting Roman, gave him the authority to lead the military operation. Daniel appointed Governor Dmitri as the commander-in-chief in the war between the factions. At the meeting, it was decided to prepare the castle for defense due to the imminent advance of the royal troops. One of the nobles mentioned the Marquis Valentino, who also began to support Roman, having previously remained neutral. Because of this factor, the aristocrats were worried about whether they would be able to win this war. Another faction member suggested turning to the supporters of Kronos and Valhalla for military assistance. Benedict noted that their leaders were under arrest but could take their side if the aristocracy offered favorable terms. According to colleagues' calculations, it would take half a month to convince the faction leaders and gather an army. Despite the fact that the war came suddenly, the Marquis insisted that they had been preparing for it for a long time and did not really try to seize power in Cairo. At this time, Count Nicholas, who was believed to have died on the battlefield, woke up in the hospital. When the warrior got up, he discovered that only the external damage looked serious. As it turned out, Roman Dmitri had no intention of killing the first sword of Cairo in order to take his place. Even during the duel, after delivering the final blow, the guy said that he had no intention of selling the kingdom, To fully understand Roman's plan, the swordsman first needed to scout out the situation. Arriving at the chamber, Simon was pleased to find that the captain had survived the battle in the arena. The warrior demanded to know what happened while he was unconscious. His deputy said that soon the royal troops would go to the front under the command of Roman Dmitri. The soldiers planned to attack the aristocratic faction of Marquis Benedict. Nicholas, asking to be taken to the place where the troops were gathering, stated that he was obliged to be there. Roman Dmitri walked along the red carpet to the commanders-in-chief of the royal army, surrounded by soldiers. In front of the duke stood Ventnor, Simon's second in command, and Nicholas held a sword in his hands. The young gentleman noted that despite the chaos in the system of power, neither the king nor Count Nicholas had lost their sincerity. Taking up the sword, Roman turned to the soldiers and announced that the time had come to punish the rebels. He then added that the pain of the murder of his compatriots would be impossible to erase from memory. But after this war is over, Cairo will be able to regain peace and tranquility. Roman Dmitri asked the soldiers to trust him, since in this war he would always be on the front lines. The army of the Kingdom of Cairo chanted Roman's name, placing their lives in his hands. Duke Dmitri was of the opinion that the more time they gave the aristocrats, the more choice they had. Therefore, the young gentleman did not intend to build fortifications and decided to attack immediately. Enemy faction Captain Cameron expected the enemy to use flares. For this occasion, a powerful magical shield was installed at Benedict's castle, capable of withstanding dozens of catapult volleys. However, the appearance and incomprehensible actions of the enemy alarmed the aristocrats. The people in robes were mages from the Phoenix Magic Tower who were already ready to attack. Roman resorted to their help in case of a siege of the castle, having foreseen the possibility that their enemy would use magical protection. Felix, the owner of the tower, demanded that his people take advantage of the chance and thank Master Dmitri for his mercy. The mages surrounded the catapult and used the amplification technique to make the charge's power exceed the standard. As soon as the spell was completed, the flash released the first haul of fireball. The released catapults collided with an invisible barrier provided by the artifacts. However, the charge was several times stronger, which caused the strength of the protective circle to rapidly decrease. The soldier reported this to Cameron and said that if things continued like this, they would not be able to hold out for long. The commander of the army did not understand why the mages from the Magic Tower, who had always maintained neutrality, took sides. But the commander-in-chief was more surprised by the level of preparation with which the allies approached. The soldiers were ordered to protect the Mana Stone with all their might in order to activate the emergency defense system. Simon became curious about where the Dmitri family got their entire army of magicians from. Chris said that not long ago the Phoenix Magic Tower settled on the lands of Dmitri. The swordsman surprised the deputy commander even more by telling him that the mages had sworn allegiance to the Dmitri family. Since Roman became Cairo's sword, the Phoenix Tower was also meant to express his loyalty to the kingdom. The knight was shocked that a powerful organization across the continent had covered its loyalty to the aristocrats. Simon realized with horror that the lands of Dmitri had acquired a fighting power that was comparable to that of the king. Initially against the deal, the knight now believed that Roman had made the right choice. Thanks to Roman Dmitri, the war with the aristocrats will end with the victory of King Cairo. After sunset, the battle died down and both sides went to recuperate. The aristocrats came to the conclusion that if a similar shelling as today's was repeated in the future, they would not be able to hold out for even 10 days. An informant informed the Marquis that the allies, Viscount Owen and Baron Winston, had arrived at the entrance to the enemy's territory. Benedict asked his colleagues what they thought of Dmitri's strategy. The nobles replied that it would be successful if Baron Winston did not intervene in the matter. According to the Marquis' allies, the crowd that Roman had gathered could have been overcome in 3 days. The head of the aristocrats decided that they could not rely on the imperial faction alone. Benedict stated that he was handing over all power to Baron Winston to ensure that he would bring them victory. The commander's subject indicated that if they continued to advance in this area, they would reach Count Adelian's estate. Yes, the estate was about 10 days' journey away, and the commander decided that wasting time would only make the situation worse. Baron Winston believed that the fighting should be kept to a minimum, so as not to lose either men or time. The shortest route to the lands of Dmitri lay through the territories of Adelian, Rollo, and Congrad. Unlike the rest of the Dmitri family's supporters, Trinity was not one, having been absorbed during the Battle of the Northern Region. Because Adelian was a commercial city, they would want to cut ties with the central government. The Baron ordered to contact the lords of these lands, as they still held a grudge against Roman. Winston ordered to tell them that if they help open the way to the lands of Dmitri, they will receive a corresponding reward. Within an hour, the army of aristocrats arrived at the lands of Dmitri, since all three territories accepted their offer. The assistant commander feared that the lords had deliberately let them onto their lands, setting a trap. The commander-in-chief had foreseen such a scenario, and since the entire elite of Dmitri was besieging the castle, only ragamuffins remained on their lands. The Baron asked if these warriors would be able to defeat the elite troops of the aristocratic faction. Winston foresaw that in open terrain the enemy could be suppressed, thereby surprising his subject. But suddenly a line of torches flared up on the horizon in front of the soldiers. Commander Jonathan asked the Baron if they would surrender, otherwise they and the army would be accused of mutiny. The commander of the aristocratic faction was outraged, declaring that Marquis Benedict was not a traitor. Winston made a counteroffer, asking the enemy soldiers to let them pass in exchange for the Marquis's willingness to receive them. Otherwise, the commander-in-chief was forced to kill anyone who showed hostility. However, Dimitri's people were not limited to the abilities of swordsmen, and were ready for unexpected visits. Along with the ordinary soldiers, the fifth circle mage, Nox, was also present on the battlefield. Using the fire cannon spell, the old man shot a fireball at the enemy. A flash of bright light illuminated the enemy army, after which the ball released by the magician exploded. Jonathan ordered all warriors to attack and finish off the surviving enemy. The soldiers of the Dmitri family rushed to cut the army of the aristocratic faction into pieces. William had never faced such a strong army on the Western Front. Commander Jonathan rode his horse straight towards the confused Baron. Having come to his senses, the commander-in-chief saw the knight Dmitri approaching him. He couldn't believe that he was being removed by some soldier from the outskirts, after feeling the aura sword technique on himself. It took a week for the walls of Benedict's castle to finally collapse. The Marquis was furious, demanding to know what had happened to Baron Winston, who had still not made contact. The aristocrat's subject reported that the commander's officer had managed to contact them. The guy reported that the faction's army was destroyed, and the Baron died at the scene of the battle. At the next meeting, the nobles admitted their imminent defeat and that the castle could fall at any moment. One of the nobles suggested opening the gates and surrendering right now, so as not to delay the inevitable. His comrade did not agree with this decision, because by this time Roman had completely defeated the forces opposing him. The boy asked the Marquis if perhaps it would be worthwhile to unite with the empire itself, rather than its faction. Benedict didn't understand what his colleague was getting at, and the guy explained that the battle was already lost anyway. The aristocrat suggested that instead of a stupid death, they should kneel down and still remain alive. The head of the faction ordered to contact Kronos, notifying that he would personally conduct negotiations. Baron Charlton, who contacted us, explained that he was cooperating with Count Gregory and not with Marquis Benedict. The nobleman reported that the royal family had imprisoned Counts Gregory and Denver, who had followed the empire. The aristocrat tried to convince that it made no difference to Kronos, who took action. The Baron became interested in the words and wanted to know what the empire could do for him. Benedict asked for an attack on Cairo's western front, and within half a day, 2 of the lines of defense had been breached. After receiving help from his allies, the Marquis contacted the king to find out his reaction to the gift presented by the aristocrats. Daniel was unhappy that the empire was being drawn into the kingdom's internal problems. The enemy replied that he could do nothing about the blue desire to survive in this war. The aristocrat gave the king a choice: to overthrow him and leave Cairo to be torn apart by the enemy, or to transfer all forces to the Western Front. The Marquis insisted that His Highness think carefully and make the right decision. The leader of the hostile faction left the king alone, giving him time to think. Daniel was angry that with all his power and strength, he managed to get into a situation where the kingdom was on the brink of collapse. Cairo could have been saved if the attack on Benedict's castle had been stopped immediately, and the West had been protected. However, the aristocratic faction, under the cover of Kronos, will become even more of a nuisance to the kingdom. Having summoned Simon, His Highness ordered that he immediately contact Roman Dmitri. The king decided that he would not be recorded in history as a traitor, even if he remained a weak ruler in the eyes of the people. Daniel informed the Duke that the Marquis and the Kronos Empire had united, and that the second line of defense on the Western Front had been broken through. Although the primary objective was to destroy the aristocratic party, the imperial army could not be ignored either. The young gentleman was inclined to believe that if the civil war was not resolved, it would have enormous consequences. Cairo's first sword stated that it was ready from the moment the purge was carried out, until which point it did not matter who Yu's opponent was, be it Gregory or Benedict. The guy kept saying that if they left behind internal enemies who were in cahoots with external ones, the kingdom could take a step back. Roman explained that in order to regain the initiative later, they would need to make countless sacrifices. In order to survive difficult times, the king had to face the danger. Unlike the first two, A large number of troops were deployed on the third line of the Western Front. It is also unlikely that the empire was able to mobilize all its forces for its offensive. Roman asked the king to have faith in his commanders, and that after they destroyed the aristocratic faction, he would personally go to the Western Front. Duke Dmitry declared that it would take him 3 days to crush Marquis Benedict. The young gentleman advanced his troops at night to cut off the escape routes from the Marquis's castle. The soldiers waited in hiding until the magical protection of the walls was completely exhausted. Having waited for this moment, the commander-in-chief announced that he would begin the final attack tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Count Fabius offered his candidacy, Roman, to put himself in the vanguard. The aristocrat had heard that Mr. Roman used the carrot-and-stick method. Fabius, previously in the warring faction, decided to refuse to participate in the coming war. And Dmitry joined the family. The master asked to give him a chance to prove his loyalty. The novel was parallel to the madman and bloody demon that were similar to the people around him in this world. The old demon changed owners 3 times before rising to the position of the 4 heavenly kings. He was an extremely unusual old man, and he remained with Baek Jong-hyuk, the only winner, until the end of his days. The heavenly demon firmly said that there was no need to pretend to smile in front of him. Duke Dmitry paid no attention to the past of his men as long as they were able to prove their usefulness. The vanguard in this war. The count was very grateful and promised to sacrifice his life for the young master. The aristocratic soldiers, due to the fact that they were protected by the Kronos Empire, were even more confident than before. Felix, meanwhile, intended to repay the master's trust by destroying the castle gates. The magician deployed the light cavalry that was in the arsenal of the Phoenix Magic Tower. The soldiers were surprised when they saw one of Dmitry's magicians create a huge stream of fire around himself. A sudden rain of fire poured down from the sky onto the guards on the wall. The fiery hail falling from the sky hit the castle's protective barrier, whose power was running out. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard, indicating that the protective magic had been broken through by enemy forces. Surrounded by flames, Felix was pleased with the work he had done. The wall of Benedict's castle finally collapsed, allowing the assault to continue inside the estate. Count Fabius headed towards the castle with his soldiers to punish the traitors. The defector was met by soldiers of the faction, who were armed with sophisticated weapons. The knight, using a magical artifact, killed the horse Fabius was riding with one blow. The count took a risk by taking on a task that everyone avoided in order to prove his worth. Despite his age, the man fought against the enemy no worse than the young warriors. He would not have been criticized if he, like other aristocrats, had remained in the rear. But Fabius decided to do what he had to do, even if his own life was on the line. Having given all his strength during the battle, the man fulfilled his role. And from now on, her new owner will act. Thanks to the efforts of the raccoon Cairo, a path was cut for Commander Dmitry, who was already on the castle grounds. The boy enjoyed hearing how the army of aristocrats ran away in horror just from the sight of him. Cameron, watching Roman deal with his people, could not find the strength in himself to somehow prevent this. But even the captain could not stop such a monster that left behind only corpses. The aristocrats were informed that the magical protection had been broken through, and that Dmitry himself was relentlessly destroying each soldier, one by one. It came as a surprise to everyone when the soldier advised the nobles to run away as quickly as possible, after which the connection was lost. Quinn resumed the broadcast, reporting that they were no longer knights of their faction, but commanders-in-chief of the enemy army. The guy assured the enemy that the chances of salvation were 0, but ordered him to fight to the end. He gave his word that even if the aristocrats kneeled and bowed their heads before him, their 3 generations would still be punished for treason. The heavenly demon, thirsty for bloody revenge, asked to wait for their soon meeting. A couple of decades ago, King Cairo refused to enter the war with the empire. At that time, the indecisive ruler of the kingdom was unable to make quick decisions, while Kronos and Valhalla quickly expanded their influence, thereby destroying Cairo's power. During that period, the Marquis lost his younger sister to a hereditary disease, which could not be helped in Cairo due to poor treatment. The country lacked the empire's advanced medical technology, causing Benedict to question the kingdom's authority. The aristocrat encouraged his friends and comrades to create an independent force that would lead the kingdom along the right path. It was at that very moment that the aristocratic faction was born under the leadership of Marquis Benedict. And while the situation in the country was deteriorating, the aristocrat gained power, ascending to an invisible throne. But now, under attack from the king's army, the nobleman wondered what had gone wrong and when. For all his troubles, the man blamed only Roman Dmitry, who, having appeared out of nowhere, destroyed all his plans. The Marquis, realizing that he could not avoid the fate of the soldiers on the front lines, decided to save at least himself. He announced to his comrades that he intended to hide and borrow the power of Kronos to turn the situation around. The aristocrats interpreted their leader's words as a call to escape and fled themselves. Like rats fleeing a sinking ship, the nobles were unable to abandon theirs. Their guards, who were supposed to lead the aristocrats to shelter, were met by Roman's men. Kevin, sitting on a mountain of corpses of Benedict's subjects, was already tired of waiting for a meeting with the owner of the palace. Still clinging to his worthless life, the Marquis ordered his guards to attack the enemy soldier. The warriors thoughtlessly rushed at the most bloodthirsty of all the people in Roman's army. The guard only had to raise his sword over his head to lose his hand the next second. With every step, the mad soldier got closer and closer to the head of the aristocratic faction. The corridors of Benedict's palace, thanks to Kevin's efforts, were flooded with the blood of his people. The Marquis's servants pitifully asked Kevin for mercy, but the boy did not know such a word. Unwilling to join his men, the aristocrat took to his heels, hoping to escape the fate that had been prepared for him. But as it turned out, Benedict was not destined to escape because Chris was already waiting for him at the other end of the corridor. The nobleman's heart sank as he saw the knight's sword charged with aura in front of him. However, the warrior did not touch Benedict, instead focusing on the guards who were nearby. The aristocrats did not need to turn around to see that all their people were dead. Naively believing that he still had a chance to escape, the Marquis left the corridor. The nobleman understood that Roman Dmitri was playing with him, subjecting him to such torture. Having left the castle, the nobleman believed that he would be able to survive this nightmare and take revenge at the first opportunity. The man realized that the perimeter was surrounded by soldiers of the kingdom and sought temporary shelter. Benedict squeezed with difficulty through a small hole in the stone that caught his eye. Believing that the traitor could not have gone far, the guards combed the area around the castle. The Marquis was shaking all over with fear, but he continued to dream of the kingdom, which was practically within his grasp. Suddenly, the fugitive heard the voice of Viscount Owen, repeating that everything was already over. The man asked if Benedict had noticed anything strange during the escape, that only they had not had the opportunity to escape. The aristocrat asked the faction leader to leave, but he never answered. The Viscount, losing patience, declared that he knew that the Marquis was holed up in a huge stone. Owen burst into tears, regretting that he had considered the bandit as a leader and followed him. The aristocrat was relieved of his mental suffering by the blade of Duke Dmitri, which pierced his heart. The young gentleman looked into the cave and demanded that the Marquis come out immediately. The traitor to the kingdom walked with his hands tied to the angry cries of the locals. The bandit knelt before his opponent, who had crushed the faction he had created. The criminal was insulted that, having not fully dedicated himself to this country, he deserved only death. The aristocrat claimed that he was the one who saved Cairo from collapse while the king was destroying the country. The Marquis insisted that Kronos had crossed the borders several times, and that was why the kingdom was teeming with traitors. Benedict asked Roman to correct him if the nobleman was wrong about something. The Duke did not criticize the nobleman's choice, believing that Cairo had a chance to escape the empire's influence. But instead of blaming the current government, the young gentleman advised looking at one's own achievements. After the creation of the aristocratic faction, the Marquis never thought about the country's security and did not change the system of government. I asked if this was really the duty that the swordsman was talking about. The boy said there was no shame in bowing his head to protect his people. Mr. Roman decided to remind the traitor what he got rid of first. Benedict, in a panic, swore that from now on he would live for the sake of the royal family or for the sake of Dimitri's family, if necessary. However, it was too late for mercy, and Marcus Benedict met his end before everyone's eyes. The king's subjects reported the news that Roman Dmitri had successfully captured Benedict's castle. However, Cairo had no intention of celebrating his victory, as Kronos' soldiers were still active on the Western Front. Roman Dmitri and his men were needed at the front lines to not give the enemy the slightest chance of victory. Flora Lawrence was not only the only woman on the Western Front, but also a famous figure. After meeting the young master, the girl left her native lands and entered the Royal Academy. The Viscount's daughter, having learned the art of combat, became the first woman in the history of Cairo, warrior, and received recognition among her colleagues. The head of the Circle of Advisors stated that it was simply impossible to suppress the rebellion in 3 days. Relying on common sense, Baron Knoll advised preparing for a protracted war. He was convinced that even using the teleportation gate on the road, it would take the royal troops at least a day. The commander-in-chief of the Western Front, Count Vanderbort, agreed with all his advisors. The Earl believed that at best Roman would fail to suppress the rebellion, but Lady Lawrence had a different opinion. The girl assumed that Dmitri would most likely finish on time, and in that case, he would show up on the 5th day at the latest. The commander-in-chief was not satisfied with words alone. He needed guarantees. Based on personal experience, Flora replied that it was impossible to judge the young master by universal standards. Vanderboort dismissed Miss Lawrence's claim as unfounded, but the girl countered that their opponent was also pressed for time. The Marquis needed the Chronos to invade before they were defeated. After studying the Empire's attack strategy, Flora stated that the enemy was using battle mages to win. They included 7 magic towers, and with that, the likelihood that the enemy was using new tactics to increase magical power increased. The Western Front was supposed to get rid of the mages, but because their defense was reduced while casting spells, they used magic from a distance. The advisor suggested determining the future location of the magicians and placing magical traps on the ground. The commander-in-chief rejected this idea, since it would be very difficult to determine the location, and the mages themselves would be able to sense traps with the help of mana. It was for this reason that Lady Flora stated that they should propose a duel of representatives. To participate in this duel, Kronos will have to redeploy military forces. At this time, Cairo's soldiers will have the opportunity to determine the location of the mages. To prevent the enemy from tracking mana, a particularly strong swordsman was required to enter the duel. When a warrior reveals his aura, he will thereby increase the concentration of mana in the air. In this position, even a strong magician will not be able to detect hidden traps. The only question was who exactly would take part in the fight. The soldier, who had been standing next to the senior military personnel the entire time, said that the chance of survival would be extremely small. Dmitry Rodvel volunteered to participate in the duel, believing that someone had to do it anyway. An awkward silence fell at the table after hearing this statement from Romero's youngest son. After a short pause, Vanderboort announced that the boy would participate in the duel of representatives. Later that evening, Mrs. Lawrence asked Rodwell why he took on the most dangerous assignments. And on top of everything else, the guy's service had long since ended, but he was still at the front. Flora told her youngest son, Dmitry, straight to his face that he was out of his mind. While Rodvel was a patriot to the people, the advisor considered him a psychopath who thirsted for death. The girl advised him to think about the future, in which the soldier would one day become a commander-in-chief. The guy replied that he didn't need it, and suddenly asked the lady what his brother Roman was like. Rodwell admitted that he did not immediately accept the changes in his older brother. The guy was ready to do anything just to get his recognition and ultimately surpass him. For this reason, family member Dmitry extended his service. But he was more interested in what Lady Lawrence herself had forgotten at the front. Mrs. Flora replied evasively that she was there to avoid repeating the same mistake. She admitted that the soldier's counter-question managed to bring her to her senses, after which she closed the topic of conversation. Tapping Rodwell on the shoulder, the lady asked if he was returning from the battlefield victorious. The next day, the soldier formally challenged the Kronos Empire to a duel of representatives. While waiting for his opponent, the guy thought that he was standing at the crossroads of life and death. Rodwell was opposed by Osford, a 3-star swordsman who was not on the list of the strongest warriors. Unlike Cairo, the last place in the Kronos ranking belonged to a 4-star warrior. However, the Empire was confident in its swordsman, who demonstrated his superiority from the first seconds of the battle. The warrior representing the Cairo kingdom was having a hard time holding back his opponent's attack. Osford noticed that his opponent, trying to avoid the blows, tried to dodge, but to no avail. The soldiers of Kronos watching the duel rejoiced, anticipating the victory of their comrade. The Empire's warrior was so agile that Rodwell had no choice but to block the attack. Feeling helpless, the boy realized that he would not be able to close the gap between him and his brother. And yet Romero's son decided to fight to the very end, but by that moment the enemy was ready to pierce him with his sword. If the guy dodges the blade, he loses, but if he stays put, he could lose an eye. Swordsman Cairo managed to pierce his opponent with his blade, and in response remained standing. The soldier, as usual, was on the verge of death, but at the last moment he turned the situation in his favor. Osford's body fell to the ground, spraying a fountain of blood from an open wound. Rodvel paid a small price to save the kingdom of Cairo and told the people of Kronos to get lost. Returning to headquarters after the battle, the soldier wondered whether the leadership's plan had been successful. Lady Flora reassured the guy by telling him that everything had gone exactly as planned. Count Fabio of the Kronos Empire ordered his men to prepare the flare and battle mages. Looking at the enemy army, Vanderboort wondered when Lady Lawrence wanted to detonate the magical traps. The girl had no intention of using them, since a hasty explosion could give the enemy time to prepare. The trap operated within a radius of 300 meters, and if the enemy left the device, it would not be possible to kill them all at once. The advisor reported that the mages were most vulnerable when their spells were at their peak. Activating the trap at this moment could have deprived the mages of their combat capability, and so the Count waited for the signal. The magicians, preparing for the attack, began to cast spells, and with each second their power grew more and more. Having waited for the right moment, Vanderborg gave the command to detonate the set traps. Once the magic trap detonated, it spread a backflow of mana, neutralizing the enemy. Fabio, watching as his magical power disappeared without a trace, called his army. The commander-in-chief ordered the soldiers to show the true strength of the Kronos kingdom. The knights rushed to attack, not paying attention to the immobilized allies under their feet. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Cairo tried in every way to prevent the enemy from entering the fortress. In addition to stones and halberds, bows and arrows were also used to knock enemies off the walls. The lifeless body of a soldier fell from a great height to join his comrades. Having shot down the enemy, Flora ordered them not to lose their vigilance, since the situation had turned in their favor. The girl insisted that once the Western Front fell, the family in Cairo would be in danger. The fierce battle for control of the third line of defense lasted until the next day. The Empire of Kronos, in order to prepare for the capture of the fortress in a matter of hours, began to surrender its positions. And on the third day, Roman Dmitriev's royal guard reached the Western Front. As soon as the enemy saw reinforcements in the form of the invincible swordsman, he immediately deployed his troops. Count Vanderborg expressed his admiration for the heroes of Cairo, who dealt with the rebellion in just one day. The commander-in-chief finally wanted to catch his breath, but the young gentleman ordered all forces to be mobilized. The person in charge of the Western Front did not understand why this was necessary, since the enemy, having suffered defeat, had to retreat. Pointing to the map, Roman replied that enemies had invaded the kingdom's territory. He stated that if they had previously put up with the oppression of Kronos, now they must show themselves from a different side. Having announced that King Daniel had given him authority in military affairs, the Duke prepared to open the fortress gates. Roman Dmitriev announced that the royal army is training to pursue the enemy and defeat him before he returns to the empire. Rodwell couldn't believe that the man giving orders was his older brother. In the eyes of the guy, as in the eyes of many others, he was remembered as a good-for-nothing drunkard. It was common to see Roman being led away dead drunk from a tavern, not to mention his fencing skills. But it remained a mystery to the soldier how a person could change beyond recognition in such a short period of time. Despite his voice, face, and manners being different from before, Rodwell believed that in front of him was still his older brother. All Romero's son wanted was to raise his family's prestige on the Western Front. However, Roman managed to devalue in the blink of an eye everything that his brother had achieved through hard work. Everyone around thought that Rodwell would become the future Dmitri, but in reality, he was just marking time. Roman noticed his wounded brother, whom he had heard about from his father more than once, but did not show it. Noel couldn't understand what benefit there was for Cairo if she caught up with Kronos' army. Lady Flora leaned towards her colleagues because raising the fortress gates was akin to a death sentence. The commander-in-chief of the Western Front stated that their duty was to protect the safety of the kingdom, not to exterminate the imperial army. Roman asked the military leadership if they really thought inaction was the best option. Due to Kronos being in conflict with the Southern Kingdom's alliance at the same time, they were unable to focus all their forces on Cairo. Vanderborg realized that if the kingdom was to no longer tolerate the empire's atrocities, he had to go after Roman. Mrs. Flora thought about Roman, who had not changed at all since the last time they saw each other. Mrs. Lawrence felt that she could never become like the young master. The Dmitri brothers discussed the duel of the contenders, during which, at the cost of his eye, Rodwell helped deal with the mages of Kronos. Roman praised his brother, because if it weren't for him, the Western Front would not have been able to hold out until the main troops arrived. The boy felt awkward from his brother's words, because he finally heard the long-awaited praise from Cairo's first sword. In his new life, Baek Chun-hyuk built relationships with the people around him and intended to get closer to Rodwell in the same way. Duke Roman, as always, was perceptive and asked his brother to remember one thing. If he dares to follow him, the talented swordsman will show what price people will pay for touching a member of the Dmitri family. The young master assured that the Empire of Kronos would have to pay with many lives for the loss of his brother's eye. He reminded Rodwell that despite all the possible differences between them, they remained brothers. Contacting Count Fabio, Baron Charlton reported that Marquis Benedict's rebellion had been a complete failure. The head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs ordered the troops to turn around and head back to Kronos. The commander-in-chief was incredibly angry about the situation that had happened, but the Baron tried to calm him down. Chrono representatives stated that the empire was focused on the conflict with the Alliance of Kingdoms, and they could not afford to lose their people so easily. Charlton urged them to think rationally, because if they lost soldiers in the battle with Roman, it would certainly affect the battles in the south. At dawn, Fabio returned with his army back to the kingdom. The assistant commander-in-chief decided to leave the soldiers for reconnaissance, but the commander believed that there was no need for this. All the Count wanted was for the royal detachment to go in pursuit so that he could have a chance to crush them and the Western Front. Before Fabio could say this, the sound of hooves suddenly came from behind them. The detachment led by Miss Lawrence and Commander-in-Chief Vanderbort was racing at full speed towards the enemy army. One of the Knights of Kronos reported to the commander that an enemy was approaching them at speed. The warlord's face broke into a smile, deciding that Cairo had made a stupid mistake. The Count got the chance he had asked for and ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle. The man demanded that the warriors kill every soldier so that the enemy would know his place. The commander-in-chief led his army towards the approaching royal guard. A few hours earlier, Roman had suggested that the empire would deploy its army. Because the enemy was spread out in a long column, they had to attack it simultaneously in the center and from the rear. Although Bronze praised the plan, he noted that dividing the forces was too risky. The young master prepared to send soldiers, including Chris, to the rear as soon as they attacked the center of the enemy column. As Duke Dmitri had predicted, the break in the column wreaked havoc among the enemy, easily gaining the upper hand on the battlefield. The commander's assistants tried to reason with their subordinates so that they would pull themselves together. The boy encouraged the empire's soldiers so that their fighting spirit would not be broken by the unexpected attacking enemies. The empire's warriors successfully repelled the soldiers defending the Western Front line. As Vanderbort had expected, the imperial soldiers, accustomed to war, were an order of magnitude more skilled in combat. The commander-in-chief ordered the knights not to retreat, demanding that they show the enemy Cairo's will. The army of the Western Front had difficulty holding back the enemy's onslaught, which was overwhelming in its numbers. In contrast to the battle in the rear, in the center of the column, a one-sided massacre unfolded in the first part of Roman's men. The soldiers of Kronos could not believe that ordinary soldiers were using the spiritual practice of the Asura. The wars of the Dmitri family did not stand on ceremony with the enemy, leaving only a bloody trail. Rodvel, together with the squad leader, watched from the sidelines as skilled swordsmen worked. The one-eyed soldier could not believe that anyone could fight Kronos on equal terms. The guy noted to himself that Dmitri's soldiers were suppressing the army of the empire, which was famous for its strength. Each of the young master's men only needed one swing of their sword to deal with the enemy. Rodvel also noticed that all the soldiers who had turned into real monsters were special. But what was even more terrible was that it was Roman Dmitri, his older brother, who made these people like this. His words from yesterday, which the wounded soldier did not understand, now made sense. Young Master William divided the remaining detachment in half for rice, as was intended. The Aura Knight was ordered to immediately head to the rear with the soldiers. The ruler Dmitri will personally deal with the soldiers of Kronos who move in his direction. Following their master's order, the second group rushed into battle to even the odds. Vanderbort's warriors, having come to the enemy from behind, began to gradually give up their positions. Lady Flora asked for the commander's support, feeling that the enemy was beginning to push them back. The commander-in-chief ordered his army to slowly build a wall of shields. The soldiers of Kronos did not understand why the royal guard went on the defensive if they themselves had attacked. The soldiers holding the line had to lean their entire bodies against the shields so that there was not a single gap in the wall. Fortunately, this very moment appeared to the detachment sent by Roman Dmitri as assistants. Noticing the rushing reinforcements, the Count ordered the shields to be removed and they to go on the attack. The knight who embodied the sword of Lord Roman was preparing to radically change the course of the battle. Like lightning, Chris ran between the soldiers, cutting down each of them with his blade. Watching the knight at work from the sidelines, Lady Lawrence expected nothing less from the Duke's men. The girl knew that only Roman's people were capable of pushing back the Kronos Empire with a small force. A 3-star swordsman of the Empire appeared on the battlefield and decided to test his strength against the Knight of Aura. The knight didn't have time to introduce himself before his head, separated from his body, rolled across the ground. It was at this moment that the swordsman showed the entire empire what Roman Dmitri's men were capable of. And while the family squad of Dmitri scattered throughout the column, in its center, the first sword of Cairo raged. None of the enemy soldiers posed even the slightest threat to Roman. Count Fabio was shocked by the cruelty and incredible strength of Roman Dmitri. The commander was informed that things were not going well at that time, and that they could soon be defeated. The imperial commander-in-chief naively believed that the first priority was to defeat Duke Dmitri. Like a shot arrow, Roman streaked past the enemy soldiers, heading straight for their commander. Raph was terrified by the mere thought that the young master intended to kill him. Another knight of the Order of Kronos, Captain Gustavo, appeared on the battlefield. The warrior was the only one among all who managed to stop the mad swordsman, even for a moment. Roman noted that the 35th in the Kronos ranking was much stronger than Nicholas. The soldier separated his swords from his opponent and jumped back to prepare for an attack. Gustavo tried to hit the Count with multiple blows, but failed. Aura came to his aid. But Roman Dmitri sensed the enemy and, with a circular motion, got rid of the enemy assistance. The Knight of Kronos was amazed that Roman didn't even move when the soldiers attacked him. The warrior was sure that if such a dangerous enemy was left, the outcome of this war could become unpredictable. Risking his own life, Gustavo removed his limitations to defeat the enemy. The young master couldn't help but notice that the power of energy that the soldier released was many times more powerful than that of Cairo's swordsman. The knight used innate energy, the life force that a person received from birth. While studying materials on the continent, Count Dmitri did not find a way to use this energy. The strength of the Empire warrior was impressive, and if Roman had met such an opponent a year ago, he could have ended badly. With renewed vigor, Gustavo attacked the only hope of the Kingdom of Cairo. The knight couldn't believe that even after putting all his strength into the attack, his opponent managed to block the blow. Roman counterattacked with the third style of the second level of the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Sinking deeper and deeper into the impenetrable darkness, the Imperial warrior asked for it to stop. A giant cloud of dust formed in front of the enemy army soldiers from the swordsman Cairo's powerful attack. As soon as the dust cleared, their captain appeared before the soldiers. The whole body was completely charred. The soldiers were shocked by Roman's abilities, which is why they did not stop him. Count Fabio wanted to rush away as quickly as possible, but the young gentleman stopped his horse. Having fallen to the ground, the commander-in-chief wanted to bring the captain of the royal guard to his senses. The man insisted that the duke would not be able to cope with the consequences of killing an imperial aristocrat. The count's words did not frighten the swordsman at all, who knew perfectly well the value of the choice he had made. The knight realized that the threat would have no effect on Roman, so he decided to surrender, begging for mercy. The guy ordered it to stop immediately and announced that it was all over for the commander of the army of Kronos. With one movement, Roman Dmitri pierced Count Fabio's neck with darkness and left the enemy army without their leader. The soldiers in the rear, among whom was Count Vanderbord, were no less surprised than the enemy. The explosion also caused a huge cloud of dust left behind by the explosion caused by the hero Cairo. Noticing the surprise on the Count's face, Chris hastened to reassure the commander of the Western Front. However, the knight did not understand how Roman Dmitri's men could be so confident in their master. The release signal flare meant that Roman and his men had succeeded. The news that the Imperial army had been defeated reached the royal palace. His Highness could not believe his good fortune that the newest threat over the Western Front had disappeared. Vanderbort reported to the king that they had succeeded in killing Count Fabio and taking into custody the surviving Kronos soldiers. Knowing that victory never comes easy, Cairo asked about the sacrifices on their part. Thanks to the enormous contribution of Roman Dmitri, the allies suffered minimal damage. Now the Kingdom of Cairo needed to successfully negotiate with the Kronos Empire. His Majesty ordered to ensure the safety of the prisoners of the enemy empire. Daniel was determined to complete the matter without any further casualties on either side. At this time on the Western Front, soldiers of the royal army who had fired in battle were being burned. Roman Dmitri honored the people who helped them snatch victory. The Duke ordered one of his soldiers to deal with the bodies once the whole process was completed. Baron Noel approached the war hero and asked him to give him a little time. Bowing, the head of the Circle of Advisors apologized for constantly challenging Dmitri's ideas. The man also thanked the young gentleman for the opportunity to save the Western Front. The boy replied that on the battlefield one cannot rely only on faith, and that the opposite opinion is also necessary. The swordsman managed to console the Baron by saying that Noel was only doing his duty. The head of the advisors stated that by capturing the enemy's prisoners, they had gained an advantage in the negotiations, but Roman disagreed with him. Cairo's first sword was of the opinion that negotiations would lead nowhere. He assured that the empire, which had always invaded foreign territory first, would never take such a step. And if there is an attack against Kronos in response, they will certainly resist it using brute force. Although a compelling reason was needed for a war between states, it was no match for logic. According to the swordsman, all the empire cared about was losing the war to the small kingdom, which only made the Baron wary. Dmitri's team insisted that Cairo would have to survive the war one day anyway in order to prosper. They will have to go through another war in the form of negotiations, and the country that takes a step back will bear the brunt of the damage. Baron Charlton announced the empire's position that it had attacked Cairo at the request of Marquis Benedict. Since Benedict, who had provided the pretext, had been defeated, the empire gave the order for its troops to turn around, clearly expressing its position. But what angered Kronos was how the Cairo kingdom handled this situation. The royal guard attacked the retreating troops and carried out a brutal massacre of valuable imperial personnel. Count Fabio and captain of the Knights Order, Gustavo died at the hands of the Western Front Army. The king objected, arguing that they had waged war and had done the right thing by punishing the enemy. The representative of Kronos expressed the empire's desire for Kara to pay a fair price for what she had done. Daniel was no less outraged than his opponents and intended to raise this issue in the world community. The Baron responded that Cairo should do as he saw fit and that despite the prisoners, the Kronos Empire would not sit down at the negotiating table. However, Charlton was willing to give the Kingdom of Cairo a choice in return. Kronos demanded that King Daniel give them one hand of the swordsman Roman Dmitri. Only if the Duke personally comes to the Empire and begs for forgiveness on his knees, Kronos will no longer remember what happened. But if the kingdom did not agree to the conditions put forward, then a large-scale war awaited them. Because the country was in a precarious position, they were forced to endure such insults. 10 days to accept the answer, which only angered the king even more. Ventnor was of the opinion that Kronos intended to eliminate Roman, realizing that he would become a threat to them in the future. Daniel replied that Roman Dmitri was Cairo's true hero who made him great again. Not only those present within the walls of the palace knew about this, but also all the people of the kingdom. Her Majesty stated that if the royal family renounced Dmitri, there would be no people left loyal to their ruler. King William called the young gentleman to his advisor to speak with him personally. After the Duke returned from the Western Front, the king informed him of the demands made by the Kronos Empire. After listening to His Highness, Roman replied that Kerr had accepted the enemy's offer to become his vassal. The guy announced that he would personally go to the empire to solve the problem that had arisen. King Cairo was surprised by this proposal, however. The swordsman offered to send him as an ambassador. Daniel was categorically against sending the best warrior in the country into a trap prepared by the enemy. The ruler of the kingdom assured that if the swordsman came to the empire, he would lose his life. None of the aristocrats spoke out because they believed that the life of one man was worth saving the country. The only one who wished to speak was Count Fabius, who asked the king to speak. The nobleman stated that Mr. Roman had a way to solve the problem with the empire. The nobleman shared the king's concerns, believing that the risk was too great to send the swordsman to the empire. The aristocrat suggested sending a person there instead of Roman, who could express Cairo's opinion. As you might have guessed, Fabius was considering his own candidacy for this role. The count, on behalf of the kingdom, undertook to convey to their enemy the position of the entire country. Roman mentally praised the aristocrat for offering a new way out of this situation. The nobles were confused, while the young gentleman suggested that Fabius would be the best fit for this role. Raccoon Cairo was called so for a reason, and being a skilled politician, he could quickly and confidently make decisions that were beneficial. Even his past with the French aristocracy could not tarnish his reputation. His Majesty asked whether the Count was aware of the risk of losing his life as soon as he set foot on the territory of the empire. The nobleman stated that he would make every effort to successfully complete the mission entrusted to him. Having dealt with the aristocrat, Daniel wanted to hear Roman's own opinion on the matter. That same evening, at his estate, the young gentleman asked the Count the question that interested him. What was Raccoon Cairo's purpose when he volunteered to be an ambassador on behalf of the kingdom? Fabius understood that Mr. Roman could not trust him because of his past, so he decided to take an oath. The Count said that he would dedicate the rest of his life to the ruler Dmitri, also asking to insist on his candidacy for this mission. The aristocrat understood perfectly well that Roman would not treat him as one of his own. However, the Count was free to use Fabius' talents to his own advantage. A man who was ready to do anything if, next to Roman, he could become a significant person with wealth and honor. The talented politician dropped to one knee and asked to be accepted into the ranks of his people. The young gentleman guessed that the aristocrat was so inclined because he had witnessed his relationships with his subordinates. Dmitri announced that Count Fabius was now a member of the Dmitri family and could have whatever he wanted. A few days later, Cairo's mission began, led by a talented negotiator. One of the nobles accompanying Fabius asked how he had lived since the betrayal of his master. The boy wondered how the Count managed to survive next to someone who had suffered setbacks while in power. The aristocrat replied that people stubbornly refused to acknowledge one simple thing. According to the nobleman, there was a certain romance to the betrayal, and upon hearing such a statement, the interlocutor was sincerely surprised. The Count entered the service with sincere intentions, since the people in power were completely dedicated to their positions. The aristocrat asked the boy how he would deal with someone who boldly took a risk that even the most loyal subjects did not dare to take. It was precisely the opportunity to use the traitor for his own purposes that allowed the master to accept him into the ranks of his people. After which Fabius decided to close the topic, because he also did not like a life full of deception and lies. The reason the nobleman lived as an apostate was because there was no one to whom he could give the proper level of loyalty. However, such a person could well have been Roman Dmitri, his current owner. Sometime later, Ambassador Cairo found himself in Alexandria, the capital of the Kronos Empire. One of the emperor's subjects asked only the count to follow him. The men walked along a spacious corridor of the castle, which contained a giant suit of knightly armor. The aristocrat noticed on the shoulder of the imperial servant the characteristic sign of the rural order of knights. Regardless of the status that the knights held, his aura level was incredibly powerful. Representative Cairo caught himself thinking that his guide was stronger than Count Nicholas. The hall where the emperor was awaiting his guest could be entered by opening giant doors. The ruler of Kronos sat on a huge throne surrounded by a dozen guards. The emperor's appearance alone inspired fear, and any mispronounced word could cost one's life. Giving the ambassador a tired look, the ruler asked if he was Roman Dmitri. The pressure alone that Lord Kronos exerted took the count's breath away. But before the man could introduce himself, he was grabbed by a knight of the rural order. Holding Fabius's head tightly, the servant threw the ambassador with all his might onto the cold floor of the hall. According to the assurances of the emperor's agents, Roman Dmitri was supposed to come to him personally and present his hand. The aristocrat tried to object, but the pressure the knight put on him was so great that he could not utter a word. The emperor ordered his subject to cut off the hand of the man who came to him and declare war on Cairo. Finding the strength within himself, the nobleman declared that the kingdom did not want a war with Kronos. The ambassador begged to be given the opportunity to speak, after which the emperor could take not only his hand, but even his head, if he so desired. The lord declared that if Fabius's words sounded unconvincing, then he would say goodbye to his life in this hall. The count needed to show that the empire was not in a position to act rashly. Under the watchful eye of the guards, the nobleman emphasized that the empire did not have sufficient grounds to intervene in the war. The 5 kingdoms, excluding Valhalla, expressed their agreement with Cairo's position. Roman claimed that even in a war with the coalition of 6 kingdoms, Kronos would win, but the war was already over. The young gentleman insisted that the empire, having exhausted its strength, was worried about a war with Valhalla. Summing up his words with Cairo's intentions to keep the peace, Fabius was ready to lose his head if the empire still wanted war. The temperature once again showed that the ambassador's speech was quite reasonable, and in exchange for the prisoners, it was decided to leave the conflict in the past. The count wanted to celebrate the victory, but he hurried because the empire put forward an unexpected condition. The rulers of Kronos demanded that Roman Dmitri be visited by a mercenary every night. The emperor explained his decision by saying that the swordsman had to pay with blood for the murder of his man. Raccoon Cairo did not fully understand the emperor's plan, who initially wanted a war with his side. The count assumed that Kronos wanted to corner Cairo, and that rescuing the captives was just a ruse. By getting rid of Roman Dmitri, the empire could restore its status and reputation. Alexander's ruler declared that tricks like today's would no longer work. The aristocrat wanted to demonstrate his abilities as a parliamentarian, but in the end he only asked for forgiveness. Fabius was very surprised when he learned that Mr. Roman had foreseen this outcome of events. The guy said that the empire never gave up on its intentions, and its target from the very beginning was him. The nobleman was worried about his master's safety, but the swordsman reassured him, claiming that from now on, it was his problem. The constant threat of assassination attempts was an integral part of Baek Chun-hyuk's past life. The king charged Count Gregory with conspiring with the Kronos Empire, putting the country in danger. When His Majesty asked whether the aristocrat admitted his guilt, he answered in the affirmative. True, the count stated his justification that his connection with Kronos was no secret to anyone. Daniel was amazed at the audacity of Count Gregory, because his confession was enough to label the guy a rebel. The imperial representative objected to the king, stating that the ruler of Cairo was deeply mistaken. Gregory asked the king if he really thought the empire would remain on the sidelines after his death. With a wild look, he declared that his emperor would avenge his people with blood. The prisoner asked the king to hand him over to the empire for the good of the kingdom of Cairo. As much as Daniel wanted to deal with the imperial faction, his actions could bring an even greater wave of anger upon Roman Dmitri. Seeing His Majesty unable to make up his mind, the swordsman asked for his opinion. The war hero confirmed the count's words that the emperor would make him pay in blood. However, there was one small detail. The words he said did not relate to his subordinate's case. Count Fabius and the knight captain Gustavo, killed by Roman, were much more significant figures than Gregory. Because of this, it followed that all the attention of the Kronos Empire was focused on the young master. Duke Dmitri stated that even if Daniel Cairo executed the count, he would not change anything. Peace in the kingdom ended at the moment when negotiations were submitted to Marquis Benedict. King Cairo was once again indebted to Roman Dmitri, who once again gave him sound advice. His Majesty declared that the royal dynasty will not forget the dedication of the Dmitri family. Daniel, in addition to the above accusations, attributed to Count Gregory the way he had tarnished the honest name of the country. The accused wanted to justify his actions, but the ruler of Cairo did not give him such an opportunity. The king sentenced the rebel who had endangered the kingdom to death. At Cairo Square, everything was already ready to carry out the royal order. Count Denver regretted that he had not eliminated Roman immediately and considered him only as a target for recruitment. Even before his death, the representative of Valhalla did not give up hope of luring the swordsman to his side. The guy emphasized that Gustavo was only in 78th place in the continental ranking. He claimed that there were many warriors in Valhalla, many times stronger than Roman, whom he would hardly be able to defeat. With one foot in the grave, Denver tried to reach the Duke, assuring him that the conversation with Valhalla was not yet over. Even the threat that relations with Valhalla would be disrupted did not frighten Roman at all, because he was just waiting for this moment. Before the noose around Denver's neck tightened, he called the swordsman a fool for turning two giants of the continent against him. Both counts joined Marquis Benedict, and their factions embarked on the path to destruction. Thanks to Count Brandenburg's brave performance in repelling Kronos' attack, he was able to raise Cairo's prestige. The king rewarded the commander-in-chief with the title of Marquis and land for his services on the Western Front. However, as Daniel noted, there were still heroes who risked their lives in the war with the empire. Baron Noel Flora Lawrence and Rodwell Dimitri also distinguished themselves during the battle with the enemy. Each of them received a token of gratitude from the king, promotion, and 1,000 gold pieces to boot. His Highness wanted to thank Roman Dimitri and his entire family for their invaluable assistance in this war. The king's decision was met with negative reactions from the nobles, since Dimitri already possessed power that none of the destroyed factions could match. The aristocrats were concerned that Daniel was giving Roman power beyond that of the royal family. In Iran, they wanted to finish off the swordsman before he became a problem, but Vantner interrupted their speech. The royal advisor reminded that their country had already once caved into traitors when the government acted for its own benefit. Whether those around him liked it or not, His Highness supported the opinion of his servant. The ruler of the kingdom understood that it was not able to contain Roman Dimitri. Due to the power displayed that was superior to Cairo's, Daniel was of the opinion that Dimitri should be treated as a friendly country. King Cairo wanted to wait for the birth of the new state, and when Dimitri was proclaimed a state, to personally congratulate them. Roman's people were happy for their master when the king eloquently granted the title of Duke to the Dimitri family. And in addition, Daniel declared the entire northeastern region, including the fortress of Dimitri, a duchy. Thanks to his efforts, Roman turned the god-forsaken outskirts into a duchy, which was ruled by the Dimitri family. On the streets of the capital, there was constant talk about the strongest swordsman, Cairo, who had recently become famous throughout the country. Looking at all the merits of the young gentleman, people wondered how much longer Roman would grow. Roman was the youngest warrior to reach 5 stars, and could become the first in Cairo history to rise above 50th place in the continental rankings. No matter what Roman did to attract attention, people from all over the continent discussed the hero Cairo, composing songs about his exploits. The mention of the Duke also raised the prestige of the Dimitri family itself, which soared to unprecedented heights. However, it was worth thanking the owner of one estate in the kingdom for the rumors that spread across the continent. The master servant reported that outside the country, people, if they had not heard of Cairo, knew absolutely everything about Mr. Roman. The assistant assured that the plan was perfect, but it was not enough to achieve the goal. It took 2 years for the baron's humble family to become a duchy, but the rumor mill's target was the entire continent. The master intended to make people across the continent idolize Roman Dimitri. Henry Elbert, who wanted the swordsman to become a hero of the continent, believed that their meeting was destined for him by fate. The guy, by sparking interest in Roman's achievements in people, also raised his own authority. After attending the Royal Academy, Henry was given the chance to teach children from distinguished families. Just one lecture by the guy created an unprecedented sensation within the walls of the educational institution. The relatives were proud of their family member and recently stopped worrying about the financial situation. Professors from Cairo Academy expressed their admiration for the way Elbert conducted his latest lecture. The story told by the boy made the teacher cry and look at the world in a new way. Listening to how valiant soldiers gave their lives on the Southern Front, the professor wondered why they did not think about gratitude. It was at this moment that Henry Elbert had an epiphany that changed the course of his life. The aristocrat realized that people honored them because they had the opportunity to observe Roman Dimitri through him. All he had to do was contact the king instead of the legendary swordsman, and people began to consider him a great man. The Elbert's son believed that this was not due to stupidity, but because it was human instinct. Almost everyone, looking back at history, wondered how exactly the heroes, whose names were known throughout the world, were able to earn such fame. It was all because of people like Henry who spread the word about the heroic deeds of living legends. From then on, Albert found his calling in reporting to the world about the young master's achievements. Despite the fact that the guy was not at all close to Roman, for the sake of his comfort, he decided to spread the word about him to the masses. After several long years spent at the academy and in service, Rodvel finally arrived in his native lands of Dmitri. Walking along the streets of his hometown, the guy first of all looked into the nearest tavern. As always, the place was filled with a buzz of conversation, with a variety of stories to be heard. Miners Dmitri expressed gratitude to Roman for equipping the mines with magical artifacts. Almost every second person raised a glass to the young gentleman who cared about his people. Clearly hearing everyone around him praising his brother, Rodvel realized that there was no longer any room for him here. Because Roman took away his intended place in society, the guy strayed from the true path. He had to make a choice, either stay or go back to the West. Romero summoned his sons to him, not just like that, but on the issue of inheriting the family line. Father reminded that in a couple of days, a new beginning awaits Dmitri in the form of the duchy. This meant that their sons would have a great responsibility and duty. In connection with this, Baron Dmitri wanted to choose an heir for the future duchy. Rodwell, before his father wanted to continue his speech, expressed a desire to say something. The guy immediately resolved the issue that was troubling Romero by declaring that he was renouncing his position as heir. The Baron's son stated that his older brother Roman was the best fit for this role. The soldier said that he made a choice for the sake of the future of Dmitri's family, and therefore asked his father to let him go. The guy needed time to figure himself out and decide what he would do with his life. Left alone with Roman, Romero revealed that he once wanted to place a heavy burden on Rodwell's shoulders. People always said that commoners like the Dmitri family had a limit to their abilities, determined by their background. Because of this, the Baron mastered sword techniques and watched as his son surpassed everyone else. Romero was sure that it would be Rodvel who would become Dmitri's heir and bear responsibility for the future of the family. Therefore, from a very early age, the boy lived with the hopes of his parents placed on him. However, today the father wanted to tell his son that he had dedicated his whole life to his family, and that he would not be able to take the place of the heir. The Baron felt guilty towards Rodwell, but at the same time he did not think that he had made the wrong choice. Romero was sure that for the sake of the future of Dmitri's people, Roman had to become the heir. The father, despite the decision he had made, wanted to ask his eldest son for one favor. He asked the future governor of the county to take good care of the marriage, which had lost a lot. This was Romero's last request before Roman officially took over the family. While father and son were busy with family matters, Rodvel relieved stress by practicing his sword techniques. The knight was surprised that, aiming at the head, he missed again as soon as he swung his blade. I don't understand why exactly, but the feeling from this training was different from those that had happened before. Finding his brother training, Roman noted that he would never be able to defeat the enemy in front of him like that. The young master explained that the loss of his eye had not only limited his vision. The error in distance and the feeling of fear were serious obstacles, and everything Rodvel knew before was now changed. To succeed in fencing, a guy had to use everything he had wisely, relying not only on his eyesight. Roman was willing to help his brother adjust to his current situation if he didn't mind, but instead of accepting the help of the country's hero, the one-eyed swordsman did not understand why he should listen to him. The guy sincerely could not understand why his brother, having received an heir instead, continued to care about him so much. Deprived of everything, Rodwell asked to be left alone, however. Roman tried to convey his idea to him. Their family faced challenges in the form of Kronos and Valhalla, as well as a kingdom alliance that could not be fully trusted. That's why Dmitri had to grow the strength so that they could protect themselves. Roman admitted that until now he had managed to pull everything off on his own, but over time he would reach his limit. If the Empire tries to attack Dmitri again, the young master will be forced to go to the battlefield. Cairo's first sword stated that his brother was the only one he could truly trust. And it was Rodvel who was the man who would lead Dmitri during Roman's absence. In the southwest of the continent, there are 4 kingdoms that, being on the border with the empires, founded the Alliance of Kingdoms for their protection. The alliance, upon learning of Roman's exploits, felt how important he was not only to the kingdom, but to their own survival. Shortly before Dmitri was proclaimed a duchy in the kingdom of Umberto, the alliance discussed the rebellion that had broken out in Cairo. Count Verdi, in order to become the owner of these lands, appreciated the work of Roman Dmitri, who suppressed the rebellion in the shortest possible time. As the nobles noticed, the swordsman had attracted the Alliance of Kingdoms to his side by anticipating the empire's wrath. which indicated his high intelligence. But at the same time, there were no guarantees that the union of the southern kingdoms would last long. Based on this, the Count assumed that Roman was necessary for the existence of their kingdom because he was unmarried. King Umberto wondered if the princess had no lover. Verdi said that it was not the time to worry about any feelings when the only chance for salvation was at stake. Then the ruler of the kingdom ordered the aristocrat to do everything to ensure that the marriage with Roman Dmitri took place. Dmitri, having received the long-awaited status of duchy, immersed himself in the festive atmosphere. Dmitri's spouses were asked whether their son had ever thought about getting married, since he was already in his 30s. The Count did not want to boast, but he still told that Princess Umberto was an important treasure of his kingdom. The girl was not only beautiful, but also smart, which was proven by her graduation from the academy with honors. Verdi insisted that the union of the two young people already sounded simply magnificent. The man insisted that the wedding would benefit both kingdoms. However, one of the guests interrupted the conversation, reminding that the princess already had a fiancé. Viscount Ringo of Redford said that according to rumors, the girl often met with the son of some baron. The representative of the kingdom, Umberto, protested, claiming that someone was deliberately spreading such rumors. The Viscount revealed that the kingdom of Redford had many girls from famous families. Marquis Martin of Odella joined the discussion, hinting that marriage to the duchy was an unaffordable luxury for both kingdoms. Romero and Liana witnessed a quarrel between the aristocrats of the three kingdoms. Duke Dmitri quickly ended the disagreement between the guests by declaring that they were not interested in a marriage of convenience. The father stated that if his son meets a girl who wins his heart, then the Dmitri family will welcome her with open arms. Therefore, the nobles did not need to convince the Count to choose a bride for Roman. While a heated conversation about the marriage of Felix families was going on in the main hall, a man he knew met him on the terrace. Met with Baron Larson, the head of the Magic Tower, he asked if the man had arrived as a representative of the Kingdom of Frank. His Majesty's servant reported that the disappearance of the Phoenix Tower had confused the king, and he asked the magician to return to Frank. The Baron, who swore on his name, declared that from now on they would spare no expense in financing. Felix stated that the Frank kingdom had broken the agreement with the Magic Tower. The king's man tried to persuade the magician, but he did not want to listen to him, because no blessings could change his decision. The guy said that they managed to find a man who recognized the value of the Phoenix Tower and swore allegiance to Dmitri. As Roman expected, none of the empire sent representatives to the celebration. While Kronos was intent on killing the young count, Valhalla also did not stand aside after the death of Count Denver. Dmitri and Cairo were facing battles between the empires and the alliance of kingdoms. Since the alliance with the neighboring kingdoms was short-lived, Roman will have to confront the empires on his own. The young gentleman was distracted from his heavy thoughts by Hans, who informed him that a guest was waiting for him in his office. Since the Duke was not expecting anyone, the servant explained that the uninvited guest was the Prince of the Kingdom, Hector. With all due respect, Edwin Hector greeted the host and congratulated him on receiving the title of dukedom. Roman found the prince's visit very strange, but he wanted to hear the reason why Hector had come. The king's son, in addition to congratulations, expressed admiration for the swordsman, who, having dealt with the rebellion in Cairo, also repelled the Kronos Empire. Duke Dmitri demanded to get to the heart of the matter, since they were not in the kind of relationship where they could praise each other. Edwin agreed with his interlocutor and did not expect to meet him outside the battlefield. The guest said that the war between the kingdoms was provoked by someone. Hector started the war because of crop failure and knew full well that there was no justification for it. But once the war was over, the kingdom discovered evidence that the crop failure had been artificially caused. One after another, reports began to come in of blackened lands and mountains of animal corpses. Edwin stated that this was due to the necromancer's superglue, a black magic that was not supposed to touch humans. From his investigation, Hector learned that 10 years ago, the Kronos Empire experienced exactly the same crop failure as theirs. The empire hid the truth, but after asking everyone he could, the prince learned that these were the results of experiments in the field of black magic. And since it was a matter of Kronos' hands, they wanted to subjugate the entire continent in this way, launching a full-scale takeover. The problem was not limited to Hector, and something similar could happen to the future Duchy of Dmitri. Therefore, in order to thwart the enemy's plans, the prince proposed joining forces. Much to Edwin's surprise, Roman replied that he had expected such a statement. Hector's heir believed that Roman had managed to learn the truth before them thanks to the kingdom's information power. The count said that his sources had found circumstantial evidence, and it was obvious who would benefit from the bloodshed of the two kingdoms. However, Roman was more interested in why Dmitri should participate in a plan that Hector was leading. Edwin was seriously scared and decided that Roman Dmitri had rejected his offer. The best swordsman of the country, according to the rules, did not refuse, but asked the prince whether his kingdom was in the right position to make such an application. It took Hector a long time to restore fertility to the parched lands. The support of the Sky Tower alone was not enough for the kingdom to completely solve the problem. Roman Dmitri wanted to hear from the prince compelling reasons for joining forces and not obvious facts. Although Edwin did not deny Hector's weakness, he could not understand one thing. Instead of accepting support in the war, the Dmitri family wanted to take this burden on their own shoulders. The guy added that his country's plan was a continuation of the fact that Dmitri had dragged the alliance of kingdoms into this matter. The young master agreed that the alliance could only survive against the empire by uniting. But at the same time, the Duke was interested in whether this relationship could last until the very end. And so that the prince had no doubts, the swordsman decided to tell him exactly how Kronos would destroy the alliance of kingdoms. He began to reason that, by expressing trust in loyal people, those who remained behind the high fence remained under suspicion. Of all the kingdoms, only Umberto was located closer to the borders of the Kronos Empire. Due to the losses that affected domestic politics, the empire will first decide to close Umberto. While the king of Redford spent his entire treasury on gambling, his vassals, trying to solve the problem, turned to the Golden Bank. The only way out for the debt-ridden Redford is betrayal. The kingdoms of Odelia and Frank had exactly the same problem as Cairo had in the past. Cairo has restored stability by rooting out the aristocratic and imperial factions, but it is unlikely that the alliance kingdoms will do the same. All four kingdoms of the alliance had enough weaknesses to bend to the empire. The same was true of Hector, and the king's son could not help but admit that this was the very truth. Roman saw the sincerity of Hector, who, unlike others, wanted to take revenge on the Kronos Empire, and this was a good enough reason. Roman was interested in the question of whether the current kingdom with its surroundings had any value. When asked why Dmitri should join forces with Hector, the prince himself did not know. The guy said that the kingdom would begin to collapse from within, following the inevitable path of collapse. The king's son agreed with the opinion that the kingdom did not deserve to be led by the plan, but even taking this into account, he did not give up on revenge. Edwin stated that the war was a battle of attrition, and that even an army like Dimitri's would need cannon fodder. The boy promised that Hector would always be at the forefront to pave the way for the Allies' army, and in his opinion, an alliance with Hector, who had a clear goal, suited the Dmitri family better than an alliance with the hypocritical alliance. Duke Roman asked Edwin to remember his words, as it was a promise he had to keep. As he was leaving, the prince said that he had met the swordsman on the battlefield, and for the first time realized that there are situations in life that cannot be influenced. Locked in the Sky Tower, he worked tirelessly to become like the hero Cairo. As the young gentleman watched his guest leave, he noticed that he had become much stronger since their last meeting. An explosive magical force was bursting out from the prince, the presence of which could be easily felt by those nearby. It was only through Edwin Hector that his kingdom deserved to take its place in Romanus's future plan. A few days earlier, over a game of chess, Lady Flora had told of the battle that had unfolded in Cairo. The girl told how Roman Dmitri went to Benedict's castle to deal with the rebels. The swordsman's decision was risky, because if the battle dragged on, the imperial faction would join the rebellion. The man countered that the duke's decision was backed up by the magical Phoenix Tower. Lady Lawrence's chess partner asked her what she thought of the decision to open the castle gates. Mrs. Flora believed that there was no need to endanger the Western Front, with which her interlocutor agreed. However, he was interested in Roman's confidence that the son could defeat Captain Gustavo. The teacher explained that war was an experience that could not be acquired from books, and that even risky decisions could turn out to be brilliant moves. The girl was surprised at the statement that this war was played out by Roman's personal forces. The old man insisted that there was a fine line between courage and recklessness, and put his opponent in checkmate. The lady was walking in the garden when her father called out to her and started a conversation about education. The Viscount admitted that although he supported the teaching of strategy, he did not understand the reason for it until an incident on the Western Front. Mr. Lawrence could not go a day without the trilogy, fearing that something might change with his daughter. He insisted that Flora return to Lawrence for her own good. Having been at the front, the girl could no longer watch as the Kronos Empire destroyed homes and families on Lawrence's lands every time it crossed the border. The advisor was ready to gain as much experience as possible by the time the war came. That's why the girl said that she was going to join Roman Dimitri's army. Knight Chris, Lord Roman's loyal sword, was curious about what he would do with Lady Lawrence. The young master did not deny Lawrence's importance, but whether or not to accept her into the army was a completely different matter. Count Dmitri gave the girl a week in which she had to prove that she was fit for the army. If Flora proves herself during the training, Roman will officially accept her into service. Early in the morning, the young master's soldiers began their day with an hour-long jog. Lady Flora, who had already had time to assess the loads during training, also ran after the warriors. For Miss Lawrence, who is not used to physical activity, the end of this workout was a dream come true. The entire squad, except for the new girl, stubbornly followed the teacher, who was Chris. The warriors left the forest, but the training did not end there, as the Aura Knight ordered them to climb to the top 10 times. Roman's men, gathering their will into a fist, rushed after the coach, leaving Mrs. Lawrence behind. The girl, catching her breath, understood that she had no other choice but to run. Chris was adamant that when fighting the enemy, you couldn't be in better shape, so you had to push yourself to the limit every day. Regardless of the position held, physical training was required by everyone without exception. Regardless of any landscape that appeared before him, the warrior had to stand to the last on his own 2 feet. Lady Flora understood that the words spoken by the swordsman were a stone in her garden, even though she had honestly completed the training. The basic training took 2 hours, one for warm-up running and the other for climbing the mountain. Aura Knight announced was sword sparring. On the battlefield, efficiency in reaching the physical limit was very important. According to the trainer, the real war began when fatigue gripped the soldier's entire body. During the breaks between battles, Mrs. Lawrence lay in the shade of the trees trying to recover. The girl wondered if it was really for Roman soldiers. This was a daily training session. Despite the high standard set by the training, the soldiers did not show even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Looking at the students who were overcoming their strength, the new girl felt the enthusiasm burning within them. However, Flora did not panic and decided that she could get used to the training gradually. The lady, looking at Roman's people, also had no intention of giving up so easily and intended to achieve her goal. A few days later, Chris reported to Count Dmitri that despite her lack of stamina, the girl was serious about continuing her training. The knight said that Flora was a good bowman but weak in hand-to-hand combat, which she should pay special attention to. During tactical training that began on the 3rd day, Lawrence's team won 9 out of 10 times. The trainer, Roman's personal army, handed him a scroll with the soldiers' achievements. While studying him, Duke Roman asked his subordinate whether, in his opinion, Dmitri needed a girl. Chris answered without hesitation that the duchy needed a valuable asset like Flora. Half a month has passed since Roman suppressed the rebellion, and Dmitri became the duchy. The innkeeper rushed headlong down the street in the hope that there were at least some food left. Thomas ran so fast that he crashed into a man passing by, not noticing him on his way. The woman with a cigar in her mouth asked the innkeeper to watch where he was rushing from now on. Thomas saw the stranger's stern gaze and immediately asked for forgiveness for his actions. Hidden from prying eyes, the commander of Kronos announced that he would put the plan into action that night. The woman ordered her subordinates to gather information about the Duke's security without making any unnecessary noise. Watching the guards roaming around the city, Sierra noted her impressive level. Ordinary soldiers possessed such strong energy that they could outshine skilled knights. Informants having examined the mines reported that in case of unforeseen circumstances, security would arrive at the site within 5 minutes. The same situation applied to night shifts, which made an already difficult mission more difficult. The commander's subordinate advised to be more careful than usual due to the large number of strong soldiers. Sierra assumed that Dmitri was expecting an attack from Kronos, which is why they increased security. The woman couldn't wait to get to the Count and plunge the dagger into his heart. The commander asked to convey to the guild members that they should act according to the original plan. As night fell, the right hand of the Akorchi Guild explained to his people that they had to get inside in 15 minutes. The guild members wore masks to protect the identity of each member. The commander of Kronos was sure that Roman Dmitri was strong only on the battlefield, while they had an advantage in the dark. The guild member pressed the magical artifact that made its owner's robe invisible. Almost disappearing into thin air, the guild set about executing their plan. The commander, who was walking first in the squad, pounced on 2 guards, preparing to quietly get rid of them. However, the blade was not destined to injure the guard, who blocked the blow with his sword. With a sharp movement, the soldier noisily threw the enemy who had fallen on him into the distance. His colleague instantly transmitted information about the intruder on the fortress wall, using a magical transmitter. Dmitri's soldiers could clearly see their enemy ready to detain him. The guild leader was shocked by the training of the ordinary guards, whom she was unable to cope with. The guards, announcing the appearance of an enemy within the walls of the fortress, took Sierra's charges by surprise. Turning to the guild members, the woman ordered them to deal with the guards as quickly as possible and retreat. A stranger suddenly came out to the criminal, who knew her by name, but the Akorki participant saw him for the first time. Tearing off the mask from his face, the guy introduced himself as Lucas, the head of the Hao clan. Sierra had heard about the information guild that operated in Cairo. Roman's man said that he knew about the invasion of Dimitri's territory about 2 weeks ago. The owner of the inn where Akorki's right hand was staying helped with this. Also, the merchant the woman met in the square, they were all people from the information guild. But the organization included blacksmiths, miners, and even homeless beggars who were Dimitri's eyes and ears. Listening to Lucas's story, the captain came to the conclusion that if she stayed here a little longer, she might lose her life. The captain was helped by members of the guild, whom she had not ordered to clear the way. The representative of Kronos decided to complete the plan, despite the difficulties that arose during its implementation. The guard, with just one swing of his sword, cut one of the Empire's men in half. Captain Sierra was stunned to see one of her subjects killed right in front of her. Having gotten rid of one of the opponents, the head of the Information Guild gave the remaining enemies 10 seconds. In the time allotted by Lucas, the people of Kronos had to explain why they should be left alive. The woman stated that victory would still be theirs, since Ekorsh contained another true sword. The squad leader claimed that he had already penetrated the fortress and killed Roman Dimitri. Grabbing the criminal by the face, Lucas forcefully pushed her to the ground, causing the back of her head to break through the stone floor. With a look that was so scary that it was creepy, the mercenary asked if Sierra had any newer information that they didn't know. The guy said that if the captain had nothing to add, then all she could do was die. Having dealt with the members of the Akorki Guild, Lucas ordered the surrounding area to be cleared and the courtyard to be surrounded. When the guard asked if he should visit the estate, the guild leader asked the guards to give the master the opportunity to have some fun. At this time, a special class assassin known as the Assassin Guild Sword, Ilya, had already infiltrated the Dimitri family palace. Despite her appearance, the girl, having completed all 9 orders, the targets of which were big shots, had the ability to rip the skin off her fat. Ilya was looking forward to her 10th order, which became a hero who became famous throughout the continent. The girl used a familiar in her work to scout out the situation. Using the mouse as a guide, the mercenary, having penetrated the Duke's chambers, determined from his breathing that he had fallen asleep about an hour ago. The sword of the Akorchi Guild considered Roman stupid, who, having given himself over to sleep, did not even suspect what awaited him. Once in Roman's bedroom, the girl used a holding spell to immobilize her victim. With her blade drawn, Ilya naively believed that her mission was almost complete. The young master opened his eyes and asked the mercenary if she had analyzed his breathing. However, the girl quickly came to her senses and, ready to finish what she started, attacked Roman. And all the young master did at that moment was simply flick the tip of the dagger. Surprisingly, just one slight movement was enough to spin the killer. After struggling to stop, the assassin was impressed that the Duke had accomplished such a feat, using only one finger. As soon as the swordsman was hit, Ilya felt a powerful aura that suppressed everything around her. The guild member froze at the sight, which was an unforgivable mistake for her. The next second, Mr. Dimitri's sharp blade instantly chopped the girl into many pieces. The hired killer, greatly frightened, screamed and, backing away, almost fell. Touching herself, the girl became convinced that she was safe and that everything that had happened was just an illusion. After leaving the bed, Roman stated that for a murderer, Ilya had made too much noise. The Duke cut off the criminal's hand with the edge of his palm, and she burst into a monstrous scream. Having taken out the flash bomb, the girl prepared to run, resigned to the fact that the mission had failed. As soon as the Akorchi Guild Sword activated the bomb, Roman's rooms were filled with bright light. Rushing through the dark streets of the city, Ilya left bloody footprints on the cobblestones. The assassin was convinced that even with the guild members, there was no hope of the mission being successful. Peeking out from around the corner, the girl, having discovered one of Roman's men, suspected something was wrong. In an instant, the knight rushed past the 2 mercenaries, striking them with his blade. According to the guild's plan, they were to avoid meeting Chris, who was nicknamed the Light of Cairo, in their favorite ways. Hiding, the girl could not believe that Duke Dimitri and his men had guessed about Akorki's plan. Having dived back into the alley, the girl had to take a detour, previously scouted by the guild. However, the wounded Ilya could not imagine that she knew about this ward of Mr. Romanov. Kevin, one of the Duke's most dangerous and cruel men, was already waiting for the girl. The swordsman, who had already finished off the girl's colleagues, was afraid that she would escape another way, and they would not meet. The knight looked at Ilya with a mad look, asking if it was Roman who had taken her hand. The assassin had no choice but to fight if she still wanted to survive. The one-armed girl jumped up from her spot and flew into the air and attacked the soldier from above. When she landed, to her surprise, she discovered that she had missed and the enemy was already on the other side. Moving just as fast as Chris, the mad demon Cairo seriously injured Ilya, cutting off her leg. The guy said he would cut the girl off piece by piece while she was still breathing. He sympathized with her fate, since Mr. Roman had not given the order to leave the killer alive. Looking at her executioner, the guild member realized that they should not have taken on this task. A week had passed since the assassination attempt on Count Dmitri, but some of the enemies were still alive. The names of the high tower, far from prying ears, were heard the heartbreaking cries of Elijah. The girl, who had held out for so long, could no longer bear the torture and said that she was ready to tell everything she knew. Crippled by Lucas, the assassin begged her tormentor to put her out of her misery. However, to the captive's great regret, the guy said that they were not planning to kill her yet. He explained that the marks of torture left on the body were an example of retribution for the crimes they had committed. Grabbing the captive by the head, Lucas ordered her to drink from the bottle, but the girl had no idea what was in it. Left with no choice, she drank the potion, wondering if it was medicine or poison that would end her suffering. Throwing the bottle on the floor, Roman's man reported that his master had left for the Kronos Empire a week ago. Lucas was determined to find out where Ikorki's base was and was going to release his captive. Giving Ilya a cruel look, the boy advised her to hurry back home if she did not want to allow the emperor to die. At the base of the Guild of Hired Killers, the disappearance of the detachment that was sent to kill Count Dmitri was discussed. Braha, who was the head of this organization, asked to wait a little and not to make hasty conclusions. The man the head of Ikorki spoke with trusted him, but if he failed, the guild would have to pay a heavy price. The man seriously thought about the fact that the mission had failed because his people had still not contacted him. If the customer's fears are confirmed, Braca will have to cancel the previously accepted orders and direct all forces to eliminate the Duke. The guild leader decided to personally intervene in the matter because this was the only way they could secure Kronos' support. The candle flame flickered slightly, which could not go unnoticed by the head of Ikorki. While the man was thinking, the strange behavior of the candle revealed behind him the man his men were supposed to finish off. Sensing Roman's presence nearby, Braha threw throwing knives at him. However, not a single muscle moved on the young gentleman's face at the sight of the knives. The bladed weapons, every single one of them, collided with the protective barrier that surrounded the swordsman Cairo. The leader of the Assassin's Guild did not expect that the ruler Dmitri would be so difficult to kill. Braca put his hand under the table and tried to feel for the button to call for help. But Roman stopped him with a quick movement and a strong grip, clasping the man's neck. Mr. Dmitri lifted the leader of Ikorki above the ground, who was shaking with fear. The guild leader considered Roman a real madman who entered the territory of the empire in order to capture him. Having guessed Braha's intentions, the young gentleman decided to press the button instead of him. The alarm echoed throughout the estate, calling hundreds of killers to the siren. The leader of Ikorki believed that the guy would not be able to cope with all the mercenaries alone. Braca was very surprised to hear from Roman that there were no more than 30 people left at the base. The Duke reported that this was all the force the guild could mobilize at the moment. The young gentleman had this information, since he personally carried out the cleanup when he lost to the base. Swordsman Cairo threw Braha back, who hit the wall with such force that he managed to break through it. The guild leader collapsed to the floor, exhausted, while Roman headed towards the table. Looking around, the guy discovered scrolls with orders from an organization whose main client was the Kronos Empire. By looking through the lists of ordered targets, the boy could figure out the Empire's intentions. Among them were the military's eldest son Umberto and the tycoon Redford. Having received information that made Kronos' intentions clear, Roman got rid of the list. At this time, the surviving Ilya arrived at the branch of the Assassin's Guild in Cairo. Without wasting time on explanations, the girl ordered to contact Ikorki immediately. After failing to contact the guild, the assassin decided to switch to the earlier method and contact Kronos directly. Charlton, from the look of Ilya, guessed that the mission had failed, and the girl justified herself by saying that Roman Dmitri, having learned about the plan, set traps for them. The mercenary reported that the entire group was destroyed, and the Duke himself went to destroy the Ikorki base. The irritated Baron asked the killer if this was all the information he needed to hear. The girl guessed that the Empire used the guild as bait to lure Roman out. A representative of Kronos noted that if the group had completed their mission, they would have been paid the full reward. The entire continent knew that the Emperor had officially announced his intention to kill Duke Dmitri. The Empire valued its reputation, decided to play it safe, and was grateful to the mercenaries for the work they had done. It was thanks to Ikorki that the young master left his possessions, which was only to Kronos' advantage. Suddenly, Ilya felt a metallic taste of blood in her mouth, which was just bursting to get out. The next moment, the girl was already vomiting blood, not understanding what was happening to her. However, later she remembered how Lucas gave her an unknown liquid to drink while keeping her captive. The guy specifically used a slow-acting poison to lure the mercenary into talking to Kronos. One of Ikorki's best assassins realized that Roman Dmitri was more dangerous than the Empire imagined. But looking at the Baron's smug face, the girl decided to hide the truth from him. Ilya fell dead in front of Charlton, who showed no sympathy for the mercenary. One of the Empire's finest assassins met her miserable end at the Dmitri family estate. The end also came for the mercenary guild, whose Ikorki base was ablaze with bright flames. Whatever Kronos' plan, Roman Dmitri himself carried out his plan, leaving them with a resounding message. Feeling a whisper in the forest, the young master sensed the presence of strangers and ordered them to show themselves. Hidden in the shadows of the trees, more first-class assassins sent by the Empire were watching. Having fulfilled Roman's request, 3 completely bandaged strangers came out to him. Swordsman Cairo, after assessing their appearance, came to the conclusion that they were shadows that had grown by devouring the darkness of Kronos. As the young master had expected, the Emperor used the most dangerous force to kill him. One of the shadows, becoming curious, asked how long ago the Duke had discovered their presence. With a smile on his face, Roman replied that he knew about their presence from the very beginning of the surveillance. The very next second, all the shadows of Kronos that had been pursuing him appeared on Duke Dmitri. The strongest swordsman, Cairo, cut his enemy in half with one blow of his darkness. To his surprise, he found that the 2 halves of the shadow had reunited into one whole. The young master, realizing that normal attacks wouldn't work, came up with stronger techniques. Using lightning, Roman used his blade to pierce one of the assassins with a bolt of electricity. The swordsman did not know the nature of this side of the force, which could not be affected by any technique he knew. Once, back in Murim when he was still Chun-hyuk, the boy experienced something similar. Creatures that sucked the power out of the living were considered black magic here in this world. The subjects of Kronos wanted to do the same to Roman, depriving him of his abilities. However, the ruler of Dmitri was not one to like to lose, and intended to trample evil, thereby rising to the top of the world. Gathering all his strength into a fist, the Duke began to shower the shadow with powerful blows, fighting it hand to hand. The shadows, considered dangerous killers, disintegrated into small liquid pieces. Raising his foot, the ruler Dmitri trampled the drop left by his enemy. Looking at Roman, whose aura enveloped everything around him, a shadow was created by the question of how he managed to stop the regeneration. The only thing that could resist black magic that used the aura of darkness was divine power. When the shadow bodies gathered together, they could not escape physical attack. Also, when taking on an incorporeal form, the shadows left behind a barely noticeable trace of mana. Dispersing like smoke, they returned along the connecting links of mana. All Roman needed to do was destroy the chain that gave the killers incredible power. In order to destroy a small portion of the mana, the Duke had to use all his strength. The young master used the demon's blood tears technique, easily knocking the enemy to the ground. The martial skills of the demonic sect, which relied solely on strength, were popularly called devilish skills. Even such skilled killers as the Shadows were unable to defeat Roman Dmitri, so they admitted their defeat. The survivor from the Shadows tried to hide from the enemy as quickly as possible, which turned out to be more dangerous than they expected. The hired cold men, having studied Roman's past battles, developed a plan taking into account the possibility of his strength growing. Until the very end, Shadow could not understand how the young master was able to defeat their entire squad. Unexpectedly for himself, the killer stopped, feeling pain in the lower part of his body. Turning around, the mercenary could not understand until the very end what had happened to his legs, which lay severed next to him. With a cold, hard look, Roman Dmitri approached the immobilized enemy. Shadow looked at the swordsman Cairo in horror and came to the conclusion that he had dealt with the rest of his colleagues. Having handed the mercenary a magical item, the guy ordered him to contact the Empire and report what had happened. After contacting Baron Charlton, the Shadow stated that the plan had failed. They were not prepared to fight Roman Dmitri. The killer reported that he had used about 20 demons, but none of them were able to injure him. He also reported that their shadow abilities were ineffective, and the victim was still hiding his true strength. The Kronos man conveyed his admiration for Romero's son, who destroyed the Ikorki base and also eliminated all the shadows. The Baron agreed that their plan had failed, but stated that the Kronos Empire had no intention of surrendering. Charlton was not concerned about failures and was determined to send assassins after Roman until he breathed his last. The man wondered how much longer a mere mortal could withstand the onslaught of the Empire alone. The swordsman in turn wanted to warn his interlocutor and grabbed the last surviving demon. Squeezing his neck with force, Roman Dmitri got rid of the last squad of black magic mercenaries. As the boy assured him, somewhere in the estate there was a deadly poison that would be used on the Baron. The young gentleman tried to dissuade Charlton from starting a war, since he was also good at secret assassinations. Roman was eager to see the imperial subject's face when he found the gifts prepared for him. Charlton ordered every subordinate to immediately search every corner of the estate. The Baron's servants found no traces of entry, but they did discover a mysterious vial in the warehouse. Charlton, upon seeing the gift left by Roman, assumed that there was a deadly poison inside it. The master, in order to protect himself, ordered the crew to be prepared, intending to visit Behemoth. The Behemoth magic tower specialized in poisons and was considered the best in the art of creating antidotes. The magician Matteo was interested in the specimen brought because the poison had no color or smell. The Baron demanded that the idle chatter cease and that they check whether the poison could be neutralized. To do this, the potion master decided to test the liquid on a test subject. As soon as the transparent substance hit the man's face, he screamed, begging for mercy. The magician used the poison healing technique on the test subject, confident that it would work. Matteo was surprised when the antidote didn't work, unable to determine the cause. The representative of the magic tower wanted to know where the Baron got this terrible poison from. Unfortunately, the healer stated that he was unable to neutralize it at the moment. Charlton couldn't believe that even the poison tower couldn't find an antidote to the mixture Roman had created. The man reported to the emperor about all of Roman's known movements within the territory of Kronos. The leader asked who Roman Dmitri was, in the Baron's opinion. The emperor's man believed that the young master was indestructible and would not bow to anyone. The emperor asked to summon the demons of the abyss so that the count would understand what it meant to go against Kronos. According to the ruler of the empire, the demons must tear apart the famous hero Cairo so that no one else would dare to rise up against them. Charlton pledged to carry out his master's orders to finish off the Duke once and for all. Roman knew that even with the help of magical power, it would not be easy to neutralize the poison he had obtained. This poison belonged to the Tam family of Sichuan, who owned thousands of deadly Marima poisons. After the young master's gift, the Kronos Empire will act more cautiously. The Count was confident that his answer to murder with murder would cause the Empire to refrain from action so as not to harm them. But all these were only temporary measures that delayed the inevitable moment of the onset of war. Count Dmitri, after the events that took place the day before in Kronos, received an invitation from Valhalla. The swordsman was invited to the festival, and if 3 months later, the day before the festival, he did not arrive, then Valhalla would regard this as a refusal of the invitation. According to Chris, the 12th sword of the Barbossa continent hinted at official revenge for the murder of Count Denver. Barbossa was a 6-star swordsman and 6th in the Valhalla rankings. Roman Dmitri noted how the approach and methods of the empires were directly opposite. While Kronos was going through mean and vile ways to get rid of the Duke, Valhalla was straightforward and open about her actions. The Knight of Aura was of the opinion that it was not worth responding to the Empire's invitation, since from now on, Dmitri's safety was the most important thing. Your master has agreed that refusing Valhalla's invitation will not cause any problems. At the same time, the Empire, which places great importance on military honor, will proclaim itself the winner, undermining Dmitri's reputation. The young master explained that in the eyes of his subordinates he must be an unshakable authority. The people who were in his ranks must have been confident in what it meant to be a winner. Chris never ceased to be amazed at the master's insight and the way he cared for his people. Roman needed to show his steadfastness, because just one refusal could make people doubt him. So the boy decided to accept the invitation to Valhalla, saying that it was his duty to the people. There was a rumor among the assassins about Akorsha, who took the order to kill Roman and was then destroyed. Due to this, orders noticeably decreased, and most mercenaries were not eager to take orders related to the Dmitri family. Just one clear example of the best hundreds of words proved the danger of Cairo's first sword. Kevin, who was in the county, was unhappy that the gentleman had gone to the mercenary base alone again. The boy kept wondering how long he would have to watch the master's greatness from afar. Everyone around said that Roman soldiers were improving at an unprecedented rate. However, this was not enough to keep up with the country's strongest swordsmen. The warrior convinced you that you had to become stronger to face future enemies that were located all over the continent. Kevin heard snippets of conversation from Felix, who had developed a magic circle that increased mana density. The magician reported to Chris that the circle was unfinished and that it would take another 6 months to correct the error. According to the head of the Phoenix Tower, even Aura swordsmen will be able to use his invention during training. Felix was surprised when, after a while, Mr. Dimitri's wards appeared in the tower. Despite the risks associated with the flawed magic circle, the soldiers still wanted to try it out. It was important for Roman's people to bring at least a little benefit to their master in the coming future. Dmitri will sooner or later clash in battle with an incredibly strong opponent. Having suppressed his doubts, he agreed to allow the soldiers to test the magic circle. The head of the magic tower told the warriors to remember about safety. Otherwise, he would not be able to look the master in the eye if his men were injured due to his fault. About 2 weeks passed after this conversation, and a passage in the duchy's mind suddenly collapsed. But thanks to the air shield installed by the magical artifact, there were no losses. The earthquake unexpectedly revealed to the miners a sight they had never seen before. A huge hole appeared in the wall of the tunnel, which was a secret passage into the dungeon. On the doors at the very bottom, there were mysterious inscriptions that glowed in the semi-darkness. The miners, as soon as they felt the power emanating from the door, decided to immediately call the magician. After studying the patterns, Felix stated that if the workers had tried to force the door open, they would have caused an explosion. Before trying to unlock it, the magician first decided to cast decryption magic. Silently watched as Felix recited a spell, trying to open an unknown passage. Thanks to the efforts of the head of the magic tower, the gates opened, and as soon as they swung open, a draft formed. As the door opened, a dozen arrows flew at Roman, but they all collided with his magical barrier. The magician assumed that the dungeon found by the miners was reinforced with traps. The young master seemed to ignore what his subordinates said and decided to personally check what was inside. Felix insisted that it was dangerous to go down further and asked for time to study the possible obstacles. Duke Dmitri did not agree, believing that if someone lived in the dungeon, they already knew about their presence. Not wanting to waste any more time, thereby increasing the risks, the young master went inside. Walking along the torchlit corridor, the Count thought that the Chagall family used similar methods. Having stepped on a secret button, Roman fell into one of the mechanical traps. Swordsman Cairo was pinned on both sides by spiked walls that were about to close in at incredible speed. In addition to this, several spears were fired at the young gentleman right in his face. However, none of the traps, even when used in pairs, worked. The barrier once again protected Count Dmitri from the threat approaching him. A man approached the guy from the darkness, saying that he was on their land, and as soon as the swordsman took a step, he could say goodbye to life. The Count introduced himself and claimed that the mountain range belonged to the Dmitri family, and the stranger was obliged to reveal his status. The man began to argue with the young gentleman again, but he was not there to bargain. Having shown himself and come into the light, the bearded man did not want human laws to be imposed on him. The dwarf firmly stated that they had settled in this dungeon long ago, although his hands were shaking. Count Dmitri could not decide what to do with the race that lived in the Endless Ridge. The swordsman agreed that the land belonged to the dwarves, but he needed to make sure they would not harm his people. A short man demanded to know why they needed to convince people of anything. The blade in Roman's hand silenced the dungeon dweller, captivating him with its beauty. One of the representatives of the small people asked Roman to look at his weapon, show his sword for just 3 minutes, and then they would seriously consider the issue of an agreement. The dwarves gathered around and admired the skillful work of Lord Roman. The underground people constantly discussed the young master's sword and suggested that it could have been made by one of their own. The leader of the shorties asked the Count directly who had forged this blade for him. When Roman replied that he had made a sword, the dwarves could not believe until the very end that a man had managed to make such a treasure. Touching the blade, the bearded man turned to the memory of the sword to verify the truth of the Duke's words. As soon as the little man looked inside the sword and saw the moment of its birth, he burst into tears. Looking at the master, the dwarf confirmed that the owner of the sword was also the master who created it. The dwarf fell to his knees and asked him to return the lands that once belonged to them. Roman demanded to know what this meant, and the little man explained the reason why they had settled here. This place was dubbed the Endless Ridge by people who actually had an end. The place where the dwarves came from was called Arcadia, where different races existed in harmony. Long ago, when the human world had not yet reached evolution, the lands beyond the ridge became covered with ice for unknown reasons. The disaster began when, among other things, the local peace tree withered away. Due to severe frosts and hunger, many people living in Arcadia died one after another. In order to survive and preserve their race, the ancestors of the dwarves had to leave their home, and thus the people of small people were forced to settle in the Endless Ridge. A couple of decades ago, the dwarves came across a cluster of devilish flames. It possessed such enormous power that it was capable of burning the entire world to the ground. But if the flame was used correctly, it could be used to melt the world tree. The bearded man saw in the sword's memory how Mr. Roman commanded the flame and decided that their meeting was not accidental. Shorty tearfully asked the Duke to take away the clod of devilish flame. The leader of the dwarves, nicknamed Brown Rock, swore that if the man fulfilled their request, they would reciprocate. Baek Chun-hyuk was having fateful encounters that reminded him of his past life, making him wonder if they were all coincidental or not. The fact that Dmitri was a family of blacksmiths and the Endless Ridge was part of their possessions was very reminiscent of everything connected with the Heavenly Demon and Mount Shivandashan. Even though Jun-hyuk chose a different path, his past life experiences helped him live his current life. Wanting to find out what exactly had drawn the heavenly demon into this world, the boy agreed to fulfill the dwarves' request. Once at the flames, Brown Rock could not follow Roman any further, advising him to be careful. The Count assured the magical creatures that they had no reason to worry. Stepping on the hot lava, Roman Dmitri walked on it as if it were a solid surface of the earth. The devilish flame looked like a small sun, emitting intense heat. The closer the Count came to him, the more intensely the flame began to burn his body. As the skin began to deflate and crack, Roman realized the heat was impossible to ignore. In this case, to resist the devil's flame, one only had to accept it. The young master resorted to the fire god's art in hopes of consuming the flames. The clot of energy was getting closer and closer to its future carrier, sending out tongues of flame in all directions. The Count believed that if the path he followed coincided with the desires of his destiny, it was only because he himself had chosen such a life for himself. As soon as the swordsman touched the flame, he heard its voice asking him to accept it. The mysterious energy claimed that her and the guy's destinies were intertwined with a tight thread. Roman replied that he didn't care what kind of creature the flame was because he was ready to subjugate it. When the swordsman climbed back up the mountain, he had that same ball of devil flame in his hands. The dwarves, who did not believe in man until the end, were surprised that he managed to tame such power. Looking at the incredible power in his hands, Roman Dmitri still kept his promise. Holding out his hand with the sphere, the Count commanded Brown Mountain to take what they so badly needed. From generation to generation, the little people were told how terrible human greed was. But the man standing in front of the bearded man was completely different from what his ancestors had described. Having received the long-awaited devilish flame, the dwarves thanked the master and swore to serve him faithfully and truly. Roman replied that this was quite enough and that his family would not fight with a small people. It was enough for the swordsman that a particle of the devil's flame's heat penetrated into him. The rabbits knew how they would use this power, and Roman also wanted to know how it could be useful to him. On Count Rondon's desk lay a letter sent by the Golden Bank with an ultimatum inside. Redford was required to pay 100,000 gold pieces within 2 weeks, otherwise the bank would exercise its right of creditor. The aristocrat wondered if there was any way to come to an agreement. Otherwise, it would be the end of Redford. Unfortunately for the kingdom, the Gold Bank refused to compromise with the debtor. For the last few years, Count Rondon has been bending over backwards to preserve the integrity of the country. The aristocrat wanted to know the king's opinion regarding the bank's ultimatum. But His Majesty, as before, drowned himself every day in drink and the company of women. And at the slightest opportunity, he would sit down at the gaming table, emptying the royal treasury. There were fears that someone behind the scenes was involved in the king's downfall. Rondon faced a difficult task. He had to save the kingdom and its ruler. The Count regretted that his father was not there, who would have definitely helped him in a difficult situation. The people of the Kingdom of Redford criticized the new heir of the Rondon Count family. Unlike the respected father of the family, his son was considered a man obsessed with money. To begin with, the aristocrat wanted to deal with the bank, so he asked to prepare a list of influential people who could help him. Mr. Rondon held 10 meetings, all of which ended with each family refusing. When he approached his close people, the man received a cold reception, and most of them did not even want to meet. The Kingdom of Redford was in such dire straits that the Earl came to the newly formed duchy for help. But for Mr. Rondon, any help was important now, regardless of the status of the ally. Hans ran so fast towards his master that he had to stop to catch his breath. The servant informed Mr. Roman about a man who had arrived to visit several days ago and who was still waiting to meet him. Finally, after a month of confinement, the Duke opened the doors of the workshop, announcing that he was just about to leave. Hans couldn't help but notice that the aura around the young master had changed again. The assistant was worried about how his master's training had gone, to which he replied that thanks to the efforts of his faithful servant, he was able to concentrate. Formalities aside, the Duke was interested in the guest who so strongly desired to meet him. After several tedious days, Count Rondon of Redford managed to introduce himself to the builder Dmitri. Sitting at the same table with the gentleman, Roman tried to remember where he could have heard this man's name. After briefly digging through his memories, the swordsman remembered seeing the name on the order list at the Akorchi base. The Count came straight to the point, and despite their first meeting, asked to borrow 100,000 gold pieces. As the aristocrat explained, the money was needed to pay off the debt to the Gold Bank. Rondon asked if Mr. Roman understood the importance of what Redford represented. In his mind, the young gentleman praised his guest for not just asking for help, but for talking about the importance of the request. Redford was one of the strongholds against the Kronos Empire, which was part of the Alliance of Kingdoms. Therefore, Rondon tried in every way to prevent the kingdom from falling and asked for a little support. Unexpectedly for the aristocrat, the Duke reported that he had heard rumors about his guest. The man was considered a rich man who had amassed a huge fortune through brutal business methods. However, to the swordsman Cairo, Rondon seemed like a completely different person, which was different from what was described in the rumors. Dmitri wanted to know the real reason why Raf tried so hard for Redford. Rondon didn't want to be a patriot and a rich man like his father, so he created the opposite reputation for himself. But all the property that the man allegedly took and destroyed belonged to traitors to the homeland. The aristocrat did not want to see people suffer and his dear country destroyed. He was almost certain that the Kronos Empire was behind Redford's decline. The Count stated that he was ready to offer the lands of the kingdom and the family heirloom of the house as collateral for the deal. If Redford can restore the former greatness, they will never forget the favor shown by the house of Dmitri. Mr. Roman agreed to the deal and asked Mr. Rondon to try his best. Just like Cairo once did, the Redford kingdom had to endure at any cost. And only then will the allies of the duchy definitely have such a chance. The aristocrat froze for a moment because the words spoken by the Duke reminded him of his father's speech. When the man was still a child, his father insisted that if you don't give up until the very end, then a chance will definitely appear. Not wanting to miss such an opportunity, Rondon vowed to repay the Duchy of Dmitri for his favor. Meanwhile, in the city's taverns, they were discussing festivals in honor of the souls of the warriors of Valhalla, to which the ruler Dmitri was invited. People were discussing the possibility of a high-ranking fighter appearing on the continent, not from the empire. There were also rumors that the young gentleman did not accept the invitation, because the former fighters on the list were no match for Barbossa. The residents of Dmitri did not know that Roman was actually preparing to attend an imperial event. He was sure that Valhalla was up to something and therefore wanted to respond to them appropriately. Kevin wanted to know from Roman the reason why he was excluded from the trip to the empire. According to the Duke himself, the danger of the trip was not limited to his participation. Without his ruler, Dmitri would be in danger, so the one whom the Lord trusted the most had to remain in the city. Kevin didn't expect that he was the one best suited for the role, rather than the exemplary Chris. The guy thanked the owner for his trust, claiming that he would do everything possible to protect Dmitri. A difficult battle awaited Roman and his men, which they simply had to win. Therefore, the swordsman Cairo will travel to Valhalla to set a precedent showing that the 12 swords of the Empire are invincible. The next day, while talking to Rondon, Roman asked him to reveal the truth about the affairs in the country. The Earl revealed that Redford's problems were not limited to His Majesty's behavior alone. However, if the king is overthrown, the problem will only get worse and the country will plunge into even greater chaos. For this reason, the aristocrat was ready to take upon himself the condemnation of the people. Rondon wanted to first create a basis for Redford's survival and then tell its inhabitants the truth. Cairo's first sword felt a resemblance to his past life again as he looked at the Count. Yu Hyun, a hermit scholar, was a very unusual man who believed that people are born good. And despite the fact that he was the heir to a noble family, he did not strive for power at all. The reasons for this may be the lifestyle, which was radically different from the way Baek Chun Hyuk lived. As opposites attract, both guys often spent time together. During another game, Heavenly Demon discussed how Yu Hyun had once again gone to the poor areas to help people. The swordsman did not understand that his friend acted with the best of intentions, but people would start waiting for him because of such actions. But if the scientist never appears again, people will be very angry with him. Human nature was so arranged that, having received help once, he always waited for the second. Yu Hyun agreed with his comrade that people would blame him, but stated that he was simply doing what his heart told him to do. The scientist was sure that if there were people like Chun Hyuk in the world, then for balance, there had to be people like him. Despite their differences, War enjoyed trolling time with a good-natured comrade. However, a year later, Yu Hyun's naked dead body was found in a poor neighborhood. Upon learning of his friend's death, the Heavenly Demon believed that he had died from his own excessive kindness. The day of the death of scientist Baek Chun Hyuk turns the entire poor district upside down in search of the killer. And only after the warrior sent several people to the next world, he managed to find the criminal. The man who committed the crime admitted his guilt, but did not want the boy to die, only wanting to take his clothes. Peck grabbed the killer's head and with just one sharp movement separated it from the body. The guy believed that a person, no matter whether he was poor or rich, always remained a person. While talking with Count Rondon, Roman remembered the simple-minded Yu Hyun from his past life. Having thanked the sender Dmitri once again, the aristocrat was ready to return to Redford to ask for the debt. The young master watched as another new ally of his returned to his land. It was only late in the evening that Count Rondon appeared in the kingdom. The aristocrat, looking at the money he received from the Duke, recalled his words, that he had to be careful. The young master insisted that anything could happen if the people realized that there was no high wall between Rondon and the kingdom. But he did not believe that self-sacrifice was not the only way to serve his people. Rondon was not at all against it if Roman Dmitri was Redford's man, replacing the king in his place. The man wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to change the balance of power in the country, and the gold bank debt was just the beginning. The angry residents were armed with tools used in their households. The guard, as best he could, drove the angry people away from the carriage transporting the count. The knight was surprised when he saw a child among the crowd holding a knife in front of him. Taking advantage of the moment, one of those gathered threw sand right in his face. The rebels surrounded the soldier who had fallen to the ground, not taking their eerie gaze off him. Before his companion's eyes, the knight was stabbed to death, from which the guard concluded that the protesting people were far from ordinary. Before the guy could do anything, a dart suddenly stuck into his neck. He was released by a man hiding behind an obtuse corner, his face hidden under a hood. The guard's coordination was disrupted, and he slowly began to lose consciousness. One of the rebels had already raised a rake over his head to punish the royal servant. The aristocrat left the carriage and revealed that the valuables being transported were money to pay off the national debt. The man was sure that if the angry crowd were citizens of Redford, then they should not have attacked them. Count Rondon begged him to become one, because without this money, the country would have no future. The rebels were so disillusioned with the government that they no longer believed a single word from the king's representative. The aristocrat fell to the ground from the blow of the club, but continued to beg for the money. The last thing the man saw was poor people admiring gold coins. The residents who saw Roman off told their ruler to wipe the nose of the upstarts from Valhalla. The young master and a small detachment were heading to the empire for a festival. Kevin, watching his master leave, was determined to keep his word. At the same time, Luca is at full speed rushed to Dmitri to tell the gentleman the urgent news. The tavern's bartender shared rumors that the Rondon family was trying to steal government money. There was also information that the count was planning to escape from the principality of Dmitri early in the morning. Jacques was not going to tolerate such treatment any longer and suggested that all visitors stop the aristocrat. People were tired of the disgraceful rule of the royal family, so they supported the guy. The young men who took part in the raid on the carriage could not count how much gold was in the chests. Jacques, who had advised the people to rob the count, looked at the money and realized that it would be enough to feed the entire country for a year. The Redford resident couldn't believe that the rumors about Rondon were actually true. The guy called all the people to be nearby and ready to give each one a gold coin that the traitor had taken from them. Jacques believed that he had done a noble deed by rewarding the people who suffered from a life of poverty. He was confident that there was nothing illegal in his actions, returning the stolen goods to their rightful place. The bailiff expressed understanding on the part of the bank regarding the situation that occurred in the kingdom. However, the man was worried that Redford had not only not paid off the principal debt, but had not even paid a drop of interest. The treasurer apologized as best he could for Count Rondon, declaring that he was not one to break time agreements. The guy claimed that most likely something happened to the gentleman on the way. The gold bank clerk did not believe it, but considered it an accident, blaming the kingdom for constantly delaying the payment of the debt. But what upset the bailiff most was the fact that Mr. Rondon did not show up on the day of the appointed meeting. The man decided that the count had simply abandoned Redford and decided to save his own skin by taking the remaining money with him. The bank clerk decided to leave the meeting, believing that they had nothing more to talk about. But he didn't know that at that very moment, Duke Roman Dmitri arrived in the kingdom. None of those present were expecting the young gentleman, so they were surprised by his appearance. Ruler Dmitri apologized for being late and suggested getting down to business. When the bailiff asked him what he was doing there, the Duke replied that he was representing the interests of Count Rondon, who had had an accident. The bank employee emphasized that since Roman was a representative, he should have understood the current situation well. The Golden Bank has classified the Kingdom of Redford as a defaulter and a malicious debtor. The man hinted that the bank was ready to use any means to repay the debt. The young gentleman asked not to beat around the bush and to speak strictly to the point. The bailiff calculated the interest for the delay and was ready to forget about the troubles with the kingdom if he received 110,000 gold immediately. The treasurer was taken aback by this statement because Count Rondon had had an accident on the way to the meeting. A bank spokesman said they were not required to take the debtor's circumstances into account. All that was important to them was the promised repayment date and the interest for the delay that arose. Roman Dmitri wanted to know for sure whether the bank used the debt as a pretext for conflict. The bailiff was outraged to hear such a bold suggestion from Rondon's representative. The young gentleman replied that no creditor in the world would start a war to repay a debt. The bank clerk stated that they were different from ordinary creditors and that the debt relationship was based solely on trust. Those who borrowed from the bank were sure to repay their debts, since the bank clearly showed what happened to the debtors. However, Roman still did not understand why the bank, knowing about the difficult financial situation due to the king, still lent money. The Duke was interested in how it was possible to enter into a debt relationship with an unreliable partner. The bailiff voiced Roman's thoughts that the bank had given him the loan on purpose to destroy the Redford kingdom. The man found this statement outrageous and ended the negotiations. Swordsman Cairo asked the bank clerk not to rush, because he was going to pay off the debt. Dom Dimitri paid off the debt of the Redford kingdom, but as the bank employee believed, they made a big mistake. As the man left the meeting, he hoped to meet Mr. Roman again in the future. The treasurer expressed his deep gratitude to Governor Dimitri, thanks to whom Redford avoided a major crisis. However, the guy didn't need gratitude, and he did this act for a reason. Just in time for Mr. Roman's arrival, Count Redford finally came to his senses. At the sight of the young gentleman, the aristocrat remembered the carriage and the stolen money. When Dimitri's men arrived at the scene, those who attacked the count had already managed to distribute all the gold to the people. But Roman hastened to add that by that time he had already settled the matter with the gold bank. Shedding tears of happiness, Rondon declared that from now on the kingdom was in great debt to Dimitri. Swordsman Cairo firmly stated that the count was greatly mistaken, and now was not the time for gratitude. The guy said Redford's incompetence led to the worst-case scenario. Rondon agreed that he was the culprit of this whole situation because of his soft ideas. Therefore, matters concerning the kingdom of Redford will henceforth be decided personally by Roman Dimitri. And leaving the aristocrats' chambers, the Duke added that he would solve problems using his own methods. The young master had already warned earlier that anything could happen due to fragile tolerance. Like Roman's old friend Rondon, having trusted people, did a reckless act. As a result, the promise made by the Count was broken, and even money could not solve the problems. Only through the efforts of Mr. Roman, the kingdom of Redford was not drawn into the war. The king's man could not find the right words to express how sad he was to have let the Duke down. The man guessed that Roman, not leaving Redford in trouble, wanted to get something in return. Rondon was ready to do whatever the young master ordered him to do to make amends. The guy said that the agreement between Dimitri and Redford was still valid, and the total debt of 210,000 gold pieces had no deadline for repayment. However, the amount could double. Ruler Dimitri demanded that the Count tell the people the truth about what really happened. The swordsman caught himself thinking that perhaps this was what he wanted to do for Yu Hyun. Roman wanted everyone to know that Rondon was actually a patriot and not a traitor. And to do this, the Duke demanded that the aristocrats stage a rebellion and seize the royal throne. At the local pub, everyone was celebrating Jacques' noble act of giving back to those in need. But despite the festive mood, the guy was worried about the prolonged absence of the establishment's owners. His friend advised him not to pay attention to it, since they had decided to drink all the beer that was in the pub. Jacques' comrades recalled the faces of the guards the rebels had encountered. They were confident that if they joined forces, even swordsmen with aura would not be able to do anything against them. The tavern's patrons became so bold that they were ready to defeat even the king's knights if necessary. After these words, as if by magic, Roman's men burst into the establishment, who were ordered to find Jacques. The guy was so surprised that the soldiers were looking for him that he didn't have time to react properly. The robbers' tipsy comrades immediately took up their blades, ready to defend themselves. One of them attacked Chris, no wanting someone to touch Redford's character. Remaining standing in place, the aura swordsman got rid of the attacker in one move. The establishment's employee burst into screams when she saw the severed head on the floor. Taking a closer look at the soldiers, the locals realized that they were not the king's soldiers. The commander of the detachment addressed those present with a statement that anyone who decided to stand in their way would be executed. Chris quickly identified the robber, and the guy himself confessed to the crime. With extraordinary ease, the Knight of Aura grabbed Jacques by the head and threw him to the floor. The swordsman headed towards the exit, still holding the criminal by the head, dragging him along the floor. The guy's friends and acquaintances were furious because some strangers dared to raise a hand against him. Having united, the inhabitants decided to save their comrade so that he would remain for them a hero who saved the kingdom from oblivion. The rioters immediately headed to the square in a crowd chanting Jean's name. Roman Dimitri appeared before the angry people, ready to make an important statement. In front of all the city's inhabitants, Duke Dimitri was going to punish the criminal. The boy explained that Jacques was accused of sedition and rebellion, having robbed the carriage containing the gold coins of Count Rondon. Roman was immediately bombarded with accusations that Rondon was in cahoots with Dimitri's family and was planning to run away with the money. Jacques be released immediately, since the swordsman Cairo had no right to judge him. The young gentleman demanded proof of what the angry crowd had said. In his defense, the robber replied that the count could only use such a huge sum for an escape. As Governor Dmitri realized, the residents of Redford had no evidence other than guesses. The accused stated that they did not have to prove anything, and that Count Rondon was a traitor was a well-known fact. The Duke threw the scroll to the criminal and asked him to read it to make sure otherwise. In Jacques' hands was a document from the Gold Bank, which confirmed the repayment by Dimitri's family of Redford's debt of 110,000 gold coins. As the young gentleman explained, Count Rondon borrowed this sum from him to pay off a debt. However, due to the stupid behavior of the townspeople, Mr. Roman had to pay an additional interest of 10,000 gold. The Duke concluded his speech by saying that this was the truth that everyone around had ignored until now. The thief could not believe the words spoken by Roman, believing that the document was a forgery and that the Count had turned away from the people in difficult times for them. The guy was still convinced that Rondon had made a huge fortune for himself. And while people were in poverty and starving, the aristocrat enjoyed a life of luxury. Roman Dmitri demanded to see evidence that confirmed Jacques' words. Otherwise, the accusations brought against Count Rondon were nothing more than slander. Swordsman Cairo stated that the people of Redford believed the terrible rumors that Baron Dread spread due to his conflict with the Count. The traitor was actually Dread himself, who was engaged in slave trading with the Kronos Empire. While Rondon was busy driving out the traitor, the inhabitants did nothing but hate the aristocrat for his status in society. Roman said that he would release Jacques if someone could prove that Count Rondon was a traitor. The criminal understood that he would not be able to get away with it, since no one had any solid evidence. Duke Dimitri's words made the townspeople remember how their acquaintances who were looking for work began to disappear. The young gentleman asked why the Count did not reveal the truth to his people, ready to try on the mask of a traitor. The aristocrat replied that in an age of hatred, the one who deserved criticism would eventually become king. Rondon knew that a rebellion was coming, and to confirm his words, Roman asked Jacques whose idea it was to rob and steal the money. The information that the gold coins would be transported in a carriage was kept a closely guarded secret. Jacques' people, like himself, knew everything, which led Mr. Roman to think that someone had passed this information on to them. It came as a surprise to everyone that the informant turned out to be the owner of the pub, who was not among those present. The Duke made the criminal wonder if it seemed strange to them that they were able to defeat the swordsman with aura. Roman stated that the people had the opportunity to see the truth, but they did not take advantage of this opportunity. Having succumbed to imperial agitators, the townspeople crossed a river that could not be crossed back. Count Rondon was the only one who cared about the kingdom, but because of the stupid inhabitants, innocent soldiers died. The young master proved that Jacques was not really the hero who saved Radford. The crowd suddenly threw down their weapons, with which they wanted to save Jacques. The guy realized that he had fallen for a provocation, and as a result he had done terrible things. The criminal remembered how he once sat down in a bar next to the treasurer, who worked for the Count. However, the guy who worked for Rondon said that his boss was not as bad as everyone thought. The worker could not tell everything, but he insisted that there was no reason to hate the Count. At that time, Jacques thought the guy was crazy, and thought that he held such an opinion about the aristocracy only because he worked for them. Now the treasurer's words made sense, and the criminal was able to see the full picture. The guy repented of what he had done, and although he understood that he had made an irreparable mistake, he still begged to be forgiven. Grabbing Mr. Roman, Jacques tearfully asked him to tell him what he should do now, crying. The townsman insisted that, knowing the truth, he still could not accept the situation that had occurred. The Duke replied that the boy had not robbed the carriage for his own gain, and thus confirmed the reason why they had taken up arms. The young gentleman insisted that even if Jacques shed tears, he would still not be able to bring back to life those who died because of his mistake. However, to prevent something like this from happening again, the criminal had to take responsibility for what he had done. Placing a sword on the criminal's shoulder, Roman Dmitri told the citizens of Radford to remember this day. Jacques was not Radford's hero, but he should be remembered as the one who accepted death for his sins. Raising his sword above his head, the Duke explained that if anyone made the same mistake, he would be held accountable for what he had done. At the moment when Jacques lost his head, Count Rondon was walking through the city with his soldiers. The man thought that if the root of the problem was not eliminated, similar cases of carriage robberies would happen again. Sooner or later, someone had to take up arms and overthrow the king from the throne, because the future of the entire kingdom was at stake. The Count did not even think that he would become such a person, and calling the commander to him, he began to fulfill his duty. The aristocrat demanded that the commander of the Imperial Knights be neutralized without hesitation, and that control be taken over his subordinates. Rondon reminded that if they could not take the throne, the kingdom would cease to exist. Soon the man found himself in front of His Majesty's estate, gathering all his will into a fist. A detachment of imperial knights came out to meet the count, and they were not at all friendly. London knew he had no choice but to fight the knights. The squad leader stated that Radford's guards were protecting the royal family. The knights were aware that rebellion against the king was considered treason. But the soldiers decided to rectify the situation, and this time close their eyes and cover their ears. Suddenly the knights parted, making way for the man who could fix the situation in the country. The man was pleasantly surprised that he was not the only one who wanted Radford to change for the better. Having thrown open the doors leading to the royal hall, the aristocrat demanded an audience with the ruler of the country. To his surprise, Rondon found the king lying on the floor near his throne. Rushing to the king, his subject discovered that he was covered in blood and there was a letter nearby. The suicide note was addressed to Rondon, in which the king asked for forgiveness for his disregard for him and the country. His Highness also received a letter threatening that the lives of his children would be in danger if he did not indulge in fornication every day. The king ignored the threat, but ultimately paid dearly, after which he unsuccessfully tried to drown his sorrows in alcohol. The count wondered who could be so powerful as to threaten members of the imperial family. The people who threatened the king took away not only his eldest son, but also his little daughter. While His Majesty's second son, the only one who survived, was poisoned. The king received an antidote for his son in exchange for leading a dissolute lifestyle. No matter how hard he tried, the man could not protect either the kingdom or his own children. The desire of the ruler of Radford to save his children could have resulted in a huge number of residents suffering. Therefore, His Majesty committed suicide so that his subjects would not have to stain their hands with royal blood. The last thing the king bequeathed was to take care of the country which he had so successfully destroyed. Having visited the only son of King Charlotte, the count reported his sudden death. The aristocrat asked Radford's successor if he knew the whole truth that his father had hidden. The guy was sure that there was some kind of conspiracy behind all the events happening in the country. The nobleman asked why Charlotte had not told him anything from the very beginning as soon as he found out. The prince believed that empty talk would not change anything, and he also did not want to die from poison. The aristocrat asked directly whether the king's son wanted him to inherit Radford. The boy stated that it was not enough for him and his father to simply renounce the throne in order to preserve the kingdom. In order for all power to pass into the hands of one person, it was necessary to destroy absolutely everyone through whose veins royal blood flowed. Charlotte knew that Rondon, who had dedicated himself to service for many years, was a worthy man. The guy added that since his father made his choice first, now he could make the same decision. The count believed that if it were not for the time of troubles, the king's son would have become a wonderful ruler. But before leaving, the heir to the throne asked Count Rondon for one favor. Charlotte wanted his and his father's deaths not to be in vain, and for the kingdom to return to life again. After these words, the guy closed his eyes, and from that moment on, the royal family ceased to exist. Count Rondon and the inhabitants of the kingdom bid farewell to the royal family with all honors. The new ruler of Radford promised to create a kingdom that would listen to the voice of the people, and that the kingdom will not fall victim to empires like Kronos. And more importantly, Rondon will take revenge on those responsible for the king's death. The aristocrat decided that it would be appropriate to hold the coronation in a few days. Soon the king's subject took his place, watching the townspeople chanting the name of the new ruler. During his last meeting with the count, Roman reminded him that from now on, people who respected him or considered him a traitor were just residents, and that they will behave towards the new king depending on his reign. Rondon was determined to change the country and avoid the mistakes of the past. Roman Dmitri watched the king's performance from afar while he was in the palace at the time. The young gentleman was confident that if the kingdom got back on its feet, Dmitri would have a strong ally. Having finished his business in Radford, the Duke ordered Chris to prepare for the trip to the Valhalla Empire. Mr. Roman and his men arrived at the border town of the empire, Paolo. The guards, having met the guests from the duchy, were forced to conduct an inspection. The young gentleman was a little surprised by this reception, despite the invitation he had. Mr. Roman ordered his people not to make a fuss in the city because its inhabitants did not complain about strangers. The Valhalla Empire was a rather closed country, surrounded by jungle. While taking in the local sights, Chris noted that the city looked exactly as rumored. First Sword Cairo heard that the most difficult opponent on the continent were the people of Valhalla. Each of them was hostile to the newcomer and did not offer a warm welcome. Chris couldn't understand how it was possible to send an invitation and not send anyone as an escort. Mr. Roman believed that despite the invitation, the empire did not recognize his existence. The young gentleman decided to have a drink at the inn with the knight who accompanied him. One of the customers behind the bar angrily declared that the out-of-towners had spoiled the taste of the alcohol. Approaching the Duke, the man advised the strangers to quietly go upstairs and go to bed. A tipsy city dweller, Paolo, said that the tourists seemed to have no difficulties in life, and their pale skin tone was just like that of women. However, the young gentleman did not bat an eye at the provocation of the man who had had too much to drink. Then the drunkard became indignant that Roman not only did not pay attention to him, but also did not leave, as he was ordered. The troublemaker intended to grab the swordsman by the hair and personally drag him up if he didn't get up right away. Ruler Dmitri informed Chris that from now on they could let people know of their arrival in Valhalla. The next second, the Aura Knight pounced on the drunkard and slammed his head into the bar counter. But the soldier's blow was so strong that it managed to destroy half of the bar counter. It would seem that after this the man should have lost consciousness, but he only became more angry. The drunkard assured that the knight was not helped by the fact that he struck first, and wanted to show him the true power of Valhalla. Mr. Roman's subject began to lose patience with the upstart's empty chatter. Then Chris struck again so powerfully that it knocked all the air out of the villain's lungs. Swordsman Cairo gave the inn owner generous compensation for the mess he made. The owner of the establishment, having opened the bag of gold, instantly forgot about the brawl involving strangers. Duke Dmitri asked the bartender where the most crowded place in Paolo was. The owner of the establishment took the visitors to the square itself, from where they could get to any point in the city. The man warned the guests not to cause any more disturbances as they had done at the hotel. Roman noted that Valhalla, although it called itself an empire, was only a country that had not achieved the dignity of being called that. While Kronos was unable to control his greed, Valhalla could not rid herself of her savagery. Therefore, the young master decided to act in accordance with the established rules. The guy suddenly shouted that he was the heir to the Duchy of Dmitri, after which he added that those present who wanted to challenge him should not be shy. The townspeople began to whisper among themselves, wondering who this crazy stranger was. At that very moment, a huge man grew up from the swordsman Cairo, who expressed a desire to become his opponent. He threw the huge double-sided axe off his shoulders, and the resident of Paolo swung it with all his might. To his surprise, the man missed, and Roman dodged the weapon with extraordinary ease. In the same position, the young master gave his opponent a cold look. The next moment, the swordsman, finding himself right in front of the thug's nose, did not take his gaze off him. The visitor gave the townsman a strong slap in the face, which had a deafening effect on his opponent. Such an action was the most humiliating towards any warrior. However, the blow from the ruler Dmitri angered the man even more, causing him to burst into curses. In response to this, Roman slapped him again, forcing his opponent to drop his weapon. The guy started hitting the man on the cheek over and over again, so hard that the resident of Paolo started bleeding. Shaking from the pain that pierced him, the warrior begged to stop, admitting his defeat. People watching the fight began to boo their fellow countryman, who was disgracing their homeland. The man, having received another blow, was sure that the hand did not belong to a human. Realizing that he would be laughed at if he backed down, the resident of Paolo decided that he had no choice but to resort to cunning. Roman's opponent received a severe slap and fell to the ground, pretending to lose consciousness. Duke Dmitri looked at his opponent with suspicion, not believing that he had passed out. The young gentleman ordered the man to stand up, declaring that he had seen through his cunning plan. Having broken into the Lord's office, his subject reported that Roman Dmitri had fought in the square against the people of Valhalla. But Baron Paolo expected such a reaction from the Duke, which is why he did not send an escort to him. The servant reported that none of Roman's opponents could cope with him, and all of them, as one, shouted that they were surrendering. The Baron was pleasantly surprised that the warriors of Valhalla shamefully begged for mercy from the swordsman Cairo. Mr. Paolo wanted to personally show Roman Dmitri what Valhalla was behind that place. Right on the central square, the guy has already defeated 4 townspeople who decided to challenge him. Baron Paolo arrived to see the enraged guest, demanding an explanation of what he had done there. The city's rulers claimed that Roman was a foreigner and had no right to commit such acts against civilians. The Lord demanded that the Duke give a good reason for the massacre. Otherwise, he would have to punish the guest. The young gentleman declared that in Valhalla, everything was decided by force, and he believed that the city's authorities wanted him to prove it. The Baron did not think that Dmitri would be more warlike than the local population. However, he could not ignore the situation. In the Empire, battles were considered an honorable event, and such mockery of the enemy was forbidden. Paolo said that he would conduct an investigation, and after that he would personally escort Roman to the capital. The swordsman refused to participate in such a thing, which angered the authorities even more. The guy decided that while on the earth of Valhalla, he would deal with the problems by following the local laws, demanding a duel. Roman Dmitri ordered to attack him with all troops in order to force him to submit and conduct an investigation. Paolo went to provoke the guest and ordered the soldiers to immediately arrest him. The next moment, the Empire's soldiers turned into werewolves, growing fangs and fur on their bodies. The young master was surprised when he saw representatives of the beast race in front of him. These ethnic minorities that were found in the jungle were the most powerful creatures in the country. The most elite warriors of Valhalla were fed the milk of wild animals from birth, after which in adulthood they underwent a ritual and took the form of an animal. The Lord made fun of Roman, believing that he had no way to escape while surrounded by beastmen. The Empire's soldiers pounced on the enemy, extending their sharp claws in front of them. But like most of his opponents, the swordsman Dmitri met them with a crushing counterattack. The boy became convinced that his opponents, although the greatest warriors, were in fact pathetic animals. Following his partner, another mythical creature got punched in the face. Mr. Roman promised to spare his enemy if he admitted his defeat. Looking at the beastman, the boy realized that he could not speak due to his beast form. Trembling with fear, the warrior of Valhalla begged for mercy, claiming that he was wrong. The swordsman was pleasantly surprised that the humanoid beast could actually talk. Because the Aura swordsman had a hard time dealing with the beastman, Baron was surprised at how the hero Cairo easily dealt with them. Paolo admitted his defeat and, as he had promised earlier, was ready to accompany the guest to the capital. The Duke was pleased that he had managed to put the boastful inhabitants of the Empire in their place. From the report Lucas received, Valhalla was a very dual country. Despite its current status as an empire, the country had ambitions to unify territories, which were similar to those of Kronos. Valhalla's decision to provoke Roman before he appeared on stage indicated that the locals could no longer be called barbarians. All that Dmitri Sender had to do was defeat the great warrior Barbossa. Unlike conservatives, the Empire of Power is unlikely to recognize such an outcome. The swordsman understood perfectly well that no matter what the outcome, he could not avoid danger. The next day, one of Paolo's men was sent to Mr. Roman and his men. A boy named Sanchez was obliged to escort important guests to the capital by order of the Baron. The path lay through overgrown jungle, and on top of everything else, the person accompanying us kept telling us something. Sanchez got on the nerves of the young gentleman, who was tired of his endless chatter. As darkness fell, the party stopped to light a fire, and their guide reported that he had heard many rumors about the swordsman Cairo. The guy, admiring Roman Dmitri, claimed that although he was not born in Valhalla, he looked like a warrior from its stories. According to legend, only one swordsman managed to split the earth and cut the sky. Sanchez emphasized that the gentleman who arrived from Dmitri was just a man, and that's why he couldn't believe that the first swordsman Cairo had actually defeated the tired ones alone. Lord Chris's loyal subject advised the guide to watch his words. Roman reassured the knight and stated that everything was fine, wanting to hear what Sanchez wanted from him. Yes, he asked directly what qualities the Duke possessed that he was chosen as Barbossa's rival. Morales was ranked 12th when Barbossa was ranked 6th in Valhalla. The Empire's warriors were known for their bad blood, constantly being compared since childhood. Although Morales was called a genius for his outstanding skills, he could not compare to Barbossa's talent. 6 months ago, Morales was chosen as a warrior at the festival that everyone had been waiting for a long time. It was said that all those who died during it went to Valhalla, regardless of victory or loss. Morales accepted the invitation because he knew that his opponent would be Barbossa. He believed that the warrior of the gods had created ideal conditions for him to prove his superiority. Sanchez knew about this story because he was a student of the great warrior Morales. The guy said that Roman stole the opportunity that any warrior of Valhalla wanted. However, the guide was of the opinion that the rumors about the swordsman Cairo's strength were exaggerated. He asked the young gentleman if he considered himself worthy of fighting Barbossa instead of Morales. The Duke was curious about the basis for the judgment of the student of one of the Empire's best warriors. Sanchez believed that Roman's reputation was just empty rumors, and he wanted to personally prove the opposite. The swordsman asked the boy to tell everyone that Duke Dmitri was ready to accept anyone's challenge to put his place on the line. The young gentleman added that he would not mind fighting with their personal guide as well. The Valhallan considered Roman's words offensive and was already reaching for his blade. But before he could do anything, the knight standing next to him began to sparkle with anger. And at that moment, Sanchez realized that in front of him was the so-called Cairo Flash. Noting that Roman's men were so strong, the guide decided that perhaps the rumors were true after all. Turning around, the warrior advised Roman not to regret his words, believing that the festival was intended only for recognized warriors. Arrived in the capital of Marin, Mr. Roman met Jonathan, who was responsible for his escort. The Viscount reported that he had heard from Sanchez that the guest was going to prove himself worthy of fighting Barbossa by accepting the challenge of any of the warriors. Jonathan was concerned about the Duke's statement. However, the guy assured that if necessary, he would sort it out completely. The guide told that in order to make the festival successful, blood was shed at the end of the preparations according to the tradition of the Valhallan War. 30 warriors will take part in the battle on a huge stage, of which only one will remain alive. The winner of the festival will receive the blessing of Valhalla from the Emperor himself. The Viscount suggested that in order to brighten the tone of the celebration, they invite one of Roman's people to take part. He quickly added that even swordsmen who were not in the rankings could participate in the duel. As an example, the man cited Cairo's outburst, which met with his abilities. The young gentleman agreed to send Chris to the festival, which pleased his interlocutor. The Viscount offered his guests to rest right in this room, but considered this problematic after what he said to Sanchez. Leaving Roman alone, Jonathan was looking forward to seeing the smile on his master's face again. As he had warned, after a while people began to come to the swordsman's door to challenge him. Vitolo, who was ranked 89th, decided to introduce Roman to his knife. A crowd of onlookers gathered around the house where the stranger was staying, wanting to watch the fight with one of the best warriors in the country. We didn't have to wait long, and soon Roman was already standing in front of Vitolo, opening his bro's door to him. Suddenly, the guy walked past the warrior who wanted to fight him, causing him to become confused. The swordsman informed those present that he would accept any challenge thrown at him before sunset, after which he turned directly to the warrior who had come to the duel, inviting him to attack. The man was offended by the stranger's impudence and decided to test how far he could go. Leaving behind a trail of powerful aura, the warrior pounced on the enemy, who stood motionless in place. It didn't take a second for the Valhalla-ranked swordsman to lose his head. The Duke was disappointed that his opponent, who had boasted of his skill, turned out to be a weakling. People were shocked when they saw Vitolo's severed head fall at their feet. The inhabitants of the capital could not believe that their warrior had been defeated by some foreigner. If instead of Roman Vitolu, a man from the empire had won, they would most likely have retreated. But in this case, everyone was eager to play with the swordsman Cairo. One of the young master's opponents also turned out to be a shuriken master. However, for the guy, it didn't matter what weapon the enemy attacked him with. One strike from his sword was enough to simultaneously repel an attack and cut through an opponent. Having dealt with yet another upstart, Duke Dmitri called for the next volunteer. The people of Valhalla were overconfident, causing the warriors to continue their attempts to defeat Roman. But each of them faced the same fate as the previous daredevils, who lost their lives in one moment. Without any difficulties, the ruler Dmitri gradually reduced the population of the empire. The entire street in front of the palace where Roman was staying was strewn with the corpses of brave and stupid opponents. Looking around, the young gentleman came to the conclusion that there were no more people willing to compete with him in strength. The townspeople of Marin, who were watching the duel, did not dare to challenge him to the duel. Returning to his chambers, the Duke declared that there was still a whole day ahead, and if there are any willing participants, they only need to knock on the gate at any time. By evening, everyone in the city was talking about nothing but Roman and the carnage he had carried out at his gates since early morning. Sanchez was surprised to learn that Vitolo, who had challenged Roman, had fallen at his hand. One of the townspeople suggested putting forward the strongest warrior to displace the invited guest from the festival stage. The guy was surprised when people wanted to call Morales, who was originally designated as Barbossa's opponent. The townspeople were sure that no matter how clever Dmitri was, he would not be able to stand up to Morales. That same evening, Sanchez visited his mentor to inform him that they wanted to make him Roman's opponent. While polishing his sword, the warrior asked the boy if he knew why he wanted to fight Barbossa. The student replied that the reason was an evil fate from the past, but the main reason was different. The swordsman stated that Barbossa was one of the 12 blades of the continent that Valhalla prided itself on. However, the sixth in the ranking was not one of those who could boast of military honor. People who obeyed the authorities deliberately poisoned Morales so that he could not take part in the festival. The man was quite tired of the disgusting rulers who were deprived of honor and pride, and yet the main reason was the victory over Barbossa, for which the warrior honed his sword skills. And suddenly, some upstart appeared and decided to take his place. The master ordered the disciple to go to the city right now and gather all the people of Valhalla. Morales was determined to prove that the festival stage belonged to him alone. The people who came to watch the duel asked the warrior to restore the honor of the empire. The townspeople insisted that Roman Dmitri was unworthy of taking the place of the great swordsman. Face to face with his enemy, Morales revealed that the empire had only called him to avenge the death of Count Denver. And he wondered why, knowing about her intentions, the guy so easily agreed to come. The townspeople were outraged when they learned the true reason why the stranger had come to their lands. The young master replied that the Valhalla Empire was not able to defeat him. Morales assumed that the boy said this because he believed that he could defeat Barbosa. As soon as Morales' opponent confirmed his suspicions, the man laughed, appreciating the Duke's sense of humor. The Valhallan swordsman liked opponents who still had some warrior pride left, but he was still ready to reclaim his rightful place at the festival. Cairo's first sword was inspired by his opponent's speech, causing the boy's aura to start to surge. He said that everyone who had fought with him so far had never doubted their victory for a second. Roman wondered if the latest representative of the Empire really thought that in his case, everything would be different. Morales suggested that they stop chatting and finally find out which of them was the strongest warrior at the festival. The swordsman's aura was the strongest of all the opponents that ruler Dmitri had ever met. In an instant, the warrior moved towards his enemy and brought his giant sword down on him. But Mr. Roman was much quicker and dodged the blow, thereby angering Morales. The warrior, having followed the Duke, pointed his sword in his direction, not expecting that Roman would be able to stop him. The 12th on the list of the best could not believe that at such a young age the guy was already at such a high level. The young master's opponent kicked the ground, causing an earthquake, but the swordsman managed to avoid this attack as well. Roman realized that the enemy wanted to take advantage of the situation around him to his advantage. The Duke, using the pieces of stone raised into the air, began to move at lightning speed. The guy moved so quickly that the experienced warrior's eyes couldn't keep up with his movements. Suddenly, Morales' opponent appeared in front of his nose, almost plunging his sword into his head. The young master rained blow after blow on the warrior of Valhalla, steadfastly repelling each one. Then Roman Dmitri decided to change tactics and forcefully kicked the man in the face. The spectators of the fight held their breath when they saw a blow so powerful that even their local hero could not withstand it. Putting his foot down on the ground, the Duke smashed his opponent through the wall of a nearby building, thinking he was finished. The guy was genuinely surprised when he heard the warrior's voice, who ordered him not to run away from him. With his eyes flashing in the darkness, Morales declared that he would use all his strength just to defeat Roman. Returning to the battlefield, the warrior was transformed into the true form of a primitive man. Swordsman Cairo noticed that this beastman's claws were different, as they seemed to be engulfed in flames. The huge beast rushed at the stranger, but its agility was still not enough to wound the Duke. The young master, even though he had dodged, could not help but notice that in the form of a beast, Morales' movements became sharper and more precise. Even the beastman's massive paws could not penetrate the defense of the kingdom's strongest sword. Following his opponent's example, Roman also took it to another level by using a special stance. The next second, the boy's blade left mortal wounds in the war of Valhalla. The humanoid creature fell to its knees, noting the skill of its opponent. The ruler of Dmitri was glad that he had finally met a warrior who had the true spirit of Valhalla. Despite the quick victory, the guy was sincerely glad that he had the chance to cross swords with Morales. The warrior felt that today was his last battle, which is why he turned to the residents of the capital, asking them to fill today. The swordsman said that Roman Dmitri, knowing the true intentions of the empire, did not refuse the invitation. With tears in his eyes, the warrior insisted that his opponent was a real warrior, so he was given a military unit. The guest of the capital was shocked to hear from his defeated opponent a demand to glorify him and enjoy his future performance. The warrior also ordered all spectators to watch carefully so that no one would dare to interfere with the battle with Barbosa. Having returned to his human form, the swordsman was not against the angel of death coming instead of him, his sworn enemy. Sanchez was saddened to discover that his teacher, one of the greatest warriors, had lost the battle. Long before the fight with Roman, Morales, not knowing whether he would survive the fight with Barbosa, ordered his student to continue his work. The man was sure that when people saw his fierce struggle, they would briefly remember their fighting spirit. Sanchez didn't know what he would have to do if the teacher left him for a greater purpose. The guy was watching the duel between two warriors and suddenly heard someone from the crowd say Roman's name. Following the man, the others also began to chant the young master's name. Swordsman Cairo, basking in the glory, was finally recognized by the people of the Valhallan Empire. Marquis Belfier reasoned that finally a man had been found who had managed to defeat Morales in battle. Jonathan waited for the order, reminding them that they could take action before Roman Dmitri took the stage. However, the gentleman refused and insisted that the warrior's driver had managed to think with his head. He was aware that before his death, Morales had changed the people's minds so that no one would interfere in the upcoming battle. The aristocrat asked how well the Viscount knew Barbosa. According to the ward, one of the strongest warriors on the continent was cunning and dangerous, like a poisonous snake. Belfier decided to trust Barbosa completely because no matter how hard someone tried, after meeting him, no one would be able to return alive. That same day, Morales' student met the man who had defeated his mentor. Sanchez apologized for his behavior, as well as for the teacher's will. The warrior wanted to use the arena to reveal the truth to the people of Valhalla. As the guy claimed, the matter in question would not end with a duel with Barbossa. Even after defeating one of the 12 strongest swordsmen in the Empire, there was no guarantee that Roman would be able to save his life. The will revealed that the Valhallan authorities had conspired with Kronos and had a hand in inviting the swordsman Cairo to the celebration. The Empire had no intention of letting the Duke leave alive, so Sanchez was willing to help him leave Valhalla. However, Roman already knew everything, and the relationship between Kronos and Valhalla was like walking on the edge. No one knew that in fact there was something like a temporary alliance between the empires. But if they join forces until they eliminate the neighboring countries, then they will have a reason to minimize the damage to both empires. From all of the above, Roman concluded that Valhalla and Kronos had entered into a secret conspiracy. Sanchez did not understand why the young gentleman, knowing about this, still accepted the invitation. The boy asked whether the ruler of Dimitri, despite his strength, would be able to withstand such pressure. With the duchy's teleporter blocked, Roman will have no way to escape Valhalla's clutches. And despite all this, the swordsman Cairo was absolutely calm, assuring that the truth being made public would not change anything. This was the reality that the small states of the continent, including Dimitri, had to accept. The young master only needed to defeat the continent's 12th swordsman and return home alive. His victory will be the beginning of changes in the coming war, and then the Duke will have a reason to start a conflict with the Empire. Sanchez considered Roman a real madman, but he could not deny the truth in his words. He remembered the words of his teacher, who insisted that if the boy suddenly met a true warrior, he should learn from him about life. And even if the student cannot live exactly the same life, it will become an example for him of how and where to move on. Leaving the palace of the ruler Dimitri, the student of Marcellus had a premonition that hard times would soon come. The festival host announced that on the night before the celebration, 30 people would enter the arena at the same time. The man, surrounded by thousands of spectators, insisted that it was impossible to predict the outcome of the fight. The inhabitants of Valhalla discussed the participants who had arrived at the festival from another country. The townspeople compared Mr. Roman and his henchman Chris, whose strength was strikingly different. The first warrior to open the festival was Gonzalez of the Jonathan clan, who entered the arena to thunderous applause from the crowd. Among his opponents were Nervain, Cargain, and Galeha, who were given a warm welcome by the spectators. However, among the rivals of the warrior of Valhalla was also Chris from the Duchy of Dimitri. Mr. Roman initially warned the knight that the journey to Valhalla would only bring danger, and that the swordsman will try to kill him in the arena. However, it was a sword that its owner trusted completely. Therefore, the ruler Dimitri ordered to take the lives of all 29 people and prove his strength. Kneeling before Roman, Chris swore that he would glorify Dimitri's name at any cost. The swordsman who was currently in the arena was announced as the next one to accept the fight. The Aura Knight rushed forward because he had to strike the warriors before the others. One of Chris's opponents claimed that it was unwise to aim at him. Cairo's flash flashed past the Valhallan warrior, depriving him of his head. The two-star knight knew that there was no time to waste in order to get rid of all his competitors. The guy needed to move so fast that no one could interrupt his flash stream. The spectators were absolutely delighted by the spectacle in the arena, arranged by the foreigner. The townspeople noted that the Duke's man was incredibly fast, not only for them, but also for the participants in the duel. However, the knight's plans were thwarted by Gonzalez, whose sword technique was not inferior to his skills. Looking at him, Chris wasn't sure that he would be able to deal with everyone in a flash. The gaze of the Jonathan family member fell on the stranger towards whom he had a particular dislike. Aura Knight managed to repel a fairly strong attack from an angry opponent. The blow from the wolf representative was so strong that the swordsman from the Dimitri family was driven back. The warrior of the empire showed his dissatisfaction with people born in small states. Gonzalez believed that they competed against each other and thought they were better than everyone else after a couple of wins. Chris rushed past the warrior, and the contact of their blades created a small explosion. The flash of the explosion might have prevented viewers from seeing how the Valhalla warrior was fatally wounded. Roman was pleased with the work of the swordsman, who kept his promise to glorify Dimitri's family line. The audience chanted Chris's name, the future crazy about his mastery of the blade. The host of the event declared Chris from the Duchy of Dimitri the winner of the battle. The winner was in an arena completely covered in the blood of his opponents. However, he himself was not feeling his best. The guy suddenly fell to his knees and grabbed his side, which, in addition to the blood of his opponents, was also covered in his own. The knight held back the searing pain that came from the deep wound that Gonzalez had left behind. Mr. Roman's voice, which appeared in the guy's head, advised him to bring himself to his senses. Thanks to the aura, Chris managed to stop the bleeding and was brought up to deafening applause from the audience. The master of ceremonies announced that the winner had to pay his respects to the emperor. The swordsman looked to the side, where the leader of the Valhalla Empire sat on the throne, after which the two-star knight dropped to one knee, showing his respect. But the residents of the capital were terribly shocked by the actions of the winner of the mass battle. As it turned out, Chris bowed his head to his master Roman Dmitri, also presenting him with his sword. The emperor's subjects were stunned that the warrior ignored the emperor and failed to show respect to Valhalla. The ruler gestured to the crowd to remain silent and asked the winner his name again. Addressing the emperor, the knight confirmed that he was Chris of the Duchy of Dmitri. The ruler of Valhalla was surprised that the fight was won by an unknown fighter from another country. His Highness was even able to have fun while watching the fight, but he did not understand why he did what he did at the very end. The emperor insisted that he was not trying to condemn the fighter, and also did not want to impose their laws on foreigners. However, the Lord became curious because until that moment, no one had behaved like that with the ruler of the empire. The guy replied that just as the inhabitants of Valhalla sacrificed themselves for their emperor, so he entered the arena for his own. His Majesty appreciated the knight's outstanding talent, as well as his blind devotion to his master. Valhalla was truly a paradise for the young talents it had nurtured since ancient times. Extending his hands to the winner, the emperor asked the warrior to swear allegiance to him. And in return, the ruler of the empire promised a reward greater than what Dmitri had previously offered him. The knight understood that if it were not for the help of Mr. Roman, he would never have reached such heights. For this reason, Chris stated that he could not show loyalty to the emperor, since it already belonged to Lord Dmitri. Having thanked the ruler of the empire for the offer, the warrior politely declined it. The ruler of Valhalla was forced to accept the stranger's refusal with annoyance. At this point, the host asked to once again greet the festival winner and announced that the holiday had come to an end. After a celebration at Belfir's estate, the Viscount received a slap in the face from his master. The Marquis declared that his servant's excessive confidence had made him look insignificant in the eyes of the emperor. Jonathan, trying to beg the master's forgiveness, was so nervous that he was shaking with fear. Belfir was so angry at his protege that he kicked him in the face, refusing to listen to any excuses. Continuing to receive angry blows from the gentleman, the man asked if he would be given one last chance. Catching his breath, the aristocrat reported that Barbossa had already begun to act, and they could only pray for his success. A palace servant brought tea to the young master who was in his chambers. The servants whispered to the duke, asking him not to drink anything since Barbossa had already made his move. The guy was very surprised when Roman's voice sounded in his head, asking who he was. The servant replied that he was on the side of Mr. Morales and hoped that Dmitri would not succumb to the cowardly tricks of the empire. Swordsman Cairo was pleasantly surprised that Morales' labors in Valhalla were not in vain. The worker was speechless when he saw Roman finally take a sip from the mug with the poisoned drink. The employee began to quietly complain that the gentleman had ignored him and drunk the contents. Through telepathy, the gentleman reported that although Barbossa had mastered the art of poisons, they would not cause any harm. The Duke asked the boy if he wanted to help to take the remaining tea to prove that it contained poison. The servant agreed, but assured that problems might arise in the future. After the festive night was over, even with evidence, no one wanted to listen, especially if the words came from someone who was stricken. Roman advised not to worry about it, and if everything worked out as he planned, then the employee would also get what he wanted. The girl, her eyes wide with horror, trembled from the scene unfolding before her. Roman, showering the butler with slaps, ordered that someone be brought in who would take responsibility for what had happened. The young gentleman was interrupted by the Viscount, who came to the cries of the victim and ordered him to immediately stop the bullying. The stranger explained that the servants had just deigned to serve him poisoned tea. The Duke also added that, judging by the bag of gold, someone had paid the owner of the house, wanting him to lose in the arena. Jonathan denied everything, citing the fact that the holiday was a sacred event in Valhalla. The man insisted that if something like this had happened, they would have immediately taken action and punished the culprit. The Viscount suggested that Roman should refuse to participate if he was afraid of someone, and that they would definitely find a replacement for him at the festival. The ruler of Dmitri, as I planned, will enter the arena, but he was not going to let what happened today go unpunished. The guy said that if something was found in the tea, the icon would have to take responsibility for it. Barbossa, while visiting the Marquis, asked him if he knew why the warrior preferred the poison he had used the day before. The poison began to act gradually, and perhaps Roman thought that it had no effect on him. Belfir agreed with his accomplice that such an effect was to be expected. Therefore, Barbossa advised the master not to doubt his abilities in the future. One townsman shared information he had learned from the servants in the house where Roman was staying, that there was a fuss there because of the poison. Residents of the capital suggested that Roman might not have been poisoned on the eve of the fight by accident. They believed that Barbossa might have been involved in this matter since every time he entered the arena, something similar happened. Lucas continued his activities, but already in Valhalla, spreading rumors about whether it was possible to defeat the famous warrior in a poisoned state. The rumors spread by the head of the Information Guild reached the Emperor himself, which caused a strong resonance among the people. Count Gomez of the conservative faction believed that they had a duty to find out the truth, even if it meant postponing the celebration. His Majesty asked Marquis Belfer's opinion regarding the suspicion of poisoning a stranger. The master replied that these were just rumors, and that Barbossa was strong enough to defeat Dmitri. Trusting his advisor, the Emperor was in anticipation of the upcoming duel. The Marquis knew that the rumors were the work of the conservative faction, and that it was now up to the warrior to bury the truth. From now on, Barbossa had to prove the overwhelming strength of one of the Empire's best swordsmen. Soon the Master of Ceremonies asked to greet the main characters of the holiday to a stormy ovation. Barbossa, the renowned warrior of Valhalla and one of the 12 swords of the continent, entered the arena. He was opposed by a foreigner who came from Dmitri, Duke Roman Dmitri. The enemy expressed his concern for the well-being of the young gentleman. The warrior said that the poison that the swordsman Cairo drank needed time to take effect. The guy replied that as soon as he learned about this world, he became interested in the 12 swords that people considered the strongest. And for this reason, when the time came for him to make a decision, he responded to participate in the festival. Roman also added that the effect of the poison that Barbossa was waiting for would not occur. However, the representative of Valhalla considered his opponent's words to be just empty chatter. The ruler of Dmitri decided that if the fight with the vaunted swordsman turned out to be difficult at all, then it would be excellent training for future opponents. The guy was ready to admit that the prophet of the empire was too tall if her fighter could repel all his attacks. Before the host had time to announce the start of the duel, Roman's blade was already in front of Barbossa's face. The young master used the first style of the first stage, but his opponent successfully blocked this attack. As soon as the blades of the opponent's swords collided, both warriors were thrown away from each other. The warrior of Valhalla was surprised because it took him some effort to stop. Swordsman Cairo tried to break through Barbossa's defense with increasing force, but even the second style of the second stage was unable to break through it. The spectators in the stands could hardly contain themselves from the incredible flow of emotions that emanated from each attack of the participants. Despite the fact that the warrior managed to fight back, the Duke did not lose hope of wounding him. For the next blow, Roman gathered his strength to show his true power. Swinging at his opponent, the young master released a stream of dark energy from his blade. The cunning serpent of Valhalla could not believe that the enemy was capable of such power in a poisoned state. After putting in a lot of effort, Barbossa was still able to repel the young master's attack. But the ruler Dmitri was not going to stop there, turning to new technology. Plunged into darkness, Roman resorted to the third stage of the heavenly demon. The warriors of Valhalla were covered by the beam of the first style, which in Marine was called the heavenly level. After this powerful blow, the enemy, the heavenly demon, was met with nothing but death. Barbossa was no exception, and after Roman's attack, he disappeared from the face of the earth without a trace. Spectators were shocked by the sudden disappearance of the country's greatest warrior. The host was so amazed by the stranger's skill that he stuttered slightly when he announced the winner. The citizens of Valhalla watched the birth of the continent's 12th sword, Roman Dmitri. After the announcement of the undisputed winner, one of the capital's residents approached the arena. It turned out to be a servant, a supporter of Morales, who entered the arena with the evidence. The guy said he had put his life on the line and was now demanding justice. He handed the winner a cup containing poison tea and asked him to help Valhalla get on the right path. The audience couldn't figure out who the guy who came out to Roman was and what was happening between them. Taking the cup, the Duke announced to everyone present that someone had put poison in his tea the previous evening. The ruler of Dmitri claimed to have reported this to Viscount Jonathan, but the man blamed him, claiming that he had insulted Valhalla. The young master was disappointed not by the vile act, but by how the empire itself reacted to it. Addressing the Viscount, the winner of the duel declared that he had in his hands proof of poisoning. Residents of the capital noticed that the cup had turned black and could not believe that someone had decided to do such a thing before the sacred duel. Roman explained that if he had lost the fight to Barbossa, the truth would have disappeared along with him. The boy turned to the emperor himself, asking whether he deserved to be accused because he wanted to reveal the truth. With an empty, vacant look, His Majesty declared that the empire had been made a laughing stock. The emperor turned directly to Jonathan himself, wanting to know the truth from his lips. The Marquis's servant fell to his knees before the emperor and began to repeat that he had dedicated his entire life to Valhalla. But the ruler did not listen to the excuses of the traitor who was tarnishing the honor of the country and plunged his sword into him. The ruler dealt cruelly with the man who dared to spoil the holiday that glorified the souls of fallen warriors. Turning to the winner of the duel, he asked if this punishment was enough. However, the swordsman did not agree with the emperor's decision and wanted to explain why. The guy explained that in Jonathan's case, everything was personal, and he wanted to make global changes so that such actions would not happen again. His Majesty, together with Marquis Belfier, left the arena heading to his chambers. He didn't expect that everything would go according to plan. The aristocrat assumed that he would not escape death. The ruler of the empire asked the Marquis the same question, what he thought about Roman Dmitri. Belfier replied that since the swordsman Cairo was able to defeat Barbossa, he was incredibly dangerous. The emperor's subject hastened to back up his fears with a threat to his master. His Majesty asked if he agreed that a stranger had dared to criticize the punishment he had chosen. In connection with this, the emperor asked to adhere to Kronos' plan and not give Roman the opportunity to leave alive. Just before departure, the young master and his men learned that the teleportation gate had failed. Therefore, guests of the capital will not be able to use them for some time. According to one of the specialists, the repairs would take at least half a month, and Roman was offered to stay in Marina. But such an obstacle was not unexpected for the swordsman Cairo, which forced him to take certain actions. The road to the nearest trading city near Marina took about a month. He had no doubt that during the time it took him to get to Valtura, the people of the empire would try to kill him. The young master made his decision and left the gate, ordering his men to follow him. Belfier was informed that Roman had gone to the trade city, as they had expected. The Marquis wanted to know how soon they could attack him, but there was a small problem with that. Because Dmitri was the center of attention, attacking him was extremely dangerous. The festival instantly gained great fame, and all the inhabitants of Valhalla flocked to it. The death of the winner will not be hidden from the attention of the citizens, which will cause even more problems. The aristocrat told them not to worry about it, since Roman would be eliminated by the Kronos Empire anyway. The Lord ordered to convey to the allies that they should act as they saw fit, as long as they got rid of the Duke. The residents of the capital, accompanying the young gentleman, discovered strangers who dared to attack the winner of the festival. The attackers turned out to be shadows from the Kronos Empire. Fortunately, the swordsman Cairo knew how to deal with them. The Duke had told his men in advance what exactly they had to do to defeat this enemy. To combat the shadow, Chris released a stream of mana to make his attacks as effective as possible. The Aura Knight resorted to a flash of lightning, his signature move that even a shadow could not resist. One blow of the blade was enough to cut the mystical creature in half. The assassins hired by the Empire were unable to cope with the pressure placed on them. The Lord ordered Vulcan and Fuki to help their comrade get rid of the creatures. Wars flashed between opponents, without understanding what was so terrible about them, as everyone kept saying. The strength of the thugs also increased, and their power was on par with Lord Roman's sword. The guys quickly dealt with the shadow, leaving only shreds of it that scattered into the air. Vulcan advised Fukaing, who was excited by the battle with the demonic killers, to calm his ardor. Only a few mercenaries remained from the detachment, who, despite their numbers, had no intention of retreating. However, the enemy made a terrible mistake, which ultimately cost him his life. Dissolving into thin air, one of the shadows told Roman that this was far from the end. The 12th sword of the continent advised the mercenaries of Kronos to do more than talk. The Duke asked the Valhallans who accompanied them if they had managed to capture everything. The man replied that he had rigged a magical storage facility to broadcast a message throughout the Empire. The young master was about to make his counter-move by demonstrating the Empire's methods to everyone. Residents of the capital learned about the attack on Roman, unable to believe that someone dared to do something like this on the territory of the Empire. In one of the taverns, Lucas demonstrated the work of shadows sent by Kronos. With his own strength, Dimitri's man encouraged the townspeople to defend the military honor of Valhalla. The head of the Information Guild forced the townspeople to rise to the rulers and give them their word. The people's discontent reached the Imperial Palace, where people were deeply outraged by Kronos' attack. The faction members even declared their readiness to sort everything out, but in the end they limited themselves to words. The emperor canceled the dispatch of troops to help, believing that it was necessary to act with caution. Meanwhile, otherworldly mercenaries continued to attack Roman and his companions. Sanchez and his followers arrived to help the festival winner. The Duke was flattered by the support given, but stated that in this way, the assistants were only hastening their own death. Disciple Morales made it clear that if they were afraid of death, they would never have come here. The ruler of Dmitri decided that it was too late to convince the stubborn warriors of Valhalla. Just as Mr. Roman's allies were arriving, a new batch of Kronos' shadows arrived. Sanchez, upon seeing the enemy, commanded his comrades to prepare to attack. The guy believed that he had to help the Duke on behalf of all of Valhalla and assured him that he would sort things out completely. Disciple Morales specifically created a squad consisting entirely of swordsman auras to counteract the shadows. As soon as the guy missed, he realized that he was facing a completely different opponent. Thanks to teleportation, the enemy dodged the warrior's blow, after which he hung in the air above his head. Instead of attacking, the representative of Valhalla ordered his people to prepare for defense. This time, the Empire sent a much more powerful enemy, the Necromancers. Sanchez watched as the sky suddenly became covered with clouds, with lightning flashing through them. A certain necromancer used a dark lightning spell, bringing down a powerful bolt of lightning on the ground. However, dark magic was powerless against Roman Dmitri, who saved Sanchez at the cost of his life. The young master ordered the boy, who was still under the impression, to leave immediately. At that moment, two more dark mages materialized in front of the swordsman Cairo. The necromancers resorted to a dark fire spell, simultaneously attacking Roman. However, this time too, the young master's blade repelled the attack without hindrance. Counterattacking, Roman rushed at the warlocks, and as he had done with the shadows before, cut them in half. The undead, although they possessed powerful forces in the form of black magic, could not resist the darkness in the hands of the Duke. Suddenly, roots derived from the enemy emerged from the ground around the ruler Dmitri. The binding spell completely sealed Roman off from everything outside. But the swordsman did not remain in captivity of the roots for long, cutting his way out to freedom with his blade. The necromancers had never encountered such a force before, and demanded that their colleagues stop the guy immediately. The wielders of dark magic summoned a series of magical arrows aimed at Roman's back. Upon reaching their target, the arrows exploded instantly, which should have finally stopped the swordsman. The necromancers froze, waiting for the dust raised in the air by the explosion to settle. Before they had time to do anything, the very next moment they lost their heads. The people of Kronos were determined and eager to end the ruler of Dmitri, no matter what it cost them. One of the opponents first accumulated fiery energy between his palms. The dark magician used the opening of 6 circles to summon the fire volley. True to its name, a large fiery stream kissed Roman directly. The swordsman was surprised that the necromancers were revealing their cards to him, being so confident of their victory. But whatever the reason, the guy noted that the Kronos Empire had no shortage of impudence. The enemy could not believe that even such a powerful spell could not have any effect on Dmitri. Then, in a desperate attempt, the dark mage opened the 7th circle by casting a firestorm spell. The invincible swordsman easily left the fiery whirlwind, intending to finish the enemy's demonstration of abilities. The Duke broke the spell as soon as he cut off the warlock's main weapon. Mr. Roman beautifully conveyed to his king that if he was going to kill him, this was his only chance. After the battle, Chris reported that there were no casualties among their soldiers, but half of Valhalla's warriors fell in battle. Dmitri ordered the bodies of the dead to be collected and cremated, while he himself continued moving towards Valter. The Duke's conversation with the knight was interrupted by a man from Valhalla with an unexpected statement. Earlier, Felix told the ruler Dmitri that in order to master the technique of vision, maximum proximity to fire was required. When the mage's mentor was younger, he got so close to the fire that he got a terrible burn. Because of this, half of the missing master's face was covered with a terrible scar. Also, a few years ago, magicians from all over the continent began to disappear one after another. And the more of them disappeared, the more the connection between all the cases could be traced. The dark mage's face resembled the face of the missing owner of the Phoenix Magic Tower. Roman believed that the burns that covered half of his face could only be a coincidence. However, the necromancer used spells that were based on fire magic. Roman wondered if there was some kind of dark spell that could subjugate someone else's will. The ruler of Dmitri ordered to film the faces of all the magicians using a magical device in order to later establish their identity. Chris wanted to know if they should have reported this incident to the entire world community. Despite the risk of revealing his secrets, the emperor revealed another of his minions. The Duke announced that they would deny the truth for a time because their enemy was a powerful state, after which he ordered all the soldiers to be gathered so that they could soon continue their journey to the trading city. Sanchez and his surviving comrades asked Mr. Dmitri to teach them how to resist the shadows. To the guy's surprise, Roman quickly agreed, stating that his swordsman Chris would teach them the techniques. The ruler of Dmitri was convinced of the sincere intentions of the warriors of Valhalla, so their request was justified. Being immensely grateful, the residents of the capital expressed their gratitude to the young gentleman. As the next day dawned, the knight began to train the empire's warriors to resist the shadows. The first method was to guess the right moment when the enemy's body would transform. The second method was to track the flow of mana to tear apart the fabrics that made up the enemy's bodies. Because Sanchez was a third-rank swordsman who had no way to track mana, he was sure that only the talented soldiers of Mr. Dimitri could cope with this. The Empire's representatives doubted that they would be able to master the skill so quickly before the next battle. The Aura Knight realized that the training would take longer than he expected. Eventually, Roman and his men finally reached the trading city of Walter. He was greeted by Rodriguez, the leader of the Valhalla Green Fields, who became the guide for the arriving guests. Swordsman Cairo stated that he did not need help, especially from the people of the Empire. The shadows of Kronos would not have created chaos in Valhalla without the Emperor's permission. Based on this, Roman Dimitri believed that, fearing the people's reaction, the ruler deliberately sent soldiers. The warrior who occupies the 7th place in the Valhalla ranking suggested not to aggravate the situation and to stay in the city for a while. According to the Emperor's man, the only way to leave the country was to give Rodriguez a reason to protect the guests. However, Dimitri decided to argue, stating that the Empire would not be able to kill him, and upon returning home, she would pay a high price. The Duke concluded his speech with a proposal not to waste energy on tricks and to attack head-on. The warrior was upset that Roman had rejected his accompaniment, but he was confident that they would meet again soon. Upon arriving in the city, the ruler of Demetria discovered that the teleport to Adelion was unavailable. Due to the recent invasion of the Kronos Shadows, a state of emergency has been declared in the country, and all teleports have been blocked for security purposes. In order to get to Dimitri, outsiders had to walk all the way to the outskirts of Paolo. Sanchez was firmly convinced that this was a trap planned by the Emperor. The guy insisted that the authorities had no open intention of releasing Roman and were just waiting for the moment when he crossed the border. Mr. Dimitri guessed that if he did this, both empires would join forces to kill him. It was hard for Bradus' student to comprehend that despite the great danger, the Duke still wanted to cross the border. The swordsman reasoned that the current Valhalla had fallen apart, leaving behind its former honors. He could not call it a country of brave warriors, and to compromise with the Empire meant submitting to it. Boy was so moved by the stranger's speech that he expressed a desire to follow him, risking his life. Despite Sanchez's determination, Roman demanded that he remain in Valhalla. Once a boy crosses the border, he will witness the shameful side of the Empire, and everyone associated with him will be eliminated so that the truth does not come to light. Roman gave instructions to unite with Duke Vieto and his ilk in order to gain a power that could stand against the palace. This was the only way to fix the once great empire in the future. The young gentleman advised not to worry about the rest, stating that canceling this would be a burden for Dimitri. The next day, Roman and his men left the trade city, heading back to Paolo. As expected, Rodriguez appeared on the path of the strangers, dragging a huge army behind him. The head of the Green Fields asked whether he was right when he spoke about a quick meeting with Roman and his squad. The warrior insisted that if strangers swore allegiance to Valhalla, they would enjoy a rich life. Duke Dimitri replied that those who considered themselves the strongest, remaining at the top for a long time, soon fell into error. Drawing his sword, Roman replied that in fact it was he who was waiting for the warriors who had come to attack the emperor to appear. Rodriguez ordered the soldiers of the Green Fields to attack immediately. The Knights of Walter and the Duchy of Dimitri crossed swords in a fierce battle. As always, Mr. Roman did not stand aside and together with his subjects confronted the enemy. Rodriguez couldn't help but smile as he looked forward to taking the life of the warrior the people of Valhalla recognized as a great leader. The 7th in the Valhalla ranking rushed towards the enemy after his subjects. In one leap, the leader of the Green Fields jumped over his subordinates, both his own and his opponents. Without dismounting from his horse, the warrior used the technique of the secret reception of the evergreen truth. But no matter how strong the enemy's attack was, there was no sword in the entire empire that could compete with Roman's darkness. Rodriguez looked at one of the continent's strongest swordsmen with a satisfied grin. Unlike the head, which was still on the body just a moment ago, the smile remained on the warrior's face. Another of Valhalla's swordsmen, who held a place in the ranking of the strongest, fell at the hands of Roman. The emperor found Duke Dimitri amusing, deciding that there was no longer any point in guerrilla tactics. Without the intervention of the country's strongest warriors, who were at the top of the Valhalla list, it would be impossible to stop Roman. His Majesty ordered the soldiers to be recalled, wishing to see what action Kronos would take. As soon as Roman crossed the border, all attacks in Valhalla ceased, but instead Kronos became fully active. Even Dimitri's trained soldiers reached their limits after 2 weeks of grueling raids. But looking at Roman, who was with them at the front, his men, gritting their teeth, endured fatigue. Having successfully fought off another squad of shadows, Dimitri's soldiers discovered the Empire's troops on the horizon. Chris, upon seeing his opponent, was indignant that he didn't even have time to breathe. However, the army belonged to Edwin Hector, who ordered his men to attack the mercenaries sent by the Empire. And while Hector's soldiers were pushing back the enemy, their leader did not stand aside and joined them. Being a mage, the prince cast a force field spell, separating the shadows from Roman's warriors with a wall of fire. The young master did not expect that help would come from a place he could not even imagine. Jumping up to the ruler of Dimitri, Edwin reported that he immediately needed to return home. And the reason for this was the attack of the Kronos Empire, which might have seemed unexpected at first glance, but not for Roman. Before heading to the festival, the guy told his subordinates that the entire continent knew about the invitation he had received. The Duke believed that the Kronos Empire could take advantage of such an opportunity. McBurney supported the owner because the enemy openly declared his intention to kill him, so there was no point in the enemy holding back. Henderson decided that the soldiers would have even more reason to worry about the master's safety. However, he himself thought differently because Kronos did not follow the established order. And in addition to killing the ruler Dimitri, Kronos wanted to simultaneously attack the duchy itself. Roman was of the opinion that they could not overtake the fortress with the forces of magicians alone. That is why the young master left some soldiers to protect the city. If the enemy dared to invade Dimitri, the warriors had to make him pay a high price for it. In the vicinity of Dimitri near the forest, a bright glow of unknown origin flared up. It was caused by the opening of a portal through which the forces of the enemy empire moved. Having met his leader, one of the subordinates reported that he had not yet left the borders of Valhalla. The dark magician Mystic was informed that there was no way to return to Dimitri earlier than 3 days. The sorcerer was pleased that everything was going according to plan, ready to begin the offensive. Soon the guards on the fortress wall noticed unusual changes above their heads. The sky was covered with dark clouds, but what was especially strange was how lightning bolts floated across it. The guards had no idea yet that the anomaly was caused by the mystic's witchcraft. The dark magician unleashed a cluster of lightning bolts, combined into a huge beam on Dimitri's fortress. The sentries immediately began to sound the alarm, announcing the arrival of the enemy at the gates. Thanks to the activation of the Great Shield, the fortress was not damaged, and the soldiers still had time to prepare. The mystic expected that Dimitri's security would be strengthened, but he could not imagine that it would reach such a level. Despite such a quick and therefore suspicious reaction, the magician ordered them to stand to the last. In front of the enemy, right at the walls of the fortress, there were protective barriers that did not give them the opportunity to climb them. Commander Jonathan quickly and clearly distributed squads of soldiers into defensive positions. In a matter of minutes, the guards had already taken their places on the walls where the guards had just been. The soldiers of Kronos, who were about to take the fortress by storm, suffered from the arrows of archers. The head of the magic tower, Felix, who was casting a burning spell, also joined Dimitri's defense. In addition to the arrows fired, a rain of fire fell directly from the sky onto the enemy. Only the Empire's mage witnessed the sixth circle spell, and everything became clear to him. In the hands of the Duchy of Dimitri was a dangerous force capable of fighting back against the Empire. Kronos should not have missed the chance to destroy the fortress, and then Dimitri would become an example for other states on Salamander. It was for such a case that shadow spies were sent, whose goal was to destroy significant objects. However, the spies were disturbed by the situation in the city, as if all the inhabitants had died out. The detachment commander did not have time to finish speaking so that his men would not pay attention when he was stabbed to death by the enemy's sword. His blade spattered with the blood of the enemy. Henderson, who was paired with McBurney, was waiting for uninvited guests. The one-armed knight was convinced that the master had once again been right, and the Empire had indeed been just waiting for a convenient opportunity. Among the soldiers of Roman's standard army was his brother Rodvel, who had not yet recovered from the loss of his eye. The Empire's warriors finally found a way to climb the walls, and in addition to the guards, they came across a member of the Dimitri family. The guy's name was on the list, so the soldiers pounced on him first. Despite his injury, Rodwell blocked the enemy soldiers' attack, using the advice given by his brother. The warrior felt a responsibility to his family, which gave him strength and confidence. Determined to fulfill his duty and obligation to Dimitri, Rodwell rushed at the enemy. Roman's men surrounded the spies who had infiltrated the city, not giving them a chance to escape. One of the soldiers demanded that the Imperial warrior surrender voluntarily. The guy ready to tear the enemy apart was none other than Fernando Dimitri, the commander of the personal guard. On the day when the boy bowed his head before Roman, he became a hero, the defender of the Dimitri family line. And now was the best moment to prove his loyalty to the young master. The swordsman destroyed one of the Imperial spy squad with a powerful attack. The enemy did not expect that a second-rate knight would turn out to be such a capable soldier. The shadow leader ordered to follow further and deal with everyone on the list. And he himself decided to stay to fight Fernando and buy time for his people. Dmitri ordered his subordinates to go on the attack and not give the enemy the opportunity to carry out their plans. A squad of Kronos spies encountered trained soldiers of the ducal army. Previously, the knight did not stand out among his comrades and dragged out a miserable existence. But after he entered into the service of Mr. Roman, he became a serious opponent. Fernando ended the duel in a matter of seconds, decapitating the scout commander. From now on, the boy was a real warrior, thanks to the young master who helped him move to a new level in growth. The mystic tracked the movements of the shadows, surprised that they, too, were unable to resist the Duke's men. The dark mage was informed of a dangerous situation in one of the nearby regions. The territories that were under the duchy sent reinforcements, including the Kingdom of Cairo. The enemy army had only half a day, after which Dimitri's allies would retreat from all sides. However, the dark sorcerer intended to take the fortress while Roman was not yet there. The battle also took place inside Dimitri's estate, whose guard discovered the enemy. Another loyal soldier of the empire easily neutralized the castle guards. Sven was surprised that most of Kronos' warriors had already fallen at the hands of the enemy army. Dimitri's enemy had 3 types of shadows, one of which fueled physical strength with the help of a dark aura. Other representatives were necromancers, magicians who mastered black magic. But there were also Knights of the Abyss, the 3rd subspecies of shadows, to which the warrior who had infiltrated the palace belonged. Sven's path was crossed by Kevin, about whom the Empire's henchman was well aware. Rumor has it that the guy under Roman's command was full of anger and recklessness. The Knight of the Abyss considered it a good chance to deal with Lord Dimitri's subject. The enemy revealed his aura, which was so strong that it suppressed the surrounding environment. That day on the balcony, the Duke placed a great responsibility on Kevin's shoulders. The swordsman understood that the enemy was not an easy one, but he had to prove his loyalty to his master. Therefore, it was not necessary for the armor to defeat Sven in a duel, but only to stall for time until Roman arrived. The soldier didn't even have time to react properly before the enemy, having cut his neck, rushed past him. The Abyss Knight looked back to make sure he had indeed managed to hit Cairo's blood demon. Sven felt superior to his opponent, so he didn't mind if he didn't hold back. Kevin was shocked that he almost lost his head if the enemy's blade had passed a little closer. Without giving him a chance to recover from the shock, when the abyss exploded, he pounced on the warrior Roman. Although the guy managed to repel the enemy attack, he put in a lot of effort to stay standing. To his great regret, Kevin understood that he could not cope with such a strong opponent. In terms of strength, the representative of the shadows could be compared to Count Nicholas, and therefore in a one-on-one fight, the soldier Dmitri had no chance. And yet the soldier of the master's personal army decided to try to defeat the enemy, even at the cost of his life. With deft and quick movements, the boy walked around Sven, ending up right behind him. For Kevin, this was perhaps his only chance to defeat such a strong opponent. However, the skills of the Empire's henchman turned out to be an order of magnitude higher, and he managed to seize the initiative. With one blow, the shadow of Kronos pacified the blood demon Cairo, almost breaking his body through the floor of the castle. The Abyss Knight stated that if this was all Kevin could do, he wanted to put him out of his misery immediately. Pinned to the floor, Roman's man knew that if he let himself be killed, he would be putting the entire duchy at risk. The shadow representative brought his blade down on his opponent, but he managed to dodge the blow at the last moment. Breathing intermittently, the boy used the rest of his strength to delay the inevitable. The soldier of Mr. Roman's army wondered whether he would still be able to get out of the palace alive. Even at the market, the young man understood that such a chance could not be missed, and he swore allegiance to Dmitri. At that time, the swordsman, who had not yet become famous throughout the continent, claimed that the boy would become one of his faithful warriors. Since then, Kevin believed that neither his life nor his death would be in vain if it was all for the sake of Mr. Dmitri. The voices in the knight's head told him to trust them, and then he would not be able to let his master down. The personalities that lived inside the guy opened a second wind in him, and he declared that he could not give up. Sven was puzzled as to why the boy was screaming so loudly and decided to calm him down. The warrior swung his sword and was sure that he had beheaded one of Dmitri's loyal subjects. But thanks to the multiple personalities inside Kevin, he was able to escape direct attack again. The guy exuded a very strong aura, and his eyes became truly crazy during the entire fight. Watching his opponent, Sven couldn't understand where he got the strength to get to his feet. Ready to give up, Kevin was ready to take the blow again, focusing all his attention on Shadow. The Abyssal Knight was impressed by his opponent's willpower, but he still believed that it would not be enough. The warrior instantly jumped up, and the next moment he was already in front of his victim. Kevin's full attention was focused on the Imperial subject, so he did not suffer defeat anymore. Sven's blow was once again a powerful one and could have ended the fight if not for the swordsman's reaction. Before the soldier had time to recover from the ensuing attack, his opponent was already next to him. Roman's man counterattacked the enemy, putting all his effort into every move. It was a surprise for an Imperial subject to be slightly wounded by an opponent like Kevin. However, this only provoked one of the shadows, for whom Dmitri turned out to be an interesting place. The duchy's swordsman stood firm on his feet this time, repelling another strong attack. But as much fun as Sven had having with Kevin, he decided it was time to call it a day. The Abyssal Knight began to emit a stream of aura again, but this time it became several times stronger. The soldier who confronted her discovered that the flow of aura had physical strength. Then Roman's subject recognized the true skill of the powerful swordsman whose aura passed through him. The exhausted boy collapsed, dropped his weapon, and covered the floor of the palace with his blood. Suddenly, the representative of Kronos felt the presence of a stranger within the castle walls. The commander of the guard pounced on him, but his skills were not enough to inflict even minor damage on the enemy. Realizing how strong his opponent was, Fernando jumped back to a safe distance. A soldier from Roman's army found his comrade, hoping that he was still alive. While the battle was going on at the gates of the main hall, Romero was not on the throne from the very beginning. Mr. Dmitri and his wife went to a secret shelter as soon as the attack of Kronos began. Dmitri's warrior understood that Kevin stood until the very end, so that the shadows could not detect the absence of Mr. Romero. Having dealt with the enemy, who was significantly weaker, McBurney and Henderson came to the soldier's aid. Fernando immediately warned his comrades that their opponent was the sixth most powerful swordsman. Therefore, the guy asked his comrades to spare no effort in fighting against him. Using all his might, Fernando pounced on the Abyss Knight, but his attack was unsuccessful. Without wasting any time, Henderson also joined the attack on the Imperial warrior. While the guy pinned the operatives on one side, McBurney blocked the remaining possible escape route. Sven was so tired of uselessly waving his sword that he scattered all of Dmitri's soldiers with just his aura. Despite all his efforts, another subject of the duchy came to stop the one who came out of the shadows. Nox from the Phoenix Tower also made an attempt to prevent the enemy from reaching Father Roman. A pillar of fire, one of the most powerful spells of the mage, was directed at the Knight of the Abyss. Thanks to his extraordinary abilities, with just a wave of his hand, the Empire's henchman was able to stop the attack. The warrior wondered what kind of strange energy his enemy was using against him. The swordsman emerged from the shadows and declared that all the efforts of Dmitri's men were in vain. Vok intended to deal with each of his rivals, and he decided to start with Fernando. To do this, Sven resorted to the technique of dark binding, releasing rope-like structures from his aura. The commander of the guard began to be enveloped in black stripes, restricting his movements. Henderson, looking at his comrade, understood that if they lost him, they would not be able to stand against the enemy. Thanks to Mr. Roman, the boy chose the path of a swordsman, which was radically different from his previous life. Despite his growing skills, the soldier could only deal with the most common villains. Unlike the young master's close warriors, Henderson never showed any particular talent. Therefore, he tried with all his might to protect Dmitri, along with the rest of his subjects. And the best he could do was sacrifice himself to save a more valuable warrior of the duchy. The guy said he was ready to lose his life so that others could play their roles. It came as a surprise to the enemy that he could not pull the sword out of the wounded soldier. The commander of the guard took advantage of the chance to defeat the enemy that was given to the subjects of the master. While Sven's attention was focused on Fernando, McBurney, who had crept up from behind, delivered a crushing blow. But to be completely sure of his victory, the final touch was added by the attacking soldier from above. The warrior's blade cut through the swordsman's head, and thanks to the combined efforts of his teammates, he finally killed the enemy. Having dealt with the shadow, Roman's men immediately rushed to help the wounded soldier. Fernando poured medicine on Henderson's wound, insisting that he could not die like that. The commander of the guard told the wounded soldier not to lose heart until he woke up with more healing potion. The soldier replied that his comrade should leave him and do what was required, since the battle was not over. The soldier agreed with the words of the wounded man, but took his word that he would wait for him and would not dare to die. As Henderson had said, the battle continued, and outside the palace walls it was fought between the factions of the two mages. Felix attacked the enemy with a powerful fire volley, being on one of the high points of Dmitri. The mystic still could not believe that this force held together the newly founded Duchy of Dmitri. The dark sorcerer, holding back the enemy's magical attacks, claimed that they would not be able to hold their positions for so long. Suddenly, a giant beam of light appeared behind the Empire mage and his subjects. A female voice came from the middle of the beam, declaring that, as promised, he had reached Mystic. After leaving the beam, a woman came out to the army of Kronos, which was intentionally to show the sorcerer where his place was. After her words, an incredibly powerful explosion was heard at the enemy position. The mystic managed to escape, and several days passed after the repelled attack of Kronos. The teleporter could finally function as before, allowing travelers between cities. And very soon, Mr. Roman, whom everyone had been waiting for, returned to Dimitri's native lands. The Duke was greeted with joyful applause, and the townspeople could rest assured of their safety. Thanks to the Information Guild, everyone in the area knew about their ruler's rank increase. Arriving at the palace, Roman met his father, who was sitting on the throne in his absence. Romero did not waste time on trifles and immediately got to the heart of the matter, asking how the duchy could deal with its problems. As a result of the empire's attack, all of Dimitri was overcome with unrest and discontent. The young gentleman assured his father that he was not worried and that he would certainly take care of everything. Lucas reported to Roman that Dimitri had suffered significant damage and that Kronos' army had arrived without the aid of a teleportation gate. Later, Lava will give the guild a more detailed report, adding that Kevin and Henderson were in critical condition. Because the warriors were facing a 6th-level aura swordsman, they were on the brink of life and death. However, of the two charges, Lucas was more worried about Henderson's grave condition. The Duke reacted calmly to this news and stated that since his people were still alive, they should remain calm. The doctor who was introduced to the knights insisted that today would be a decisive day for the wounded soldiers. Thanks to healing potions and the efforts of the priests, the soldiers were still clinging to life. However, the real problem was the mysterious aura inside their bodies that prevented them from recovering. In all the time that Baekchun Hyuk had spent in this world, this was the first time he had encountered something like this. In his past life, the Heavenly Sword was constantly followed by Quan Ma, who always helped the leader during clashes with other sects. While dealing with many enemies, Chun Hyuk's most loyal companion died, pierced by many blades. Although the greatest warrior Moraima was angry, he considered the death of his minions to be natural during battles. Living his life in constant struggle, the swordsman could use the lives of others to his own advantage. So the sacrifice of the two soldiers was the best they could do for Roman. However, this time everything was a little different. Without knowing why, the Duke could not contain his anger and allow his people to die in peace. The young master removed the doctors and priests from treating the warriors, as he wanted to deal with them personally. To treat, it was necessary to concentrate on the source of the patient's life and not take your eyes off it. Innate energy was the force that appeared at the moment of birth, and death marked its exhaustion. Due to the serious injuries, the soldier's innate strength was at its limit, so Roman transferred some of his own to them. The Duke was willing to shorten his own lifespan in order to extend the lives of his subordinates. A whole week has passed since the ruler of Dimitri took over the treatment of the wounded soldiers. During this time, some events occurred that Chris wanted to discuss with the owner personally. But Hans refused the knight, citing his master's order not to let anyone in until he had completed his treatment. The knight was informed of this, but the Kingdom of the Continent held an international conference in connection with Dimitri's problems. Chris stated that they needed to punish Kronos together, and so he asked the servant to get out of the way. No matter how loyal Roman's assistant was to his master, he could not stand up to the Aura swordsman. Having let the warrior in, Hans asked the young master to convey that Roman should have taken care of himself. As soon as the door opened, the Duke asked in a displeased tone why he had been disturbed. Chris, although he knew he was intruding, could not help but disturb the owner by telling him about the international conference. The knight, having discovered the state Roman was in, asked him to stop wasting so much energy to save the two soldiers. The warrior insisted that there was not another minute to lose, and the empire had to be condemned by law. To ensure that the Union of Kingdoms did not turn a blind eye to the problem of the duchy, Roman needed to attend the conference. One of the continent's strongest swordsmen stated that without unity of opinion within the Union, they would not be able to achieve proper retribution. The knight wanted to object, but the Duke interrupted the guy, saying that Kronos knew about his experiences. Since the enemy had managed to throw Roman off his stride, it was his turn to put in all his efforts. At the international conference, the Union of Kingdoms found Dimitri's case to be very confusing. King Odelia was sure that Kronos, who attacked Dimitri without warning, deserved due punishment. But he also held the opinion that the conflict could escalate into a full-scale war, and the empire would want to conquer the entire continent. The Alliance of Kingdoms was terrified by the behavior of Kronos, whose ambitions could only grow. And during the attack on Dimitri, the empire demonstrated other methods of movement besides teleportation gates. That is why no country on the continent was safe anymore. The rulers offered to ensure that something like this would not happen again, while leaving room for compromise. Rondon, in order to be the king of Radford, expressed his disagreement with this decision. Long before the conference, the ruler of Radford declared to his subjects that Valhalla, in alliance with Kronos, wanted to kill the hero who saved their country. It was only thanks to Roman Dmitri that Redford, who was on the verge of ruin, received a chance to be reborn. For this reason, King Rondon defended Dimitri's honor and stated that the Union wanted to hide the problem. Roman's ally insisted that Kronos had started the war without any reason. And in addition to this, he made an attempt on the territory of Valhalla, which did nothing to prevent it. Rondon insisted that if things were left as they were, Kronos would remain a great threat not only to Dmitri, but to everyone else as well. The king was convinced that if the Union saw the problem clearly, they would understand that they had no way to solve it. Rondon did not understand that if the Union believed that the conflict could escalate into a full-scale war, why was it hesitating? The gap between the Empire and the Union may widen, and some of the kingdoms may even join the enemy. The ruler of Odelia was outraged by this assumption, considering it unfounded. Radford's governor vigorously defended his position, believing that the Union members had acted too carelessly in this situation. His Highness was interested in how the rulers of Umberto and Odelia would react if their state were attacked. Rondon finished his speech and announced that from that moment on, he was leaving the Union of Kingdoms. The king advised those present to say the same words when faced with the might of the empire. Angered at his failure to persuade the kings to stand up for Dmitri, the ruler of Radford left the conference. Edwin Hector, who was there, said that he expected something completely different from the event. The prince decided to remind that initially the conferences were held quite modestly. When the guy first found himself on it, the issue under consideration concerned the same Kronos. Instead of punishing the empire, all participants were concerned only with finding a peaceful solution to the problem. Edwin agreed that at that time the Union of Kingdoms had no power against such a powerful enemy. However, now, with the Shadow Troops, the Dark Mage, and the 6th rank swordsman, Kronos still couldn't conquer the Duchy of Dmitri. During this time, the Union of Kingdoms has not changed in any way, but the Empire has an unusual opponent in the person of Roman Dmitri. The guy stated that although Hector was not an original member of the Union, he now wanted to take part in this matter. Finally, before leaving the conference, the prince advised making a choice that no one would regret in the future. Roman, who never showed up for the meeting, did not give up trying to heal his warriors. The Duke used all the means known to him, and from now on, the future state of the soldiers depended only on themselves. Looking at the wounded warriors, the young master did not understand why he was so indifferent to the people around him. In his past life, he never once regretted the death of his comrades who fell on the battlefield. And at the end of his life, the heavenly demon left only regrets about what he was never able to do. This time, the young master wanted to do things differently so that he would have nothing to regret. Chris met the gentleman with the rest of the soldiers, thanking him for the help he had ordered for his comrades. Not wanting to waste any more time, Roman ordered the gathering of all the nobility of Dimitri's duchy. Soon, all the people who had any influence on Dmitri were sitting at one table waiting for the Duke. The ruler's loyal subject announced to those gathered his arrival at the palace. Roman Dmitri, having sat down at his place of honor, dropped the formalities and immediately got down to business. After listening to many opinions on how to solve the problem, the guy said that those accustomed to the empire's atrocities had forgotten how to feel anger. But the current situation was, to put it mildly, not to the liking of the young master. Roman stated that they must certainly respond to the empire's attacks on them. Those gathered decided to clarify whether their leader wanted to say that it was worth starting a war. One of the continent's strongest swordsmen responded that the war had already begun the moment Kronos' minions attacked him. Because of this, some of the people who followed the Duke suffered greatly. Each mouth had to bring its possessions into combat readiness and gather an army, be ready for war. With his piercing cold gaze, Roman officially declared war on the Kronos Empire. Edwin Hector, upon learning of the decision taken, was surprised why he did not consult with his allies. The prince gave orders to his men to immediately contact the Duchy of Dmitri. Roman's interest was represented by Count Fabius, since he was the best negotiator. Edwin demanded an explanation from the Count as to what Mr. Roman had planned this time. The Duke's representative replied that his master had decided to take revenge only through joint efforts with the Kingdom of Cairo. Fabius asked Hector to announce Mr. Roman's will at an international conference, after which he disconnected the connection. The prince had to find out for himself what the ruler Dmitri was guided by. He understood perfectly well that the Union of Kingdoms would not agree to fight back against an enemy like Kronos. But be that as it may, Edwin was not against returning to the conference to convey Roman's words. As expected, the rulers of the kingdoms were shocked by the desire to start a war. The king of Odelia claimed that Dimitri's decision had nothing to do with them and that they would stick to their opinion. I was the only one who explained that I didn't know the details myself, since they initially had to participate in the conference because Dmitri refused their offer. Hector's heir guessed that he wanted to use the assembly to achieve a split in the union. The rulers were concerned that the fall of Cairo and Dmitri would affect the union of kingdoms. If Kronos absorbs Dmitri's land, he will have the opportunity to conquer the remaining kingdoms. Umberto and Odelia proposed to abandon the duchy in order to further strengthen the union. Rondon, as he stated earlier, refused, claiming that he was ready to share Dmitri's fate. The news that Redford would be preparing for war only further angered the conference participants. Roman's plan worked, and the Second International Conference ended with the split of the union. The Kingdom of Odelia left the meeting, leaving the union, as no positive results were achieved. Returning to his estate, His Majesty cursed Roman for putting them all in danger. The king understood that he would not be able to resist Kronos with only the forces of the union. But in order to preserve his kingdom, its ruler was ready to sacrifice his principles. His Highness considered it his duty to preserve the integrity of his people at any cost. Baron Charlton was interested in the reason for the contact from Odelia. The king told that the Union of Kingdoms had come to an end, and did not want to hear from the Baron how he could preserve his possessions. All states of the Union, with the exception of Frank, went over to the side of the Empire. Several days have passed since Kronos secured the support of another kingdom. The guards at the forward outpost were making bets on how long Dmitri could hold out. One of the guards was sure that no matter how strong they were, they would not survive alone. The Imperial soldier, caught up in his empty chatter, didn't even notice Chris approaching him. The guard immediately paid for his words, using the swordsman's efforts to break through the floor with his head. His comrade was so frightened that he was unable to report the invasion. As soon as the soldier began to speak, Chris decapitated him with a lightning-fast movement. Having eliminated all the targets, the Aura Knight reported this to Mr. Roman via transmitter. The Duke reported that there were about 6 hours left before the main forces arrived, and during this time, the warrior had to eliminate as many enemies as possible. That night in Rascal, everyone was asleep when Dmitri Romka announced the beginning of the war with the Empire. Count Pablo, commander of the Rascal military forces, noted that it was necessary to gather an army to eradicate all those involved in the invasion. The commander firmly believed that with the arrival of the main forces of Kronos, Dmitri would not be able to resist for long. The commander-in-chief was confident that the duchy had so many allies that it was only to their advantage. Suddenly, one of the guards came to Pablo and reported that a fire had started. Running out onto the balcony, the commander discovered with horror that the entire Rascal was engulfed in flames. The commander ordered his subordinates to throw all the fortress's forces into putting out the fire. Smelling the smell of oil, the man realized that this was an unusual fire and that someone had deliberately set the fire. The military commander demanded that they immediately go to the clothing warehouse, assuming that the source of the fire was there. However, upon arriving at the scene, Pablo saw that the warehouse was completely in the grip of fire. The commander ordered to penetrate the warehouse at any cost and save the magic scrolls. The soldiers were afraid to go into the fire, and then the man threatened to cut off their heads if they continued to stand still. Pablo, looking closely at the burning warehouse, was surprised that there was someone in the fire. The figure that the commander noticed belonged to Roman Dmitri, who was bypassed by the flames. The person in charge of Rascal's military force ordered the soldiers to capture the offender who started the fire. Obeying the order of the elder, the warriors rushed at the enemy, not yet knowing what awaited them. The young gentleman managed to grab one of the attackers by the head without much effort, after which he threw the guy at his colleague, who was following him, ready to finish them off completely. While the soldiers were still together, Roman pierced them through with his blade. In a rush, Pablo announced to the Rascal warriors over the transmitter about the red alert level. A message from the commander summoned 7 of Kronos' strongest swordsmen, among whom Bento was famous. The knight was part of the military staff of the fortress and also held the 7th rank. Besides him, there were also the magicians of the Blue Island who controlled the water. For this reason, having the fighting power behind him, Count Pablo was confident of his victory. Having quickly and deftly dealt with the second-rate guards, Roman immediately rushed to their commander. With a grin, the young gentleman declared that for the military leader, everything would end here.